Al-Muqaddimah, the Introduction to History and Sociology by Abdurrahman Ibn Khaldun. The final part, on the sciences. On sciences and its categories, education and its methods, and all its aspects, and what occurs in all of that from conditions, there is an introduction and appendices. The introduction is about human thought, which distinguishes humans from animals, guiding them to secure their livelihood and cooperate with their kind, and to contemplate their deity and what the messengers brought from him. Thus, all animals are in obedience to him and under the dominion of his power and grace over many of his creations. Chapter 1. That knowledge and education are natural in human civilization. This is because humans share with all animals their animality in sensation, movement, nourishment, and other aspects. They are distinguished by the intellect that guides them in securing their livelihood, collaborating with their kind, and the social organization that facilitates this cooperation, as well as accepting what the prophets have brought from God Almighty, acting upon it, and following the righteousness of the hereafter. In all of this, he is always in denial, never ceasing to think about it even for the blink of an eye. Rather, the movement of thought is faster than the blink of an eye. From this thought arise sciences and what we have presented of crafts. Then, for the sake of this thought, and what humans, indeed animals, are naturally inclined to acquire, thought becomes eager to obtain what it lacks in perceptions, returning to those who preceded it in knowledge, or surpassed it in understanding, or took from those who came before them, such as the prophets who convey it to those who receive it, so they learn it from them and strive to acquire and teach it. Then, his thought and observation focus on one truth after another, examining what occurs to each one of them individually, practicing this until associating the accidents with that truth becomes a habit for him, at which point his knowledge of what occurs to that truth becomes specific knowledge. The souls of the emerging generation yearn to acquire this, so they turn to those knowledgeable in it, and education arises from this. Thus, it has become clear that knowledge and education are natural in humans, and God knows best. Chapter 2. Education for knowledge is among the crafts. The skill in knowledge and the finesse in it, as well as mastery over it, is achieved through acquiring a faculty that encompasses its principles and rules, understanding its issues, and deriving its branches from its roots. If this faculty is not attained, then proficiency in that art is not realized. This faculty is distinct from mere understanding and awareness. We find that the understanding of a single issue within the same field and its awareness is shared among those who are proficient in that field, those who are beginners, and even among the layman who knows no science and the learned scholar. The faculty belongs only to the scholar or the proficient in the arts, not to others, indicating that this faculty is different from understanding and awareness. All faculties are physical, whether they are in the body or in the brain, such as thought, and others like arithmetic. All physical faculties are tangible and require education. Therefore, the chain of education in every science or craft relies on the well-known teachers in it, as recognized by all people of different horizons and generations. It also indicates that the teaching of knowledge is a craft with varying terminologies. Each of the famous imams has a specific terminology in teaching that pertains to all crafts, indicating that this terminology is not part of knowledge. If it were, it would be uniform among all of them. Do you not see how the terminology in teaching theology differs between the early and later scholars, as well as in the principles of jurisprudence, Arabic, and every science that one studies? You find the terminologies in their teaching to be conflicting, indicating that they are crafts in education. Knowledge itself is one. Once this is established, know that the chain of teaching knowledge in this era has nearly been severed from the people of the Maghreb due to the disruption of its civilization and the decline of its states. This leads to a deficiency in crafts and their loss, as previously mentioned. The cities of Kairouan and Cordoba were the capitals of the Maghreb and Al-Andalus, flourishing in their civilization, with thriving markets for sciences and crafts. Education was firmly established there due to the long duration of their eras and the civilization present in them. When they were destroyed, education in the Maghreb was interrupted, except for a little that was in the Almohad state in Marrakesh, which was derived from it. Civilization did not take root in Marrakesh due to the primitive nature of the Almohad state in its early days and the proximity of its extinction from its inception, so the conditions of civilization there were only minimal. After the extinction of the state in Marrakesh, Judge Abu al-Qasim ibn Zaytun migrated to the east from Africa around the middle of the 7th century, where he met the student of Imam ibn al-Khatib and learned from them, acquiring much knowledge and good teaching. Following him from the east was Abu Abdullah ibn Shu'aib al-Dukali, who had migrated from the Maghreb, learned from the scholars of Egypt, and returned to Tunisia, where he settled, and his teaching was beneficial, so the people of Tunisia learned from them. The chain of their teaching continued through their students from generation to generation until it reached Judge Muhammad ibn Abdul Salam, the commentator on Ibn al-Hajib, and his student, who moved from Tunisia to Tlemcen with the son of the Imam and his student. He studied with Ibn Abdul Salam under the same scholars in distinguished sessions, and the student of Ibn Abdul Salam in Tunisia and the son of the Imam in Tlemcen at this time are so few that their chain is at risk of being severed. Then, at the end of the 7th century, Abu Ali Nasir al-Din al-Mashdali migrated from Zawiya and met the student of Abu Amr ibn al-Hajib, learned from them, and acquired their teaching. He studied with Shihab al-Din al-Qarafi in the same sessions and excelled in both rational and transmitted sciences. He returned to the Maghreb with much knowledge and beneficial teaching, settling in Bajaya, and the chain of his teaching continued among his students. He may have moved to Tlemcen, where he established himself and spread his method. The number of his students at this time in Bajaya and Tlemcen is few or less than few. Fes and other regions of the Maghreb remained devoid of good education since the extinction of the teaching in Cordoba and Kairouan, and the chain of education did not continue among them, making it difficult for them to attain proficiency and skill in the sciences. The easiest way to achieve this proficiency is through verbal practice in dialogue and debate on scientific issues, as this brings them closer to the subject and achieves their goals. You find students of knowledge among them, after many years spent in attending scientific sessions, silent and not speaking or engaging in discussions, with their focus on memorization more than necessity. They do not gain any substantial proficiency in the knowledge and teaching, and even after acquiring what they believe to be sufficient, their proficiency remains limited in their knowledge when they engage in discussion or teaching. Their shortcomings stem from the lack of education and the severing of its chain. Otherwise, their memorization is more effective than that of others due to their intense focus on it, believing it to be the goal of scientific proficiency, which is not the case. Evidence of this in the Maghreb is that the designated period for students of knowledge to reside in schools is 16 years, while in Tunisia it is 5 years. This period in schools, as is customary, is the least time in which a student of knowledge can achieve his desired proficiency or despair of attaining it. This duration has been prolonged in the Maghreb due to the difficulty arising from the lack of quality in education specifically, not from anything else. As for the people of Al-Andalus, the tradition of education has disappeared among them, and their interest in sciences has diminished due to the decline of Muslim civilization there for hundreds of years. The only remnants of knowledge among them are in the field of Arabic and literature, which they have limited themselves to, and the memorization of its teaching has been preserved through memorization. As for jurisprudence, it is nearly extinct, and there is no trace of rational sciences. This is due to the severing of the chain of education there, due to the decline of civilization and the enemy's dominance over the majority, except for a few, who are preoccupied with their livelihoods more than with what lies beyond. And God is predominant over his affair. As for the East, the chain of education has not been severed. Rather, its markets are thriving and its seas are abundant due to the continuity of ample civilization and the connection of the chain there. Even though the great cities that were centers of knowledge, such as Baghdad, Basra, and Kufa, have been destroyed, God has replaced them with even greater cities. Knowledge has migrated from there to the Persian Iraq in Khorasan, and beyond the river in the east, then to Cairo and its surrounding areas in the Maghreb, and it has remained abundant, with its civilization connected and the chain of education there established. Thus, the people of the East in general are more firmly rooted in the craft of teaching knowledge and in other crafts. Many travelers from the Maghreb to the east in search of knowledge believe that their minds, in general, are more complete than those of the people of the Maghreb, and that they are more alert and possess greater intelligence by their original nature. They believe that their rational souls are more complete by nature than those of the people of the Maghreb. They perceive a disparity between us and them in the essence of humanity, and are inclined to this belief, becoming enamored with it due to what they observe of their intelligence in sciences and crafts, which is not the case. There is not such a disparity between the regions of the East and the Maghreb that constitutes a difference in the same essence, except for the deviated regions like the first and seventh, where the temperaments are distorted and the souls are proportionate to that, as previously mentioned. What distinguishes the people of the East from the people of the Maghreb is what is acquired in the soul from the effects of civilization, from enhanced intellect as previously discussed in crafts, and we will now elaborate and clarify this. The urban dwellers have manners in their affairs regarding livelihood, housing, construction, and matters of religion and the world, as well as in all their actions and customs. They have established manners in all of this that they adhere to in everything they engage in and practice, to the extent that they seem like boundaries that are not to be transgressed. Moreover, these are crafts that are transmitted from one to another among them. There is no doubt that every organized craft leaves an effect on the soul that imparts a new intellect, preparing it to accept another craft and enabling the mind to quickly grasp knowledge. We have reached in the teaching of crafts from the people of Egypt goals that are unattainable, such as teaching domestic donkeys and wild animals, both walking and flying, individual words and actions that are astonishing in their rarity, which the people of the Maghreb find impossible to comprehend, let alone teach. The excellence of faculties in education, crafts, and all ordinary matters increases a person's intelligence in their mind and illuminates their thought through the abundance of faculties acquired by the soul. As we have established, the soul is nurtured through perceptions, and what returns to it from faculties increases their intelligence due to the scientific effects that return to the soul, which the layman perceives as a disparity in the essence of humanity, which is not the case. Do you not see how the urban dweller, when compared to the Bedouin, appears to be endowed with intelligence, filled with cleverness, to the extent that the Bedouin believes he has fallen short in his humanity and intellect, which is not the case? This is only because of the urban dweller's proficiency in the faculties of crafts and manners in customs and urban conditions that the Bedouin does not know. When the urban dweller is filled with crafts and their faculties and the excellence of their teaching, everyone who falls short of those faculties believes it is due to completeness in their intellect, and that the souls of the Bedouins are inherently deficient by nature, which is not the case. Indeed, we find among the Bedouins those who are of the highest rank in understanding and perfection in their intellect and nature. What has appeared among the urban dwellers is merely the brilliance of crafts and education, for they have effects that return to the soul, as we have established. Likewise, the people of the East, being more firmly established in education and crafts, have a higher rank and greater advancement, while the people of the Maghreb are closer to primitiveness, as we have mentioned in the previous section. The ignorant believe at first glance that this is a completeness in the essence of humanity that distinguishes them from the people of the Maghreb, which is not true. Understand this, and Allah increases in creation what He wills, and He is the Lord of the heavens and the earth. Chapter 3 discusses that sciences increase where civilization and urbanization flourish. The reason for this is that the teaching of knowledge, as we have presented, is among the crafts. We have previously stated that crafts are more abundant in cities. The quality and quantity of crafts depend on the level of urbanization, whether high or low, and on civilization and luxury, as it is an additional matter beyond mere livelihood. Whenever the works of the urban dwellers surpass their means of living, they turn to what lies beyond mere livelihood, which is the pursuit of human specialties, namely sciences and crafts. Those who are naturally inclined towards knowledge, having grown up in villages and uncivilized cities, do not find the industrial education due to the lack of crafts among the nomads, as we have mentioned, and they must travel to seek it in the flourishing cities where all crafts are found. Consider what we have established regarding the state of Baghdad, Cordoba, Kairouan, Basra, and Kufa, as their urbanization increased at the dawn of Islam and civilization flourished within them. How they were enriched with the seas of knowledge and diversified in educational terminologies, types of sciences, and the extraction of issues and arts until they surpassed the ancients and outpaced the later generations. When their urbanization declined and their inhabitants dispersed, that prosperity folded up entirely, and knowledge and education were lost there. It moved to other cities of Islam. To this day, we see that knowledge and education are primarily in Cairo, Egypt, due to its flourishing urbanization and solid civilization for thousands of years, which has solidified crafts, including the teaching of knowledge. This was further confirmed and preserved by what occurred in these times, about 200 years ago, during the Turkish state from the days of Saladin and so on. The Turkish princes in their state fear the tyranny of their ruler over those who are left behind from their descendants due to their servitude or allegiance and the dangers of kingship and its calamities. Therefore, they built many schools, corners, and monasteries, and endowed them with productive endowments, creating a share for their children to oversee or benefit from, along with their general inclination towards good and seeking rewards in intentions and actions. Thus, the endowments increased, the revenues and benefits grew, and the number of students and teachers multiplied due to the abundance of their stipends. People traveled there in search of knowledge from Iraq and the Maghreb, and the markets of knowledge flourished, and its seas were enriched. And God creates what He wills.
Chapter 4.
On the types of sciences related to civilization in this era. Know that the sciences that humans engage in and circulate in the cities for acquisition and education are of two types. One is natural for humans, which they can discover through their intellect, and the other is transmitted, taken from those who established it. The first type consists of philosophical and rational sciences, which a person can grasp through the nature of their thought and can navigate through their human understanding to its subjects, issues, aspects of proofs, and methods of teaching, until their insight leads them to discern right from wrong in it as a thinking human. The second type consists of transmitted sciences, which are all based on reports from the legislator. In these, there is no room for reason except in linking the branches of its issues to the roots, because the occurring particulars do not fall under the general transmission merely by its establishment, thus requiring a connection in a logical manner. However, this reasoning branches from the report of the established ruling in the root, which is transmitted, so this reasoning returns to transmission due to its derivation from it. The foundation of all these transmitted sciences is the religious texts from the Quran and the Sunnah, which are legislated for us by God and His Messenger, along with related sciences that have been prepared for benefit. This is followed by the sciences of the Arabic language, which is the language of the faith, and in which the Quran was revealed. The categories of these transmitted sciences are numerous, because the obligated person must know the rulings of God that are imposed upon them and their fellow beings, which are derived from the Quran and Sunnah by text, consensus, or analogy. So it is necessary to examine the Quran by clarifying its words first, which is the science of interpretation, then by tracing its transmission and narration to the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, who brought it from God, and the differences in the readings of the reciters, which is the science of readings, then by tracing the Sunnah to its source and discussing the narrators who transmitted it, and knowing their conditions and integrity to ensure trust in their reports, by knowing what must be acted upon from that, which are the sciences of Hadith. Then, it is necessary to derive these rulings from their roots through a legal method that provides knowledge of how this derivation occurs, which is the principles of jurisprudence. After this, the fruit is obtained by knowing the rulings of God regarding the actions of the obligated, which is jurisprudence. The obligations are of two types, physical and spiritual, the latter being specific to faith and what must be believed and what should not be believed. These are the articles of faith regarding the essence, attributes, matters of resurrection, bliss, punishment, and destiny. The argument for these with rational evidence is the science of theology. Then, the examination of the Quran and Hadith must be preceded by linguistic sciences because it depends on them, which are of various types. Among them are the science of language, the science of grammar, the science of rhetoric, and the science of literature, as we will discuss. All these transmitted sciences are specific to the Islamic faith and its people, and although every faith in general must have something similar, it shares with them in the distant genus, as they are the revealed religious sciences from God to the messenger who conveyed them. However, specifically, it is distinct from all other faiths because it abrogates them. Everything that preceded it from the sciences of other faiths is abandoned, and examining them is prohibited. The law has forbidden looking into the revealed books other than the Quran. The Prophet, peace be upon him, said, "Do not believe the people of the book, nor disbelieve them, and say, 'We believe in what has been revealed to us, and what has been revealed to you, and our God and your God is one.'" The Prophet, peace be upon him, saw a piece of paper from the Torah in the hand of Umar, may God be pleased with him, and became angry until his anger was evident on his face. Then he said, "Did I not bring you a clear and pure message? By God, if Moses were alive, he would have no choice but to follow me." Then, these religious sciences have flourished in this faith to an unparalleled extent, and the insights of the observers have reached a limit beyond which there is nothing, and the terminologies have been refined and the arts organized, coming forth beyond the limit in beauty and elegance. Each art had its scholars to whom one could refer, and methods from which education could be derived. The East and West have specialized in what is well known among them, as we will mention now when enumerating these arts. The markets of knowledge in the West have declined at this time due to the decrease in civilization there and the interruption of the chain of knowledge and education, as we mentioned in the previous chapter. I do not know what God has done with the East, but I suspect that the knowledge there is flourishing, and the education in sciences and other necessary and complementary crafts is connected due to its abundant civilization and culture, and the availability of support for students of knowledge through endowments that have expanded their provisions. And God, the exalted and almighty, is the doer of what he wills, and in his hand is success and assistance. Chapter 5. In the Sciences of the Quran, Interpretation and Readings. The Quran is the word of God revealed to his prophet, written between the covers of the Mushaf. It is transmitted in a continuous manner among the community, except that the companions narrated it from the messenger of God, peace be upon him, through different methods in some of its words and the ways the letters are pronounced. This was transmitted and became well known until 7 specific methods were established, which were also transmitted in their performance and were distinguished by their association with those who were famous for narrating them from the large number of people. Thus, these 7 readings became the foundations of recitation. Perhaps after that, other readings were added that followed the 7, but according to the scholars of recitation, they do not have the same strength in transmission. These 7 readings are well known in their books. Some people disagreed about the continuity of their methods because for them, they are ways of performance, which is not fixed. However, this does not detract from the continuity of the Quran. Most scholars affirmed their continuity, while others affirmed the continuity of aspects other than performance, such as elongation and facilitation, due to the lack of clarity on how they are heard, which is the correct view. The readers have continued to transmit these readings and narrate them until the sciences were written down and documented, becoming a specific craft and a distinct science, passed down by people in the East and Al-Andalus from generation to generation. Until a man named Mujahid from the Mawali of the Amiri tribe ruled in eastern Al-Andalus, and he was particularly interested in this art among the various arts of the Quran, as he learned it from his master Al-Mansur bin Abi Amir, and exerted effort in teaching it and presenting it to the scholars of recitation in his presence. Thus, he had a significant share in that. Mujahid was later distinguished by the governorship of Danya and the Eastern Islands, which boosted the market for recitation because he was one of its leaders and had a keen interest in all sciences in general and in readings in particular. During his time, Abu Amr al-Dani emerged and reached the pinnacle in it, and he became knowledgeable about it. His chains of narration reached him, and he authored many works in it. People relied on him and turned away from others, depending on his book, Al-Taysir. Then, in the following eras and generations, Abu al-Qasim bin Firah from the people of Shatiba emerged, who aimed to refine what Abu Amr had written and summarize it, organizing all of it into a poem that included the names of the readers in an orderly manner to facilitate his goal of brevity and to make it easier to memorize due to its poetic form. He encompassed the art well, and people benefited from memorizing it and teaching it to the learning children, and this practice continued in the cities of the Maghreb and Al-Andalus. Additionally, the art of writing was sometimes added to the art of readings, which refers to the arrangements of the letters of the Quran in the Mushaf and its written forms, as it contains many letters that were written in ways that do not conform to the known rules of writing, such as the addition of the letter Ya in Bayid, and the addition of Alif in La Athbahana and La Odau, and the Wa in Jazaa al-Dhalimin, and the omission of Alif in some places and not others, and what was written with Ta elongated. The original form is connected to the shape of Ha and others, and the justification for this written form has been discussed when talking about writing. When this deviation from the rules of writing and its laws occurred, it became necessary to document it, so people also wrote about it in their books on sciences. It reached the Maghreb through Abu Amr al-Dani, who wrote several books on it, the most famous of which is Al-Muqni, which people adopted and relied upon. Abu al-Qasim al-Shatibi then organized it in his famous poem on the rhyme of Ra, and people became fond of memorizing it. Then, disagreements about the writing of other words and letters increased, which Abu Dawud Sulaiman bin Najah, a Mawali of Mujahid, mentioned in his books, and he was one of the students of Abu Amr al-Dani, known for carrying his knowledge and narrating his books. After him, another disagreement was transmitted, and al-Razaz from the later scholars in the Maghreb composed another poem that added much disagreement to Al-Muqni, attributing it to its narrators. It became well known in the Maghreb, and people limited themselves to memorizing it, neglecting the books of Abu Dawud, Abu Amr, and al-Shatibi on writing. As for the interpretation, know that the Quran was revealed in the Arabic language and according to their rhetorical styles, so they all understood it and knew its meanings in its words and structures. It was revealed in sentences and verses to clarify monotheism and religious obligations according to events. Some of it pertains to faith-related beliefs, some to the rulings of actions, some precede, and some follow and abrogate others. The Prophet, peace be upon him, was the one who clarified this, as God said, so that you may clarify to the people what was revealed to them. The Prophet, peace be upon him, clarified the general and distinguished the abrogating from the abrogated, and his companions recognized it and knew the reasons for the revelation of the verses and their implications as transmitted from him. This is evident from his saying, "When the victory of Allah has come and the conquest, which is a notification of the Prophet's death, and similar instances were transmitted from the companions, may God be pleased with them all." This was passed down by the followers after them and transmitted from them. It has been continuously transmitted between the early generations and the predecessors until knowledge became sciences, and many books were written on it, and the reports related to it from the companions and followers were transmitted, reaching Al-Tabari, Al-Waqidi, Al-Thalibi, and others among the interpreters, who wrote what God willed for them to write from the reports. Then, the sciences of language became a craft, discussing the topics of language, the rules of grammar, and rhetoric in structures, and books were established on this after it had been innate abilities of the Arabs, not relying on transmission or writing. This was forgotten, and it began to be received from the books of the people of language. This was necessary in the interpretation of the Quran, because it is in the Arabic language and follows their rhetorical methods. Interpretation became of two types: a transmitted interpretation, based on the reports transmitted from the predecessors, which includes knowledge of the abrogating and abrogated, the reasons for revelation, and the objectives of the verses. All of this can only be known through transmission from the companions and followers. The early scholars gathered in this and compiled it, but their books and transmissions included both valid and invalid content. The reason for this is that the Arabs were not people of books or knowledge. They were dominated by nomadism and illiteracy. When they yearned to know something that human souls desire regarding the causes of creation, the beginning of existence, and the secrets of existence, they would ask the people of the book before them and benefit from them, namely the people of the Torah from the Jews and those who followed their religion from the Christians. The people of the Torah among the Arabs at that time were nomads like them and knew only what the common people of the book knew, most of whom were from Hamir, who adopted the Jewish religion. When they converted to Islam, they retained what they had that had no connection to the legal rulings they were cautious about, such as the stories of the beginning of creation and what pertains to events and battles and similar matters. These included figures like Ka'b al-Ahbar, Wahab bin Munabbih, Abdullah bin Salam, and others. The interpretations became filled with reports from them regarding such matters which are not related to rulings, and the interpreters were lenient in such matters, filling the books of interpretation with these reports. Their origin, as we said, comes from the people of the Torah who lived in the desert, and they have no verification regarding what they transmit, except that after their fame and the elevation of their status, due to their positions in religion and the community, they were received with acceptance from that day. When people returned to verification and scrutiny, Abu Muhammad bin Atiyah, from the later scholars in the Maghreb, summarized all those interpretations and sought what was closest to authenticity among them, compiling it into a book circulated among the people of the Maghreb and Al-Andalus with a good approach. Al-Qutubi followed him in that method in another well-known book in the East. The other type of interpretation pertains to language, knowledge of grammar, and rhetoric in conveying meaning according to objectives and styles. This type of interpretation rarely stands alone from the first, as the first is the primary objective. This came after language, and its sciences became a craft. Indeed, it may often be found in some interpretations, and one of the best works in this field is Al-Kashaf by Al-Zamakhshari from Khwarezm in Iraq, although its author is from the Mu'tazila in beliefs, so he presents arguments for their corrupt doctrines when addressing them in the verses of the Quran through rhetorical means. This has led to a divergence from it among the scholars of the Sunnah, warning the public of its pitfalls while acknowledging his solid grounding in matters of language and rhetoric. If the reader is aware of this, while standing with the Sunni doctrines and skillfully defending them, then he is indeed safe from its pitfalls, so one should take advantage of studying it for its unique aspects in language. In these times, we have received a work from some Iraqis, namely Sharaf al-Din al-Tayyibi from Tauris in Iraq, who explained this book of al-Zamakhshari, tracing its terms and addressing its doctrines in Mu'tazila with evidence that refutes them, showing that rhetoric in the verse is based on what the people of the Sunnah see, not on what the Mu'tazila see. He excelled in this as he wished, while also providing enjoyment in all aspects of rhetoric, and above every knowledgeable person is one who knows more. Chapter 6. In the Sciences of Hadith. As for the sciences of Hadith, they are numerous and varied, as some of them look into abrogation and what has been abrogated, based on what has been established in our Sharia regarding the permissibility of abrogation and its occurrence as a kindness from God to his servants and a relief for them, considering their interests which God has guaranteed for them. God the Exalted said, "Whatever verse we abrogate or cause to be forgotten, we bring forth one better than it or similar to it." Knowing the abrogating and abrogated is indeed a branch of the Quran and Hadith, except that what is in the Quran has been included in its interpretations, while what is specific to Hadith remains related to its sciences. If two reports contradict each other in negation and affirmation, and it is impossible to reconcile them through some interpretation, and one of them is known to have preceded the other, it is determined that the later one is the abrogating. Knowing the abrogating and abrogated is one of the most important and difficult sciences of Hadith. Al-Zuhri said, "The jurists have been perplexed and incapacitated in knowing the abrogating Hadith of the Messenger of God, peace be upon him, from what has been abrogated." Al-Shafi'i, may God be pleased with him, had a firm foundation in this. Among the sciences of Hadith is the examination of the chains of narration and knowing what must be acted upon from the Hadith based on its complete chain of conditions, as action is only obligatory based on what is most likely to be true from the reports of the Messenger of God, peace be upon him. Efforts are made in the path that achieves that likelihood, which is through knowing the narrators of the Hadith in terms of their justice and reliability. This is established through reason, based on the scholars of religion, for their validation and their innocence from criticism and negligence, and this serves as evidence for us regarding acceptance and rejection. Likewise, The ranks of these narrators from the companions and the followers, and their differences in this regard, are distinguished one by one. The chains of narration also vary in terms of their continuity and interruption, meaning that the narrator did not meet the one from whom he narrated, and their soundness from the weakening defects. The evaluation of the chains leads to two extremes. The higher is accepted, and the lower is rejected. The average varies based on what is transmitted from the leaders of the matter. They have specific terms they have agreed upon for these ranks, such as Sahih, authentic, Hasan, good, Da'if, weak, Mursal, omitted, Munkati, disconnected, Mu'addal, difficult, Shad, strange, Garib, rare, and other titles commonly used among them. They have categorized each of these and transmitted what is in them of disagreement among the masters of language or consensus. Then, they examined how the narration is taken from one another, whether by reading, writing, handing over, or permission, and the differences in their ranks and what the scholars have regarding acceptance and rejection in this matter. They followed this with discussions on terms that appear in the texts of Hadith, whether strange, problematic, miswritten, or differing, and what is appropriate in that regard. This is the main focus of the scholars of Hadith, and the majority of it. The conditions of the narrators of Hadith in the eras of the predecessors from the companions and the followers were well known among the people of their regions, some of them in Hijaz, some in Basra and Kufa in Iraq, and some in Sham and Egypt, all of whom were well known in their times. The method of the people of Hijaz in their times regarding the chains of narration was higher than that of others and more stringent in authenticity, due to their strictness in the conditions of narration regarding justice and reliability, and their avoidance of accepting the unknown in this regard. The chain of the Hijazi method after the predecessors includes Imam Malik, the scholar of Medina, may God be pleased with him, and then his companions such as Imam Muhammad ibn Idris al-Shafi'i, may God be pleased with him, Ibn Wahab, Ibn Bukayr, al-Kasnabi, Muhammad ibn al-Hasan, and after them, Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal, along with others like them. The knowledge of Sharia at the beginning of this matter was purely transmission, which the predecessors dedicated themselves to and sought the authentic until they completed it. Malik, may God have mercy on him, wrote the book Al-Muwatta, which contained the principles of rulings from the agreed-upon authentic narrations and arranged it by chapters of jurisprudence. Then, the Hafiz took care to know the various paths of the Hadith and their chains. Sometimes a Hadith may be narrated through multiple paths from different narrators, and the Hadith may also appear in multiple chapters due to the different meanings it encompasses. Muhammad ibn Ismail al-Bukhari, the Imam of the Hadith scholars in his time, compiled the Hadith of the Sunnah in its chapters in his authentic Musnad, with all the paths from the Hijazis, Iraqis, and Sham. He relied on what they agreed upon and excluded what they disagreed about, repeating the Hadith in each chapter according to the meaning of that chapter, leading to the repetition of his Hadiths to the extent that it is said he included 9,200 Hadiths, of which 3,000 are repeated, and the paths and chains differ in each chapter. Then came Imam Muslim ibn al-Hajjaj al-Qushayri, may God have mercy on him, who authored his authentic Musnad, following the same method as al-Bukhari, in transmitting what was agreed upon and omitting the repeated ones, gathering the paths and chains and categorizing them by chapters of jurisprudence and their titles. Despite this, neither of them encompassed all the authentic narrations, and people have made additions to them in this regard. Then Abu Dawood al-Sijistani, Abu Isa al-Tirmidhi, and Abu Abd al-Rahman al-Nasa'i wrote their Sunan, which are broader than the authentic ones, aiming for what met the conditions of action, either from the high rank in the chains, which is the authentic as known, or from what is below it, such as the good and others, to serve as a guide for the Sunnah and action. These are the well-known musnads in the community, and are the foundational books of Hadith in the Sunnah, for although they are numerous, they generally refer back to these. Knowing all these conditions and terminologies is the science of Hadith, and sometimes the abrogating and abrogated are treated as a separate discipline, as well as the strange. There are famous works on these topics, and also on the similar and different. Many have authored works in the sciences of Hadith, and among their prominent scholars and imams is Abu Abdullah al-Hakim, whose works in this field are well known, and he is the one who refined it and highlighted its merits. The most famous book for the later scholars in this field is the book of Abu Amr ibn al-Salah, which dates back to the early part of the 7th century, followed by al-Nawawi with a similar work. The discipline is noble in its essence because it is the knowledge that preserves the Sunnah transmitted from the Prophet of the Sharia. Up until this time, there has been a cessation in the extraction of some hadiths and their retrieval from the earlier scholars, as it is customary to witness that these imams, despite their multitude and the succession of their eras, their sufficiency and their diligence, did not neglect anything from the Sunnah or leave it until it was discovered by later scholars. This is far from them. Rather, the focus of this era is on verifying the written foundational texts and ensuring their accuracy through transmission from their authors and examining their chains back to their authors, comparing that with what has been established in the science of Hadith regarding the conditions and rulings to ensure that the chains are soundly connected to their end. They did not increase their attention to more than these 5 foundational texts, except in a few cases. As for Al-Bukhari, who is the highest in rank, people found it difficult to explain it and struggled with its methodology due to the need for knowledge of the multiple paths and their narrators from Hijaz, Sham, and Iraq, and knowledge of their conditions and the differences among people regarding them. Therefore, it requires deep reflection in understanding its titles, as he translates a title and presents the hadith with a chain or path, then translates another and presents the same hadith for the meaning contained in the title. Likewise, in translation after translation, until the hadith is repeated in many chapters according to its meanings and differences. Those who explained it and did not fully cover this did not fulfill the right of explanation, such as Ibn Battal, Ibn al-Mahalab, Ibn al-Tin, and others like them. I have often heard many of our scholars, may God have mercy on them, say, explaining the book of Al-Bukhari is a duty upon the Ummah, meaning that no one among the scholars of the Ummah has fulfilled what is required of them in explanation in this regard. As for Sahih Muslim, the scholars of the Maghreb paid great attention to it and engaged with it, agreeing to detail it in comparison to Al-Bukhari from the non-authentic that did not meet its conditions, and most of what he encountered was in the titles. Imam al-Marwazi, from the Maliki jurists, dictated to him an explanation and named it Al-Mu'allim, with the benefits of Muslim, which included gems of hadith knowledge and various jurisprudential topics, then completed it Al-Qadi Iyad after him and named it Completion of the Mu'allim, followed by Al-Nawawi, with a commentary that covered what was in both books and added to them, resulting in a comprehensive explanation. As for the other books of Sunan, which contain most of the sources of the jurists, their explanations are mostly found in the books of Jurisprudence, except for what is specific to the science of Hadith, for people have written on it and covered what is needed from the science of Hadith and its topics, and the chains that included the Hadiths acted upon from the Sunnah. Know that the Hadiths have distinguished their ranks by this time between Sahih, Hasan, Da'if, Ma'lul, and others, classified by the Imams of Hadith and their experts, and they recognized them. No path has been overlooked in verifying what is authentic from before. The Imams of Hadith used to know the Hadiths by their paths and chains, to the extent that if a Hadith were narrated without its chain and path, they would realize that it had been altered from its original form. Such an incident occurred with Imam Muhammad ibn Ismail al-Bukhari when he arrived in Baghdad, and the Hadith scholars sought to test him, asking him about Hadiths whose chains they accepted. He said, "I do not know these, but so-and-so narrated to me." Then he presented all those Hadiths with the correct chain, and they acknowledged his leadership. Also, know that the Imams who exerted effort varied in their abundance or scarcity in this discipline. Abu Hanifa, may God be pleased with him, is said to have narrated about 10 Hadiths or so, while Malik, may God have mercy on him, only accepted what was in the book Al-Muwatta, which amounted to about 300 Hadiths. Ahmad ibn Hanbal, may God have mercy on him, in his Musnad has 50,000 Hadiths, and each of them has exerted effort in this regard. Some of the detractors may claim that some of them had little knowledge of Hadith, which is why their narrations were few. There is no basis for this belief regarding the great Imams, as the Sharia is taken from the book and the Sunnah. Whoever has little knowledge of Hadith must seek it and narrate it, striving diligently in this to acquire the religion from authentic sources and to receive rulings from its messenger. The reason some of them narrated less is due to the criticisms that arise against them and the defects that appear in their paths, especially since criticism is prioritized by most scholars, leading them to refrain from accepting what is presented in such hadiths and their chains, which increases the likelihood of weakness in the paths. This is despite the fact that the people of Hijaz narrate more hadiths than the people of Iraq, because Medina is the home of migration and the refuge of the companions, and those who migrated from them to Iraq were more occupied with jihad. Imam Abu Hanifa's narrations were few because he was strict in the conditions of narration and transmission, and he considered the narration of certain hadiths weak if they contradicted practical actions. His narrations were few because he intentionally refrained from narrating hadiths, which is far from him. This indicates that he is among the great jurists in the science of hadith, as his school of thought is relied upon among them and is considered in acceptance and rejection. As for others among the hadith scholars, who are the majority, they expanded the conditions and increased their narrations, and all of them acted based on their own efforts. His companions expanded on the conditions after him, and their narrations increased. Al-Tahawi narrated extensively and wrote his Musnad, which is of great significance, but it is not on par with the two Sahihs, because the conditions that Al-Bukhari and Muslim relied upon in their books are agreed upon among the Ummah, as they have stated. The conditions of Al-Tahawi are not agreed upon, such as narrating from the unknown, and therefore the two Sahihs are preferred over him, as well as the known books of Sunan, due to the later conditions being less stringent than theirs. For this reason, it is said that the two Sahihs are unanimously accepted due to the consensus on the authenticity of what is in them, based on the agreed upon conditions. So do not let any doubt take hold of you in this matter, for they are the most deserving of the beautiful discipline and the pursuit of correct exits for them. And God, the Exalted and Most High, knows best what is in the realities of matters.
Chapter 7.
In the science of jurisprudence and what follows from the obligations, fiqh is the knowledge of God's rulings regarding the actions of those obligated, concerning obligation, caution, recommendation, dislike, and permissibility. It is derived from the Quran and the Sunnah, as well as from the evidence established by the legislator for understanding it. When rulings are extracted from these evidences, it is referred to as fiqh. The predecessors used to extract these rulings from those evidences, despite their differences. It is necessary for this to occur, as most of the evidences are from texts in the Arabic language, and the implications of their words lead to many meanings, especially regarding legal rulings, which are known to differ among them. Additionally, the Sunnah has various methods of authentication and often contradicts in its rulings, requiring preference, which is also varied. The evidences outside of the texts are disputed, and new occurrences cannot be fully addressed by the texts. What is not clear in the texts is judged based on its similarity to what is explicitly stated, and all of these are indications of necessary disputes and occurrences. Hence, disagreements arose between the predecessors and the imams after them. Moreover, not all companions were qualified to issue legal opinions, nor was the religion taken from all of them. This was specifically limited to those who carried the Quran and were knowledgeable about its abrogating and abrogated verses, its ambiguous and clear verses, and all its indications, which they received from the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, or from those who heard it from him and from their superiors. They were called the readers, meaning those who read the book, because the Arabs were an illiterate nation. Thus, those among them who could read the book were given this name due to its rarity at that time. The matter remained so at the beginning of the faith. Then, the Islamic cities grew, and illiteracy among the Arabs diminished through the practice of reading, and the ability to derive rulings became established, and fiqh became a profession and a science, so they changed the name from readers to jurists and scholars. Fiqh among them divided into two methods: the method of the people of opinion and analogy, who are the people of Iraq, and the method of the people of Hadith, who are the people of Hijaz. The Hadith was scarce among the people of Iraq, as previously mentioned, so they relied heavily on analogy and excelled in it. Hence they were called the people of opinion. The leading figure among them, in whom the school of thought was established, was Abu Hanifa, and the Imam of the people of Hijaz was Malik ibn Anas, followed by Al-Shafi'i. Then, a group of scholars rejected analogy and invalidated its application, known as the Zahiri school. They restricted all sources to texts and consensus, rejecting clear analogy and the stated reason back to the text, because the text on the reason is a text on the ruling in all its contexts. The leader of this school was Dawood ibn Ali and his son and their companions. These three schools were the well-known schools among the community. The people of the Al-Bayt deviated with schools they innovated, and a fiqh they distinguished themselves with, based on their view of some companions with criticism and their belief in the infallibility of the Imams and the removal of disagreement from their statements, all of which are weak foundations. The Khawarij also deviated similarly, and the majority did not pay attention to their schools, but rather expanded the scope of denial and criticism against them. We do not know anything of their schools, nor do we narrate their books or any trace of them, except in their own contexts. The Shia books are in their lands, and where their state was established in the Maghreb, the Mashriq, and Yemen, and the Khawarij likewise. Each of them has books, writings, and strange opinions in fiqh. The Zahiri school has diminished today due to the decline of its imams and the public's rejection of its adherents, and only the voluminous books remain, and many students who have taken on the pretense of their school delve into those books seeking to acquire their fiqh and methodology. But they find no benefit and end up opposing the majority and facing their denial, and they may be counted among the innovators for transferring knowledge from books without the key of teachers. Ibn Hazm did this in Andalusia, despite his high rank in preserving Hadith, and he adopted the Zahiri school and excelled in it with his claimed reasoning in their statements. He opposed their Imam Dawood and confronted many of the Muslim Imams, which led people to resent him, and they widely rejected his school, receiving his books with neglect and abandonment, to the point that their sale was restricted in the markets, and they were sometimes torn apart. Only the school of the people of opinion from Iraq and the people of Hadith from Hijaz remained. As for the people of Iraq, their Imam, in whom their schools were established, is Abu Hanifa al-Nu'man ibn Thabit, and his status in fiqh is unmatched, as attested by his peers, especially Malik and Al-Shafi'i. As for the people of Hijaz, their Imam is Malik ibn Anas al-Asbahi, the Imam of the city of migration. May God have mercy on him, and he was distinguished by an additional source for rulings not considered by others, which is the practice of the people of Medina, because he saw that they, in what they disapproved of in action or omission, were necessarily following those before them for their religion and their emulation. Thus, it continued to the mountain of those who directly acted upon the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, taking that from him, and this became one of the foundational sources of legal evidence for him. Many believed that this was a matter of consensus, but he denied it, because the evidence of consensus does not specifically pertain to the people of Medina over others, but is inclusive of the entire community. Know that consensus is merely agreement on a religious matter based on reasoning. Malik, may God have mercy on him, did not consider the practice of the people of Medina in this sense, but rather regarded it as following the generation through observation of the generation until it reaches the legislator. May God's prayers and peace be upon him. Their necessity to emulate that is inclusive of the community, as mentioned in the chapter on consensus and the chapters concerning it, due to the agreement that unites them with consensus. However, the agreement of the people of consensus is based on reasoning and evidence, while the agreement of these people in action or omission is based on observation of those before them. If the matter were mentioned in the chapter on the actions of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and his approval, or with the differing evidences, such as the opinions of companions and the legislation of those before us, and the presumption of continuity, it would be more appropriate. Then, after Malik ibn Anas, came Muhammad ibn Idris al-Mutalibi al-Shafi'i, may God have mercy on them. He travelled to Iraq after Malik and had the companions of Imam Abu Hanifa, and he took from them and blended the method of the people of Hijaz with that of the people of Iraq, establishing a school of thought, and he opposed Malik, may God have mercy on him, in many of his opinions. Then came Ahmad ibn Hanbal, may God have mercy on him. He was among the elite of Hadith scholars, and his companions read to the companions of Imam Abu Hanifa with their abundant knowledge of Hadith, thus establishing another school of thought. The practice of following these four Imams became established in the cities, and the followers of others diminished. The door of disagreement and its avenues were closed as the terminology in the sciences became numerous. And due to the hindrance to reaching the rank of independent reasoning and the fear of attributing that to those unqualified and whose opinions are not trusted, they declared their inability and lack and returned people to follow these Imams, each of whom was specifically followed by their followers. They prohibited the circulation of following others due to the manipulation involved, and only the transmission of their schools remained. Each person followed the school of the one they followed after verifying the foundations and the continuity of its chain of narration. There is no other product of fiqh today. The claim of independent reasoning in this era is rejected, and its following is abandoned, and the people of Islam today are upon the following of these four Imams. As for Ahmad ibn Hanbal, his followers are few due to the distance of his school from independent reasoning and its foundation in supporting narration and the mutual corroboration of reports. Most of them are in the Levant and Iraq, particularly Baghdad and its surroundings, and they are the most knowledgeable in preserving the Sunnah and narrating Hadith, leaning towards independent reasoning as much as possible. They had a strong presence in Baghdad, even clashing with the Shia in its outskirts. The fitna, trial, grew due to that until it ceased with the Mongol invasion. It did not resume, and their numbers increased in the Levant. As for Abu Hanifa, his followers today are the people of Iraq and the Muslims of India, China, and all the lands of the non-Arabs. Since his school was more specific to Iraq and Dar al-Salam, and his students were the companions of the Abbasid caliphs, his writings and debates with the Shafi'is multiplied, and their discussions in legal differences became well regarded and brought forth delightful knowledge and strange perspectives among the people. There was little of this in the Maghreb, which was transmitted to it by Al-Qadi ibn al-Arabi and Abu al-Walid al-Baji in their travels. As for al-Shafi'i, his followers in Egypt are more than in any other place, and his schools spread in Iraq, Khurasan, and beyond the river, competing with the Hanafis in issuing fatwas and teaching in all cities. The debates between them became extensive, and the books of legal differences were filled with various arguments. Then all of this diminished with the decline of the East and its regions. Imam Muhammad ibn Idris al-Shafi'i, when he settled with Banu Abd al-Hakam in Egypt, had many students among them. Among his students there were al-Buwaiti, al-Muzani, and others, and there were also some Malikis among Banu Abd al-Hakam, Ashhab, Ibn al-Qasim, Ibn al-Muwaz, and others. Then al-Haris ibn Miskin and his sons. Then al-Qadi Abu Ishaq ibn Shaban and his children. Then the fiqh of Ahl al-Sunnah in Egypt diminished with the emergence of the state of the Rafida, and the fiqh of the Ahl al-Bayt circulated, while that of others faded away. Al-Qadi Abdul Wahhab travelled from Baghdad at the end of the 4th century as far as I know, due to need and the changing of livelihoods. The Fatimids allowed him to be honoured and to show his virtue, lamenting the Abbasids for neglecting such an imam and rejoicing in him. The market for the Maliki school in Egypt flourished briefly until the state of the Fatimids, the Rafida, fell at the hands of Salah al-Din Yusuf ibn Ayyub, and the fiqh of the Ahl al-Bayt disappeared, while the fiqh of the community re-emerged among them, and the fiqh of al-Shafi'i and his companions from Iraq and the Levant returned to its former glory, and its market flourished, with prominent figures like al-Nawawi emerging from the circle that grew under the Ayyubid state in the Levant, and al-Iz ibn Abd al-Salam as well. Then Ibn al-Raka'a in Egypt, and Taqi al-Din ibn Daqiq al-Eid, then Taqi al-Din al-Subki after them, until it reached the Sheikh of Islam in Egypt in this era, which is Siraj al-Din al-Balkini, who is today the greatest Shafi'i in Egypt, a great scholar, indeed the greatest scholar of the contemporary era. As for Malik, may God have mercy on him, his school is followed by the people of the Maghreb and Andalusia. Although it exists among others, they do not follow anyone else except in a few cases, as their travels were mostly to Hijaz, which was the extent of their journey. Medina at that time was the center of knowledge, and from it they traveled to Iraq, which was not on their path, so they limited themselves to taking from the scholars of Medina. Their sheikh at that time and their imam was Malik, and his teachers before him and his students after him. The people of the Maghreb and Andalusia returned to him and followed him without others from whom his methodology did not reach them. Additionally, the Bedouin lifestyle was predominant among the people of the Maghreb and Andalusia, and they did not experience the civilization that the people of Iraq had, so they were more inclined to the people of Hijaz due to their Bedouin nature. For this reason, the Maliki school remained fresh among them, and it was not subjected to the refinement of civilization, and its refinement has occurred with other schools. When the school of each imam became a specific science among the people of his school, and they had no means to engage in independent reasoning and analogy, they needed to analyze issues in terms of inclusion and differentiation when confusion arose, relying on the established principles of their imam's schools. All of this required a deep-rooted skill that enabled them to engage in that type of analysis or differentiation and to follow their imam's school as much as they could. This skill is the science of fiqh in this era. All the people of the Maghreb are followers of Malik. May God have mercy on him. His students had spread in Egypt and Iraq. Among them in Iraq were Al-Qadi Ismail and his contemporaries like Ibn Khuwiz Mandad, Ibn al-Laban, Al-Qadi, Abu Bakr al-Abhari, Al-Qadi Abu Hussein al-Qasar, Al-Qadi Abdul Wahhab, and those after them. In Egypt, there were Ibn al-Qasim, Ashhab, Ibn Abd al-Hakam, Al-Haris ibn Miskin, and their contemporaries. And from Andalusia, Yahya ibn Yahya al-Laythi traveled and met Malik, narrating to him the book Al-Muwatta, and he was among his companions. After him, Abdul Malik ibn Habib traveled, took from Ibn al-Qasim and his contemporaries, and spread Malik's school in Andalusia, documenting it in the book Al-Wadiha. Then Al-Atabi, one of his students, documented the book Al-Atabiyya. From Africa, Asad ibn al-Furat traveled, initially writing about the companions of Abu Hanifa. Then he switched to Malik's school, writing on Ibn al-Qasim in all chapters of fiqh, and came to Kairouan with his book, being called Al-Asadiyya, in reference to Asad ibn al-Furat. He read it to Sahnan, then traveled to the east, met Ibn al-Qasim, and challenged him with the issues of Al-Asadiyya, from which he retracted many. Sahnan documented its issues and confirmed what he retracted from them, and wrote to Asad to take from Sahnan's book, but he refused, so people abandoned his book and followed Sahnan's Mudawwana, despite its mixing of issues in the chapters, which was called the Mudawwana and the Mixed. The people of Kairouan focused on this Mudawwana, and the people of Andalusia focused on Al-Wadiha and Al-Atabiyya. Then Ibn Abi Zayd summarized the Mudawwana and the Mixed in his book called Al-Mukhtasar, and Abu Sa'id al-Baradi, a jurist from Kairouan, also summarized it in his book called Al-Tahdhib, which was adopted by the scholars of Africa, and they took it and abandoned others. Likewise, the people of Andalusia relied on the book Al-Atabiyya and abandoned Al-Wadiha and others. The scholars of the school continued to review these foundational texts with explanations and clarifications, and the scholars of Africa wrote on the Mudawwana as long as God willed, such as Ibn Yunus, Al-Lakhmi, Ibn Mahrez al-Tunisi, Ibn Bashir, and their likes. The scholars of Andalusia wrote on Al-Atabiyya as long as God willed, such as Ibn Rushd and his peers. Ibn Abi Zayd compiled all that was in the foundational texts of issues, differences, and opinions in the book Al-Nawadir, which included all the opinions of the schools and branched from all the foundational texts in this book, and Ibn Yunus transferred most of it in his book on the Mudawwana, and the seas of the Maliki school flourished in both horizons until the fall of the state of Cordoba and Kairouan. Then the people of the Maghreb held on to both until the book of Abu Amr ibn al-Hajib came, in which he summarized the methods of the school in every chapter and enumerated their opinions on every issue, thus coming as a program for the school. The Maliki method remained in Egypt since the time of Al-Haris ibn Miskin, Ibn al-Mubashir, Ibn al-Laythi, Ibn al-Rashik, and Ibn al-Shas. It was in Alexandria among Banu Auf, Banu Sand, and Ibn Ata'Allah. I do not know from whom Abu Amr ibn al-Hajib took it, but he came after the fall of the Fatimid state and the disappearance of the fiqh of the Ahl al-Bayt and the emergence of the scholars of the Sunnah from the Shafi'is and Malikis. When his book reached the Maghreb at the end of the 7th century, many students in the Maghreb, especially the people of Bajaya, focused on it, as their great scholar Abu Ali Nasir al-Din al-Zawawi was the one who brought it to the Maghreb. He had studied it with his teachers in Egypt and copied that summary, bringing it with him, and it spread in the region of Bajaya through his student, and from them it transferred to other regions of the Maghreb. The students of fiqh in the Maghreb in this era circulate its reading and study it due to the influence of Sheikh Nasir al-Din in encouraging it. Many of their scholars have explained it, such as Ibn Abdul Salam, Ibn Rushd, and Abu Harun, all of whom are from the scholars of Tunisia, and the most prominent among them in excellence in this was Ibn Abdul Salam, and they also continue to review the book Al-Tahdhib in their lessons. And God guides whom He wills to a straight path. Chapter 8. In the Science of Inheritance. It is the knowledge of the obligations of inheritance and the correction of the shares of the obligatory heirs as they are considered their fundamental obligations or their inheritances. This is when one of the heirs dies and their shares are broken down into the obligations of their heirs. At that point, it is necessary to calculate the correction of the first obligation until all the obligatory heirs in both obligations reach their shares without fragmentation. These inheritances may be more than one or two and can multiply accordingly. The calculation needed is estimated, and similarly, if there is an obligation with two aspects, such as when some heirs acknowledge an heir and others deny it, it is then corrected in both aspects. The amount of shares is then considered, and the estate is divided according to the shares of the heirs from the original obligation. All of this requires calculation, and it is often prevalent, leading them to consider it a distinct science. There are many writings on this subject, the most famous among the Malikis from the later period of Andalusia, being the book of Ibn Thabit, and the summary of Judge Abu al-Qasim al-Hufi, then al-Jadi, and from the later period of Africa, Ibn al-Namr al-Trablosi, and others like them. As for the Shafi'is, Hanafis, and Hanbalis, they have many writings and significant works that testify to their extensive knowledge in jurisprudence and calculation, especially Abu al-Ma'ali, may God be pleased with him, and others from the scholars of the schools. This is a noble science, as it combines the rational and the transmitted, leading to rights in inheritances through correct and certain means when the shares are unknown and complicated for the distributors. Scholars from various regions pay attention to it. Some authors require extensive calculations and the establishment of issues that need to extract unknowns from the fields of calculation, such as algebra, comparison, and manipulation of roots, and similar topics fill their writings. Although it is not commonly circulated among people and does not benefit them in their inheritance discussions due to its strangeness and rarity, it is beneficial for practice and acquiring mastery in the commonly discussed matters in the best ways. Many in this field often argue for its virtue based on the narration from Abu Huraira, may God be pleased with him, that obligations are a third of knowledge and that they are the first to be forgotten, and in another narration, half of knowledge, which Abu Nu'aym the narrator reported, and the people of obligations used it based on the understanding that the obligations refer to the obligations of inheritance. It appears that this interpretation is far-fetched, and that the intended meaning of obligations refers to the obligatory duties in worship, customs, inheritances, and others, and in this sense, the fractions of half and third are valid. As for the obligations of inheritance, they are less than all of that in relation to the entirety of Islamic knowledge. This means that the use of the term obligations for this specific science, or its specification to the obligations of inheritance, is merely a terminology that arose among jurists with the emergence of sciences and terminologies. In the early days of Islam, this was not referred to except in relation to its sciences derived from the term obligation, which means estimation or determination in language. The intended meaning in its usage was all obligations, as we have mentioned, and this is its legal reality. Therefore, it should not be interpreted except in the way it was understood in their time, as it is more appropriate to their intent. And God, the Exalted and Most High, knows best, and may He grant success. Chapter 9. On the principles of jurisprudence and related debates and controversies. Know that the principles of jurisprudence are among the greatest and most esteemed of the religious sciences, and they are the most beneficial. It involves examining the legal evidence in terms of how rulings are derived from them and their compositions. The primary sources of legal evidence are the book, which is the Quran, and then the Sunnah, that clarifies it. During the time of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, rulings were received from him through what was revealed to him from the Quran, and he explained it through his words and actions in an oral manner that did not require transmission or reasoning and analogy. After him, peace and blessings be upon him, oral communication became difficult, and the Quran was preserved through transmission. As for the Sunnah, the companions, may God be pleased with them, unanimously agreed on the obligation to act upon what reaches us from it, whether in word or action, through authentic transmission that is likely to be true. The indications of the Sharia are established in the book and the Sunnah in this regard, and then consensus is given its place due to the companions' consensus on denouncing those who oppose them. This can only be based on a foundation, as such individuals do not agree without a solid proof, with the evidence testifying to the infallibility of the community, thus making consensus a firm evidence in religious matters. We then examined the methods of reasoning used by the companions and the predecessors with the book and the Sunnah, and they would compare similar cases from both. They would argue similar cases with similar cases by consensus among them and mutual acceptance in this regard. Many incidents after him, peace and blessings be upon him, did not fall under the established texts, so they compared them to what was established and linked them to what was explicitly stated under certain conditions for that linkage. This corrects the equality between the two similar cases or examples until it becomes likely that the ruling of God is the same for both, and this became a legal evidence by their consensus on it. This is analogy, which is the fourth source of evidence, and the majority of scholars agree that these are the principles of evidence, although some disagreed regarding consensus and analogy, but this is an exception. Some have added other evidences to these four, but we do not need to mention them due to their weak foundations and the oddity of the opinions regarding them. Thus, the first discussions in this field involve examining whether these are indeed evidences. As for the book, its evidence is the decisive miracle in its text and the transmission of its content. There remains no room for doubt in it. As for the Sunnah and what has been transmitted to us from it, there is a consensus on the obligation to act upon what is authentic, as we have said, supported by what was practiced during his lifetime, peace and blessings be upon him, of sending letters and messengers to the regions with rulings and laws, commanding and prohibiting. As for consensus, it is based on their agreement, may God be pleased with them, on denouncing those who oppose them, with the established infallibility of the community. As for analogy, it is based on the consensus of the companions, may God be pleased with them, as we have mentioned. These are the principles of evidence. Then, the transmitted Sunnah requires the verification of the report by examining the methods of transmission and the integrity of the transmitters to distinguish the state that leads to the likelihood of its truthfulness, which is the basis for the obligation to act upon it. This is also one of the rules of the field. It is also related to the conflict between two reports and the need to know the abrogating and abrogated, which is also one of its chapters and sections. After that, it is necessary to examine the implications of the words, as the understanding of meanings in general, from the structures of speech in general, depends on knowing the situational implications, both singular and compound. The linguistic laws in this regard are the sciences of grammar, morphology, and rhetoric. When speech was a natural ability for its people, these were not sciences or laws, and jurisprudence at that time did not need them because it was innate and instinctive. However, when the natural ability in the Arabic language deteriorated, the scholars dedicated themselves to it by means of authentic transmission and sound-derived measures, and it became a science that jurists need to know the rulings of God. There are also other specific understandings from the structures of speech, which are the derivation of legal rulings from their specific evidences from the structures of speech, and this is jurisprudence. It is not sufficient to know the situational implications in general. Rather, it is necessary to know other matters that those specific implications depend on, and through which rulings are derived according to what the people of Sharia and the scholars of knowledge have established and made laws for this understanding. For example, language does not establish analogy, and the shared term does not intend its meaning together, and the conjunction does not imply order, and when the general excludes the individuals of the specific, does it remain a proof for what is besides it? and the command implies obligation or recommendation, and for immediacy or delay, and the prohibition implies invalidity or validity, and the absolute, does it carry the meaning of the restricted? And is the text on the reason sufficient for multiplicity or not? And similar matters. All of these are rules of this field, and because they are from the discussions of implications, they are linguistic. Then, examining analogy is one of the greatest rules of this field, because it establishes the original and the branch in what is compared and resembles in rulings, and it opens the description that is likely to be the ruling attached to the original from clarifying the characteristics of that place or the existence of that description in the branch without any opposing factor that prevents the arrangement of the ruling on it in other issues. All of these are rules of this field. Know that this field is one of the newly established arts in the religion, and the predecessors were self-sufficient in it because deriving meanings from words did not require more than what they had of linguistic ability. As for the laws needed to derive rulings, especially, most of them were taken from them. As for the chains of transmission, they did not need to examine them due to the proximity of the era and the practice of the transmitters and their familiarity with them. When the predecessors passed away and the early generation disappeared, and all sciences became a craft, as we have established before, jurists and scholars needed to acquire these laws and rules to derive rulings from the evidences, so they wrote it as a distinct art, calling it the principles of jurisprudence. The first to write in it was Al-Shafi'i, may God be pleased with him. He dictated his famous message in which he discussed commands and prohibitions, clarification, reports, abrogation, and the ruling of the stated reason from analogy. Then the Hanafi jurists wrote in it and elaborated on those rules and expanded the discussion in it. The theologians also wrote similarly, but the writings of the jurists are more related to jurisprudence and more suitable for the branches due to the abundance of examples and evidence and the building of issues on jurisprudential points. The theologians abstract the forms of those issues from jurisprudence and tend towards rational argumentation as much as possible, because it is their predominant art and the requirement of their method. Thus, the Hanafi jurists had the upper hand in diving into jurisprudential points and extracting these laws from jurisprudential issues as much as possible. Abu Zayd al-Dabusi, one of their leaders, wrote on analogy more extensively than all of them and completed the research and conditions needed in it, and the craft of the principles of jurisprudence was perfected by his completion, and its issues were refined, and its rules were established, and people became interested in the method of the theologians in it. Among the best writings in it are the works of Al-Burhan by Imam al-Haramain and Al-Mustasfa by Al-Ghazali, both of whom are Ash'ari, and the book Al-Ahd by Abdul Jabbar, and its commentary Al-Mu'tamad by Abu al-Hussein al-Basri, both of whom are Mu'tazili. These four are the foundations and pillars of this art. Then two later theologians summarized these four books. Imam Fakhr al-Din Ibn al-Khatib in his book Al-Mahsul, and Saif al-Din al-Amidi in his book Al-Ahkam. Their methods in the art differed between verification and argumentation. Ibn al-Khatib leaned towards an abundance of evidence and argumentation, while al-Amidi was keen on verifying the doctrines and branching the issues. As for the book Al-Mahsul, it was summarized by the student of Imam Siraj al-Din al-Armawi in the book Al-Tahsil, and Taj al-Din al-Armawi in the book Al-Hasil, and Shihab al-Din al-Karafi extracted from both of them introductions and rules in a small book he called Al-Tankihat. Similarly, Al-Baydawi did in his book Al-Minhaj. Beginners became interested in these two books, and many people explained them. As for the book Al-Ihkam by Al-Amidi, which is more thorough in the issues, it was summarized by Abu Umar ibn al-Hajib in the well-known book Al-Mukhtasar al-Kabir. Then he summarized it in another book that was circulated among the students of knowledge, and the people of the East and West became interested in it, studying and explaining it. And the essence of the method of the theologians in this art was gathered in these summaries. As for the Hanafi method, they wrote extensively in it, and among the best writings in it by the early scholars is the work of Abu Zayd al-Dabusi, and the best writing by the later scholars in it is the work of Saif al-Islam al-Bazdawi, one of their leaders, which is comprehensive. Ibn al-Sa'ati, one of the Hanafi jurists, combined the book Al-Ihkam and the book Al-Bazdawi in both methods, and named his book Al-Bada'i, which came in one of the best and most innovative formats, and the scholars of this era circulate it for reading and research. Many scholars of the non-Arabs became fond of its explanation. The situation remains the same to this day. This is the reality of this art, the specification of its subjects, and the enumeration of the famous writings in it to this day. May God benefit us with knowledge and make us among its people by his grace and generosity. Indeed, he is capable of all things. As for the disagreements, know that this jurisprudence derived from the legal evidences has seen much disagreement among the jurists due to their differing understandings and perspectives, a disagreement that is bound to occur as we have established. This has greatly expanded in the religion, and it was permissible for the followers to imitate whomever they wished among them. Then, when this reached the 4 imams of the scholars of the regions, and they were in a position of good opinion, people limited themselves to following them, and were prohibited from following others, due to the difficulty of ijtihad and the complexity of the sciences that are connected over time, and the lack of those who could stand on other than these 4 schools. Thus, these 4 schools were established as the foundations of the religion, and the disagreement among those who adhere to them and take their rulings was treated like the disagreement in the legal texts and the principles of jurisprudence. Debates occurred among them to validate each of their imams' doctrines, following sound principles and correct methods, with each side arguing for the validity of the doctrine they followed and adhered to, and this was conducted in all issues of Sharia and in every chapter of jurisprudence. Sometimes the disagreement was between Al-Shafi'i and Malik, and Abu Hanifa would agree with one of them, and sometimes between Malik and Abu Hanifa, and Al-Shafi'i would agree with one of them, and sometimes between Al-Shafi'i and Abu Hanifa, and Malik would agree with one of them. In these debates, the sources of these imams and the reasons for their differences and the areas of their ijtihad were clarified. This type of knowledge is called khilafiyat. Its possessor must know the rules that lead to deriving rulings, just as the mujtahid needs them, except that the mujtahid needs them for derivation, while the one dealing with khilafiyat needs them to preserve those derived issues from being undermined by the opponent with his evidences. This is indeed a significant science in understanding the sources of the imams and their evidences, and training the readers on reasoning in what they seek to reason about. The writings of the Hanafis and Shafi'is in it are more than the writings of the Malikis, because analogy is a principle for many branches of their doctrine, as you know, so they are therefore the people of reasoning and research. As for the Malikis, the tradition is their main reliance, and they are not people of reasoning, and most of them are from the West, and they are generally ignorant of the crafts except in the least. Al-Ghazali, may God have mercy on him, has a book on the sources, and Abu Bakr al-Arabi from the Malikis has a book on the summary that he brought from the East. Abu Zayd al-Dabusi has a book on commentary, and Ibn al-Qasar from the Maliki scholars has the eyes of evidence. Ibn al-Sa'ati gathered in his summary of the principles of jurisprudence all that is built upon it from the Khilafi jurisprudence, including in every issue what is built upon it from the Khilafiyat. As for debate, which is the knowledge of the etiquette of discussion that takes place between the people of the jurisprudential schools and others, it is that since the door of debate in refutation and acceptance is wide, and each of the debaters in reasoning and response sends forth their arguments, some of which may be correct and some may be incorrect, the imams needed to establish etiquettes and rules for the debaters to adhere to in refutation and acceptance, and how the state of the reasoner and the responder should be, and where it is permissible for them to reason, and how it should be specific, and the place of their objection or opposition, and where they must remain silent and allow their opponent to speak and reason. Therefore, it was said that it is knowledge of the rules of limits and etiquettes in reasoning that leads to preserving an opinion and demolishing it, whether that opinion is from jurisprudence or otherwise. There are 2 methods. The method of al-Bazdawi, which is specific to the legal evidences from text, consensus, and reasoning, and the method of al-Amidi, which is general for every evidence that is reasoned from any science, and most of it is reasoning. This is one of the good approaches, and there are many fallacies in it. If we consider logical reasoning, it is often more similar to fallacious reasoning and sophistry. However, the forms of evidence and analogies in it are preserved, taking care to observe the methods of reasoning as they should be. This Al-Amidi is the first to write in it, and the method is attributed to him. He wrote a book called Al-Irshad, which is concise, and he was followed by later scholars like Al-Nasafi and others who came after him and followed his path, and many writings in this method have proliferated. It is now neglected due to the lack of knowledge and education in the Islamic regions. Nevertheless, it is complementary and not essential, and God, the Exalted, knows best and grants success. Chapter 10. On the Science of Discourse. It is a science that involves arguing about faith-based beliefs with rational evidence and responding to the deviants who have strayed in their beliefs from the doctrines of the Salaf and the people of the Sunnah. The essence of these faith-based beliefs is monotheism. Let us present here a subtle point in a rational proof that reveals to us monotheism in the closest ways and means. Then we will return to the verification of its knowledge and what it looks at and indicates regarding its occurrence in the community and what led to its establishment. We say, know that events in the world of beings, whether they are from essences or from human or animal actions, must have causes that precede them, through which they occur in the realm of habit and from which their existence is derived. Each of these causes is also an event, so it must have other causes, and those causes continue to ascend until they reach the cause of causes, the Creator, blessed and exalted. There is no deity but Him. And those causes, in their ascent, expand and multiply in length and breadth, and the mind is bewildered in perceiving and enumerating them. Thus, they can only be encompassed by comprehensive knowledge, especially human and animal actions, as among their causes in the observable realm are intentions and wills, for the existence of an action cannot be completed without intention and purpose. Intentions and wills are psychological matters that generally arise from previous perceptions that follow one another. And those perceptions are the causes of the intention to act, and the causes of those perceptions may be other perceptions, and everything that occurs in the soul from perceptions is unknown in its cause. No one has access to the beginnings of psychological matters or their arrangement. They are merely things that God casts into thought, following one another, and a person is incapable of knowing their beginnings and ends. Rather, he is mostly knowledgeable about the causes that are apparent in nature, and falls within their grasp in a system and order, because nature is confined to the soul and under its domain. As for perceptions, their scope is broader than the soul, because they pertain to the intellect, which is above the domain of the soul, so much of them cannot be comprehended, let alone fully grasped. Reflect on the wisdom of the legislator in prohibiting contemplation of the causes and standing with them, for it is a valley in which thought wanders, and it does not yield anything that is substantial or leads to the truth. God said, then leave them to plunge in their vain discourse. And perhaps one may become stuck in standing and fail to ascend to what is above him, causing him to slip and become one of the doomed. We seek refuge in God from deprivation and manifest loss. And do not think that this standing or returning from it is within your power and choice, but it is a state that occurs to the soul, and a hue that becomes established from delving into the causes to a degree we do not know. If we knew it, we would have freed ourselves from it. So let us free ourselves from that by disregarding it altogether. Moreover, the way these causes affect many of their effects is unknown, because they are only observed through habit due to the conjunction of the observable with reliance on the apparent. The reality of influence and its nature is unknown, and you have not been given of knowledge except a little. Therefore, we were commanded to disregard them and to annul them altogether, and to turn to the cause of all causes and its doer and creator, so that the attribute of monotheism may be firmly established in the soul, as we have learned from the legislator, who is most knowledgeable of the interests of our religion and the paths to our happiness, for he is aware of what lies beyond the good. The Prophet, peace be upon him, said, "Whoever dies bearing witness that there is no deity but Allah enters paradise. For if one stands at those causes, he has become severed, and the word of disbelief has become established upon him. And if he plunges into the sea of contemplation and inquiry about them and their causes and effects one by one, we guarantee that he will not return except with disappointment." Thus, the legislator has prohibited us from contemplating the causes and commanded us with absolute devotion. Say, He is Allah one, Allah the eternal refuge. He neither begets nor is born, nor is there to him any equivalent. And do not trust what thought claims to you, that it is capable of encompassing beings and their causes and standing on the details of all existence, for that is folly. Do you not see how the deaf perceives existence as limited to the four senses and the intelligibles, and he dismisses the category of sounds from existence? Similarly, the blind also dismisses the category of sights, and were it not for what returns them to that through the imitation of their fathers and the elders of their time and the masses, they would not have acknowledged it. But they follow the masses in affirming these categories, not according to their innate nature and the nature of their perception. If the mute animal were asked and could speak, we would find it denying the intelligibles and dismissing them entirely. If you understand this, there may be a type of perception beyond our perceptions, for our perceptions are created and newly originated, and God's creation is greater than the creation of people. The limitation is unknown, and existence is broader than that, and God is encompassing beyond them. So, abandon your perception and your limited perceptions, and follow what the legislator has commanded you in your belief and actions, for he is more concerned for your happiness and more knowledgeable of what benefits you, because he is from a realm beyond your perception and from a scope wider than the scope of your mind. This does not detract from the intellect and its perceptions, for the intellect is a correct measure, and its judgments are certain, with no falsehood in them. However, do not hope to weigh matters of monotheism, the hereafter, the reality of prophethood, the truths of divine attributes, and everything beyond its domain, for that is a hope in the impossible. An example of this is a man who saw the scale used to weigh gold and hoped to weigh mountains with it, which is beyond comprehension. Although the scale is not accurate in its judgments, the intellect may stop at it and not exceed its domain until it can encompass God and his attributes, for it is but a speck of the existence that arises from him. Be aware of this error, and whoever prioritizes the intellect over the hearing in such matters, and its limited understanding and diminished opinion, has made clear to you the truth of that. And when this is clarified, perhaps the causes, if they exceed in their ascent beyond our perception and existence, will become beyond comprehension, and the intellect will wander in the wilderness of illusions and become bewildered and severed. Thus, monotheism is the inability to comprehend the causes and the nature of their effects, and entrusting that to their Creator, who encompasses them, for there is no doer other than him, and all of them ascend to him and return to his power, and our knowledge of him is only in terms of our emanation from him, nothing else. This is the meaning of what has been transmitted from some of the righteous. The inability to comprehend is comprehension. Then, what is considered in this monotheism is not merely belief, which is a judgment of affirmation, for that is a matter of the soul, but rather the perfection in it is the attainment of a quality from it that shapes the soul, just as the desired outcome of actions and worship is also the attainment of the quality of obedience and submission, and the freeing of the heart from distractions other than the worshipped, until the seeker becomes divine-like. The difference between the state and knowledge in beliefs is the difference between saying and being characterized. Its explanation is that many people know that showing mercy to the orphan and the poor is a means of drawing closer to God, and they are encouraged to do so and acknowledge it, citing its source from the Sharia. Yet, if they were to see an orphan or a poor person from the oppressed, they would act arrogantly and shy away from engaging with them, let alone showing compassion towards them or anything beyond that in terms of kindness and charity. This person has only attained the state of knowledge regarding the mercy of the orphan and has not attained the state of being characterized by it. Some people attain, along with the state of knowledge and acknowledgement, that showing mercy to the poor is a means of drawing closer to God, another state that is higher than the first, which is being characterized by mercy and acquiring its quality. Whenever they see an orphan or a poor person, they rush to them, show compassion, and seek reward for their kindness, hardly able to refrain from it, even if they are pushed away. Then they give charity from what they have in their hands. Likewise, your knowledge of monotheism, along with your being characterized by it, is knowledge that arises from being characterized necessarily, and it is a more solid foundation than the knowledge that is obtained before being characterized. Being characterized does not arise merely from knowledge until actions are performed repeatedly without limitation, so that the quality is firmly established, and being characterized and realization occur, and the second beneficial knowledge comes in the hereafter. For the first knowledge, devoid of being characterized, is of little benefit and utility, and this is the knowledge of most of the disputants, and what is sought is only the current knowledge that arises from habit. Know that perfection, according to the legislator, in everything that is required of us, is in this. What is required of belief is that perfection in it lies in the second knowledge that arises from being characterized, and what is required of actions in worship is that perfection in them lies in the attainment of being characterized and realization through them. Then, turning to acts of worship and being consistent in them is what produces this noble fruit. The Prophet, peace be upon him, said, "In the head of acts of worship, my comfort has been placed in prayer. For prayer has become a quality and state for him in which he finds the ultimate pleasure and comfort. And how is this compared to the prayer of the people and those who have it? Woe to those who pray, who are heedless of their prayer. O God, guide us to the straight path, the path of those upon whom you have bestowed favor, not of those who have evoked your anger or of those who are astray. It has become clear to you from all that we have established that what is sought in all obligations is the attainment of a firmly established quality in the soul that results in an urgent knowledge for the soul, which is monotheism. And it is the faith-based belief that brings about happiness, and that is the same in both heart-related and physical obligations. It is understood from this that faith, which is the root of obligations and their source, is of this nature and has ranks. The first of them is the heart's affirmation that corresponds with the tongue, and the highest of them is the attainment of a quality of that heart's belief, and what follows from actions that dominate the heart, leading to the obedience of all limbs until all actions are encompassed in the obedience of that faith-based affirmation. This is the highest rank of faith, which is the complete faith that does not allow the believer to commit a minor or major sin, for the attainment and firmness of the quality prevents deviation from its paths even for the blink of an eye. The Prophet, peace be upon him, said, "A fornicator does not fornicate while he is a believer." And in the Hadith of Heraclius, when he asked Abu Sufyan ibn Harb about the Prophet, peace be upon him, and his companions, he said, "Does any of them revert out of displeasure with his religion after entering it?" He said, "No." He said, "And likewise, faith, when its sweetness mixes with the hearts." Its meaning is that the quality of faith, once established, makes it difficult for the soul to oppose it, as is the case with qualities once they are firmly established, for they become akin to innate nature and disposition. This is the high rank of faith, and it is in the second rank of infallibility. For infallibility is obligatory for the prophets as a prior obligation, and this is attained by believers as a result of their actions and affirmations. And with this quality and its firmness, the differences in faith occur, as is recited to you from the sayings of the Salaf. In the translations of Al-Bukhari, may God be pleased with him, in the chapter on faith, there is much of it, such as that faith is saying and action, it increases and decreases, and that prayer and fasting are part of faith, and that voluntary acts in Ramadan are part of faith, and that modesty is part of faith. The intended meaning of all this is the complete faith that we have referred to and its quality, which is active. As for the affirmation, which is the first of its ranks, there is no difference in it. Whoever considers the beginnings of the names and attributes them to affirmation prevents differentiation, as the scholars of theology have said. And whoever considers the ends of the names and attributes them to this quality, which is the complete faith, will see the differentiation. This does not detract from the unity of its original reality, which is affirmation, for affirmation exists in all its ranks, as it is the least that can be called faith, and it is what absolves one from the burden of disbelief, and is the criterion between the disbeliever and the Muslim, so nothing less than it suffices. It is in itself a single reality that does not differ, and the difference is only in the state that arises from actions, as we have said, so understand. And know that the legislator has described to us this faith that is in the first rank, which is affirmation, and has specified certain matters that we are obliged to affirm with our hearts and believe in ourselves while acknowledging them with our tongues. And these are the beliefs that have been established in the religion. The Prophet, peace be upon him, when asked about faith, said, "To believe in Allah, His angels, His books, His messengers, the last day, and to believe in predestination, both good and bad." These are the established faith-based beliefs in the science of theology. We will briefly mention them to clarify the reality of this art and how it originated. We say, know that the legislator has indeed commanded us to believe in this Creator, to whom all actions are attributed, and to single Him out as we have presented. And we have recognized that in this belief lies our salvation at the time of death, when we are presented before Him. For He does not recognize us in the essence of this Creator who is worshipped, and at that time it becomes impossible for us to comprehend Him, as He is beyond our capacity. First, we must believe in His transcendence in essence from resembling the created beings, for otherwise it would not be valid for Him to be their Creator, due to the lack of distinction in this case. Then, we must believe in His transcendence from the attributes of deficiency, for otherwise He would resemble the created beings. Then, we must affirm His oneness in unity, for otherwise creation would not be completed due to mutual obstruction. Then, we must believe that He is all-knowing and all-powerful, for thus actions are completed, witnessing His perfect unity in creation, and willing, otherwise nothing would be specified among the created beings, and He must be the determiner of every being, otherwise will would be an event, and that He will resurrect us after death, completing His care for us, with creation, and if it were for a purpose, then it is for eternal existence after death. Then, we must believe in the sending of messengers for our salvation from the misery of this return, due to the differing conditions of misery and happiness and our ignorance of that, and His complete kindness towards us in providing that and clarifying the two paths, and that paradise is for bliss and hell is for punishment. These are the fundamental faith-based beliefs, supported by rational evidence, and there are many evidences from the Book and the Sunnah. The Salaf derived them from those evidences, and the scholars guided to them, and the Imams verified them. However, after that, there arose disagreements regarding the details of these beliefs, most of which stemmed from the ambiguous verses, which led to disputes and debates and reasoning with reason, in addition to transmission. Thus, the science of theology emerged. We will clarify this summary for you. The Quran describes the worshipped being with absolute transcendence, which is evident from many verses without interpretation, and they are all negations and explicit in their context, so it is obligatory to believe in them. The words of the legislator, peace be upon him, and the words of the companions and the followers interpret them according to their apparent meanings. Then, there are other verses in the Quran that are few, which suggest resemblance, sometimes in essence and other times in attributes. As for the Salaf, they favored the evidences of transcendence due to their abundance and clarity, and they knew the impossibility of resemblance. They concluded that the verses are from the words of God, so they believed in them and did not delve into their meanings through inquiry or interpretation. This is the meaning of what many of them said: recite them as they came, meaning believe that they are from God. Do not engage in their interpretation or explanation, for it may be a test. Thus, it is necessary to pause and submit to them. A group of deviants arose in their time who followed what was ambiguous in the verses and delved into resemblance. One group resembled the essence by affirming the hand, foot, and face, acting upon the apparent meanings that were mentioned, thus falling into explicit anthropomorphism and contradicting the verses of absolute transcendence, which are more numerous and clearer in their indications, for the rationality of the body necessitates deficiency and need. The preference for the verses of negation in absolute transcendence, which are more numerous and clearer in their indications, is more appropriate than clinging to the apparent meanings of these, for we have no need for them, and they combine both evidences by interpreting them. Then they escape from the ugliness of that by saying, a body not like bodies. This is not a defense for them, for it is a contradictory statement, combining negation and affirmation if they are one in rationality of the body, and if they differ in them and deny the common rationality, they have agreed with us in transcendence, and nothing remains except to make the term body one of his names. The same applies to the ear. Another group of them went to resemble in attributes, such as affirming direction, rising, descending, sound, letters, and similar matters. Their statements led to anthropomorphism, as they resorted to saying, a sound not like sounds, a direction not like directions, a descent not like descent, meaning from bodies. This was countered by the same arguments as the first, and nothing remained in these apparent meanings except the beliefs of the Salaf and their doctrines, and believing in them as they are, lest negation befall their meanings by negating them, even though they are correct and established from the Quran. For this reason, observe what you see in the creed of the message of Ibn Abi Zayd and his concise book, and in the book of Al-Hafiz, Ibn Abdul Bar and others, for they revolve around this meaning. Do not close your eyes to the indications that point to that in the course of their words. Then, when knowledge and crafts multiplied, and people turned to documentation and research in all directions, the theologians wrote about transcendence, leading to the emergence of the Mu'tazila heresy, which generalized this transcendence in the verses of negation, thus denying the attributes of meanings such as knowledge, power, will, and life, beyond their rulings, due to the consequences of that, which they claimed would lead to the multiplicity of the eternal. This is refuted because attributes are neither the essence nor separate from it, and they denied the attribute of will, which necessitated the denial of predestination, for its meaning is the precedence of will over beings. They denied hearing and sight because they are among the attributes of bodies, which is refuted due to the lack of a requirement for a body in the meaning of this term, for it is merely the perception of the heard or seen. They denied speech due to its similarity to hearing and sight, and they did not comprehend the attribute of speech that exists in the soul. Thus they claimed that the Quran is created, and this is a heresy that the Salaf explicitly opposed. The harm of this heresy was great, and some of the caliphs were taught it by their imams, leading people to adopt it, while the imams of the Salaf opposed them, and many of them were killed for their opposition. This was a reason for the people of the Sunnah to rise with rational evidence for these beliefs, countering the emergence of these heresies, and this was done by Sheikh Abu al-Hasan al-Ash'ari, the Imam of the theologians, who mediated between the paths, denied resemblance, affirmed the attributes of meanings, and limited transcendence to what the Salaf limited it to. The specific evidences for its generality testified to him, so he affirmed the four attributes of meaning, hearing, sight, and speech that exist in the soul through transmission and reason. He refuted the deviants in all of this, and discussed with them what they laid down for these heresies regarding the concepts of good and better, and the beautification and uglification, and he completed the beliefs regarding resurrection, the conditions of the hereafter, paradise and hell, reward and punishment. He also included discussions on imamate due to the emergence of the heresy of the Imami, which claimed that it is among the beliefs of faith and that the Prophet must designate it and absolve the responsibility regarding it for whom it is due, as well as for the community. The essence of the imamate is merely a collective interest and does not fall under the beliefs. Thus they included it in the issues of this art and called the collection of the science of theology, either for its engagement in debates against heresies, which is purely discourse and does not return to action, or because the reason for its establishment and engagement in it is their dispute over the affirmation of the inner speech. The followers of Sheikh Abu al-Hasan al-Ash'ari multiplied, and his student Ibn Mujahid and others followed his path. The judge Abu Bakr al-Bakilani learned from them and took the lead in their method, refining it and establishing the rational premises upon which the evidences and arguments depend, such as affirming the individual essence and the void, and that an attribute does not exist in another attribute, and that time does not remain too, and similar matters that their evidences depend on. He made these principles subordinate to the faith-based beliefs in the necessity of believing in them for the dependence of those evidences on them, and that the invalidation of the evidence indicates the invalidation of the indicated. This method became one of the best theoretical arts and religious sciences. However, the forms of evidence in it sometimes deviate from the industrial aspect due to the simplicity of the people, and because the art of logic, which governs the evidences and considers the syllogisms, was not then apparent in the issue, and if some of it appeared, the theologians did not adopt it due to its association with philosophical sciences, that are generally contrary to the legal beliefs. Thus it was abandoned by them for that reason. Then, after the judge Abu Bakr al-Bakilani, among the Imams of the Ash'ari was Imam al-Haramain Abu al-Ma'ali, who wrote in the Method the comprehensive book and expanded on it. Then he summarized it in the Book of Guidance and took it as an imam for their beliefs. Then, after that, the sciences of logic spread in the community, and people read it and distinguished it from philosophical sciences by stating that it is a law and a standard for the evidences only, to examine the evidences from it as they would from others. Then they examined those principles and premises in the science of theology of the ancients, and opposed many of them with the arguments that led to that, and because many of them were borrowed from the words of philosophers in natural and divine matters. When they examined them with the standard of logic, they were returned to that, and they did not believe in the invalidation of the indicated from the invalidation of its evidence as the judge had done. Thus this method in their terminology became distinct from the first method and was called the method of the later scholars. They perhaps included in it the refutation of philosophers regarding their opposition to the faith-based beliefs, and made them among the adversaries of beliefs due to the similarity of many of the heretical doctrines and their doctrines. The first to write in the method of theology in this manner was Al-Ghazali, may God have mercy on him, and he was followed by Imam Ibn al-Khatib and a group who followed their path and relied on their imitation. Then the later scholars delved into mixing with the books of philosophy, and the matter of the clarification in the two sciences became confused for them, as they assumed it to be one due to the confusion of the issues in them. Know that the theologians, when they often reasoned in most of their cases with the beings and their conditions regarding the existence of the Creator and his attributes, this is their predominant type of reasoning. The natural body that the philosopher examines in natural sciences is part of these beings. However, his examination of it differs from that of the theologian, as he looks at the body in terms of its movement and stillness, while the theologian looks at it in terms of its indication of the doer. Similarly, the philosopher's examination of divine matters is merely an examination of absolute existence and what it necessitates for itself, while the theologian's examination of existence is in terms of its indication of the Creator. In summary, the subject of the science of theology among its people is the faith-based beliefs, after affirming them as correct from the Sharia, in terms of which rational evidence can be used to refute heresies and remove doubts and similarities from those beliefs. If you contemplate the state of the art in its emergence, and how people's discourse progressed in it, from one generation to another, all of them affirming the beliefs as correct and seeking evidence and arguments, you will then understand what we have established for you regarding the subject of the art, and that it does not exceed it. Indeed, the two methods have become mixed among these later scholars, and the issues of theology have become confused with the issues of philosophy, to the extent that one cannot distinguish one art from the other. A student cannot obtain it from their books, as al-Baydawi did in his Tala'iq, and those who came after him among the scholars of the non-Arabs in all their writings. However, this method may be of interest to some students of knowledge for the sake of exploring the doctrines and immersing themselves in understanding the arguments, as it is abundant in that. As for aligning the method of the Salaf with the beliefs of the science of theology, it is only in the old method of the theologians, and its origin is the Book of Guidance and what follows it. Whoever wishes to include the refutation of philosophers in his beliefs should refer to the books of Al-Ghazali and Imam Ibn al-Khatib, for although there are some disagreements with the old terminology, there is not the same level of confusion in the issues and the entanglement in the subject as in the method of these later scholars. In summary, it should be known that this science, which is the science of theology, is not essential for this era for the student of knowledge, as the atheists and heretics have perished, and the imams of the people of the Sunnah have sufficed us with their writings and documentation. The rational evidences were only needed when they defended and supported. As for now, there remains only discourse that exalts the Creator from many of its misconceptions and implications. Al-Junayd, may God have mercy on him, was asked about a group of theologians who were discussing it, and he said, "What are these?" It was said, "A group that exalts Allah with evidence from the attributes of creation and signs of deficiency." He said, "Negating deficiency, where deficiency is impossible, is itself a deficiency. However, Its benefit is significant for individuals and students of knowledge, for it is not appropriate for a bearer of the Sunnah to be ignorant of the theoretical arguments regarding its beliefs, and God is the guardian of the believers. Chapter 11. On the fact that the world of actual events is only realized through thought. Know that the world of beings includes pure essences, such as elements and their effects, and the three components derived from them: minerals, plants, and animals. All of these are related to divine power and to actions performed by animals, occurring with their intended purpose, related to the power that God has granted them. Some are organized and arranged, which are human actions, and some are unorganized and unarranged, which are the actions of non-human animals. This thought perceives the order among events either by nature or by arrangement. If one intends to create something, due to the order among events, one must be aware of its cause, reason, or condition, which are generally its principles, as nothing exists except as a consequence of them, and it is impossible to place the prior after the latter, or the latter before the prior. This principle may have another principle from those principles that exists only after it, and that may ascend or conclude. If it concludes to the last of the principles in 2, 3, or more levels, and begins the work that brings that thing into existence, it starts with the last principle that the thought has reached, which becomes its first action. Then it continues to what follows until the last of the causes that were the initial thought. For example, if one thinks of creating a roof, one moves their mind to the wall that supports it, then to the foundation on which the wall stands, which is the last thought. Then one begins the work with the foundation, then the wall, then the roof, which is the last action. This is the meaning of their saying, the first action is the last thought, and the first thought is the last action. So the action of a human cannot be completed in the external world except by thinking about these arrangements, as some depend on others. Then one begins to act. The first of this thought is the last cause, and it is the last in action. The first in action is the first cause, and it is the last in thought. To find this order results in the organization of human actions. As for the actions of non-human animals, there is no organization in them due to the lack of thought that allows the doer to discern the order in what they do. Animals perceive only through their senses, and their perceptions are scattered, devoid of connection, as that can only be through thought. Since the considered senses in the world of beings are organized, and the unorganized are merely subordinate to them, the actions of animals are thus included within them, making them subservient to humans. The actions of humans dominate the world of events, encompassing it, so everything is in their obedience and servitude. This is the meaning of the divine decree mentioned in his saying, "Indeed, I am making upon the earth a vicegerent." This thought is the human characteristic that distinguishes humans from other animals. The extent to which causes and effects are present in thought determines one's humanity. Some people have a succession of causality in 2 or 3 levels, while others do not exceed that, and some reach 5 or 6, thus their humanity is higher. Consider this with a chess player. Among players, some can envision 3 moves and 5 that are arranged by position, while others fall short of that due to a lack of intellect. Although this example is not entirely fitting, as playing chess involves skill, and understanding causes and effects is natural, it serves as an analogy for the observer in understanding the principles presented to them. And God created man and preferred him over many of his creations with distinction. Chapter 12. On experimental mind and how it occurs. You hear in the books of the wise their saying that man is by nature a social being, which they mention in proving prophecies and other matters. The reference here is to the city, which for them is a metaphor for human gathering. The meaning of this statement is that the life of an isolated human is not possible, and his existence can only be fulfilled with his kind. This is due to his inability to complete his existence and life. He is inherently in need of assistance in all his needs. This assistance necessarily requires negotiation first, then participation, and what follows. And perhaps the interaction, when the characteristics unite, may lead to disputes and quarrels, resulting in enmity and friendship. It may culminate in war and peace between nations and tribes. This is not in any way similar to the wild animals, but for humans, it is due to what God has placed in them of the organization of actions and their arrangement through thought, as previously mentioned. He has made them organized and facilitated for them to implement it in political ways and legal regulations. They steer away from evils towards benefits and from good to bad, after distinguishing the evils and corruptions. This is based on the outcomes of actions derived from sound experience and known customs among them. Thus they differ from the wild animals. The results of thought in organizing actions and distancing from corruptions become evident. These meanings that achieve this are not far from sensory perception, nor does the observer need to delve deeply into them. Rather, they are all understood through experience and can be benefited from. They are partial meanings related to the tangible, and their truth and falsehood become apparent in reality, allowing the seeker to gain knowledge of them. Each human benefits from the extent that is made easy for him, capturing it through experience in dealing with his kind, until it becomes clear to him what is required and appropriate, in action and abstention. And it is achieved in the context of the disposition in dealing with his kind. Whoever follows this throughout his life will find every issue, and it is necessary for what experience can encompass over time. God may facilitate for many humans the acquisition of this in the shortest time of experience, as they imitate their parents, elders, and seniors, and learn from them and retain their teachings. Thus they are spared the long struggles in tracking events and capturing this meaning from among them. Whoever lacks knowledge in this and imitation in it, or turns away from good listening and following, will endure prolonged hardship in education, as he will act in unfamiliar ways and perceive it without proportion, leading to poor manners and dealings with evident flaws, and his condition will deteriorate in his livelihood among his kind. This is the meaning of the famous saying, "Whoever is not educated by his father, time will educate him." That is, whoever does not receive the manners of dealing with humans from his parents, and in their meaning, the elders and seniors, and learns that from them, will revert to learning it by nature from the occurrences over the days, so time becomes his teacher and educator, due to the necessity of assistance that is in his nature. This is the experimental intellect, which comes after the distinguishing intellect that is responsible for actions, as we have explained. After these two is the rank of theoretical intellect, which the scholars have taken upon themselves to explain, and there is no need to interpret it in this book. And God has made for you hearing, sight, and hearts. Little do you give thanks. Chapter 13. On the sciences of humans and the sciences of angels. We witness within ourselves, through correct intuition, the existence of three worlds. The first is the world of sensation, which we consider through the faculties of sense that we share with animals in perception. Then we consider the intellect, which is unique to humans, from which we know the existence of the human soul as a necessary knowledge based on the faculties of knowledge that are above the faculties of sensation, thus seeing it as another world above the world of sensation. Then we infer a third world above us from the effects we find within us, such as desires and inclinations towards actual movements, leading us to know that there is an agent that motivates us from a world above our own, which is the world of spirits and angels. In it, there are perceiving entities whose effects we find within us, despite the difference between us and them. This higher spiritual world and its entities may be inferred through visions and what we experience in sleep, revealing matters that we are oblivious to in wakefulness, and aligning with reality in their correctness, leading us to know that they are true and from the world of truth. As for the confused dreams, they are imaginary images stored by perception in the subconscious, which the intellect wanders through after being absent from sensation. We find no clearer proof of this spiritual world than this. We know it generally, but do not grasp its details. What the divine philosophers claim regarding the details and arrangement of its entities, which they call intellects, is not certain due to the disruption of the conditions for theoretical proof in it, as established in their discussions on logic. For one of its conditions is that its propositions be primary and self-evident. These spiritual entities are unknown in their essences, so there is no way to prove them. We are left with no means to understand the details of these worlds, except what we derive from the religious texts that are clarified by faith and governed by it. The most complex of these worlds in our perception is the world of humans, as it is intuitively witnessed in our bodily and spiritual faculties. It shares the world of sensation with animals and the world of intellect and spirits with angels, whose essences are of the same kind as its own, and they are entities abstracted from corporeality and matter, pure intellect, where the thinker, the act of thinking, and the thought itself unite, as if its true essence is perception and intellect. Their knowledge is always naturally aligned with their information, without any flaw whatsoever. Human knowledge is the attainment of the image of the known within themselves after it was not present. It is all acquired, and the essence in which the images of information are obtained is the soul, a primal substance that gradually takes on the forms of existence through the images of information contained within it until it is completed, and its existence is validated through death in its substance and form. The demands within it are always fluctuating between negation and affirmation, seeking one of them through the intermediary that connects the two extremes. When it is attained and becomes known, it requires clarification of conformity, and perhaps the artificial proof elucidates it, but it is behind the veil. It is not like the direct observation found in the knowledge of angels. That veil may be lifted, leading to conformity through perceptual observation. It has become clear that humans are naturally ignorant due to their uncertainty in knowledge, yet knowledgeable through acquisition and craftsmanship, to obtain the desired through the conditions of craftsmanship. The lifting of the veil we referred to is achieved through discipline in remembrance, the best of which is prayer that refrains from indecency and wrongdoing, and through abstaining from significant indulgences, the foremost of which is fasting, and by directing oneself to God with all one's powers. And God taught man what he did not know. Chapter 14. On the sciences of the prophets, peace be upon them. Indeed, we find this type of people experiencing a divine state that transcends human inclinations and conditions, where the divine aspect prevails over the human in cognitive and instinctual powers of desire and anger, as well as all physical states. You find them elevated above divine conditions, in worship and remembrance of God, as necessitated by their knowledge of Him, receiving revelations about what guides the community along a single path, and established traditions that do not change in them, as if it were an innate disposition that God created them with. We have previously discussed Revelation at the beginning of the book, in the section on those who perceive the unseen. We clarified there that all existence, in its simple and complex worlds, is interconnected in a way that is unbreakable. The essences at the end of each horizon of the worlds are ready to transform into the essence that surpasses them from below and above, in a natural readiness, just as in the simple bodily elements, and as in the date palm and grapevine at the end of the plant horizon, with the snail and shellfish from the animal horizon, and as in the apes that combine intelligence and perception with humans who possess thought and deliberation. This readiness at each horizon of the worlds is the meaning of their connection. Above the human world is a spiritual realm, evidenced by the effects within us, granting us cognitive and volitional powers. The essences of knowledge are pure perception and absolute understanding, which is the realm of angels. From all this, it follows that the human soul has the potential to detach from humanity, to become angelic, to actually belong to the kind of angels for a time, in a moment of moments. Then it returns to its humanity, having received in the angelic realm what it is obliged to convey to its human kind. This is the meaning of revelation and the communication of angels. All prophets are innately inclined towards this, as if it were a natural disposition for them, and they experience this detachment with the intensity and depth that is well known about them. Their knowledge in that state is knowledge of testimony and direct observation, free from error and misstep, and does not involve mistakes or illusions. Rather, its correspondence is intrinsic to the removal of the veil of the unseen and the attainment of clear testimony. Upon returning from this state to humanity, their knowledge remains clear, carried over from that initial state, and due to their intelligence leading them to it, this continues to resonate within them until the guidance of the community they were sent to is completed, as stated in his saying, "Indeed, I am a human like you. It is revealed to me that your God is one God. So be steadfast in him and seek his forgiveness." Understand this and refer back to what we presented to you at the beginning of the book regarding the types of those who perceive the unseen. Its explanation and clarification will become clear to you, as we have elaborated on it there in a comprehensive manner. And God is the grantor of success. Chapter 15. That man is ignorant of himself, but knowledgeable about his gains. We have explained at the beginning of these chapters that man is of the species of animals, and that God Almighty distinguished him from them with the intellect he granted him, which allows him to perform his actions in an orderly manner. And this is the distinguishing intellect, or to acquire knowledge of opinions, benefits, and harms from his kind, which is the experimental intellect, or to obtain in the perception of existing things, both absent and present as they are, which is the theoretical intellect. This intellect only comes to him after the completion of his animalistic nature. It begins with distinction. Before distinction, he is devoid of knowledge in general, counted among animals, following his origin in formation, from the sperm, the clinging substance, and the chewed lump. What he acquires after that is due to what God has granted him of sensory perceptions and hearts, which are the intellect. God Almighty said in his favor upon us, "And he made for you hearing, sight, and hearts." So in the initial state before distinction, he is merely a potentiality, due to his ignorance of all knowledge. Then his form is completed by the knowledge he acquires through his faculties, thus completing his human essence in existence. And look at God's saying at the beginning of the revelation to his prophet, "Read in the name of your Lord who created man from a clinging substance. Read, and your Lord is the most generous, who taught by the pen, taught man that which he knew not." This means that he endowed him with knowledge that he did not possess after being a clinging substance and a chewed lump. It has revealed to us his nature and essence, what he is in terms of inherent ignorance and acquired knowledge, and the noble verse indicates his favor upon him at the first stages of his existence, which is humanity, and his innate and acquired states at the beginning of the revelation and the commencement of the prophecy. And God is all-knowing, all-wise. Chapter 16. On unveiling the similarities in the book and the Sunnah, and what happened because of that among the Sunni and innovator sects in beliefs. Know that God, the Exalted, sent to us our Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, calling us to salvation and the attainment of bliss, and he revealed to him the noble book in the clear Arabic language. In it, he addresses us with the obligations that lead us to that. And in the course of this address, and as a necessity, he mentioned his attributes and names to make us aware of his essence, and mentioned the spirit related to us, and mentioned revelation and angels, the intermediaries between him and his messengers to us. He informed us of the day of resurrection and its warnings, but did not specify the time for any of it. This noble Quran contains letters of the alphabet that are disjointed at the beginning of some of its chapters, which we have no way of understanding their intended meaning. He called all these types of the book ambiguous, and he condemned those who follow them, saying, "He it is who has sent down to you the book. In it are verses that are precise, they are the foundation of the book, and others that are ambiguous. But those in whose hearts is deviation follow that of it which is ambiguous, seeking discord and seeking an interpretation. But no one knows its interpretation except God. And those firm in knowledge say, 'We believe in it, all of it is from our Lord,' and none will be reminded except those of understanding." The scholars from the predecessors, the companions, and the followers interpreted this verse to mean that the precise verses are the clear ones with established rulings. Therefore, the jurists in their terminology said, the precise is the one with a clear meaning. As for the ambiguous, they have various expressions regarding it. It is said that they are those that require contemplation and interpretation to correct their meaning, due to their contradiction with another verse or with reason, making their indications obscure and ambiguous. Ibn Abbas said, "The ambiguous should be believed in, but not acted upon." Mujahid and Ikrimah said, "Everything other than the verses of rulings and stories is ambiguous," and so did Judge Abu Bakr and Imam al-Haramain. Al-Thawri, Al-Shabi, and a group of the scholars of the predecessors said, "The ambiguous is that which there is no way to know its meaning, such as the signs of the hour, the times of warnings, the number of the guardians, and similar matters." And his saying in the verse, "They are the foundation of the book," means they are the most important and predominant, and the ambiguous is less in number, and it may be referred back to the precise. Then he condemned those who follow the ambiguous through interpretation or by attributing meanings to them that are not understood in the Arabic language in which we were addressed. He called them those of deviation, meaning those who have strayed from the truth, among the disbelievers, heretics, and the ignorant of the people of innovation. Their action in this is aimed at creating discord, which is polytheism, or confusing the believers, or aiming to interpret it in a way they desire, so they follow it in their innovation. Then he informed us that he alone has knowledge of its interpretation, saying, "And no one knows its interpretation except Allah." Then he praised the scholars for believing in it only, saying, "And those firm in knowledge say, 'We believe in it. All of it is from our Lord.'" This is why the predecessors and the firm in knowledge are considered as a separate group and are preferred over the conjunction, because belief in the unseen is more praiseworthy. While with conjunction, it would only be belief in the witnessed, as they would know the interpretation at that time, and it would not be unseen. This is supported by his saying, "All of it is from our Lord," indicating that the interpretation of it is not known to humans. The linguistic terms only convey the meanings that the Arabs have assigned to them. If it becomes impossible to attribute the news to the one being informed, we do not know the meaning of the speech at that time, even if it comes from God. We entrust its knowledge to him and do not occupy ourselves with meanings we seek, for we have no way to that. Aisha, may God be pleased with her, said, "If you see those who argue about the Quran, they are the ones God meant, so beware of them." This is the methodology of the predecessors regarding the ambiguous verses. There have come in the Sunnah expressions similar to that, and their interpretation to them is like that of the verses because the source is one. If the types of ambiguity are established as we have said, let us return to the differences among people regarding them. As for what relates to the hour and its signs, the times of warnings, the number of guardians, and similar matters, this is not, and God knows best, from the ambiguous, because there is no ambiguous wording in it or otherwise. Rather, they are times for events that God has reserved knowledge of, as stated in his book and on the tongue of his prophet. He said, "Indeed, its knowledge is with Allah." It is astonishing that anyone counts it among the ambiguous. As for the disjointed letters at the beginning of the chapters, their reality is the letters of the alphabet, and it is not far-fetched that they are intended. Al-Zamakhshari said, "They indicate the distance of the goal in the miracle, because the revealed Quran is composed of them, and humans are equal in them, and the difference exists in their indications after composition." If one were to deviate from this approach that includes indications of the truth, it would only be through authentic transmission, such as their saying regarding Taha, that it is a call from the pure and the guide, and similar statements. Authentic transmission is difficult, so the ambiguity comes from this aspect. As for revelation, angels, the spirit and jinn, their ambiguity arises from the nature of their true indications, because they are not familiar, hence the ambiguity in them arises for that reason. Some people have included everything in their meaning regarding the conditions of the day of resurrection, paradise, the Antichrist, trials and conditions, and what is contrary to familiar customs, which is not far-fetched, except that the majority do not agree with them on it. Especially the theologians, who have specified their interpretations as you see in their books, and nothing remains of the ambiguous except the attributes with which God described himself in his book and on the tongue of his prophet, which may imply a deficiency or a challenge. People have differed regarding these apparent meanings after the predecessors whose methodology we have established. They disputed, and innovations crept into beliefs. Let us point to clarifying their methodologies and preferring the correct over the corrupt, and we say, "And my success is only by God." Know that God, the Exalted, described himself in his book as all-knowing, all-powerful, severe, living, hearing, seeing, speaking, majestic, generous, bountiful, mighty, and great. He also affirmed for himself 2 hands, 2 eyes, a face, a foot, a tongue, and other attributes, some of which imply the correctness of divinity, such as knowledge, power, and will. Then life, which is a condition for all of them, and some are attributes of perfection, such as hearing, sight, and speech, and some imply deficiency, such as rising, descending, and coming, and like the face, 2 hands, and 2 eyes, which are attributes of created beings. Then the legislator informed us that we will see our Lord on the day of resurrection, like the moon on the night of the full moon, and there is no harm in seeing him, as established in the authentic narrations. As for the predecessors from the companions and followers, they affirmed for him the attributes of divinity and perfection, and entrusted to him what implies deficiency, remaining silent about its meaning. Then people differed after them, and the Mu'tazila came and affirmed these attributes as mere mental judgments, and they did not affirm an attribute that exists in his essence. They called that monotheism, and made humans the creators of their actions. And God's power does not relate to them, especially regarding evils and sins, as it is impossible for the wise to do them. They made it obligatory to consider what is best for the servants. They called that justice, after they had initially denied predestination, and that everything is initiated by a new knowledge and power and will, as stated in the authentic narrations. Abdullah ibn Umar distanced himself from Ma'bad al-Juhani and his companions who said that. The denial of predestination ended with Wasil ibn Atta al-Ghazali, one of them, a student of Hassan al-Basri during the time of Abdul Malik ibn Marwan. Then finally to Ma'mar al-Sulami, and they recanted from saying it. Among them was Abu al-Hudayl al-Allaf, who was the chief of the Mu'tazila. He took the path from Uthman ibn Khalid al-Tawil from Wasil, and he was among the attributes of predestination, and he followed the philosopher's opinion in denying the existential attributes due to the emergence of their doctrines at that time. Then Ibrahim al-Nazam came and spoke of predestination, and they followed him. He read the books of the philosophers and intensified the denial of attributes and established the principles of Mu'tazilism. Then Al-Jahiz, Al-Kabi, and Al-Jubai came. Their method was called the science of discourse, either for what it contains of argumentation and debate, which is what is called discourse, or because the origin of their method is the denial of the attribute of speech. For this reason, Al-Shafi'i seemed to say, they deserve to be beaten with palm fronds and paraded. These established their method, affirming some and rejecting others, until Sheikh Abu al-Hasan al-Ash'ari appeared and debated some of their scholars on the issues of what is good and what is better, rejecting their method. And he was on the opinion of Abdullah ibn Sa'id, ibn Kullab, and Abu al-Abbas, al-Kalansi, and al-Harith ibn Asad al-Muhasibi, from the followers of the predecessors, and on the way of the Sunnah. He supported their statements with argumentative evidence, and affirmed the attributes as existing in the essence of God, the exalted, such as knowledge, power, and will, which complete the proof of mutual negation and validate the miracles for the prophets. Among their doctrines was the affirmation of speech, hearing, and sight, because, although they may imply a deficiency in sound and physical letters, speech has another meaning among the Arabs that is not limited to letters and sound, which is what circulates in the mind. Speech is truly in it rather than the former, so they affirmed it for God, the exalted, and the implication of deficiency was negated. They affirmed this attribute as ancient and generally related to the other attributes. The Quran became a common name between the ancient in the essence of God, which is the mental speech, and the created, which is the composed letters read with sounds. If it is said to be ancient, the intended meaning is the former, and if it is said to be read or heard, it is due to the indication of reading and writing. Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal refrained from using the term created regarding it because he did not hear it from the predecessors before him. He did not say that the written manuscripts are ancient, nor that the reading that follows the Sunnah is ancient. He witnessed it, and what prevented him from that was the piety he had. As for anything else, it is a denial of necessities, and far removed from it. As for hearing and sight, even if they imply the perception of the senses, they also linguistically indicate the perception of the audible and visible, and the implication of deficiency is negated at that time because it is a linguistic truth in both. As for the terms rising, coming, descending, face, 2 hands, and 2 eyes, and similar matters, they deviated from their linguistic realities due to their implication of deficiency through analogy to their metaphorical meanings, according to the Arabs, where the realities of the words become impossible, so they revert to metaphor. As in his saying, he intends to break, and similar expressions, which is a known method for them, neither rejected nor innovated. Their being driven to this interpretation even if it contradicts the methodology of the predecessors in entrusting the meaning to God, is that a group of the followers of the predecessors, namely the narrators and the later Hanbalis, committed themselves in the interpretation of these attributes, attributing them to established attributes of God, the exalted, whose nature is unknown. They say regarding he rose over the throne, that he has a rising, according to the meaning of the word, fleeing from denying him. And we do not say regarding its nature, fleeing from the claim of analogy, which the verses of negation deny, from his saying, there is nothing like him, and glory be to Allah from what they describe, and exalted is Allah from what the wrongdoers say, he neither begets nor is born, while they know that they have entered through the door of analogy in their saying of affirming rising, and rising in the language is only meant to imply stability and ability, and it is physical. As for the denial that they criticize by imposing it, which is the denial of the word, there is no harm in it. The harm lies in the denial of the essence. Likewise, they criticize the imposition of obligations that cannot be fulfilled, which is a deception. Because the ambiguity did not occur in the obligations, then they claim that this is the methodology of the predecessors, and far removed is God from that. The methodology of the predecessors is what we have established initially, which is to entrust the intended meaning to God and to remain silent about understanding it. They may use as evidence for affirming rising for God the saying of Malik, rising is known to be established for Allah, and far removed is he from that, for he knows the meaning of rising. He only meant that rising is known from God, and it is physical, and its nature, that is, its reality, because the realities of all attributes are natures, and they are unknown in their establishment for God. Likewise, they use as evidence for affirming location the Hadith of the black woman. When the Prophet, peace be upon him, asked her, "Where is Allah?" and she said, "In the heavens," he said, "Free her, for she is a believer." The Prophet, peace be upon him, did not affirm her faith by affirming a location for God, but because she believed in what he brought from the apparent meanings, that God is in the heavens. Thus she entered among the firm in knowledge who believe in the ambiguous without revealing its meaning. The certainty of denying location is established from the rational evidence that negates need, and from the evidence of negation indicating glorification, such as, there is nothing like him, and similar verses. And from his saying, and he is Allah in the heavens and on the earth, for the existent cannot be in two places, so there is no location in this, and the intended meaning is something else. Then they extended that interpretation. They innovated in the apparent meanings of the face, 2 eyes, 2 hands, descending, speech with letters and sound, attributing to them meanings broader than physicality, and glorifying him from the physical meanings. This is something unknown in the language. The predecessors and the latter ones have adhered to this, and the people of the Sunnah have opposed them, such as the Ash'ari and Hanafi scholars. They rejected their beliefs in that, and there was a well-known dispute between the theologians of the Hanafis in Bukhara and Imam Muhammad ibn Ismail al-Bukhari. As for the anthropomorphists, they did the same in affirming physicality, claiming that it is not like bodies. The term body is established in the transmitted religious texts. What emboldened them to this was affirming these apparent meanings. They did not limit themselves to that, but rather delved deeper and affirmed physicality, claiming something similar and glorifying it with contradictory statements, such as saying, a body not like bodies. In the language of the Arabs, a body is the limited and defined, and this interpretation is not other than that it is the one that exists by essence, or is composed of substances and other interpretations, which are terminologies for the theologians wanting to convey meanings other than the linguistic meaning. For this reason, the anthropomorphists are deeper in innovation and even disbelief, as they affirmed for God a description that implies deficiency that is not found in his words or the words of his prophet. The difference between the methodologies of the predecessors and the theologians of the Sunnah and the innovators from the Mu'tazila and anthropomorphists has become clear through what we have informed you. Among the narrators, there are extremists who are called the likeners for their explicit statements of analogy, even to the extent that it is reported from some of them that he said, "Excuse me from the beard and the private parts, and ask about what appears to you from other than them." If this is not interpreted for them, as they want to limit what has been reported from these ambiguous meanings and attribute it to that interpretation of their leaders, otherwise it is explicit disbelief, and we seek refuge in God. The books of the people of the Sunnah are filled with arguments against these innovations, and the refutation of them is elaborated with authentic evidence. We have only hinted at this to distinguish the sections of the articles and their summaries. Praise be to God who guided us to this, and we would not have been guided had it not been for God guidance. As for the hidden apparent meanings and indications, such as revelation, angels, the spirit, jinn, the barrier, the conditions of the day of resurrection, the Antichrist, trials and conditions, and everything that is difficult to understand or contrary to customs, if we attribute it to what the Ash'ari believe in its details, and they are the people of the Sunnah, there is no ambiguity. If we say in it that it is ambiguous, we will clarify the statement by unveiling the veil from it, and we say, know that the human world is the noblest of worlds among existence and the highest. And although the essence of humanity is unified in it, it has stages that differ from one another with conditions that are specific to each, so that the realities in them seem different. The first stage, his bodily world with his apparent senses and his worldly thoughts and all his actions that his present existence has given him. The second stage, the world of sleep, which is the imagination of the imagination, by sending its imaginations roaming in his inner self, perceiving from them through his apparent senses, free from times and places and all bodily conditions, and he sees them in a possibility that he is not in. And he receives glad tidings from the righteous among them of what he anticipates of his worldly and otherworldly joys, as promised by the Truthful One, peace be upon him. These two stages are general for all human beings, and they differ in perceptions, as you see. The third stage, the stage of prophethood, which is specific to the oversight of a class of humans with what God has distinguished them with from his knowledge and monotheism. His angels descend upon them with his revelation, and they are tasked with reforming humanity in all conditions that are different from the apparent human conditions. The fourth stage, the stage of death, in which the individuals of humanity depart from their apparent lives to an existence before the resurrection called the barrier, where they enjoy and are punished according to their deeds. Then they will face the day of resurrection, which is the abode of the greatest recompense, either in paradise or in hell. The first two stages are witnessed by the senses. The third prophetic stage is witnessed by miracles and the conditions specific to the prophets. And the fourth stage is witnessed by what is revealed to the prophets from God regarding the resurrection and the conditions of the barrier and the day of resurrection, while reason necessitates it, as God has pointed out in many verses of resurrection. One of the clearest indications of its correctness is that if human beings did not have another existence after death, other than these witnesses in which they receive conditions appropriate to them, then their initial existence would be in vain. For if death is non-existence, the end of the individual would be non-existence, so there would be no wisdom in his initial existence, and the futility of the wise is impossible. If these four conditions are established, let us take in clarifying how human perceptions differ in them, revealing the depth of the ambiguous. As for their perceptions in the first stage, they are clear and evident. God the Exalted said, "And Allah brought you out from the wombs of your mothers, not knowing a thing, and he made for you hearing, sight, and hearts." With these perceptions, he seizes the faculties of knowledge and completes his human essence and fulfills the rite of worship that leads him to salvation. As for their perceptions in the second stage, which is the stage of sleep, they are the same perceptions that are in the apparent senses, but they are not in the organs as they are in wakefulness. However, the mind is certain of everything it perceives in its sleep, without doubt or suspicion, while the organs are free from their usual use. People in the reality of this state are of two groups: the philosophers, who claim that the imaginative images are driven by the imagination to the common sense, which is the common faculty between the apparent and the inner senses, so they perceive the apparent in all senses. They are challenged by the fact that the true visions that are from God or from the angel are more established and firm in perception than the imaginative visions of the devil, even though the imagination in them, according to their claim, is one. The second group, the theologians. They summarized their statement and said, "It is a perception created by Allah in the sense, and it occurs as it occurs in wakefulness." This is more appropriate, even if we cannot conceive its nature. This dream perception is the clearest witness to what occurs after it from sensory perceptions in the stages. As for the third stage, which is the stage of the prophets, the sensory perceptions in it are unknown in their nature. They are more evident to them than certainty. The prophet sees God and the angels, hears the words of God from him or from the angels, sees paradise and hell, the throne and the footstool, and penetrates the 7 heavens in his night journey, riding the Buraq, and meets the prophets there, prays with them, and perceives various sensory perceptions as he perceives in his bodily and sleeping stage, with a necessary knowledge created by God for him, not through the ordinary perception of humans in their organs. He does not pay attention to what Ibn Sina says about likening the matter of prophethood to the matter of sleep in sending the imaginative image to the common sense. For the discussion on them here is more severe than the discussion in sleep, because this likening is a single nature as we have established. Thus the reality of revelation and vision from the prophet is one in its certainty and reality. It is not so, as you have learned from the vision of the prophet, peace be upon him, before revelation for 6 months, and that it was during the time of revelation and its introduction. This indicates that it is a true vision. Likewise, the state of revelation itself was difficult for him, and he endured it severely, as is established in the authentic narrations, until the Quran was revealed to him in disjointed verses. After that, Surah Al-Bara'ah was revealed to him in one go while he was riding his camel. If that were merely a descent of thought to the imagination and from the imagination to the common sense, there would be no difference between these states. As for the fourth stage, which is the stage of the dead in their barrier, the first of which is the grave, they are stripped of the body, or in their resurrection when they return to bodies. Their sensory perceptions are present. They see the 2 angels in their graves asking them, and they see their place in paradise or hell with their own eyes, and they see the witnesses of the funeral, and hear their words, and the sound of their sandals as they depart from him. And they hear what they are reminded of regarding monotheism or the affirmation of the 2 testimonies, and other than that. In the authentic narrations, the messenger of God, peace be upon him, stood at the well of Bada, where the dead of the polytheists from Quraysh were, and called them by their names. And Umar said, "O Messenger of Allah, are you speaking to these corpses?" He, peace be upon him, said, "By the one in whose hand is my soul, you are not more hearing than them of what I say." Then on the day of resurrection, they will see with their names and eyes as they used to see in life, from the delights of paradise in its ranks and the punishments of hell in its ranks, and they will see the angels and see their Lord, as it has been reported in the authentic narrations. You will see your Lord on the day of resurrection, like the moon on the night of the full moon, and you will not be harmed in seeing him. These perceptions were not available to them in this worldly life, and they are sensory like them. They occur in the organs with the necessary knowledge that God creates, as we have said. The secret of this is that you should know that the human soul is established by the body and its perceptions, and when it departs from the body by sleep or death, or when the prophet transitions from the human perceptions to the angelic perceptions, it has become illuminated with what was with it from the human perceptions, stripped of the organs, so it perceives in that stage any perception it wishes, higher than its perception while it is in the body. Al-Ghazali, may God have mercy on him, said this, and added to it that the human soul is a form that remains for it after separation, with the eyes, ears, and other perceiving organs similar to it, which were in the body and forms. I say, this only indicates the faculties obtained from the management of these organs in its body, in addition to perception. If you become aware of all this, you will know that these perceptions exist in the 4 stages, but not as they were in worldly life. Rather, they differ in strength and weakness according to what befalls them from conditions. The theologians refer to this in a general indication that God creates in them a necessary knowledge through those perceptions, whatever the perceiver may be, and they mean this extent that we have clarified. This is a brief overview we have hinted at to clarify the statement regarding the ambiguous. If we were to expand on it, the perceptions would fall short of it, Let us turn to God, the Exalted, for guidance and understanding from his prophets and his book, with what achieves the truth in our monotheism and the attainment of our salvation, and God guides whom he wills. Chapter 17. On the science of Sufism. This knowledge is one of the newly established religious sciences in the community, and its origin is that the way of these people has always been with the predecessors of the nation and its great figures, from the companions and the followers and those after them, a way of truth and guidance. Its essence is to devote oneself to worship, to turn away from the adornments of this world, to renounce what the public pursues in pleasure, wealth, and status, and to isolate oneself from people in solitude for worship. This was common among the companions and the predecessors. When the inclination towards the world became widespread in the 2nd century and beyond, and people leaned towards mingling with the world, those who turned to worship were distinguished by the name of Sufis and mystics. Al-Qushayri, may God have mercy on him, said, "There is no linguistic derivation for this name from the Arabs, nor is there a measure for it. It appears to be a title." Those who claim its derivation from purity or from the attribute are far from linguistic measurement. He said, "And likewise from wool, for they did not exclusively wear it." I say, it is more apparent, if one were to speak of derivation, that it is from wool, as they are generally known for wearing it, since they were different from people in wearing fine clothes to wearing wool. When these people became distinguished by the doctrine of asceticism and isolation from people and turning to worship, they became known for their discernible traits. This is because a human being, by virtue of being human, is distinguished from other animals by perception, and his perception is of 2 types: perception of knowledge and certainties, and perception of the states that arise from joy, sadness, constriction, expansion, contentment, anger, patience, gratitude, and similar states. The rational soul, which governs the body, arises from perceptions, intentions, and states, and it is through these that a person is distinguished. Some of these arise from others, just as knowledge arises from evidence. Joy and sadness arise from the perception of pain or pleasure, and energy arises from vigor, while laziness arises from fatigue. Likewise, the seeker in his struggle and worship must have a state arise from his struggle, and that state may either be a type of worship that becomes firmly established and becomes a station for the seeker, or it may not be worship, but rather a quality that arises in the soul from sadness, joy, energy, laziness, or other states. The seeker continues to ascend from one station to another until he reaches the unity and knowledge that is the ultimate goal for happiness. The Prophet, peace be upon him, said, "Whoever dies bearing witness that there is no God but Allah enters paradise." Thus the seeker must ascend through these stages, and their foundation is obedience and sincerity, preceded by faith, which accompanies them, and from which states and qualities arise as results and fruits. Then others arise from them until reaching the station of unity and gnosis. If there is a shortcoming in the result or a flaw, we know that it is due to a shortcoming in what preceded it. Likewise, in the psychological thoughts and heart's inspirations. For this reason, the seeker needs to hold himself accountable for all his actions and to examine their realities, for the attainment of results from actions is necessary, and their conception is likewise flawed. The seeker finds this through his taste and holds himself accountable for its causes. Only a few people share in this, for negligence about this seems to be widespread. The ultimate goal of the people of worship, if they do not reach this type, is that they perform acts of obedience sincerely from the perspective of jurisprudence regarding parts and compliance. These seek the results through tastes and experiences to ascertain whether they are free from shortcomings or not. It has become clear that the essence of their way is all about holding oneself accountable for actions and abstentions and discussing these tastes and experiences that arise from struggles, then establishing for the seeker a station from which he ascends to another. They also have specific etiquettes and terminologies that circulate among them, as linguistic structures are only for commonly understood meanings. When meanings arise that are not commonly understood, we have agreed to express them with terms that facilitate understanding. For this reason, these people have specialized in this type of knowledge that no one else among the people of the Sharia has spoken about. The knowledge of Sharia has thus become divided into two categories. One category is specific to jurists and those who issue fatwas, which includes general rulings on acts of worship, customs, and transactions. The other category is specific to the people in undertaking this struggle, holding themselves accountable for it, discussing the tastes and experiences that arise along the way, and how to ascend from one taste to another, and explaining the terminologies that circulate among them in this regard. When the sciences were written down and documented, and jurists authored works on jurisprudence and its principles, and on rhetoric and interpretation, others from the people of this path wrote about their way. Some wrote about piety and holding oneself accountable for following and abstaining, as Al-Qushayri did in his book Al-Risala, and Al-Suhrawardi in Awareness of Awareness, and others like them. Al-Ghazali, may God have mercy on him, combined both matters in his book Revival of the Religious Sciences, where he documented the rulings of piety and following, then explained the etiquettes of the people and their traditions, and clarified their terminologies in their expressions. Thus, the science of Sufism in the community became a documented science after the path had been merely an act of worship, and its rulings were received from the hearts of men, as occurred in other sciences that were documented in writing, such as interpretation, Hadith, Jurisprudence, and its principles, and others. Then, this struggle, solitude, and remembrance are often followed by the unveiling of the veil of perception and insight into realms of God's command that the sensory perceiver cannot grasp. The spirit is from those realms. The reason for this unveiling is that when the spirit returns from the outer senses to the inner, the states of the senses weaken, while the states of the spirit strengthen, and its dominion prevails. The renewal of its emergence aids this, as remembrance is like nourishment for the growth of the spirit, which continues to grow until it becomes witnessing after having been knowledge. It unveils the veil of perception and completes the existence of the soul that has its own essence. This is the essence of perception. At that point, it becomes exposed to divine gifts, innate knowledge, and divine openings, and its essence draws closer to realizing its truth from the highest horizon, the horizon of angels. This unveiling often occurs for those engaged in struggle, allowing them to grasp truths of existence that others cannot perceive, and they also perceive many events before they occur, influencing them with their intentions and the powers of their souls in the lower existences, making them subject to their will. Among them, the great ones do not regard this unveiling, nor do they act upon it or speak of the reality of anything they have not been commanded to discuss. Rather, they consider what occurs to them from it a trial and seek refuge from it if it overwhelms them. The companions, may God be pleased with them, were engaged in such struggles, and their share of these miracles was the greatest, yet they did not pay attention to it. There are many virtues of Abu Bakr, Umar, Uthman, and Ali, may God be pleased with them. Those who followed them in this were the people of the path, as mentioned in Al-Qushayri's message, and those who followed their way after them. Then, some of the later ones turned their attention to unveiling the veil and discussing the perceptions beyond it, and their methods of training differed in that regard due to their differing teachings in suppressing sensory powers and nourishing the rational spirit with remembrance until the soul attains its perception that it has from its essence in complete ecstasy and nourishment. When this occurs, they claim that existence has become confined to their perceptions, and they have unveiled the essences of existence and perceived all its realities from the throne to the footstool. Thus, Al-Ghazali, may God have mercy on him, mentioned in Revival after discussing the nature of training. Then, this unveiling is not considered correct or complete among them unless it arises from uprightness, for unveiling may occur for the hungry and the solitary, even if there is no uprightness, like the magicians and others among the practitioners. Our intention is only the unveiling that arises from uprightness. An example of this is that a polished mirror, if it is convex or concave and is directed towards the visible object, will reflect it in a distorted manner, while if it is flat, it will reflect the visible object correctly. Thus, uprightness for the soul is like the flatness of the mirror in what is imprinted in it from states. When the later ones focused on this type of unveiling, they spoke about the realities of the upper and lower existences, the realities of the kingdom, the spirit, the throne, the footstool, and similar matters. The perceptions of those who do not share their path fall short of understanding their tastes and experiences in that regard. The jurists are divided between those who deny them and those who accept them. Neither proof nor evidence is beneficial in this path, whether in rejection or acceptance, as it pertains to the realm of experiences. Detail and clarification. It often occurs in the discourse of the people of beliefs among scholars of Hadith and Jurisprudence that God, the Exalted, is distinct from his creatures. The theologians assert that he is neither distinct nor connected. The philosophers claim that he is neither inside the world nor outside it. The later mystics assert that he is united with the creatures, either in the sense of indwelling in them, or in the sense that he is their essence. There is nothing other than him, either in totality or in detail. Let us clarify the details of these doctrines and explain the reality of each one, so that their meanings become clear. We say that distinction is said in two senses. One is distinction in space and direction, which is opposed to connection. We feel this opposition in this limitation. In place, either explicitly, which is anthropomorphism, or implicitly, which is a resemblance akin to the statement of direction. Similar statements have been reported from some scholars of the predecessors regarding this distinction, and it may imply other meanings. For this reason, the theologians denied this distinction and said, "It cannot be said of the Creator that he is distinct from his creatures, nor connected to them, for that applies only to those that are spatial." What is said, that the locus cannot be devoid of being characterized by a meaning, and its opposite is conditional upon the validity of that characterization first. Otherwise, in the case of its impossibility, it is permissible to be devoid of both the meaning and its opposite. As is said of inanimate objects, they are neither knowledgeable nor ignorant, neither capable nor incapable, neither writers nor illiterate. The validity of characterization by this distinction is conditional upon its existence in the direction as established by its connotation. The Creator, the Exalted, is exalted above that. Ibn al-Tilmisani mentioned this in the explanation of Al-Lumma by Imam al-Haramain and said, "It cannot be said of the Creator that he is distinct from the world, nor connected to it, nor inside it, nor outside it." This is the meaning of what the philosophers say, that he is neither inside the world nor outside it, based on the existence of non-spatial essences. The theologians denied this because it would entail equating them with the Creator in the most essential attributes, which is elaborated upon in the science of theology. As for the other meaning of distinction, it is divergence and opposition, and it is said, "The Creator is distinct from his creatures in his essence, identity, existence, and attributes." This is opposed to unity, mingling, and mixing. This distinction is the doctrine of all the people of truth, including the majority of the predecessors, scholars of the Sharia, theologians, and ancient mystics of the message, and those who follow their path. A group of later mystics who have turned experiential perceptions into theoretical knowledge claim that the Creator, the Exalted, is united with his creatures in his identity, existence, and attributes. They may even claim that this is the doctrine of the philosophers before Aristotle, such as Plato and Socrates. And this is what the theologians are certain of when they report it in the science of theology from the mystics, and attempt to refute it because it implies two essences, one of which negates the other, or it is included as a part. For that is a clear divergence, and they do not say that. This unity is the indwelling that the Christians claim regarding Christ, peace be upon him, and it is stranger because it is an ancient indwelling in a created being, or its union with him. It is also the same as what the Imami Shiites say regarding the Imams. The explanation of this unity in their speech is through two paths. The first is that the essence of the ancient is present in the created beings, both perceived and conceived, united with them in the imaginations, and they are all manifestations of him, and he is the one who sustains them, meaning that without him, they would be non-existent, and this is the view of the proponents of indwelling. The second path is that of the proponents of absolute unity, as if they sensed from the explanation of the proponents of indwelling a divergence that contradicts the concept of unity. So they denied it between the ancient and the created beings in essence, existence, and attributes. They misled themselves regarding the divergence of the perceived manifestations through the senses and intellect, claiming that this is from human perceptions, and they are illusions. They do not mean the illusion that is the counterpart of knowledge, art, and doubt. Rather, they mean that all of it is non-existent in reality, and existence in the human perceiver only. There is no existence in reality, except for the ancient, neither in the apparent nor in the hidden, as we will clarify later, according to possibility. Relying on understanding this through reasoning and inference, as in human perceptions, is not beneficial, for that is only derived from royal perceptions, and it is only attained by the prophets through instinct, and by the saints through guidance. The intention of those who seek to attain it through scientific means is misguidance. Some authors may have intended to achieve this in unveiling existences and arranging their realities according to the path of manifestations, leading to the most obscure. Some authors may have intended to clarify their doctrine in unveiling existence and arranging its realities, leading to the most obscure in relation to the people of reasoning and terminologies and sciences, as did Al-Farghani, the commentator on the poem of Ibn al-Farid, in the introduction he wrote at the beginning of that commentary, where he mentioned the emergence of existence from the agent and its arrangement, stating that all existence emanates from the attribute of oneness, which is the manifestation of unity, and both emanate from the noble essence, which is the essence of unity, nothing else. They call this emergence the manifestation. The first rank of manifestations, according to them, is the manifestation of the essence upon itself, which includes perfection by bestowing existence and appearing, as he said in the Hadith that they transmit. I was a hidden treasure, and I loved to be known, so I created creation to know me. This perfection in existence descends into existence and details the realities, and it is for them the world of meanings, the perfect presence, and the Muhammadan reality, which contains the realities of attributes, the tablet, the pen, and the realities of all the prophets and messengers, and the perfect among the people of the Muhammadan community. All of this is a detailed explanation of the Muhammadan reality. From these realities, other realities emerge in the divine presence, which is the rank of exemplification. Then from it the throne, then the footstool, then the celestial spheres, then the world of elements, then the world of composition. This is in the world of contraction. When it manifests, it is in the world of expansion. This doctrine is called the doctrine of the people of manifestation and presence, and it is a discourse that the people of reasoning cannot attain due to its obscurity and closure, and the distance between the words of the one who witnesses and experiences and the one who relies on evidence. It may even be denied by the apparent Sharia. This arrangement, and likewise, others have gone to the opinion of absolute unity, which is a stranger view in its understanding and ramifications. They claim that existence has powers in its details, through which the realities of existences and their forms and materials were established. The elements only exist because of the powers within them, and likewise, their material has a power through which its existence is realized. Then, the compounds within them contain the power that was responsible for the composition, such as the mineral power within the elements with its matter and the increase of the mineral power. Then the animal power contains the mineral power and its increase within itself, and likewise, the human power with the animal power. Then the celestial sphere contains the human power and its increase. Likewise, the spiritual essences and the encompassing power of all, without detail, is the divine power that has spread throughout all existences, both general and specific, encompassing them from every aspect, neither in terms of appearance, nor in terms of concealment, nor in terms of form, nor in terms of matter. All is one, and it is the same divine essence, which is in reality one and simple, and the consideration is what differentiates it, like humanity with animality. Do you not see that it is included within it and exists by being? Sometimes they represent it as the genus with the species, in every existent as we have mentioned, and sometimes as the whole, with the part in the manner of exemplification. In all of this, they flee from composition and multiplicity in every way, and it is only due to illusion and imagination. What appears from the words of Ibn Khaldun in explaining this doctrine is that the essence of what they say about unity resembles what the philosophers say about colors, that their existence is conditional upon light. If light is absent, colors do not exist at all. Likewise, according to them, All perceived existences are conditional upon the existence of the sensory perceiver, and even the rational and imagined existences are also conditional upon the existence of the rational perceiver. Thus, all detailed existence is conditional upon the existence of the human perceiver. If we were to assume the total absence of the human perceiver, there would be no detailed existence. Rather, it is a simple one. Heat, cold, hardness, softness, earth, water, fire, sky, and stars only exist due to the existence of the perceiving senses for what is made in the perceiver of the detail that is not in the existent, and it is only in the perceptions. If the detailed perceptions are lost, there is no detail. It is only one perception, which is I, nothing else. They consider this to be like the state of the sleeper. When he sleeps and loses the outer sense, he loses every perceived thing in that state, except for what his imagination separates for him. They say, thus, the awake person only considers all those perceptions in detail by the type of his human perception. If he were to lose his perception, he would lose the detail. This is the meaning of their claim, which is misleading, not the illusion that is among the human perceptions. This is a summary of their view as understood from the words of Ibn Khaldun, and it is in the utmost fallacy, for we are certain of the existence of the country from which we are travelling and to which we are going, with certainty, even in its absence from our eyes, and of the existence of the sky, the canopy, the stars, and all other things that are absent from us. A person is certain of this, and no one can deny it in certainty, even though the verified among the later mystics say that the seeker, upon unveiling, may experience the illusion of this unity, and they call that the station of gathering. Then he ascends from it to the distinction between existences, and they express that as the station of differentiation, which is the station of the true knower. The seeker must, according to them, face the obstacle of gathering, which is a difficult obstacle, because the seeker fears that he may remain at it and lose his transaction. The ranks of the people of this path have become clear, and all of these later mystics who speak about unveiling and what lies beyond perception have delved deeply into that, leading many of them to the belief in indwelling and unity, as we have indicated, and they filled the pages with it, like Al-Harawi in his book The Stations, and others. They followed Ibn Arabi, Ibn Sab'in, and their student Ibn al-Afif, and Ibn al-Farid, and al-Najm al-Israeli in their poems. Their predecessors were mingling with the later Ismailis among the Shiites, who also believed in indwelling and the divinity of the Imams, a doctrine that was not known to their first ones. Each group absorbed the beliefs of the other, and their words became mixed, and their doctrines became similar. The discourse of the mystics has emerged regarding the pole, meaning the head of the knowers. They claim that no one can equal him in his station of knowledge until God takes him. Then his station is inherited by another from the people of Gnosis. Ibn Sina alluded to this in his book The Signs, in the Excesses of Sufism, saying, "Exalted is the majesty of the truth, that it should be a law for every newcomer, or be revealed to him, except one after another." This is a statement that does not have a rational proof or a legal evidence. It is merely a type of rhetoric, and it is precisely what the Shiites say and adhere to. They then spoke of the arrangement of the existence of the substitutes after this pole, as the Shiites do regarding the leaders. Even when they attributed the wearing of the Sufi cloak to establish it as a foundation for their path and sect, they raised it to Ali, may God be pleased with him, which is also from this meaning. Otherwise Ali, may God be pleased with him, was not distinguished among the companions by his seclusion or a specific way in clothing or state. Rather, Abu Bakr and Umar, may God be pleased with them, were the most ascetic people after the Messenger of God, peace be upon him, and the most devoted. None of them was distinguished in religion by anything that was reported about him in particular. Rather, all the companions were equal in religion, asceticism, and struggle, as their biographies and reports testify. Yes, the Shiites imagine that what they attribute to Ali, may God be pleased with him, is a distinction in virtues over others among the companions, going along with their known beliefs of Shiism. What appears is that the mystics in Iraq, when the Ismailis of the Shiites appeared, and their discourse on leadership and what pertains to it became known, they borrowed from that the balance between the apparent and the hidden, and made leadership for the governance of the successors in submission to the Sharia, and they isolated it so that no differences would arise, as established in the Sharia. They then made the pole for teaching knowledge of God because he is the head of the knowers, and they isolated him in that, likening him to the Imam in the apparent, and that he should be on par with him in the hidden. And they called him a pole for the orbit of knowledge around him, and made the substitutes like the leaders, exaggerating in the comparison. Reflect on that. This is evidenced by the words of these mystics regarding the Fatimid, and what they filled their books with regarding it, which has no mention in the words of the predecessors of the mystics, either in denial or affirmation, but rather it is taken from the words of the Shiites and the Rafida and their doctrines in their books, and God guides to the truth. Appendix. I have seen fit to bring here a section from the words of our Sheikh, the Knower, the great saint of Andalusia, Abu Mahdi Isa ibn al-Zayyat, who often encountered the verses of Al-Harawi that appeared in his book, The Stations, which seem to imply the claim of absolute unity, or nearly state it, and in his words, "The one who unifies the one does not unify, for whoever unifies him is a denier of the unity of the one who speaks of his attributes. The one who attributes to him is not one." He said, "May God have mercy on him," in a manner of excusing him. People have been perplexed by the use of the term stagnation on anyone who unifies the one, and the term heresy on anyone who attributes to him and describes him. They have found these verses strange and have accused their speaker of disbelief and belittled him. We say, according to the view of this group, that the meaning of unity for them is the negation of the essence of creation by the affirmation of the essence of eternity, and that all existence is one reality, one essence. Abu Sa'id al-Jazar, one of the great ones, said, "The truth is the essence of what appears and the essence of what is hidden." They see that the occurrence of multiplicity in that reality is the existence of duality. They are, in terms of the presence of the senses, like images of delusion and deception. Everything other than the essence of eternity, if it is followed, is non-existence. This is the meaning of Allah was, and there was nothing with him, and he is now as he was in their view. The meaning of the Great One who was confirmed by the Messenger of God, peace be upon him, in his saying, "Everything except Allah is false." They said, "Whoever unifies and attributes has spoken of a created being. His essence is the creator, and the unity of the created is his action, existing and capable, and he is the worshipped." The meaning of unity is the negation of the essence of creation, and the essence of creation is now established but multiple, and unity is denied, and the claim is false, like someone saying to another, while they are both in one house, "There is no one in the house but you," and the other responds in his heart, "This is only true if you cease to exist." Some of the verified have said regarding their statement, "Allah created time," that these words contradict their principles because the creation of time precedes time, and it is an action that must occur in time. This is only due to the narrowness of expression regarding the realities and the inadequacy of languages to convey the truth in them and through them. If it is established that the one who unifies is the unifier, and the absence of anything else is total, then true unity is established. This is the meaning of their saying, "No one knows Allah except Allah," and there is no harm for one who unifies the truth while the forms and effects remain, for it is merely a matter of, "The good deeds of the righteous are the sins of the close ones." For that is the necessary limitation and servitude and intercession. Whoever ascends to the station of gathering is in his right a deficiency, with his knowledge of his rank, and that it is a disguise that servitude entails, and he is veiled from the filth of his creation, the essence of gathering. The most profound of the categories in this claim are those who assert absolute unity. The essence of knowledge, in every regard, is to reach the one, and this statement has emerged from the poet as a means of incitement and alertness to a higher station where intercession is lifted, and absolute unity is attained in essence, not in speech. The phrase, "Whoever submits finds rest, and whoever is challenged by the truth finds comfort in his saying, 'I was his hearing and sight.'" When you understand the meanings, there is no dispute in the words. What all of this conveys is the realization of a matter beyond this level, where there is no speech or report about it. This amount of indication is sufficient, and delving into such matters is a veil. This is what has led to the known articles of faith. This is the speech of Sheikh Abu Mahdi al-Zayyat, and I have quoted it from the book of Minister Abu al-Khatib, which he authored on love, and he named it The Definition of Noble Love. I have heard it from our Sheikh Abu Mahdi several times, but I found the written form more comprehensive due to the length of my time with it. And God is the grantor of success. Then many jurists and those who issue fatwas have taken it upon themselves to refute these later ones regarding these articles and similar matters, and they have included in their condemnation everything that has occurred to them in the path. The truth is that their words with them have details, for their discourse is in 4 areas. The first is the discussion of struggles and what arises from tastes and experiences, and holding oneself accountable for actions to attain those tastes that become a station and from which one ascends to another, as we have said. The second is the discussion of unveiling and the perceived truth from the unseen world, such as the divine attributes, the throne, the footstool, the angels, revelation, prophethood, the spirit, and the realities of every existent, whether hidden or witnessed, and the composition of colors in their emergence from their existence and their formation, as mentioned. The third is the actions in the worlds and existences through various miracles. The fourth is the seemingly misleading words that have been expressed by many of the leaders of the people, which they refer to in their terminology as excesses, whose apparent meanings are perplexing, leading to denial, acceptance, or interpretation. As for the discourse on struggles and stations and what arises from tastes and experiences in their results, and holding oneself accountable for shortcomings in their causes, this is a matter that no one can refute, and their tastes in it are valid, and realizing them is the essence of happiness. As for the discourse on the miracles of the people and their reports of the unseen and their actions in existences, this is a valid matter that is not denied. Even if some scholars have leaned towards denying it, that is not the truth. What Professor Abu Ishaq al-Isfarayini, one of the leaders of the Ash'ari school, has argued against it due to its confusion with miracles, the verified among the people of the Sunnah have distinguished between them through challenge, which is the claim of the occurrence of miracles in accordance with what has been brought. They said, then the occurrence of it in accordance with the claim of the liar is not possible, for the indication of the miracle on truthfulness is rational, for its very nature is to affirm. If it occurred with the liar, its nature would change, which is impossible. This is in addition to the fact that existence bears witness to the occurrence of many of these miracles, and denying them is a type of obstinacy. Many of these occurred for the companions and the great predecessors, and it is well known and famous. As for the discourse on unveiling and providing the truths of the upper realms and arranging the emergence of existences, much of their discourse in this regard is a type of ambiguity, because it is experiential for them, and the absence of experience places them at a distance from their tastes in it. The languages do not provide evidence for their intended meanings because they were only established for mutual understanding, and most of it pertains to the perceived. Therefore, we should not engage with their words in that regard, and leave it among what we have left of the ambiguous, and whoever God has granted understanding of some of these words in accordance with the apparent Sharia, let him be honored with happiness. As for the seemingly misleading words that they express as excesses, and for which they are held accountable by the people of the Sharia, know that fairness regarding the people is that they are in a state of absence from the senses and the inspirations that possess them, until they speak of them in ways they do not intend. The one in a state of absence is not addressed, and the compelled is excused. Whoever among them knows his virtue and follows it, carries the good intention behind this and similar matters, and that expressing experiences is difficult due to the lack of established terms for it, as occurred with Abu Yazid al-Bistami and others like him. Whoever does not know his virtue and is not famous is held accountable for what has been issued from him, if it is not clear to us what compels us to interpret his words. As for one who speaks similarly, while present in his senses, and does not possess the state, he is also held accountable. For this reason, the jurists and the great mystics issued a fatwa to execute al-Halaj, because he spoke in the presence while he was in control of his state. And God knows best. The predecessors of the mystics from the people of the message, whom we have referred to before, did not have a desire for unveiling the veil or this type of perception. Rather, their concern was following and emulating as much as they could. Whoever experienced something of that turned away from it and did not pay attention to it, but rather fled from it, seeing it as an obstacle and a trial, and as a perception from the perceptions of the soul, created and newly formed, and that existences are not confined to human perceptions. The knowledge of God is broader, and his creation is greater, and his Sharia in guidance is more powerful, so they do not speak of anything they perceive. Rather, they prohibited delving into that, and forbade those who have unveiled the veil from delving into it and remaining at it. But they adhere to their path as they were in the realm of senses before the unveiling, in following and emulating, and they command their companions to adhere to it. This is how the state of the seeker should be, and God is the grantor of success. Chapter 18. On the science of dream interpretation. This science is one of the religious sciences, and it is a recent development in the faith when knowledge became crafts and people wrote about it. As for visions and their interpretation, they existed among the predecessors just as they do among the successors. There may have been kings and nations before, but it did not reach us as we relied on the words of interpreters from the people of Islam. However, visions exist among humans in general and must be interpreted. Indeed, Joseph the prophet, peace be upon him, interpreted visions as mentioned in the Quran. It is also firmly established from authentic sources about the prophet, peace be upon him, and about Abu Bakr, may God be pleased with him, that visions are a means of accessing the unseen. The prophet, peace be upon him, said, "A good vision is one part of 46 parts of prophecy." He also said, "Nothing remains of the glad tidings except a good vision that a righteous man sees, or it is seen for him." The first thing that the prophet, peace be upon him, began with from revelation was a vision, and he would not see a vision except that it came like the break of dawn. When the prophet, peace be upon him, finished the dawn prayer, he would ask his companions, "Did any one of you see a vision last night?" He would ask them about it to rejoice in what occurred that indicated the emergence and glorification of the religion. As for the reason why visions are a means of accessing the unseen, it is that the heart's spirit, which is the subtle vapor emanating from the cavity of the fleshy heart, spreads through the arteries and with the blood throughout the body, completing the actions and sensations of the animal faculties. When the spirit is hindered by excessive engagement in sensory perception through the 5 senses and the activity of the apparent faculties, and when the surface of the body is affected by the cold of the night, the spirit retracts from all parts of the body to its heart center, thus resting to resume its function, causing all the apparent senses to become inactive, which is the meaning of sleep, as mentioned at the beginning of the book. Then, this heart spirit serves as a mount for the rational spirit of man, and the rational spirit perceives all that exists in the realm of command by its essence, as its reality and essence are identical to perception. What prevents it from connecting to the unseen perceptions is the veil of being preoccupied with the body and its faculties and surroundings. If it were to be free from this veil and stripped of it, it would return to its essence, which is identical to perception, and it would comprehend every perceivable thing. If it were to be stripped of some distractions, its preoccupations would lessen, and it would inevitably perceive a glimpse of its world according to how much it has been stripped. And in this state, all the distractions of the apparent senses would have lessened, which are the greatest distractions, thus preparing it to accept what is suitable from its world. When it perceives what it can from its worlds, it returns with it to its body. For as long as it is in its body, it cannot act except through bodily perceptions. The bodily perceptions of knowledge are only cerebral, and the one that acts from them is the imagination. It extracts from the perceived images imaginative forms, and then sends them to the memory to retain them until the time of need for them during contemplation and reasoning. Likewise, the soul abstracts from them other mental and rational images, thus elevating the abstraction from the perceived to the conceptual, with imagination being the intermediary between them. Therefore, when the soul perceives from its world what it can, it casts it to the imagination, which shapes it into an appropriate form and sends it to the common sense, so the sleeper sees it as if it were perceived, and thus the perception descends from the rational spirit to the sensory. Imagination is also an intermediary. This is the reality of visions. From this explanation, the difference between a good vision and false dreams becomes clear, as they are all images in the imagination during sleep. However, if those images are derived from the rational spirit's perception, it is a vision. If they are taken from the images stored in the memory that the imagination had deposited there since wakefulness, they are false dreams. Know that true visions have signs that indicate their truthfulness and testify to their validity, so the dreamer feels the glad tidings from God of what has been cast into his sleep. Among them is the quick awakening of the dreamer when he perceives the vision, as if he is hastening to return to sensory awareness in wakefulness, even if he is deeply asleep, for little of what has been cast upon him from that perception remains, and he escapes from that state to the state of sensation, where the soul remains immersed in the body and its afflictions. Among them is the permanence of that perception and its continuity, with the imprint of that vision and its details retained in his memory, so he does not imagine it as forgetfulness or negligence. He does not need to bring it to mind through thought and reminder, but it remains vividly in his mind when he awakens. Nothing from it escapes him, because the mental perception is not temporal and does not follow a sequence, but is perceived all at once in a single moment. False dreams are temporal because they are in the cerebral faculties, extracted by the imagination from the memory to the common sense, as we have said. All bodily actions are temporal, thus they follow a sequence in perception, with prior and subsequent events. Forgetfulness may occur in the cerebral faculties. The same is not true for the perceptions of the rational soul, as they are not temporal and have no sequence. What is imprinted in them from perceptions is imprinted all at once, in less than the blink of an eye. A vision may remain after awakening, present in memory for days of life, not straying from thought at all if the initial perception is strong. If one only remembers the vision after awakening from sleep by exerting thought and directing attention to it, forgetting many of its details until he recalls them, then it is not a true vision, but rather one of false dreams. These signs are among the characteristics of revelation. God, the Exalted, said to his prophet, "Peace be upon him. Do not move your tongue to hasten it. Indeed, upon us is its collection and recitation. So when we have recited it, then follow its recitation. Then upon us is its clarification." And visions have a relation to prophecy and revelation, as is established in authentic sources. The prophet, peace be upon him, said, "A vision is one part of 46 parts of prophecy, so its characteristics also relate to the characteristics of prophecy. Thus, do not be surprised by that. This is the truth, and God is the creator of what he wills." As for the meaning of interpretation, know that when the rational spirit perceives a perceivable thing and casts it to the imagination, it shapes it into forms suitable for that meaning somewhat, as it perceives the meaning of the supreme ruler and imagines it in the form of the sea, or perceives enmity and imagines it in the form of a snake. When he awakens and knows nothing of his affair except that he saw the sea or the snake, the interpreter looks with the power of analogy after being certain that the sea is a tangible image and that the perceivable is beyond it, and he is guided by other clues that assist him in identifying the perceivable, saying, for example, "It is the ruler because the sea is a great creation suitable to be likened to the ruler, and likewise, the snake is suitable to be likened to the enemy due to its great harm, and similarly, vessels are likened to women because they are containers," and similar examples. Among the seen are those that are explicit and do not require interpretation due to their clarity and obviousness, or due to the close resemblance between the perceivable and its likeness. Thus, it is mentioned in authentic sources that there are three types of visions: a vision from God, a vision from an angel, and a vision from a devil. The vision that is from God is the explicit one that does not require interpretation, and the one from the angel is the truthful vision that requires interpretation, while the vision from the devil is the false dreams. Know that when the imagination receives from the spirit its perceivable, it shapes it into the usual molds for the senses, and what the senses have never perceived from the molds, it cannot shape anything in it. Thus, it is impossible for a blind person to have the ruler imagined as the sea, or the enemy as a snake, or women as vessels, because he has never perceived any of these. The imagination can only shape for him similar things from the kind of perceptions he has, which are sounds and scents. The interpreter should be cautious of such matters, for sometimes the interpretation may become confused and its principles may become corrupted. Then, the science of interpretation is a science based on general laws upon which the interpreter builds the interpretation of what is narrated to him. Its interpretation, as they say, is, the sea indicates the ruler, and in another context they say, the sea indicates anger, and in another context they say, the sea indicates worry and a grave matter. Similarly, they say, the snake indicates the enemy, and in another context they say, it is a keeper of secrets, and in another context they say, it indicates life, and similar interpretations. The interpreter retains these general laws and interprets in each case according to the clues that indicate from these laws what is most appropriate for the vision. Those clues come from the state of wakefulness, from sleep, and from what arises in the interpreter's mind due to the specific qualities created in him, for each is facilitated for what it was created for. This science has been transmitted among the predecessors. Muhammad ibn Sirin was one of the most famous scholars in it, and he wrote about its laws, which people have transmitted to this day. Al-Karmani authored works on it after him. Then, later scholars wrote extensively on it. The works circulated among the people of the Maghreb today include those of Ibn Abi Talib al-Qayrawani, a scholar from Qayrawan, such as Al-Mumta and others, and the book Al-Ishara by Al-Salimi is one of the most beneficial books in this regard. Likewise, the book Al-Murkaba al-Ulya by Ibn Rashid from our scholars in Tunisia. It is a luminous science that illuminates prophecy due to the connection between them and because it was among the means of revelation, as established in authentic sources, and God is all-knowing of the unseen. Chapter 19. On intellectual sciences and their types. As for the intellectual sciences that are natural to humans in terms of being thinkers, they are not specific to any particular religion, but rather pertain to the perspective of all religious communities, and they are equal in their understanding and discussions. These sciences have existed in the human species since the dawn of creation. These sciences are called the sciences of philosophy and wisdom, and they encompass 4 branches. The first is the science of logic, which is a discipline that protects the mind from error in grasping unknown matters from known occurrences, and its benefit is to distinguish between error and truth. This is what the observer seeks in existing things and their attributes to arrive at the truth of beings, both in negation and affirmation, to the utmost of his thought. Then, the inquiry may be either into the tangible things of elemental bodies and those composed of minerals, plants, animals, celestial bodies, and natural movements, and the soul that gives rise to movements, among other things. This field is called natural science, which is the second of them. Alternatively, the inquiry may be into matters beyond nature, concerning spiritual entities, which is called divine science, and this is the third. The fourth science concerns quantities, and includes 4 branches known as the teachings. The first of these is geometry, which is the study of quantities in general, whether they are discrete in terms of being counted or continuous, and these can be one-dimensional, line, 2-dimensional, surface, or 3-dimensional, solid. It examines these quantities and what pertains to them either in terms of their essence or in terms of the relationship between them. The second is arithmetic, which is the knowledge of what pertains to discrete quantities, which is numbers, and it involves their properties and subsequent attributes. The third is music, which is the knowledge of the ratios of sounds and melodies in relation to one another and their quantification, with its fruit being the understanding of musical tunes. The fourth is astronomy, which is the determination of the shapes of celestial bodies and the classification of their positions and multiplicity for each planet, both moving and fixed, and understanding this through the observable celestial movements of each one, including their return, straightness, approach, and retreat. These are the foundations of philosophical sciences, which are 7. Logic, which is the foremost, followed by the teachings. Arithmetic first, then geometry, then astronomy, then music, then natural sciences, then divine sciences, and each of these has branches that branch out from it. Among the branches of natural sciences is medicine, and among the branches of arithmetic is the science of calculation, inheritance, and transactions. Among the branches of astronomy are the tables, which are laws for calculating the movements of planets and adjusting them to determine their positions when intended. And among its branches is the study of stars according to astrological rules, and we will discuss them one by one until the end. Know that the two great nations that we know of in the generations who were concerned with these sciences before Islam were Persia and Rome, where the markets of knowledge were thriving, as we have learned, due to the abundance of civilization and state power before and during the time of Islam. These sciences had vast oceans in their horizons and cities. The Chaldeans and their predecessors from the Syrians and contemporaries from the Copts had an interest in magic and astrology, and what follows from it in terms of talismans, and this was taken from them by the nations of Persia and Greece, and the Copts specialized in it, and its oceans surged within them, as mentioned in the story of Harut and Marut, and the matter of sorcerers, and what scholars have transmitted about the wilderness in Upper Egypt. Then the nations followed suit in prohibiting and forbidding it, so its sciences faded away, as if they had never existed, except for remnants passed down by those who claimed these crafts. And God knows the truth of it, although the swords of the law were raised against it, preventing its practice. As for the Persians, the matter of these intellectual sciences was significant among them, and their scope was vast due to the greatness of their state and the continuity of their kingship. It can be said that these sciences only reached Greece from them when Alexander killed Darius and conquered the kingdom of the Kenites, seizing their books and knowledge. However, when the Muslims opened the land of Persia and obtained from their books and scientific writings what cannot be counted, and when the land of Persia was opened, they found many books that Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas had written to Umar ibn al-Khattab, seeking permission regarding them and their transfer to the Muslims. Umar wrote to him to throw them into the water. If what is in them is guidance, then God has guided us with better than it, and if it is misguidance, then God has sufficed us. So they were thrown into the water or the fire, and the knowledge of the Persians was lost to us. As for the Romans, their state was initially with the Greeks, and there was a wide field for these sciences among them, carried by prominent figures such as the Pillars of Wisdom and others. The peripatetics among them specialized in a good method of teaching. They would read in a shaded portico from the sun and cold, as they claimed. Their chain of teaching is said to have continued from Luqman the Wise to his student Hippocrates, then to his student Plato, then to his student Aristotle, then to his student Alexander of Aphrodisias, and Themistian and others. Aristotle was the teacher of Alexander, their king, who defeated the Persians and seized the kingship from their hands. He was the most established in these sciences and the most renowned in them. He was called the first teacher, and his fame spread throughout the world. When the Greek era came to an end and the emperors took over, adopting Christianity, they abandoned those sciences as their religions and laws required. They remained in their books and records, preserved in their treasures, and then they conquered the Levant, and these sciences remained with them. Then God brought forth Islam, and its people had an unparalleled prominence, and they seized the Roman kingdom in what they took from the nations. Their beginnings were marked by simplicity and ignorance of crafts, until they became established in power and state, and took on civilization in a way that was not afforded to other nations, and they excelled in crafts and sciences. They became eager to explore these philosophical sciences, due to what they heard from bishops and priests about some of their mentions and what human thoughts aspire to in them. Abu Ja'far al-Mansur wrote to the king of the Romans, asking him to send him translated books of the teachings, and he sent him the book of Euclid and some books of natural sciences. The Muslims read them and became eager to obtain what remained of them. Then al-Mamun came after that, and he had a desire for knowledge, as he claimed, so he became eager for these sciences and sent messengers to the kings of the Romans to extract the sciences of the Greeks and transcribe them in Arabic script, sending translators for that, and he gathered much from it. The scholars of Islam devoted themselves to it and excelled in its arts, reaching the pinnacle of their understanding in it. They disagreed with many of the first teacher's opinions and specialized in refuting and accepting them as his fame was established. They recorded this in books and surpassed those who preceded them in these sciences. Among their prominent figures in the faith were Abu Nasr al-Farabi and Abu Ali ibn Sina in the East, and the judge Abu Walid ibn Rushd and the minister Abu Bakr ibn al-Saig in Andalusia, among others who reached the pinnacle in these sciences. These were distinguished by fame and mention, and many limited themselves to claiming the teachings and what is added to them from the sciences of astrology, magic, and talismans. The fame in this claimed knowledge was attributed to Jabir ibn Hayyan from the East and Muslima ibn Ahmad al-Majriti from Andalusia and his student. And there entered into the faith from these sciences and their people a deviation that captivated many people as they inclined towards it and imitated its opinions, and the blame lies with those who committed it. If God had willed, they would not have done it. Then, when the winds of civilization calmed in the Maghreb and Andalusia, and the sciences diminished with its decline, that faded away from them, except for a little of its remnants, which you find among scattered people, and under the guidance of scholars of the Sunnah. We are informed that the goods of these sciences have remained abundant among the people of the East, especially in the land of the Persians and beyond the river, and that they are on a sea of intellectual sciences due to the abundance of their civilization and the establishment of their culture. I have encountered in Egypt multiple writings in the rational sciences by a man from the great ones of Herat, from the land of Khorasan, known as Sa'd al-Din al-Taftazani, in the science of theology, the principles of jurisprudence, and rhetoric, which testify that he has a deep mastery in these sciences. Among them is what indicates that he has insight into philosophical sciences and a high standing in all rational arts, and God supports with his victory whom he wills. Likewise, we have learned that these philosophical sciences in the lands of the Franks, from the land of Rome and its northern borders, are thriving, and their traditions are renewed, and their teaching circles are numerous, and their records are abundant and available, and their students are many, and God knows what is there, and he creates what he wills and chooses. Chapter 20. On numerical sciences. The first is arithmetic, which is the knowledge of the properties of numbers in terms of composition, either in succession or by doubling. For example, if the numbers are consecutive and differ by 1, then the sum of both ends is equal to the sum of every 2 numbers after them from both ends, differing by 1. Similarly, the double of the mean, if the count of those numbers is odd, is like the odd numbers in succession and the even numbers in succession. For instance, if the numbers are in a consistent ratio, the first is half of the second is half of the third, and so on, or the first is a third of the second is a third of the third, and so forth. If both ends are multiplied by each other, it is like multiplying every 2 numbers after them from both ends by 1. The square of the mean, if the count is odd, is like the consecutive even numbers starting from 2, 4, 8, 16, and so on. The numerical properties that arise in the arrangement of triangular numbers, squares, pentagons, and hexagons, when arranged consecutively in their lines, can be summed from 1 to the last number to form a triangle. The triangles continue in a line under the sides, then add a third of the side of the previous triangle to each triangle to form squares. Each square adds the triangle of the previous side to form pentagons, and so on. The shapes continue in succession according to the sides, creating a table with length and width. In its width, the numbers are arranged in succession, then the triangles in succession, then the squares, then the pentagons, and so forth. In its length, every number and its shapes, regardless of how many, create strange properties in their summation and division among each other in length and width, which have settled and been established in their books with their issues. Similarly, what happens to even and odd numbers, pairs of even and odd numbers, as each has its own specific properties contained in this art and not found elsewhere. This art is the first part of the teachings and the most established, and it is included in the proofs of arithmetic. The ancient and modern philosophers have written about it, and most of them include it in the teachings without dedicating separate works to it. Ibn Sina did this in his books Al-Shifa and Al-Najat, among others from the ancients. As for the moderns, it is neglected among them as it is not widely circulated, and its benefit lies in proofs, not in arithmetic, so they have abandoned it for that reason after they extracted its essence in arithmetic proofs, as Ibn al-Banna did in his book Raf al-Hijab and others, and God, the Almighty, knows best. Among the branches of the science of numbers is the art of arithmetic, which is a scientific craft in the calculation of numbers through addition and subtraction. Addition occurs in numbers through individuals, which is summation, and by doubling, multiplying a number by the units of another number, which is multiplication. Subtraction also occurs in numbers, either by individuals, such as removing a number from another and taking the remaining, which is subtraction, or by dividing a number into equal parts, which is division. This addition and subtraction can occur in whole numbers or fractions. The meaning of a fraction is the ratio of one number to another, and that ratio is called a fraction. Similarly, addition and subtraction can occur in roots, which means a number that is multiplied by itself to yield a square number. These roots also involve addition and subtraction, and this craft is newly needed for calculations in transactions, and people have written extensively about it and circulated it in cities for teaching children. The best way to teach them is to start with it, because it contains clear knowledge and organized proofs, which generally leads to a bright mind trained on the right path. It has been said that whoever begins their education in arithmetic will be inclined towards truthfulness due to the accuracy of the foundations in arithmetic and the self-examination it entails, leading to a character of truthfulness and a consistent approach. Among the best comprehensive works in this field in the present time in the Maghreb is the book Al-Hisar al-Saghir. Ibn al-Banna al-Marakushi has a useful summary of the laws of its operations, and he explained it in a book he called Raf al-Hijab, which is intricate for beginners due to its solid proofs. It is a book of great value, and we have seen the elders revering it, and it is indeed deserving of that. The author, may God have mercy on him, has compared it to the book Fiqh al-Hizab by Ibn Mun'im and Al-Kamil by Al-Ahdab, summarizing its proofs and others from the terminology of letters into apparent meaningful reasons, which is the secret of indicating with letters and its essence. All of it is intricate, and the intricacy arises from the proofs by clarifying the sciences of the teachings, because all its issues and operations are clear. If one intends to explain it, it is merely to provide the reasons for those operations. In that, there is a difficulty in understanding that is not found in the operations of the issues, so contemplate that. And God guides whom he wills by his light, and he is the strong, the mighty. Among its branches are algebra and correspondence, which is a craft through which the unknown number is extracted from the known assumed number, if there is a ratio between them that necessitates that. They have agreed to assign ranks to the unknowns through doubling by multiplication. The first is the number, because it determines the required unknown by extracting it from the ratio of the unknown to it. The second is the thing, because every unknown is, in terms of its ambiguity, a thing, and it is also a root of what is required from its doubling in the second rank. The third is wealth, which is an ambiguous matter, and what follows is based on the ratio of the base in the multiplied numbers. Then the assumed work in the issue occurs, leading to an equation between different or more of these types, where they compare them with each other and correct any fractions until it becomes whole. They reduce the ranks to the lowest bases if possible, until it reaches the three that are the basis of algebra for them, which are the number, the thing, and wealth. If the equation is between 1 and 1, it becomes determined, and wealth and the root lose their ambiguity by equating with the number and become determined. Wealth, even if it equals the roots, becomes determined by its count. If the equation is between 1 and 2, the geometric work extracts it through the detailed multiplication in 2, which is ambiguous, and that detailed multiplication concerns it. It is not possible to equate between 2 and 2. Most equations among them have ended up with 6 issues, because the equation between a number, a root, and a single or compound wealth results in 6. The first to write in this art was Abu Abdullah al-Khwarizmi, followed by Abu Kamil Shuja bin Aslam, and people followed in his footsteps. His book on its 6 issues is among the best books written in it. Many from Al-Andalus have explained it well, and among the best of its explanations is the book by Al-Qurashi. We have reached that some scholars of the teachings from the East have extended the transactions to more than these 6 types, reaching over 20, and extracting operations for all of them, following them with geometric proofs. And God increases in creation what he wills, the Almighty. Among its branches are also the operations, which is the management of arithmetic in urban transactions in sales, areas, zakat, and all that involves numbers in transactions, applying that arithmetic to the unknown and known, fractions and whole numbers, roots, and others. The aim of increasing the issues imposed in it is to gain practice and skill through repeated work until mastery in the craft of arithmetic is established. The practitioners of arithmetic in Al-Andalus have multiple writings in this, among the most famous of which are the Transactions of Al-Zahrawi, Ibn al-Samh, and Abu Muslim bin Khaldun, a student of Muslima al-Majriti and their likes. Among its branches are also the shares, which is an arithmetic craft in correcting the shares for those entitled to inherit when there are multiple heirs, and some heirs die, and their shares are divided among their heirs, or the shares increase when they come together and compete for the entire wealth. Or if there is a declaration and denial in the shares from some heirs, then all of this requires work to determine the shares of the inheritance from how many are valid and the shares of the heirs from each lineage, correcting them until the shares of the heirs from the wealth are proportional to their shares from the total shares of the inheritance. This includes a large part of the arithmetic craft, including whole numbers, fractions, and roots, both known and unknown, and is arranged according to the arrangement of the chapters of the legal shares and their issues. Thus, this craft encompasses a part of jurisprudence, which is the rulings of inheritance from shares, excess, declaration, denial, wills, management, and other issues, and a part of arithmetic, which is correcting the shares according to the legal ruling, and it is one of the noblest sciences. Its scholars may cite prophetic traditions that testify to its virtue, such as the shares are a third of knowledge, and that it is the first to be lifted from the sciences, and others. I believe that the apparent meanings of all those traditions are only in the specific shares, as previously mentioned, not in the shares of inheritance, as they are less than a third of knowledge in quantity. As for the specific shares, they are many, and people have written extensively in this art, both ancient and modern, and have compiled it. Among the best writings in it, according to the Maliki school of thought, is the book of Ibn Thabit, and the summary of the judge Abu al-Qasim al-Hufi, and the book of Ibn al-Manmar, al-Jadi, al-Sadi, and others. However, the preference goes to al-Hufi, as his book is superior to all of them. It has been explained by our teacher Abu Abdullah Muhammad bin Sulaiman al-Shati, a prominent scholar in Fes, who clarified and elaborated on it. Imam al-Haramain has also written on it according to the Shafi'i school, which testifies to his extensive knowledge in the sciences and his firm standing, as well as for the Hanafis and Hanbalis. The ranks of people in sciences differ, and God guides whom he wills by his grace and generosity. There is no Lord but him. Chapter 21. In engineering sciences. This science is the consideration of quantities, either continuous like lines, surfaces, and bodies, or discrete like numbers, and the accidents that may occur to them. For example, every triangle has angles that sum to 2 right angles, and that 2 parallel lines do not meet at any point, even if extended indefinitely, and that for 2 intersecting lines, the opposite angles are equal, and that for 4 proportional quantities, the product of the first and third is equal to the product of the second and fourth, and similar statements. The translated book for the Greeks in this field is the Book of Euclid, known as the Book of Elements and the Book of Foundations, which is the simplest work written for learners and the first translated from the Greek books in the community during the time of Abu Ja'far al-Mansur, and its copies vary according to the translators. Among them are those by Hunayn ibn Ishaq, Thabit ibn Qurra, and Yusuf ibn al-Hajjaj, and it consists of 15 propositions, 4 on surfaces, 1 on proportional quantities, another on the ratios of surfaces to each other, 3 on numbers, the 10th on logical propositions and powers of logical propositions, meaning roots, and 5 on solids. People have summarized it in many ways, as Ibn Sina did in his teachings of healing. He dedicated a part of it to this. Likewise, Ibn al-Salt in his book on brevity and others. Others have explained it in many commentaries, and it is the foundation of geometric sciences in general. Know that geometry benefits its practitioner by illuminating the mind and organizing thought, as all its proofs are clear, orderly, and rarely allow for error due to their arrangement and organization, which distances the mind from mistakes through practice and develops a mind in that direction. It is said that it was written on the door of Plato, "Let no one enter who is not a geometer," and our scholars, may God have mercy on them, used to say that practicing geometry for the mind is like soap for a garment that washes away dirt and cleanses it from stains and filth, and this is due to what we have indicated about its order and organization. Among the branches of this art is geometry, specific to spherical shapes and cones. As for spherical shapes, there are two books from the Greek writings by Theodosius and Milos on their surfaces and sections, and the book of Theodosius is preferred in teaching over the book of Milos because many of its proofs depend on it. Both are necessary for anyone who wants to delve into the science of astronomy because its proofs depend on them. Thus, all discussions in astronomy are discussions about celestial spheres and what occurs in them, from sections and circles due to movements, as we will mention, and knowledge of the rules of spherical shapes, their surfaces, and sections is essential. As for cones, it is also a branch of geometry. It is a science that examines what occurs in conical bodies from shapes and sections, and proves what arises from that, with geometric proofs that depend on initial education. Its usefulness appears in practical crafts, whose materials are bodies, such as trade, construction, how to create strange statues and rare structures, and how to imagine lifting weights and transporting structures with hoists and similar means. Some authors have dedicated a book in this field to scientific tricks that include strange crafts and delightful tricks, all of which are astonishing. It may be difficult for understanding due to the complexity of its geometric proofs, and it is available in the hands of people attributed to the Banu Shakir, and God knows best. Among the branches of geometry is surveying, which is an art needed for measuring land, meaning extracting the area of known land in relation to a cubit or an arm or others, and comparing one land to another when measured similarly. This is needed for assessing taxes on farms, fields and orchards, and in dividing walls and lands among partners and heirs, and similar matters. People have many good and numerous topics in this regard, and God is the guide to the truth by his grace and generosity. Debate is one of the branches of geometry, and it is a science that clarifies the causes of error in visual perception by understanding how they occur, based on the fact that visual perception occurs with a conical shape, whose apex is the observer's point and whose base is the visible area. Errors often occur in seeing nearby objects as large and distant objects as small. Likewise, seeing small shadows underwater and behind transparent objects as large, and seeing a falling raindrop as a straight line and a wave as a circle, and similar instances. This science clarifies the causes and methods of these phenomena through geometric proofs, and it also clarifies the differences in the appearance of the moon due to varying latitudes, which is essential for understanding the sighting of crescents and the occurrence of eclipses, and many similar matters. Many Greeks have authored works in this field, and the most famous among the Muslims who wrote about it is Ibn al-Haytham. Others have also written on it, and it is part of this discipline and its branches. Chapter 22. On the science of astronomy. It is a science that examines the movements of fixed, moving, and perplexing planets. It infers from the nature of those movements the shapes and positions of the celestial spheres that are necessitated by these tangible movements through geometric methods. It also proves that the center of the Earth is different from the center of the Sun's sphere by the existence of the movements of approach and retreat, and it infers from the retrograde and direct motions of the planets the existence of smaller orbits carrying them, moving within their greater orbit. It also demonstrates the existence of the eighth sphere through the movement of the fixed planets, and proves the multiplicity of orbits for a single planet by the number of its inclinations and similar matters. The understanding of the existing movements, their qualities and types is achieved through observation, as we only learned about the movements of approach and retreat through it. Likewise, the arrangement of the spheres in their layers, as well as retrograde and direct motions, and similar matters. The Greeks paid great attention to observation and created instruments to observe the movement of specific planets. These were called the instrument with rings, and the craft of making it and the proofs of its correspondence with the movement of the sphere were transmitted by people. However, in Islam, there was little attention given to it. During the time of Al-Mamun, there was some of it, and he made this well-known instrument for observation called the instrument with rings. He began this, but did not complete it. When he died, its design was lost and neglected, and afterward, reliance was placed on ancient observations, which were insufficient due to the differences in movements over the ages. The correspondence of the instrument's movement to the observation of the movements of the spheres and planets is only approximate. This discipline is a noble craft, and is not as commonly understood. It does not provide an accurate representation of the heavens and the arrangement of the spheres and planets in reality, but rather it shows that these images and forms of the spheres are necessitated by these movements. You know that it is not far-fetched for one thing to be necessary for different things, and if we say that the movements are necessary, it is an inference from the necessary to the existence of the necessitated, and it does not provide the truth in any way, although it is a great science and one of the pillars of teachings. One of the best works in it is the book Al-Majesty, attributed to Ptolemy. He is not one of the kings of Greece whose names are Ptolemy, as clarified by the commentators of the book. The scholars among the wise men of Islam summarized it, as Ibn Sina did, and included it in the teachings of Al-Shifa. Ibn Rushd, also among the wise men of Andalusia, summarized it, as did Ibn al-Sam and Ibn Abi al-Salt in the book Al-Iqtisar. Ibn al-Farghani provided a summarized version, simplifying it and omitting its geometric proofs. And God taught man what he did not know. Glory be to him. There is no deity but him, the Lord of the worlds. Among its branches is the science of Al-Azyaj, which is a mathematical craft based on numerical laws concerning each planet according to its movement and what the proof of the discipline leads to regarding its speed, slowness, directness, retrogression, and other factors that determine the positions of the planets in their orbits at any given time, based on the calculations of their movements according to the laws extracted from the books of the discipline. This craft has laws, such as the preliminaries and principles for knowing the months, days, past dates, and established principles for understanding the aphelion, perihelion, inclinations, types of movements, and extracting some from others, which they arrange in a table for the convenience of learners, called Al-Azyaj. The extraction of the positions of the planets for the specified time in this craft is called Tadil and Taqwim. There are many works on this by both earlier and later scholars, such as Al-Batani and Ibn al-Kamad. The later scholars of this era in the Maghreb relied on a zij attributed to Ibn Ishaq, an astrologer from Tunisia in the early 7th century. They claim that Ibn Ishaq relied on observation, and that a Jew in Sicily, skilled in the discipline and teachings, had been concerned with observation and would send him information about the conditions of the planets and their movements, which made the people of the Maghreb interested in it due to its reputed reliability. Ibn al-Banna summarized it in a later work he called Al-Minhaj, which became popular among people due to its ease of use. It only requires the positions of the planets from the sphere to build upon them the astrological judgments, which are the knowledge of the effects that occur in relation to their positions in the human world regarding kings, states, human births, and events that occur, as we will clarify later and explain their evidence, if God wills. And God is the one who grants success to what he loves and is pleased with. There is no deity but him. Chapter 23. On the science of logic. It is a set of laws by which the correct is distinguished from the corrupt in the limits of knowledge of essences and the useful arguments for affirmations, and this is because the origin of perception is indeed the senses of the 5 senses. All animals share in this perception, both speaking and non-speaking, and the only distinction of humans from them is in the perception of universals, which are abstracted from the sensibles. This is achieved by forming in the imagination a common image from the agreed-upon individuals that applies to all those sensible individuals, which is the universal. Then the mind looks between those agreed-upon individuals and other individuals that correspond to them in some aspects. Thus, it obtains an image that also applies to both based on what they agree upon. It continues to ascend in abstraction to the universal that does not find another universal that corresponds with it, thus becoming simple. This is similar to abstracting from human individuals the image of the species that applies to them. Then it looks between it and the animal and abstracts the image of the genus that applies to both. Then it looks between them and the plant until it reaches the higher genus, which is substance, and finds no universal that corresponds with it in anything. Thus the mind stops there from abstraction. When God created man with the intellect by which he perceives knowledge and crafts, knowledge became either a conception of essences, which means a simple perception without any judgment accompanying it, or an affirmation, which is a judgment affirming the existence of one thing for another. Thus, the pursuit of the intellect in acquiring the desired knowledge is either by gathering those universals together in a way of composition to obtain a universal image in the mind that applies to individuals in the external world, making that mental image useful for knowing the essence of those individuals, or by judging one thing against another to affirm it, which is that affirmation. Its ultimate goal, in truth, returns to conception, because the benefit of that, once obtained, is merely the knowledge of the realities of things, which is the requirement of judicial knowledge. This pursuit of the intellect can be through a correct path or a corrupt one, necessitating the distinction of the path by which the intellect strives to acquire scientific knowledge to differentiate the correct from the corrupt, thus forming the law of logic. The ancients spoke about it, first in general terms and then in specific terms. Its methods were not refined, nor were its issues compiled until Aristotle appeared in Greece, who refined its discussions, organized its issues and sections, and made it the first of the judicial sciences and its introduction. Therefore, he is called the first teacher, and the specific writing on logic is called the text, which consists of 8 books, 4 of which are on the forms of syllogism and 4 on its matter. This is because the affirmative issues are of various kinds. Some of them require certainty by their nature, and some require art, which is of different ranks, appearing in syllogism based on the desired outcome it provides, and what its premises should be in that regard, and from what kind it should be, whether from knowledge or from art. One may look at the syllogism, not considering a specific desired outcome, but rather from the perspective of its production alone. The first perspective is said to be from the matter, meaning the matter producing the specific desired outcome of certainty or conjecture, and the second perspective is said to be from the form and the production of the syllogism in general. Thus, the books of logic are 8. The first is on the higher genera to which the abstraction of sensibles leads, which has no genus above it, and is called the Book of Categories. The second is on affirmative propositions and their types, called the Book of Assertion. The third is on syllogism and the form of its production in general, called the Book of Syllogism, which is the last perspective from the standpoint of form. Then the fourth is the Book of Demonstration, which is the consideration of the syllogism that produces certainty and how its premises should be certain. It has other conditions for producing certainty mentioned in it, such as being essential, primary, and others. In this book, there is discussion on definitions and limits, as the requirement in them is only certainty due to the necessity of conformity between the definition and the defined, which does not allow for anything else. Thus it is specified by the ancients in this book. The fifth is the Book of Dialectic, which is the syllogism that effectively cuts off disputes and silences the opponent, and what should be used in it from the commonplaces, and it also has other conditions for achieving this purpose mentioned there. In this book, the places from which the owner of the syllogism derives his syllogism are mentioned, and it includes the opposites of propositions. The sixth is the Book of Sophistry, which is the syllogism that provides a cover for the truth and deceives the debater, and it is corrupt. This was written to recognize the fallacious syllogism so that one may beware of it. The seventh is the Book of Rhetoric, which is the syllogism that effectively encourages the public and leads them to what is intended from them, and what should be used in that from the statements. The eighth is the Book of Poetry, which is the syllogism that provides representation and comparison specifically for attraction to something or aversion from it, and what should be used in it from imaginative propositions. These are the 8 books of logic according to the ancients. Then the Greek philosophers, after the craft was refined and organized, saw that it was necessary to discuss the 5 universals useful for the conception corresponding to essences in the external world, or their parts or accidents, which are genus, species, specific difference, property, and accident. They added a discourse specific to them as a preface to the art, making it 9, and all were translated in the Islamic community. The philosophers of Islam wrote and circulated them with explanations and summaries, as did Al-Farabi, Ibn Sina, and then Ibn Rushd from the philosophers of Andalusia. Ibn Sina has a book called The Healing, in which he encompassed all the sciences of philosophy. Then the later scholars changed the terminology of logic and added to the discussion of the 5 universals its fruit, which is the discussion of definitions and descriptions, transferring them from the book of demonstration. They omitted the book of categories because the logical consideration in it is incidental, not essential. They included in the book of assertion the discussion of opposites, and although it is from the book of dialectic in the books of the ancients, it is a follow-up to the discussion of propositions in some respects. Then they discussed syllogism from the perspective of its production of the desired outcomes in general, not according to matter, and they focused their consideration on the matter, which are the 5 books: demonstration, dialectic, rhetoric, poetry, and sophistry. Some may touch upon a little of it and neglect it, as if it were not the important foundation of the art. Then they spoke about what they established from that in a thorough manner, and considered it as an art in itself, not as a tool for sciences, so the discussion became lengthy and extensive. The first to do this was Imam Fakhr al-Din ibn al-Khatib, followed by Afdal al-Din al-Khunji, and his books are relied upon by the Eastern scholars of this era. He has in this craft a book called The Unveiling of Secrets, which is lengthy, and he summarized it in a concise summary, which is good for teaching, then a summary of the principles in about 4 pages, covering the essentials and foundations of the art, widely circulated among learners of this era for their benefit. The books and methods of the ancients were abandoned as if they had never existed, although they were filled with the fruits and benefits of logic, as we have said. And God is the guide to the right path. Know that this art has faced severe criticism for its adoption from the ancients and the theologians. They exaggerated in disparaging it and warning against it, prohibiting its learning and teaching. The later scholars, after them, from Al-Ghazali and Imam Ibn al-Khatib, were somewhat lenient in this regard. People have been inclined to adopt it since then, except for a few who lean towards the opinion of the ancients, thus turning away from it and exaggerating and denying it. Let us clarify for you the essence of the statement and the response to it, so you may understand the scholars' intentions in their doctrines. The theologians, when they established the science of theology to defend the faith-based beliefs with rational arguments, their method in this was with specific proofs, which they mentioned in their books, such as the proof of the world's creation by establishing purposes in their occurrence, and the impossibility of bodies being devoid of them, and that what is not devoid of occurrences is an occurrence, and to establish monotheism by the proof of mutual exclusion, and to establish the eternal attributes by the 4 universals, equating the unseen with the witnessed, and other proofs mentioned in their books. Then they passed those proofs through the establishment of principles and foundations that are like the premises for them, such as establishing the individual substance, the individual time, the void between bodies, denying nature, and the rational composition of essences, and that an accident does not remain for 2 times, and establishing the state, which is a property of the existent, neither existent nor non-existent, and other principles they built their specific proofs upon. Then Sheikh Abu al-Hassan, and Qadi Abu Bakr, and Professor Abu Ishaq went on to say that the proofs of beliefs are reflective in meaning, in that if they are invalidated, their implications are invalidated. For this reason, Qadi Abu Bakr saw that they are akin to beliefs, and disparaging them is disparaging the beliefs because they are based upon them. If you contemplate logic, you will find that it revolves entirely around rational composition and establishing the natural universal in the external world to correspond with the mental universal divided into the 5 universals, which are genus, species, specific difference, property, and accident, and this is false according to the theologians. The universal and the essential, according to them, are merely mental considerations, and there is nothing in the external world that corresponds to them, or a state for those who affirm it, thus invalidating the 5 universals and the definitions based upon them. The 10 categories and the essential accident are invalidated, and with its invalidation, the necessary essential propositions conditioned in the demonstration are invalidated, and the places that are the essence of the book of dialectic are invalidated. These are the places from which the common middle is taken between the 2 extremes in the syllogism, and only the formal syllogism remains, and from the definitions, the faults in the truthfulness of the individuals of the praiseworthy, which cannot be more knowledgeable than them, thus including others, and nothing specific is excluded, which is what the grammarians refer to as inclusion and exclusion, and the theologians as extension and opposition, and the foundations of logic collapse entirely. If we affirm these as in the science of logic, we invalidate many of the premises of the theologians, leading to the invalidation of their proofs for beliefs as mentioned. For this reason, the ancients among the theologians greatly criticized the adoption of logic, considering it an innovation or disbelief due to the attribution of the proof that invalidates. The later scholars from Al-Ghazali, when they denied the reflection of proofs, did not find it necessary that the invalidation of the proof leads to the invalidation of its implication, and they accepted the view of the logicians regarding rational composition and the necessity of natural essences and their universals in the external world, concluding that logic is not contrary to faith-based beliefs. Even if it contradicts some of their proofs, they may use it to invalidate many of those theological premises, such as denying the individual substance, the void, the persistence of accidents, and others, and they replace the proofs of the theologians for beliefs with other proofs that they validate through rational consideration and syllogism. This did not detract from their sound beliefs in any way. This is the view of the Imam and Al-Ghazali and those who followed them to this day, so contemplate that and understand the scholars' perspectives and their sources in what they advocate. And God is the guide and the facilitator to the right path. Chapter 24. On natural philosophy. It is a science that studies the body in terms of the movement and stillness that befalls it, examining celestial and elemental bodies and what arises from them, such as animals, humans, plants, and minerals, as well as what forms on earth, like springs and earthquakes, and in the atmosphere, such as clouds, steam, thunder, lightning, and other phenomena. It also addresses the principle of motion for bodies, which is the soul in its various forms in humans, animals, and plants. Aristotle's writings on this subject are available to people, translated along with other philosophical sciences during the time of Al-Mamun, and people have become accustomed to following them with explanation and commentary. Among those who wrote extensively on this was Ibn Sina in his book Al-Shifa, where he compiled the 7 sciences of philosophers as previously mentioned, then summarized it in the book Al-Najah and in the book Al-Isharat, where he seems to disagree with Aristotle on many of its issues and expresses his own opinions on them. As for Ibn Rushd, he summarized and explained Aristotle's books, following him without contradiction. Many people have written on this topic, but these are the well-known and respected works of this era in the field. The people of the East have a particular interest in the book Al-Isharat by Ibn Sina, and Imam Ibn al-Khatib has a good commentary on it, as does Al-Amidi, and also Nasir al-Din al-Tusi, known as Khawaja, from the East, who discussed many of its issues with the Imam, providing thorough insights and research. Above every knowledgeable person is one who is more knowledgeable, and God guides whom he wills to a straight path. Chapter 25. On the science of medicine. Among the branches of natural sciences is the art of medicine, which examines the human body in terms of illness and health. Its practitioner seeks to preserve health and cure diseases with medicines and foods after identifying the specific illness affecting each organ and the causes of those diseases, as well as the appropriate remedies for each illness, guided by the temperaments and powers of the medicines and the signs indicating the maturity of the illness and its acceptance of the remedy. First, this involves the nature, excretions, and pulse, aligning with the strength of nature, which governs both health and illness. The physician merely aligns with and assists it somewhat according to the nature of the material, season, and age, and the comprehensive science encompassing all of this is called the science of medicine. They may also discuss certain organs specifically and designate it as a separate science, such as the eye and its ailments and treatments. Similarly, they associated with the art, the climate of the organs, and the purpose for which each organ of the animal body was created. Although this is not the subject of the science of medicine, they considered it among its appendices and branches. The foremost figure in this field, whose works have been translated from ancient times, is Galen, who is said to have been contemporary with Jesus, peace be upon him, and is reported to have died in Sicily while traveling. His writings are the foundational texts that all physicians have followed after him. In Islam, there were prominent figures in this field who surpassed expectations, such as Al-Razi, the Magus, Ibn Sina, and many from Al-Andalus, the most famous of whom is Ibn Zuhr. At this time, in Islamic cities, it seems to have diminished due to the stagnation and decline of civilization, as it is one of the crafts that only civilization and luxury necessitate, as we will explain later. The rural inhabitants have a form of medicine that is often based on limited experience passed down from the elders of the community, and while some of it may be valid, it is not based on natural law or aligned with temperament. Among the Arabs, there was much of this medicine, and they had well-known physicians like Al-Harith ibn Qalada and others. The medicine mentioned in religious texts is of this kind and is not from revelation. It was merely a customary matter for the Arabs. The conditions of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, are mentioned in a manner that reflects his habits and nature, not as a directive for such practices. He was sent to teach us the laws, and was not sent to instruct on medicine or other customary matters. He encountered the issue of pollinating date palms and said, "You know better about your worldly affairs." Therefore, nothing from the medicine found in the authentic hadiths should be interpreted as prescribed unless it is used for the sake of blessing and the truth of the faith contract, which can have a significant beneficial effect. This is not in temperamental medicine, but rather is a result of the faith-based word, as seen in the treatment of the dysentery patient with honey and similar remedies. And God is the guide to the right path. There is no Lord but Him. Chapter 26. On agriculture. This industry is one of the branches of natural sciences, and it involves the study of plants in terms of their growth and development through irrigation, treatment, and care. The early scholars paid great attention to it, and their examination of it was general, regarding plants in terms of planting and growth, as well as their properties, spirituality, and their relationship to the spiritualities of the planets and the structures used in all of this in the realm of magic. Their concern for it was greatly amplified for that reason. The book, Agriculture of the Nabateans, attributed to the scholars of the Nabateans, was translated from Greek texts and contains significant knowledge on this subject. When the people of the faith examined what this book contained, and since the realm of magic was closed and its study prohibited, they limited their discussion to plants in terms of planting, treatment, and the issues that arise in that regard, completely omitting the discussion of the other art. Ibn al-Awwam summarized the book, Agriculture of the Nabateans, along these lines, while the other art remained neglected. He transferred from the writings of Muslim scholars in his magical books the essentials of some of its issues, as we will mention when discussing magic, God willing. The writings of later scholars on agriculture are numerous, and they do not exclude discussions on planting, treatment, and the care of plants regarding their needs and obstacles, and everything that arises in that regard, and they are available. Chapter 27. On the science of theology. It is a science that examines absolute existence, first in the general matters of the corporeal and spiritual realms, such as essences, unity, multiplicity, necessity, possibility, and others. Then it looks into the principles of existence, which are spiritual, followed by how existence emanate from them and their ranks, and finally the states of the soul, after its separation from bodies and its return to the origin. It is considered a noble science by them, which they claim leads to the knowledge of existence as it truly is, and that this is the essence of happiness in their view. A response to them will follow. It is subsequent to natural sciences in their arrangement, and thus they call it the science of what lies beyond nature. The writings of the first teacher on this subject are available to people. Ibn Sina summarized it in the books Al-Shifa and Al-Najat, and Ibn Rushd also summarized it from the philosophers of Al-Andalus. When later scholars compiled the sciences of the people and documented them, Al-Ghazali responded to some of them, and then the later scholars mixed the issues of theology with the issues of philosophy due to their shared inquiries, and the subject of theology resembled that of divine matters, making them seem like one discipline. They altered the arrangement of the philosophers in the issues of natural sciences and divine matters, merging them into one discipline, presenting general matters first, followed by corporeal matters and their consequences, then spiritual matters and their consequences, and so on, as Imam Ibn al-Khatib did in the Eastern discussions, and all those who followed him among the scholars of theology. The science of theology became mixed with the issues of wisdom, and its books were filled with them, as if the purpose of both their subjects and issues were the same. This confusion has misled people, and it is correct because the issues of theology are merely beliefs received from the Sharia as transmitted by the predecessors without any recourse to reason or reliance on it, meaning they are only established through it. Reason is isolated from the Sharia and its perspectives, and what the theologians discuss in establishing arguments is not an inquiry into the truth therein. The reasoning by evidence, after it was not known, is a characteristic of philosophy. Rather, it is merely a search for a rational argument that supports the beliefs of faith and the doctrines of the predecessors and defends against the doubts of the people of innovation who claimed that their understandings in this matter were rational. This is after it is assumed to be correct by the transmitted evidence as received by the predecessors and believed in, and there is much difference between the two positions. The understandings of the bearer of the Sharia are broader due to their extensive scope compared to the understandings of rational perspectives. They are above and encompass them, drawing from divine lights, and do not fall under the law of weak reasoning and the limited understandings. Therefore, if the legislator guides us to an understanding, we should prioritize it over our own understandings and trust it over them, and we should not examine its correctness by rational understandings, even if it contradicts them. Rather, we should rely on what we have been commanded to believe and know, and remain silent about what we do not understand from that, entrusting it to the legislator and isolating reason from it. The theologians were only driven to this by the words of the people of heresy, in opposing the beliefs of the predecessors with theoretical innovations, necessitating a response to them from the same type of their oppositions, which called for theoretical arguments and aligning the beliefs of the predecessors with them. As for examining the issues of natural sciences and divine matters regarding correctness and invalidity, this is not part of the subject of theology, nor of the nature of the theologians' perspectives. Know this to distinguish between the two disciplines, for they are mixed among the later scholars in their arrangement and composition, while the truth is that each is distinct from the other in subject and issues. The confusion arose from the unity of the demands in the arguments, and the objections of the theologians appeared as if they were establishing a request for reliance on evidence, which is not the case. Rather, it is a response to the atheists, and the required assumption is one of truth and knowledge. Similarly, the later scholars among the extremists of the Sufis also mixed the issues of the two disciplines with their own, making the discourse one in all of them, such as their discussions on prophecies, unity, and other matters. The understandings in these three disciplines are different and distinct, and the farthest from the nature of the disciplines and sciences are the understandings of the Sufis, as they claim to have direct experience and flee from evidence, and direct experience is far from scientific understandings and their inquiries and consequences, as we have explained and will explain. And God guides whom he wills to a straight path, and God knows best what is correct. Chapter 28. On the sciences of magic and talismans. These are sciences regarding the ways in which human souls can influence the effects in the world of elements, either without assistance or with assistance from celestial matters. The former is magic, and the latter is talismans. Since these sciences are abandoned by religious laws due to their harmfulness and the requirement of directing them towards something other than God, such as a planet or otherwise, their books are like those lost among people. Except for what is found in the writings of ancient nations before the prophecy of Moses, peace be upon him, such as the Nabateans and Chaldeans, for all those who preceded the prophets did not establish laws nor bring forth rulings. Their books were merely admonitions, monotheism to God, and reminders of paradise and hell. These sciences were present among the people of Babylon, from the Syrians and Chaldeans, and among the Egyptians from the Copts and others. They had writings and traces in this regard, but only a little has been translated for us from their books, such as the Nabatean agriculture from the practices of the people of Babylon. People took this knowledge from it and specialized in it, and later, arrangements were made such as the manuscripts of the 7 planets and the Book of Tam Tam the Indian regarding the images of the degrees and planets and others. Then, in the east, appeared Jabir ibn Hayyan, the great magician of this nation, who reviewed the books of the people, extracted the craft, delved into its essence, and produced other writings within it, elaborating extensively on it and on the craft of alchemy, as it is a branch of it. The transformation of qualitative bodies from one form to another occurs through the psychic power, not through practical craft. It is akin to magic, as we will mention in its place. Then came Muslim Ibn Ahmad al-Majriti, the leader of the people of Andalusia in teachings and sorcery, who summarized all those books, refined them, and compiled their methods in his book titled The Ultimate of the Wise, and no one wrote in this science after him. To introduce here a preface that clarifies the reality of magic. Human souls, although one in type, are different in properties, and they are of kinds. Each kind is characterized by a unique property that does not exist in the other kind. These properties became innate and natural to their kind. The souls of the prophets, peace be upon them, have a property that prepares them to detach from human spirituality to royal spirituality until they become kings in that moment of detachment. And this is the meaning of revelation, as mentioned in its place. In that state, they attain divine knowledge and communicate with the angels, peace be upon them, on behalf of God, the exalted and majestic, as previously mentioned. The extent of influence in the universes and the souls of magicians has a specific effect in the universes and the summoning of the spirituality of planets to act within them, influencing with psychic or demonic power. As for the influence of the prophets, it is divine support and a divine property, while the souls of the priests have the property of insight into the unseen through demonic powers. Thus, each kind is characterized by a property that does not exist in the other. The souls of magicians are of three ranks, which will be explained. The first is the one that influences solely by will, without any tool or assistance, and this is what philosophers call magic. The second involves assistance from the temperament of the celestial bodies or elements, or the properties of numbers, and they call it talismans, which is a weaker rank than the first. The third involves influence in imaginative powers. The possessor of this influence resorts to imaginative powers, manipulating them in a certain way, projecting various imaginations and representations of what he intends, and then brings it down to the senses of the viewers through the power of his soul influencing them. So the viewers see it as if it is external, while there is nothing of the sort. It is narrated about some that they see gardens, rivers, and palaces, while there is nothing of that, and this is called by philosophers sorcery or illusion. This details its ranks. Then this property exists in the magician by potential, like all human powers, and it only manifests through training. And the training of magic is all about directing towards celestial bodies, planets, and the upper worlds, and demons through various forms of glorification, worship, submission, and humility. Therefore, it is a direction towards something other than God, and directing towards something other than God is disbelief. For this reason, magic is considered disbelief, and disbelief is one of its materials and causes, as you have seen. This is why scholars differ on whether to kill the magician is due to his disbelief prior to his act, or due to his corrupting actions and the resulting corruption in the universes, and all is derived from it. Since the first two ranks of magic have a reality in the external world, while the last third rank has no reality, scholars differ on whether magic is real or merely an illusion. Those who assert that it has a reality look at the first two ranks, while those who say it has no reality look at the last third rank. There is no disagreement among them in the essence of the matter. Rather, it arises from the confusion of these ranks, and God knows best. Know that the existence of magic is beyond doubt among rational people due to the influence we mentioned, and it has been stated in the Quran. God, the Exalted, said, "But the devils disbelieved, teaching people magic, and what was revealed to the two angels in Babylon, Harut and Marut. And they did not teach anyone until they said, 'We are a trial, so do not disbelieve.' And from them, they learn that by which they cause separation between a man and his wife. But they do not harm anyone thereby, except by permission of God." The messenger of God, peace be upon him, was bewitched until it was imagined to him that he was doing something, and his magic was placed in a comb and a piece of string and buried in the well of Darwan. Then God, the Exalted, revealed to him in the 2 chapters of Seeking Refuge, and from the evil of the blowers in knots. Aisha, may God be pleased with her, said, "He would not recite over any of those knots in which he was bewitched, except that it would be undone." As for the existence of magic among the people of Babylon, who are the Chaldeans from the Nabateans and Syrians, it is abundant and has been stated in the Quran and reported in the news. Magic in Babylon and Egypt during the time of Moses, peace be upon him, had thriving markets. This is why Moses' miracle was of the same kind as what they claimed and practiced, and remnants of that remain in the wilderness of Upper Egypt, indicating that. We have seen with our own eyes those who depict the image of the bewitched person with the properties of things corresponding to what they intend and attempt, existing with the bewitched person, and similar meanings of names and attributes in uniting and separating. Then he speaks about that image he has established in place of the bewitched person, either literally or in meaning, and then he blows from his saliva after gathering it in his mouth by repeating the articulations of those letters from the evil speech and ties, that meaning to a cause he has prepared for it, hoping for the knot and the binding, and taking an oath from those he associates with from the jinn in his blowing in that act, feeling the determination of the resolve. For that structure and the evil names have a wicked spirit that exits with the blowing, attached to the saliva that comes out of his mouth in the blowing, causing evil spirits to descend from it, and the bewitched person experiences what the magician attempts. We have also witnessed among those who claim to practice magic and perform it, someone pointing to a garment or skin, and it becomes torn. He points to the bellies of sheep in their pastures, and if their intestines fall from their bellies to the ground. We have heard that in the land of India, to this day, there are those who point to a person, and his heart bursts, and he falls dead, and his heart is turned inside out, and nothing is found in his insides. He points to a pomegranate, and it opens, and nothing is found of its seeds. Likewise, we have heard that in the land of Sudan and the land of the Turks, there are those who bewitch the clouds to rain on specific lands. We have also seen wonders from the talismans in the beloved numbers, which are RKRFD, one of the two numbers being 220 and the other 284. The meaning of the beloved is that the parts of each one, which are half, third, quarter, sixth, fifth, and similar, when summed, equal the other number, hence they are called beloved. The practitioners of talismans have conveyed that these numbers have an effect in the affinity between the beloved and their gathering, when two examples are set for them. One with the ascendant of Venus, while it is in its house or exaltation, looking at the moon with a gaze of affection and acceptance, and the second ascendant being the seventh of the first, and one of the two numbers is placed on one of the representations and the other on the other. The one intended for affinity, I mean the beloved, is aimed at either the greater quantity or the greater parts, resulting in a great affinity between the beloved that hardly one can be separated from the other. This was stated by the author of The Ultimate and others among the leaders of this matter, and I have witnessed it through experience. Likewise, the seal of the lion, also called the seal of the pebbles, is that it is drawn in a mold in the shape of a lion, with its tail raised, biting a stone that it has divided in half, and before it is a snake image flowing from its legs to its face, with its mouth wide open, and on its back is a scorpion crawling. It is timed by drawing it at the moment the sun is in its exaltation and safe from misfortunes, and the moon is safe in a royal ascendant, considering the gaze of the Lord of the 10th to the Lord of the Ascendant as a gaze of affection and acceptance, and it is suitable for what may be from the births of kings from noble signs, and it is raised in a yellow silk cloth after being dipped in perfume. They claim that its holder has a power over the kings in their dealings and services, and their subjugation that cannot be expressed. Likewise, for the kings, it has strength and power over those under their hands. The people of this matter have also mentioned this in The Ultimate and elsewhere, and I have witnessed it through experience. Likewise, the specific pentacle of the sun, they mentioned that it is placed at the moment the sun is in its exaltation and safe from misfortunes, and the moon is safe in a royal ascendant, considering the gaze of the Lord of the 10th to the Lord of the Ascendant as a gaze of affection and acceptance, and it is suitable for what may be from the births of kings from noble signs, and it is raised in a yellow silk cloth after being dipped in perfume. They claim that it has an effect in the companionship of kings and their service and interaction, and similar matters are numerous. The book The Ultimate by Muslim Ibn Ahmad al-Majriti is a record of this craft, encompassing its completeness and the entirety of its issues. It has been mentioned to us that Imam al-Fakhr ibn al-Khatib wrote a book on this and named it The Hidden Secret, and that it is circulated among its people in the East, but we have not come across it. The Imam was not among the leaders of this matter as we believe, and perhaps the matter is otherwise. In the West, there are some of those who claim these magical works known as the Bajajin, and they are those I mentioned earlier who point to a garment or skin, and it becomes torn, and they point to the bellies of sheep with the badge, and they swell. One of them is called Bajajin to this day because most of what they claim to practice magic involves the swelling of livestock, intimidating their owners to give them from their surplus, and they are concealed in the ultimate, out of fear for themselves from the rulers. I have encountered a group of them and witnessed their actions without doubt in that. This is the nature of magic and talismans and their effects in the world. As for philosophers, they distinguished between magic and talismans after establishing that both are effects of the human soul, and they argued for the existence of the effect of the human soul by stating that it has effects on its body that are not due to natural processes and physical causes, but rather effects arising from the qualities of spirits, sometimes like the heat that occurs from joy and happiness, and from the psychological perceptions, as occurs from imagination. For instance, a person walking on the edge of a wall or a taut rope, if the imagination of falling becomes strong, he will fall without a doubt. This is why you find many people training themselves on that, until this imagination leaves them, and you find them walking on the edge of the wall and the taut rope without fearing falling. It has been established that this is an effect of the human soul and its imagination of falling due to the illusion. If this is an effect of the soul on its body without natural physical causes, it is permissible for it to have a similar effect on something other than its body, as its relation to bodies in that type of influence is the same, for it is neither residing in the body nor imprinted in it. Thus it has been established that it influences all bodies. As for the distinction between magic and talismans, magic does not require the magician to have assistance, while the practitioner of talismans relies on the spiritualities of planets, the secrets of numbers, the properties of existing things, and the arrangements of the influencing celestial bodies in the world of elements, as astrologers say. They say, magic is the union of spirit with spirit, and talismans are the union of spirit with matter, and their meaning to them is the binding of the celestial, heavenly natures with the lower natures. The celestial natures are the spiritualities of the planets, and therefore its practitioner often relies on astrology. The magician, according to them, does not acquire his magic, but is innately endowed with that specific nature of influence. The distinction between miracles and magic is that a miracle is a divine power that inspires the soul with that influence. It is supported by the Spirit of God in that act. The magician only does that from his own self and with his psychic power and with the assistance of demons in some cases. Thus, there is a difference in rationality, reality, and essence in the matter itself. We distinguish between them by the apparent signs, which are the existence of miracles for the possessor of good and in the purposes of good, and for the souls striving for good, challenging with it the claim of prophecy. Magic, however, exists for the possessor of evil and in acts of evil, mostly in separating spouses and harming enemies and similar matters, for the souls striving for evil. This is the distinction between them according to divine philosophers. There may also be some Sufis and possessors of miracles who have an influence in the states of the world, but they are not counted among the types of magic. Rather, it is through divine support, because their path and doctrine are from the effects of prophecy and its followers, and they have in divine support a preservation according to their state, faith, and adherence to the word of God. If one of them is capable of acts of evil, he does not commit them because he is bound in what he does by the command of God. What they are not permitted to do, they do not do at all, and whoever does so among them has strayed from the path of truth and may have his state taken away. Since the miracle is by the support of the Spirit of God and divine powers, nothing from magic can oppose it. Look at the case of the magicians of Pharaoh with Moses in the miracle of the staff, how it swallowed what they were fabricating, and their magic vanished and diminished as if it had never been. Likewise, when it was revealed to the prophet, peace be upon him, in the 2 chapters of Seeking Refuge, and from the evil of the blowers in knots, Aisha, may God be pleased with her, said, he would not recite it over any of those knots in which he was bewitched, except that it would be undone. Magic does not stand against the name of God and his remembrance with the faith-filled will. Historians have reported that the Zarkash Kawayan, which is the banner of Khosrow, contained the numerical accord woven with gold in celestial arrangements that were observed for that accord. The banner was found on the day Rustam was killed at Qadisiyah, lying on the ground after the defeat and scattering of the Persians. It is claimed by the practitioners of talismans and accords to be specific for victory in wars, and that the banner which contains it, or is with it, does not face defeat at all. However, this was opposed by divine support from the faith of the companions of the Messenger of God, peace be upon him, and their adherence to the Word of God, which caused every magical knot to unravel and not to stand against what they were doing. As for the Sharia, it did not distinguish between magic and talismans, considering them all as one forbidden category, because the actions that the legislator has permitted us are those that concern us in our religion, which is for the good of our hereafter, or in our livelihood, which is for the good of our worldly life, and what does not concern us in either of them, if it has harm or a type of harm, like the harm caused by magic, which results in harm upon occurrence, and talismans are included in that because their effects are the same, as well as astrology, which has a type of harm due to the belief in influence, corrupting the faith by attributing matters to other than God, making that act forbidden due to its harmfulness. If it is not important to us and has no harm, it is at least better to leave it as a means of drawing closer to God. For among the best of a person's Islam is to leave what does not concern him. Thus, the Sharia has made the door of magic, talismans and sorcery one single door due to their harmfulness, and has specified it for prohibition and forbiddance. As for the distinction between miracles and magic, what the theologians mentioned is that it relates to the challenge, which is the claim of its occurrence in accordance with what was claimed. They said, the magician is diverted from such a challenge, so it does not occur from him. The occurrence of a miracle in accordance with the claim of a liar is not possible because the indication of a miracle of truth is rational, as its very nature is to affirm. If it were to occur with falsehood, it would be impossible for the truthful to be a liar, which is impossible. Therefore, a miracle does not occur with a liar in general. As for the philosophers, the distinction between them is, as we have mentioned, the difference between good and evil at the extremes of both. The magician does not produce good, nor does he use it in the causes of good, while the possessor of a miracle does not produce evil, nor does he use it in the causes of evil, as if they are at opposite ends in their original nature. And God guides whom he wills, and he is the mighty, the exalted, and there is no Lord besides him. Among these psychological influences is the evil eye, which is an effect from the eye of the beholder when he admires something from beings or states and excessively admires it, leading to envy that seeks to deprive that thing from the one who possesses it, causing its corruption. This is an innate nature, I mean this effect of the evil eye. The distinction between it and psychological influences is that its emergence is innate and natural, does not change, nor does it return to the choice of its owner, nor is it acquired. Other influences, even if some are not acquired, their emergence is related to the choice of their doer, and the innate ones have a strong emergence. This is why they said, the killer by magic or by a miracle is killed, while the killer by the evil eye is not killed. This is only because it is not something he intends or aims for, nor does he leave it. Rather, he is compelled in its emergence, and God knows best what is in the unseen and is aware of what is in the hearts. Editor's note. The remainder of the chapter utilizes a lot of Arabic letters that might be lost in translation when ported to English. We will conclude this chapter at this note and proceed with the following chapters. Chapter 29. The Science of the Secrets of Letters, Part 2. Editor's note. This chapter also utilizes a lot of Arabic letters that might be lost in translation. For the sake of consistency and accuracy, we opted to skip it and move on to following chapters. We are planning to make our books available in text form in the future. We'll keep you updated when this is launched, materialized. Chapter 30. On the science of alchemy, which is a science that examines the material through which gold and silver are produced by industry and explains the work that leads to that. They explore all the components after knowing their mixtures and powers, hoping to find the material prepared for that, even from animal muscles like bones, feathers, eggs, and excrement, in addition to metals. Then it explains the works that bring that material from potential to action, such as dissolving bodies into their natural parts through sublimation and distillation, solidifying the melted ones through calcination, and softening the hard through coercion and rigidity, and similar processes. They claim that through all these industries, a natural body is produced, which they call the elixir. It is applied to the metallic body, prepared to accept the form of gold or silver, with a readiness close to action, such as lead, tin, and copper, after being heated by fire, turning it into pure gold. They refer to this elixir in their jargon as the spirit, and the body to which it is applied as the body. Thus, the explanation of these terms and the nature of this industrial work that transforms these prepared bodies into the form of gold and silver is the science of alchemy. People have continued to write about it, both ancient and modern. Sometimes discussions about it are attributed to those who are not its experts. The foremost of the documented scholars in this field is Jabir ibn Hayyan, to the extent that they specifically refer to it as the science of Jabir, and he has 70 treatises in it, all resembling riddles. They claim that only one who has comprehensive knowledge of all that is in it can unlock its secrets. Al-Tughra'i, one of the later sages of the East, has written volumes and debates on it with its scholars and others. Muslima al-Majriti, a sage from Andalusia, wrote in this field a book he called The Rank of the Wise, which he paired with another book on magic and talismans called The Ultimate of the Wise. He claimed that these two crafts are the results of wisdom and the fruits of knowledge, and whoever does not grasp them is devoid of the fruit of knowledge and wisdom altogether. His words in that book, and the words of all of them in their writings, are riddles that are difficult to understand for those who have not been trained in their terminology. We will mention the reason for their resorting to these symbols and riddles. Ibn al-Mughayribi, one of the leaders in this field, has poetic verses on the letters of the alphabet that are among the most creative in poetry, all riddled with puzzles and enigmas that are hardly understood. They may attribute some writings in this field to Al-Ghazali, may God have mercy on him, but this is not correct, as the man's high intellect would not allow him to be misled by the errors they pursue until he adopts them. They may also attribute some doctrines and sayings in this field to Khalid ibn Yazid ibn Muawiyah, the foster son of Marwan ibn al-Hakam, and it is well known that Khalid is from the Arab generation and closer to nomadism, so he is far from the sciences and methodology in general. How could he engage in a craft of such a strange nature, based on knowledge of the natures of compounds and their mixtures, and the writings of those who observed this from natural sciences and medicine had not yet appeared or been translated, unless there is another Khalid ibn Yazid from those with industrial insights who resembles him by name, which is possible. Here, I will convey to you the letter of Abu Bakr ibn Bishrun to Abu al-Sam in this craft, and both are students of Muslima, from which one can infer his views on the matter if given due consideration. Ibn Bishrun said after the introduction of the letter, which is outside the main topic, "The preliminaries of this noble craft have been mentioned by the ancients, and all of them have been summarized by the philosophers from the knowledge of the formation of minerals, the creation of stones and gems, and the nature of regions and places. They prevented its widespread mention, but I will clarify for you from this craft what is necessary to begin with. They said, students of this science should first know three qualities. The first is whether it exists. The second is from what it is made. The third is how it is made. If one knows these three and masters them, he has achieved his goal and reached the end of this science. As for the inquiry about its necessity and the reasoning for its existence, we have provided you with what we sent to you regarding the elixir. As for what it is made from, they mean by that the search for the stone that can work, and although work exists in everything potentially, because it is composed of the four natures from which it was initially formed and to which it returns ultimately, yet some things may exist in potential, but not in actuality. This is because some can be detailed, treated, and managed, and these are the ones that move from potential to action. while those that cannot be detailed cannot be treated or managed because they exist in potential only. The reason they cannot be detailed is that some of their natures are absorbed into others, and the strength of the larger one prevails over the smaller. Therefore, it is necessary for you, may God guide you, to know the most suitable separated stones in which work can be done, their type, strength, and work, and what is managed from dissolution, binding, purification, calcination, drying, and turning. For whoever does not know these principles, which are the foundation of this craft, will not succeed and will never achieve any good. You should also know whether it can be assisted by something else, or if it suffices by itself, and whether it is singular in the beginning, or if it shares with others, and thus becomes one in management, hence called a stone. You should also know how it works, its weight and timing, and how the spirit is composed in it, and how the soul is introduced to it. Can fire detail it after its composition? If it cannot, for what reason, and what is the cause of that? For this is the goal, so understand. Know that all philosophers praised the soul and claimed it is the manager of the body, the bearer of it, the defender of it, and the doer within it. This is because when the soul leaves the body, it dies and cools, and it cannot move or resist anything else because there is no life in it and no light. I mentioned the body and the soul because these attributes are similar to the human body, which is composed of nourishment and sustenance, and its essence and completion are through the living, luminous soul, with which it performs great deeds and actions that no one else can do with the living power within it. A person is affected by the differences in the composition of their natures, and if their natures were the same, they would be free from ailments and oppositions, and the soul would not be able to leave its body, and it would be eternal. Glory be to the manager of all things, the Most High. Know that the natures that give rise to this work are initially a driving force that is vital and needs to end, and once it reaches this limit, it cannot transform into what it was composed of, as we mentioned earlier in the case of humans, because the natures of this essence have adhered to one another and have become one thing, resembling the soul in its power and action, and the body in its composition and mass after being individual natures in their essence. How astonishing are the actions of the natures, the strength of the weak that can detail and compose things and complete them, hence I said strong and weak. The expression and annihilation occurred in the first composition due to the differences, and the absence of that in the second due to the agreement. Some of the ancients said that detailing and cutting in this work is life and permanence, while composition is death and annihilation. This statement is profound in meaning because the wise intended by his words life and permanence to mean moving from non-existence to existence. For as long as it remains in its original composition, it is inevitably perishable. When it is composed in the second composition, it is free from annihilation. The second composition cannot occur except after detailing and cutting, so detailing and cutting are specific to this work. When the dissolved body remains, it expands within it due to the absence of form, because it has become in the body like the soul that has no form, as it has no weight within it, and you will see that, God willing. You should know that the mixing of the subtle with the subtle is easier than the mixing of the dense, and I mean by that the similarity in spirits and bodies because things connect with their forms. I mentioned this to make you understand that the work is more suitable and easier than the subtle natures of the spiritual ones compared to the dense corporeal ones. It may be conceived in the mind that stones are stronger and more resistant to fire than spirits, as you see that gold, iron and copper are more resistant to fire than sulfur, mercury and other spirits. I say that the bodies were once spirits in their essence, and when they were subjected to the heat of existence, they turned into dense, viscous bodies, so fire could not consume them due to their excessive density and viscosity. If the fire were to excessively act upon them, it would turn them back into spirits as they were at the beginning of their creation. And those subtle spirits, when subjected to fire, remain and cannot endure it. You should know what turns bodies into this state and what turns spirits into this state. This is the most important thing you should know. I say that those spirits remain due to their ignition and subtlety. They ignite due to their high moisture, and when fire senses moisture, it clings to it because it is airy and resembles fire, and it continues to feed on it until it is consumed. Likewise, bodies, when they sense the arrival of fire, due to their low viscosity and density, do not ignite because they are composed of earth and water, resistant to fire, with the subtle uniting with the dense due to prolonged gentle cooking that mixes things. Every perishable thing perishes in fire due to the separation of its subtle from its dense and the entry of some into others without analysis and agreement. Thus that joining and intermingling becomes proximity, not mingling, making their separation easy, like water and oil and similar things. I describe this to guide you on the composition of natures and their interactions. If you understand this knowledge thoroughly, you have taken your share of it. You should know that the mixtures that are the natures of this craft are compatible with one another, detailed from one essence, united by one system through one management, with no foreign element entering into any part of it or the whole, as the philosopher said. If you master the management of natures and their compositions, and do not introduce a foreign element into them, you have mastered what you intended to master and sustain, for nature is one and has no foreign element in it. Whoever introduces a foreign element into it has deviated from it and has fallen into error. Know that this nature, if a body is dissolved from its counterparts as it should be in dissolution until it resembles it in subtlety and lightness, it expands within it and flows with it wherever it goes. For as long as the bodies remain dense and harsh, they do not expand or unite, and the dissolution of bodies cannot occur without spirits. So understand this statement. May God guide you. Know, may God guide you, that this dissolution in the body of an animal is the truth that does not diminish or decrease, and it is what transforms and holds the natures and reveals to them strange colors and flowers. Not every body that dissolves contrary to this is the complete dissolution, because it is contrary to life. Rather, its dissolution is what agrees with it and protects it from the burning of fire until it is freed from density, and the natures transform from their states to what they can transform into from subtlety and density. When bodies reach their limit of analysis and refinement, a power appears in them that holds, penetrates, transforms, and executes, and every work that does not have a proof of its beginning has no good in it. Know that the cold from the natures dries things and binds their moisture, while the hot reveals their moisture and binds their dryness. I have singled out heat and cold because they are active, while moisture and dryness are passive, and upon the passivity of each one to its counterpart, bodies occur and are formed, and heat is more active in that than cold because cold has no power to move things, while heat is the cause of movement. Whenever the cause of existence, which is heat, weakens, nothing will ever be completed from it. Just as if excessive heat acts upon something and there is no cold, it burns and destroys it. For this reason, cold is needed in these works to empower each opposite against its opposite and protect it from the heat of fire. The philosophers have warned against nothing more than the burning fires. They commanded the purification of natures and breaths, and the removal of their impurities and moisture, and the repulsion of their pests and filth from them. Thus, their opinions and management were established. Their work is primarily with fire, and ultimately returns to it, which is why they said, "Beware of the burning fires." They meant by that the removal of the pests that accompany it, for 2 pests may gather on the body, leading to its swift destruction. Likewise, everything perishes and decays from its essence, due to the opposition of its natures and their differences, so it becomes caught between 2 things, and finds nothing to strengthen and assist it, except that the pest overcomes it and destroys it. Know that all the sages have mentioned the repeated return of spirits to bodies multiple times to be more attached to them and stronger against fire when they encounter it upon familiarity, meaning the elemental fire, so understand that. Now let us move on to the stone from which work can be done, as the philosophers have mentioned. They have differed about it. Some claimed it is in animals, some claimed it is in plants, some claimed it is in minerals, and some claimed it is in all. These claims do not require us to exhaust them and debate their proponents, because the discussion would be very lengthy. I have previously stated that work can be done in everything potentially because natures exist in everything, so we want to know from what the work can be done in potential and action. We aim for what Al-Harani said, "All dyeing is one of 2 dyes, either the dye of a body, like saffron in a white cloth until it transforms within it, and it is dissolved and its composition is disrupted, and the second dye is the transformation of essence from its essence to another essence and its color. like the transformation of soil into itself and the transformation of animals and plants into themselves, until the soil becomes a plant and the plant becomes an animal. And this can only occur with the living spirit and the active essence that has the ability to generate bodies and transform essences. If this is the case, we say that work must be done either in animals or in plants, and the proof of that is that they are both imprinted with nourishment, which is their sustenance and completion. As for plants, they do not possess what animals have in terms of subtlety and strength, and that is why the philosophers have less engaged in them. As for animals, they are the final transformation of the three transformations, for minerals transform into plants, and plants transform into animals, and animals do not transform into anything subtler than them unless they revert back to density. Also, there is nothing in the world that the living spirit can attach to other than it, and the spirit is the subtlest thing in the world, and the spirit does not attach to animals except by resembling them. As for the spirit in plants, it is slight, with some density and thickness, and it is also absorbed and hidden within it due to its density and the density of the plant body, so it cannot move due to its density and the density of its spirit. The moving spirit is much subtler than the hidden spirit, for the moving one has the ability to accept nourishment, move, and breathe, while the hidden one has only the ability to accept nourishment. It does not flow when compared to the living spirit, except like the earth in relation to water. Likewise, the plant in relation to the animal, so work in animals is higher, loftier, easier, and more straightforward. Therefore, the wise person, if he knows that, should try what is easy and leave what he fears may be difficult. Know that animals, according to the philosophers, are divided into categories of mothers, which are the natures, and recent ones, which are the offspring, and this is well known and easy to understand. Therefore, the philosophers divided the elements and the offspring into living and dead categories, making every mover a living agent and every still one a dead effect. They divided this in all things, and in melting bodies, and in mineral remedies, calling everything that melts in fire and flies and ignites alive, while what is contrary to that they called dead. As for animals and plants, they called everything that separates from them four natures alive, and what does not separate they called dead. Then they sought all the living categories. They found no four apparent separable natures for this craft, except for the stone in animals. So they searched for its type until they recognized it, took it, and managed it, and they were able to shape from it what they desired. Such shaping can also occur in minerals and plants after gathering remedies and mixing them, then separating them afterward. As for plants, some of them separate with some of these natures, like the algae, and as for minerals, they have bodies, spirits, and breaths, and when mixed and managed, some of them have an effect. We have managed all of that, and animal work is higher and loftier, and its management is easier and more straightforward. Therefore, you should know what the stone is that exists in animals and how it exists. We have clarified that animals are the highest of the offspring, and thus what is composed of them is subtler than them, like plants from the earth. The plant is subtler than the earth because it is composed of its pure essence and its subtle body, thus it deserves that subtlety and lightness. Likewise, this animal stone is like the plant in the soil. In summary, there is nothing in animals that separates into four natures other than it, so understand this statement, for it is hardly hidden except from an ignorant person who is between ignorance and one who has no intellect. I have informed you of the essence of this stone and made its type known to you, and I will clarify for you the ways of its management until what we have promised ourselves of fairness is completed, God willing. Management, with God's blessing, take the precious stone and place it in the crucible and the alembic, and separate its four natures, which are fire, air, earth, and water, which are the body and the dye. When you separate the water from the earth and the air from the fire, raise each one in its vessel separately, and take the sediment at the bottom of the vessel, which is the dregs, and wash it with hot fire until its blackness is removed, and its density and harshness are eliminated, and whiten it with a thorough whitening, and remove from it the excess hidden moisture, for it will then become white water with no darkness or filth or opposition in it. Then, turn to those first rising natures, and purify them also from blackness and opposition, and repeat the washing and sublimation on them until they become subtle, light, and pure. If you do that, God has opened for you. So begin with the composition that the work revolves around. That is because composition can only occur through coupling and mixing. As for coupling, it is the mixing of the subtle with the dense. And as for mixing, it is the grinding and crushing, until some of it mixes with some, and becomes one thing with no difference or deficiency, like mixing with water. At that point, the dense can hold the subtle, and the spirit can withstand the fire and endure it, and the soul can dive into the bodies and move within them. This was found only after composition, because when the dissolved body was coupled with the spirit, it mingled with all its parts, and some entered into others due to their similarity, thus becoming one thing. And it was necessary for the spirit to experience goodness and corruption, permanence and stability, and what befalls the body due to the place of mingling. Likewise, when the soul mingles with them and enters into them through the service of management, its parts mix with all the parts of the others, meaning the spirit and the body, and it becomes one thing with them, with no difference, like the whole part whose natures are intact and whose parts are in agreement. When this compound is cast into the dissolved body and the fire is applied to it, it reveals what is in it of moisture on its surface, melting into the dissolved body. Moisture has the nature of encompassing and clinging to fire, and when fire wants to cling to it, it is prevented from uniting with the soul due to the mingling of water with it. Fire does not unite with oil until it is pure. Likewise, water has the nature of repelling fire. When fire insists on it and wants to vaporize it, the dry body that mingles with it in its interior prevents it from flying, so the body becomes the cause of holding the water, and the water is the cause of the oil's permanence, and the oil is the cause of the dye's stability, and the dye is the cause of revealing the oil and showing the oiliness in dark things that have no light or life. This is the upright body, and thus the work is done. This purification that you asked about is what the philosophers called the egg, and they mean it, not the chicken egg. Know that the philosophers did not name it this for no reason, but because it resembles it. I once asked Muslima about this when there was no one else with him, and I said to him, "O wise one, tell me why the philosophers named the animal compound an egg. Was it by their choice, or for a reason that prompted them?" He said, "Rather, for a hidden reason." I said, "O wise one, what benefit and evidence did they find in the craft that led them to liken it and name it an egg?" He said, "For its similarity and closeness to the compound, so think about it, for its meaning will become clear to you." I remained before him pondering, unable to reach its meaning. When he saw my contemplation, and that my soul was engaged in it, he took my arm and shook me lightly and said, "O Abu Bakr, that is for the relationship between them in the quantity of colors when the natures mix and compose." When he said that, the darkness lifted from me, and the light of my heart shone, and my mind became strong enough to understand it. So I stood up, thanking God for it, and returned home, establishing a geometric shape to prove the correctness of what Muslima said. I will present it to you in this book. An example of that is that when the compound is complete, the ratio of what is in it from the nature of air to what is in the egg from the nature of air is like the ratio of what is in the compound from the nature of fire to what is in the egg from the nature of fire. Likewise, the other two natures, earth and water. I say that every two things that are proportionate in this manner are similar. An example of that is to make the surface of the egg a hexagon. If we want that, we take the least of the natures of the compound, which is the nature of dryness, and add to it an equal amount of the nature of moisture, and manage them until the nature of dryness absorbs the nature of moisture and accepts its strength. It seems that in this statement there is a symbol, but it will not be hidden from you. Then you carry on both of them an equal amount of spirit, which is water, so that all together becomes 6 times. Then you carry on all of them after management, an example from the nature of air, which is the soul, and that is 3 parts, so that all together becomes 9 times the dryness in potential. You place under each 2 sides of the compound, which is surrounded by the surface of the compound, 2 natures, making the first 2 sides surrounding its surface, the nature of water and the nature of air, which are the first side and the surface of the hexagon, and likewise the 2 sides surrounding the surface of the egg, which are water and air, the sides of the hexagon. I say that the surface of the hexagon resembles the surface of the egg, the nature of air that is called the soul, and likewise the surface of the compound. The philosophers did not name anything after something else except for its resemblance to it. The words you asked about explain the Holy Land, which is composed of the upper and lower natures. Copper is what has had its blackness removed and has been cut until it became dust. Then it was reddened with vitriol until it became coppery, and the magnetite is their stone in which spirits solidify, and the upper nature that spirits are hidden in to confront fire, and the red color is a deep red that is produced by existence. Lead is a stone with 3 different powers of appearances, but they are similar and homogeneous. The first is a luminous, pure spiritual power, which is the active one. The second is a sensitive, moving psychic power, but it is denser than the first, and its center is lower than the center of the first. And the third is an earthy, sensitive, contracting power that is reflected to the center of the earth due to its heaviness, and it is the one that holds both the spiritual and psychic powers and surrounds them. As for the rest, they are innovative and invented, misleading the ignorant, and whoever knows the preliminaries is sufficient without others. This is all that you asked me about, and I have sent it to you explained, and we hope with God's success that you achieve your desire, and peace be upon you. Thus ends the words of Ibn Bishrun, who is one of the major students of Muslima al-Majriti, the master of Andalusia in the sciences of alchemy, chemistry, and magic in the 3rd century and beyond. You see how they directed all their terms in the craft to symbols and riddles that are hardly clear or known, and this is evidence that it is not a natural craft. What should be believed about alchemy, which is the truth supported by reality, is that it is of the kind of effects of spiritual souls and their influence in the world of nature, either of the type of miracles, if the souls are good, or of the type of magic, if the souls are evil and wicked. As for miracles, they are evident, and as for magic, it is because the magician, as established in the place of its verification, transforms material essences with his magical power. He must also have a material in which his magical effect occurs, like creating some animals from the material of soil or trees and plants, and in general from outside their specific material, as occurred with the magicians of Pharaoh with ropes and sticks, and as is reported about the magicians of Sudan and India in the far south, and the Turks in the far north, that they enchant the atmosphere for rain and other things. Since this is a creation of gold from outside its specific material, it falls under the category of magic, and those who speak of it are among the prominent sages like Jabir and Muslima. Those who preceded them from the sages of nations have inclined towards this approach, and that is why their words in it are riddles, cautious of the denial of the laws regarding magic and its types. Not that it returns to the suspicion of it, as is the opinion of those who do not delve into the verification of that. Look how Muslima named his book in it The Rank of the Wise, and named his book on magic and talismans The Ultimate of the Wise, indicating the general subject of the ultimate and the specific subject of this, for the ultimate is higher than the rank, so the issues of the rank are part of the issues of the ultimate and share in the subjects. From his words in the 2 fields, it becomes clear what we have said, and we will clarify later the error of those who claim that the understanding of this matter is through natural craft. And God is all-knowing, all-aware. Chapter 31. On the refutation of philosophy and the corruption of its adherents. This chapter and the following are important because these sciences are prevalent in civilization and abundant in cities. Their harm to religion is significant, so it is necessary to address them and reveal the true belief regarding them. Some rational individuals among humanity claim that all existence, both the sensory and the metaphysical, can be understood through its causes and conditions by means of intellectual contemplation and logical reasoning, and that the validation of faith-based beliefs comes from reasoning rather than from hearing, as they are part of the faculties of the mind. These individuals are called philosophers, a term derived from the Greek language meaning lovers of wisdom. They investigated this matter, engaged in it, and sought to achieve its objective, establishing a law by which the mind can discern between truth and falsehood, which they named logic. The essence of their argument is that the contemplation which enables the distinction between truth and falsehood is a mental process involving concepts abstracted from individual existence. Initially, it abstracts forms that apply to all individuals, just as a seal applies to all impressions made in clay or wax. These abstractions from the sensory world are called primary intelligibles. Then, if those universal meanings share commonalities with other meanings, they are further abstracted from those shared meanings. This process continues until the abstraction reaches simple universal meanings that apply to all concepts and individuals, beyond which no further abstraction is possible, and these are the higher genera. All these abstractions, being non-sensory, are combined to acquire knowledge, and they are called secondary intelligibles. When the intellect contemplates these abstract intelligibles and seeks to conceive of existence as it is, the mind must relate some of them to others and negate some from others through certain rational proofs to achieve a correct and accurate conception of existence, provided that this is done according to a valid law as previously mentioned. The type of affirmation, which is that relation and judgment, is considered by them to precede the type of conception in the end, while conception precedes it in the beginning and education, as complete conception is their ultimate goal of understanding, and affirmation is merely a means to it. What you hear in the writings of logicians about the precedence of conception and the dependence of affirmation on it refers to a sense of awareness, not to complete knowledge. This is the view of their great leader, Aristotle. They claim that happiness lies in the comprehension of all existence, both sensory and metaphysical, through this contemplation and those proofs. The essence of their understanding of existence, in general, and what they derived from it, is that they first encountered the lower body through sensory experience and observation. Then their understanding advanced slightly, leading them to perceive the existence of the soul through movement and sensation in animals. They then sensed the powers of the soul through the authority of reason. Their understanding then concluded about the higher celestial body in a manner similar to their conclusion about the essence of humanity. They believed that the heavens must possess a soul and intellect, just as humans do, and they concluded this with a finite number of entities, which is 10, 9 detailed entities, and 1 singular entity, which is the 10th. They assert that happiness lies in the comprehension of existence in this manner, along with the refinement of the soul and its cultivation with virtues, and that this is possible for humans, even without divine law, to distinguish between virtue and vice, in actions according to their reason and contemplation, inclining towards the commendable and avoiding the reprehensible by their nature. They believe that when this occurs for the soul, it experiences joy and pleasure, and ignorance of this is eternal misery. This, for them, is the meaning of bliss and punishment in the afterlife, leading to confusion in their details, which is well known in their writings. The leader of these doctrines, who compiled its issues and documented its knowledge and arguments, as we have received it in these times, is Aristotle the Macedonian, from Macedonia in the land of the Romans, a student of Plato and the teacher of Alexander. He is referred to as the first teacher in general, meaning the teacher of the art of logic, as it had not been refined before him. He was the first to organize its law, exhaust its issues, and articulate it well. He excelled in that law as he wished, had he taken care to address their intentions in theology. After him, in Islam, there were those who adopted these doctrines and followed them closely, except in minor aspects. This is because the books of those early scholars, when translated by the Abbasid caliphs from Greek into Arabic, were reviewed by many of the community, and some misguided individuals among the scholars adopted their doctrines and debated them, differing in various issues of their branches. Among the most famous of them were Abu Nasr al-Farabi in the 4th century, during the time of Saif al-Dawla, and Abu Ali ibn Sina in the 5th century, during the time of Nizam al-Mulk of the Buyid dynasty in Isfahan, among others. Know that this opinion they held is false in all its aspects. As for their attribution of all existence to the first intellect and their reliance on it for assent to the necessary being, it is a deficiency regarding what lies beyond that in the ranks of God's creation. Existence is broader in scope than that, and He creates what you do not know. Their limitation to affirming only the intellect and their neglect of what lies beyond it is akin to the naturalists who limit themselves to affirming only bodies, turning away from transmission and reason, believing that there is nothing beyond the body in God's wisdom. As for the proofs they claim to support their assertions about existence, and which they present according to the standards of logic, they are deficient and do not fulfill the purpose. As for those concerning corporeal existence, which they call natural science, Their deficiency lies in the uncertainty of the correspondence between those mental results derived from definitions and syllogisms, as they claim, and what exists externally, because those are general mental judgments, while external existence are particularized by their materials. There may be in the materials something that prevents the correspondence of the general mental concept to the particular external one, except for what is not attested by the senses. Its proof is its sensory observation, not those proofs. So where is the certainty they find in it? Moreover, the mind's manipulation of primary intelligibles may correspond to particulars through imaginary forms, not in secondary intelligibles, which are abstracted in the second rank. Thus, the judgment at that point would be certain, akin to the sensory, as primary intelligibles are closer to external correspondence due to their complete applicability. We may concede their claims in that regard, but it is necessary for us to refrain from contemplating them, as it is from the abandonment of a Muslim to what does not concern him. The issues of natural sciences do not concern us in our religion or our livelihood, so we must leave them aside. As for those concerning existence beyond the senses, which they call divine science and metaphysics, their essences are entirely unknown, and it is impossible to reach them or prove them, as the abstraction of intelligibles from external personal existence is only possible for what is perceivable to us. We do not perceive spiritual essences to abstract from them other essences, as there is a veil of sensory experience between us and them, so no proof comes to us for them, nor do we have a means to establish their existence in general, except for what we find within ourselves regarding the human soul and its states, especially in dreams, which are evident to everyone. Beyond that, their reality and attributes are obscure, and there is no way to grasp them. Their scholars have explicitly stated that anything without matter cannot be proven, as the premises of proof must be inherent. Their great leader, Plato, said that in divine matters one cannot reach certainty, and one can only speak in terms of conjecture. If we can only attain conjecture after effort and toil, then the initial conjecture suffices us. What benefit is there in these sciences and engaging with them when our concern is to attain certainty regarding existence beyond the senses? This is the ultimate goal of human thought according to them. As for their claim that happiness lies in the comprehension of existence as they are through those proofs, it is a false and rejected statement. Its interpretation is that man is composed of two parts, one corporeal and the other spiritual, intertwined. Each of these parts has its own specific faculties, and the faculty in both is one, which is the spiritual part that sometimes perceives spiritual intelligibles and sometimes corporeal intelligibles. However, the spiritual intelligibles are perceived directly by itself without intermediaries, while the corporeal intelligibles are perceived through the body's instruments, such as the brain and senses. Every perceiver experiences joy in what it perceives. Consider the case of a child in its initial corporeal perceptions. It rejoices in what it sees of light and hears of sounds. There is no doubt that the joy of the soul in its perception of itself directly, without intermediaries, is greater and more pleasurable. Thus, when the spiritual soul perceives its own perception directly, it experiences a joy and pleasure that cannot be expressed. This perception does not arise from contemplation or knowledge, but occurs by lifting the veil of sensory experience and forgetting corporeal perceptions altogether. The mystics often emphasize the attainment of this perception for the soul through the experience of this joy, striving through ascetic practices to suppress corporeal powers and their perceptions, even the intellect from the brain, so that the soul may attain its perception directly when the distractions and corporeal obstacles are removed, resulting in a joy and pleasure that cannot be expressed. This claim, even if valid, does not fulfill their intended purpose. As for their assertion that logical proofs and rational evidence lead to this type of perception and joy, it is false, as you have seen, since proofs and evidence are part of corporeal perceptions, arising from the brain's faculties of imagination, thought, and memory. We assert that the first thing we should focus on to attain this perception is to suppress all these brain faculties, as they are antagonistic to it and detrimental. You will find among them those who are engrossed in the Book of Healing, the Book of Indications, the Book of Salvation, and the summaries of Ibn Rushd, which are compilations of Aristotle and others, scattering their pages and securing their proofs, seeking this portion of happiness therein, unaware that they are thereby increasing their obstacles to it. Their basis for this is what they transmit from Aristotle, Al-Farabi, and Ibn Sina, that whoever attains the perception of the active intellect and connects with it in their lifetime has attained a share of this happiness. The active intellect, according to them, is the first rank revealed by the senses from the ranks of spiritual entities, and they equate connection with the active intellect to scientific perception. However, I have shown its fallacy, as Aristotle and his companions mean by that connection and perception, the perception of the soul that it has from itself, and without intermediaries, which can only be attained by lifting the veil of sensory experience. As for their claim that the joy arising from this perception is the very happiness promised, it is also false, as we have clarified that there exists another perceivable aspect for the soul beyond the senses, and it rejoices in that perception with great joy. This does not indicate that it is the essence of the promised happiness. Rather, it is one of the pleasures that contribute to that happiness. Their assertion that happiness lies in the comprehension of these existents as they are is a false claim based on what we have previously established regarding the oneness of existence and the misconceptions that existence, for every perceiver, is confined to its perceptions. We have demonstrated the fallacy of that notion, as existence is broader than can be encompassed or fully perceived, whether spiritually or corporeally. What we derive from all that we have established regarding their doctrines is that the spiritual part, when it separates from corporeal powers, perceives a self-contained perception specific to a type of intelligibles, which are the existence encompassed by our knowledge, and it is not a general perception of all existence, as they are not confined. It experiences joy in that type of perception, akin to the joy of a child in its initial sensory perceptions. Who can then attain the perception of all existence or achieve the happiness promised by the legislator if we do not act for it? How far-fetched is what you are promised? As for their claim that man is independent in refining and improving himself through engaging with the commendable traits of character and avoiding the reprehensible, it is based on the notion that the joy of the soul in its perception of itself is the essence of the promised happiness. This is because vices hinder the soul from fully perceiving that joy due to the corporeal qualities and their variations. We have clarified that the effects of happiness and misery lie beyond corporeal and spiritual perceptions. Thus, the refinement they have come to know benefits only the joy arising from spiritual perception, which is based on measures and laws. However, the happiness promised by the legislator for adhering to what he commanded in actions and morals is a matter that cannot be encompassed by the perceptions of the perceivers. Their leader, Abu Ali ibn Sina, recognized this when he stated in the Book of Principles and Resurrection that the spiritual resurrection and its states can be reached through rational proofs and measures because it is based on a preserved natural proportion and a consistent pattern, thus allowing for ample proofs. However, the corporeal resurrection and its states cannot be comprehended through proof because they do not adhere to a single proportion, and the true Mohammedan law has elaborated on it, so let us consider it and refer to it for its states. This knowledge, as you have seen, does not fulfill their intended goals, which they have circled around, along with its contradictions to the laws and their apparent meanings. It has, to our knowledge, only one fruit: sharpening the intellect in arranging evidence and arguments to attain the quality and accuracy in proofs. The organization of measures and their arrangement in terms of judgments and precision is as they have stipulated in their logical craft. They often employ this in their natural sciences and teachings, and beyond that, the observer in it, through the frequent use of proofs with their conditions, attains the quality of precision and accuracy in arguments and reasoning. For although they do not fulfill their intended purpose, they are the most accurate of what we know regarding the laws of contemplation. This is the fruit of this craft, along with an understanding of the doctrines of the scholars and their opinions and their harms, as you have learned. Let the observer in it be cautious and diligent in avoiding its pitfalls, and let the perspective of those who observe it be after being filled with religious knowledge and understanding of interpretation and jurisprudence. Let no one engage with it while being devoid of the knowledge of the faith, for few will escape its pitfalls. And God is the guide to the truth and the right path, and we would not have been guided had God not guided us. Chapter 32. on the invalidation of the art of astrology, its weak understanding, and the corruption of its purpose. This art claims that its practitioners can know the beings in the world of elements before they occur by understanding the powers of the planets and their effects on elemental beings, both individually and collectively. Thus, the positions of the heavens and the planets indicate what will happen of the types of universal and personal beings. The ancients among them believe that knowledge of the powers of the planets and their effects comes from experience, which is a matter that shortens lifespans, as gathering it requires many lifetimes. For experience is only gained through repeated trials to yield knowledge or conjecture. The cycles of the planets are long, requiring extended periods and ages that exceed the long lifespans of the world. Some of the weaker ones among them may have claimed that knowledge of the powers of the planets and their effects was revealed through prophecy, a view that has been sufficiently refuted. One of the clearest pieces of evidence against this is that the prophets, peace be upon them, are the farthest from such arts, and do not engage in foretelling the unseen except when it is from God. How could they claim to derive it through art and suggest it to their followers among creation? As for Ptolemy and his followers among the later ones, they believe that the indication of the planets in this regard is a natural indication due to the temperament that the planets acquire in elemental beings. They argue that the actions of the two luminaries and their effects on elemental beings are evident, such as the effect of the sun in changing the seasons and their temperaments, the ripening of fruits and crops and so forth, and the effect of the moon on moisture and water, the ripening of decaying materials, and the fruits of the vine, among other actions. Then he said, "We have two paths regarding the planets that follow. The first is to imitate those who have transmitted this from the masters of the art, although this is not convincing to the soul. The second is intuition and experimentation, by comparing each of them to the greater luminary, whose nature and effect we know clearly. We observe whether that planet increases in strength and temperament at the conjunction, thus recognizing its compatibility with it in nature, or decreases, thus recognizing its opposition. Then, if we know their powers individually, we can know them collectively when they are compared in the forms of trine, square, and others. And this knowledge is also derived from the natures of the zodiacal signs in relation to the greater luminary. If we know the powers of all the planets, they are influential in the air, which is evident. The temperament that arises from them for the air also affects what is beneath it from the generated beings, and it shapes the embryos and seeds, becoming a state for the body formed from them and for the soul connected to it, which receives from it, and what follows the soul and body from states, as the qualities of the seed and embryo are qualities of what is generated from them." He said, "And this is, despite that, conjectural and not certain at all, nor is it from divine decree, meaning fate. It is merely part of the natural causes of existence, while divine decree precedes everything." This summarizes the words of Ptolemy and his companions, and it is stated in his book, The Four, and others. From this, the weakness of the understanding of this art becomes clear, as knowledge of the existent or conjecture about it is only obtained through knowledge of its total causes: the agent, the recipient, the form, and the purpose, as will be clarified in its place. The stellar powers, as they have established, are merely agents, while the elemental part is the recipient. Moreover, the stellar powers are not the sole agents. There are other active powers alongside them, in the material part, such as the generative power of the father and the species present in the embryo, and the specific powers that distinguish a type from another, and so forth. Thus, if the stellar powers reach their completeness and knowledge is obtained about them, they are merely one agent among the total causes of existence. Then, it is required that alongside knowledge of the powers of the stars and their effects, there is additional intuition and conjecture, and at that point, one may have a conjecture about the occurrence of the being. Intuition and conjecture are powers of the observer in thought, and are not causes of existence, nor foundational to the art. If this intuition and conjecture are lost, it returns from conjecture to doubt. This is, if knowledge of the stellar powers is obtained correctly, and is not hindered by any affliction, and this is lacking due to the need for knowledge of the calculations of the planets in their movements to understand their positions, and because the specialization of each planet with a power has no evidence. Ptolemy's understanding in establishing the powers of the 5 planets by comparing them to the Sun is a weak understanding, because the power of the Sun predominates over all the powers of the planets and dominates them. So it is rare to notice an increase or decrease in it during comparison, as he said. All of this undermines the definition of the beings occurring in the world of elements through this art. Moreover, the influence of the planets on what is beneath them is invalid, as it has been established in the chapter on monotheism, that there is no agent except God, through a demonstrative argument, as you have seen. And the scholars of theology have supported this with what is sufficient in explanation, that attributing causes to effects is of unknown quality, and the intellect, as it appears at first glance, judges the influence. So perhaps their attribution is not in the form of the known influence. The divine power is the link between them, as it links all beings above and below, especially since the law attributes all events to the power of God Almighty and disassociates from anything else. Prophecies also deny the significance of the stars and their effects. The examination of legal texts supports this, as in the saying that the sun and the moon do not eclipse due to the death of anyone or their life, and in the saying that, "This morning, some of my servants are believers in me, and some are disbelievers in me." As for the one who says, "We have been rained upon by the grace and mercy of God," he is a believer in me and a disbeliever in the stars. And as for the one who says, "We have been rained upon by such and such a star," he is a disbeliever in me and a believer in the stars, according to the authentic Hadith. Thus, the invalidity of this art has become clear through the law, and its weak understanding is evident through reason, along with its harms in human civilization due to the corrupt beliefs it instills in the common people, especially when the truth of its judgments coincidentally aligns with reality, which does not return to reasoning or verification, leading those without knowledge to speak of it and assume the truth of its judgments in all cases, which is not the case. This leads to attributing things to their non-creator. Moreover, what arises from it often in states is the expectation of severances, and what that expectation incites from the audacity of enemies and those lurking against the state to commit violence and rebellion. We have witnessed much of this, so this art should be prohibited for all people of civilization due to the harms it brings to religion and states, and it does not diminish the fact that its existence is natural for humans according to their understandings and sciences. Good and evil are two natures present in the world that cannot be removed. Rather, the obligation is to strive for acquiring good through its causes and repelling the causes of evil and harm. This is the duty of one who knows the evils of this knowledge and its harms. And let it be known that even if it were correct in itself, no one among the faithful can acquire its knowledge or mastery. Rather, if someone looks into it and assumes mastery over it, he is in the utmost deficiency in reality. For the law has prohibited looking into it, so the gathering of people of civilization to read it and to teach it has ceased. And those who are fond of it among the people, who are the fewest and fewer than the fewest, only read its books and articles in secret, hidden from the people and under the yoke of the public, with the complexity of the art and the multitude of its branches and its difficulty in understanding. How can one gain anything substantial from it? We find that jurisprudence, which has widespread benefit in religion and the world, has easy access from the book and the Sunnah, and the public is devoted to reading and teaching it. Then, after verification, compilation, prolonged study, and numerous sessions, one becomes proficient in it, one after another, across eras and generations. How can one learn something that is abandoned by the law, prohibited, hidden from the public, difficult to access, and requires, after practice and acquisition of its principles and branches, additional intuition and conjecture that envelops the observer? So where is the acquisition and proficiency in it with all of this? The claim of this by some people is rejected, and there is no evidence to support it due to the strangeness of the art among the faithful and the scarcity of its bearers. Consider this, and you will see the validity of what we have asserted. And God knows the unseen. No one can unveil his unseen. Among what occurred in this regard from some of our contemporaries when the Arabs overwhelmed the armies of Sultan Abu al-Hassan and besieged him in Kairouan, and the rumors of both sides, allies and enemies, increased, Abu al-Qasim al-Ruhani, one of the poets of Tunisia, said, "I seek forgiveness from God at all times. Life and joy have gone. Morning in Tunisia, and evening, and the morning is for God, while the evening is fear and hunger, and death is brought about by chaos and plague, and people are in doubt and war, and what can argument benefit? So Ahmad sees Ali, who has met destruction and turmoil. Another said, a gentle breeze will come to you, and God above this will decree what he wills. O observer of the stars, what has this sky done? You have delayed us, and you claimed that you are today our allies. A Thursday has passed over a Thursday, and a Saturday and a Wednesday have come, and half a month and 10 days have passed, and the decree has encompassed it, and we see nothing but falsehood. Is this ignorance or disdain? We have known that there is no way to avert the decree. I am content with God as my deity. Your moon or your intellect, what are these stars but servants or maidens, decreed upon them, and they do not decree, and they have no claim in the world. Minds have strayed, seeing what the crime and annihilation are, and nature has ruled in existence, which is brought about by water and air. You have not seen sweetness in the face of bitterness. They nourish them with soil and water. God is my Lord, and I do not know what the individual atom is, nor the void, nor the primal matter that calls out, what is my form without a body? There is no existence, no non-existence, no permanence, no negation, and I have not known in acquisition except what trade and purchase bring. My doctrine and my religion are what the people have as allies, for there are no chapters, no roots, no debate, and no hypocrisy. What follows the heart, and we have followed. How good it would be to follow them as they know, and that nonsense was not there. O Ash'ari of the time, I feel the summer and winter. I have not passed through evil except evil, and good is rewarded by its like. If I am obedient, I do not disobey, and I have hope, and I am under the command of a Lord obeyed by the throne and the earth. There is no victory by you, but the decree and fate have allowed it. If the Ash'ari were to speak of someone to whom he belongs in opinion, he would say, tell them that I am innocent of what they say. Chapter 33. On the denial of the fruit of alchemy and the impossibility of its existence and the evils arising from its impersonation. Know that many of those unable to earn their livelihood are driven by greed to impersonate these crafts, believing that they are one of the means of sustenance and that acquiring wealth from them is easier and simpler for the seeker. They engage in numerous hardships, difficulties and sufferings, facing the oppression of rulers and losing money in expenses, in addition to undermining their purpose and ultimately facing ruin when they find themselves disappointed, all while thinking they are doing well. Their greed is fueled by the observation that metals can transform and that some can turn into others due to a common material. They attempt through treatment to turn silver into gold and copper and tin into silver, believing that this is possible in the natural world. They have various methods for this treatment, differing in their approaches and the materials they use, which they refer to as the precious stone, whether it be dung, blood, hair, eggs, or other substances. In summary, their method, after determining the material, is to grind it on a hard, smooth stone and to moisten it during grinding with water, after adding to it the herbs and medicines that suit its intended transformation into the desired metal. Then it is dried in the sun after watering or cooked over fire or subjected to calcination to extract its water or earth. If all this treatment is satisfactory and the process is conducted according to the principles of their craft, it results in a powder or liquid they call the elixir. They claim that if this elixir is poured onto heated silver, it will turn back into gold, or if poured onto heated copper, it will revert to silver, as intended in their work. The more knowledgeable among them assert that this elixir is a compound of the 4 elements, achieved through this specific treatment and preparation, possessing natural powers that direct what it contains towards its intended form and essence, instilling in it the qualities and powers it has acquired, similar to how yeast transforms dough into its essence, making it suitable for digestion and quickly converting it into nourishment. Likewise, the elixir of gold and silver transforms the metals into their respective forms. This is the gist of their claims, and you will find them engrossed in this treatment, seeking sustenance and livelihood from it, passing down its rules and principles from the writings of the masters of the craft before them, debating its riddles and uncovering its secrets, as it is often akin to a puzzle. I once discussed this with our teacher, Abu al-Barakat al-Talifi, a prominent figure in the Andalusian scholarly community, and presented to him some of the writings on the subject. He examined it for a long time, then returned it to me, saying, "While I guarantee that he will not return home except in disappointment." Some of them limit themselves to mere deception, whether overt, like coating silver with gold or copper with silver, or mixing them in proportions of 1 part, 2 parts, or 3, or covertly, like disguising the similarities between metals through craft, such as whitening copper and coating it with refined gold, resulting in a metallic body resembling silver, which is only discernible to skilled critics. The practitioners of this deception consider it a means to circulate their counterfeit among the people, stamping it with the seal of the ruler to mislead the public into believing it is genuine. These are the lowest of people in their trade and the worst in their consequences, as they engage in stealing the wealth of others. The practitioner of this deception merely exchanges copper for silver and silver for gold to enrich himself, making him a thief, or worse than a thief. Most of this type among us in Morocco are students from the Berber tribes, residing in remote areas and the homes of the ignorant, seeking refuge in the mosques of the countryside, deceiving the wealthy among them by claiming they possess the craft of gold and silver, as people are naturally inclined to love and seek them, thus obtaining their livelihood. They then keep this under fear and scrutiny until their incompetence is revealed, leading to their disgrace, after which they flee to another place, seeking to entice some worldly individuals with their ambitions. They continue in this manner to seek their livelihood, and this type of person is not worth discussing, as they have reached the pinnacle of ignorance, depravity, and thievery, and there is no remedy for their condition except for the harshness of the rulers against them, seizing them wherever they are and cutting off their hands whenever they are discovered, as it corrupts the currency that affects all people. The ruler is tasked with reforming it, safeguarding it, and being strict with its corrupters. As for those who have adopted this craft, but do not accept the state of deception, rather distancing themselves from it and purifying themselves from corrupting the currency of Muslims, seeking only to transform silver into gold, and lead, copper, and tin into silver through that method of treatment and the elixir they possess, we have a discourse and inquiry with these individuals. However, we do not know of anyone in the world who has achieved this goal or obtained their desire. Rather, they waste their lives in grinding, calcining, and enduring the dangers of gathering herbs and searching for them. They pass on tales and stories of others who have achieved their goals or reached their aims, contenting themselves with listening to them and discussing them, without any doubt in believing them, like those obsessed with the whispers of news regarding what they are engaged in. When asked about the verification of this through observation, they deny it, saying they have only heard and not seen. Thus, their condition persists through every era and generation. Know that the impersonation of this craft is ancient in the world, and people have spoken about it from ancient and modern times. Let us convey their opinions on this matter, and then follow it with what appears in it from the verification that is true in itself. We say that the foundation of the discussion in this craft among the philosophers revolves around the state of the 7 metals, which are gold, silver, lead, tin, copper, iron, and zinc. Whether they differ by species and are all distinct types in themselves, or whether they differ by properties of qualities and are all varieties of one type. What Abu al-Basr al-Farabi and the philosophers of Andalusia who followed him believed is that they are one type, and that their differences are only in qualities such as moisture, dryness, softness, hardness, and colors of yellow, white, and black, all of which are varieties of that one type. What Ibn Sina and the philosophers of the East who followed him believed is that they differ by species, and that they are distinct types, each existing in itself, having its own essence and genus like other types. Abu Nasr al-Farabi based his view on their agreement in type, the possibility of transforming some into others due to the potential for changing purposes at that time, and treating them through craft. From this perspective, the craft of alchemy was, for him, possible and easily attainable. Abu Ali ibn Sina, on the other hand, based his view on their differences in type to deny this craft and assert its impossibility, arguing that the essence cannot be achieved through craft, but is created by the Creator of all things, who is God Almighty. The essences are fundamentally unknown in their realities through mysticism, so how could one attempt to transform them through craft? Al-Tugrai, one of the prominent figures in this craft, erred in this statement and responded that the treatment and remedy do not lie in creating the essence and bringing it into existence, but rather in preparing the material for its specific acceptance. The essence comes after preparation from its creator and maker, just as light is bestowed upon bodies through polishing and moistening. We do not need to conceive or know it. He said, "If we have discovered the creation of some animals while being ignorant of their essences, such as the scorpion from dirt and filth, and the snakes formed from hair, and what the farmers mentioned about the creation of bees when they are deprived of cow dung, and the formation of reeds from the horns of cloven-hoofed animals, turning them into sugar by stuffing the horns with honey before the farmer of the horns, what then prevents us from discovering something similar in gold and silver? One could create a material to which one adds treatment after it has the initial readiness to accept the form of gold and silver, then attempt to treat it until it is ready to accept its essence." This is the essence of Al-Tugrai's words in meaning. What he mentioned in response to Ibn Sina is correct. However, we have another point in refuting the proponents of this craft that reveals the impossibility of its existence and the invalidity of their claims altogether, neither that of Al-Tugrai nor Ibn Sina. The essence of their treatment is that after identifying the material that is ready with the initial readiness, they make it the subject and align their treatment and remedy with the natural process in the metallic body until it is transformed into gold or silver, multiplying the active and passive forces to complete it in a shorter time. It has been shown that multiplying the active force reduces the time of its effect, and it has been established that gold only comes into being in its mine after 1,080 years of the great solar cycle. If the forces and qualities in the treatment are multiplied, the time of its existence would necessarily be shorter than that, as we have said, or they would strive in their treatment to achieve a balanced state for that material, making it like yeast, which acts in the treated body to perform the required transformations in its conversion, and that is the elixir as previously mentioned. Know that everything formed from elemental generators must have the four elements combined in varying proportions. If they were equal in proportion, they would not mix. There must be a dominant part over the whole. In every mixture of generators, there must be an innate heat that is the active force preserving its form. Then, everything formed over time must undergo changes in its stages and transition through the time of formation from one stage to another until it reaches its end. Look at the human being in the stages of sperm, then the clot, then the morsel, then the formation, then the fetus, then the newborn, then the infant, and so on to its end. The proportions of the parts in each stage differ in their quantities and qualities. Otherwise, the first stage would be identical to the last, and likewise, the innate heat in each stage differs from that in the other stage. Consider gold and the stages it undergoes in its mine over 1,080 years, and the changes it experiences, requiring the alchemist to align his actions with nature in the metal and match it with his treatment and remedy until it is complete. A condition of the craft is always to conceive it, aiming for it through craft. Among the common sayings of philosophers is, "The beginning of work is the end of thought, and the end of thought is the beginning of work." Therefore, it is necessary to conceive these states of gold in its various conditions and their differing proportions in each stage, and the varying innate heat at each stage, and the amount of time in each stage, and what corresponds to it in terms of the multiplied forces, and what takes its place until it matches all of nature's actions in the metal, or to prepare some materials with a balanced state like the yeast for bread, acting in this material according to its powers and proportions. This material can only be confined by comprehensive knowledge, and human knowledge is insufficient for that. The condition of one who claims to obtain gold through this craft is akin to one who claims to create a human from sperm. If we concede to him the mastery of its parts, proportions, stages, and the manner of its creation in the womb, and he knows this knowledge in detail so that nothing escapes his understanding, we concede to him the creation of this human. But how can he achieve that? To simplify this argument for easier understanding, we say that the essence of the craft of alchemy, and what they claim through this treatment, is to align with the natural process of metals through industrial action and to match it until the metallic body is formed, or to create a material with powers, actions, and a balanced state that acts in the body with a natural effect, transforming it and converting it into its form. The industrial action is preceded by conceptions of the states of the metallic nature that one aims to match or align with, or the action of the material with its powers conceived in detail, one after another. Those states are endless, and human knowledge is incapable of encompassing what lies beneath them, akin to one who aims to create a human, animal, or plant. This is the essence of this argument, and it is the most reliable understanding I have. The impossibility does not stem from the essences, as you have seen, nor from nature. Rather, it is due to the inability to encompass it and the limitations of humanity regarding it. What Ibn Sina mentioned is separate from this, and he has another perspective on the impossibility regarding its purpose. The wisdom of God in the two stones and their rarity is that they are valuable for people's earnings and wealth. If they could be obtained through craft, God's wisdom in that would be nullified, and their existence would increase to the point that no one could acquire anything from possessing them. There is also another aspect of impossibility, which is that nature does not abandon the easiest path in its actions and resort to the more difficult and distant. If this industrial path they claim is correct and closer than nature's path in its metal, or takes less time, nature would not abandon its path that it has taken in the creation of silver and gold. As for Al-Tugra'i's comparison of this treatment to what he has discovered from individual examples in nature, such as the scorpion, bee, and snake, and their creation, this is correct in that it led to discovery, as he claimed. However, alchemy has not been reported by anyone in the world to have been discovered or its path followed, and those who claim it have been groping in the dark, endlessly, and they achieve nothing but false tales. If any of them had succeeded, their children or students and friends would have preserved it, and it would have been passed on among acquaintances, ensuring the validity of the work after them until it spreads and reaches us and others. As for their claim that the elixir is akin to yeast, and that it is a compound that transforms what it contains and converts it into that, know that yeast only transforms dough and prepares it for digestion, which is corruption, and corruption in materials is easily achieved with the simplest actions and natures. The goal of the elixir is to transform the metal into something more noble and superior, which is creation and rectification, and creation is more difficult than corruption, so the elixir cannot be compared to yeast. The truth of the matter is that if alchemy exists as the philosophers who discuss it, like Jabir ibn Hayyan and Muslima ibn Ahmad al-Majriti, claim, it does not belong to the realm of natural crafts and cannot be achieved through industrial means. Their discourse on it does not stem from the perspective of natural sciences, but rather from their discussions on magical matters and other supernatural phenomena, as was the case with Al-Hallaj and others. Muslima mentions something similar in his book The Ultimate, and his words on it in The Rank of the Wise are from this perspective. Jabir's words in his letters and similar statements are well known, and we do not need to explain them. In summary, their matter is among the universals of materials that fall outside the realm of crafts. Just as one cannot contemplate what wood and animals are in a day or a month, wood or animals outside the process of their creation, one cannot contemplate gold from the material of gold in a day or a month, nor can its customary path change except by invoking what lies beyond the world of nature and the actions of crafts. Thus, one who seeks alchemy as an industrial pursuit wastes his money and effort, and this industrial treatment is called barren treatment, because if its attainment is correct, it is derived from beyond nature and crafts, like walking on water, riding the air, and penetrating the mysteries of bodies, and similar acts of the saints that defy the ordinary, or like the creation of birds and similar miracles of the prophets. God the Exalted said, "And when you create from clay like the form of a bird, then blow into it, and it becomes a bird by my permission, and you heal the blind and the leper by my permission." The means of facilitating these acts differ according to the state of the one who has granted them. Sometimes the righteous are granted them, and others are not, so they remain with them as a loan. Sometimes the righteous are granted them but cannot bestow them, so they do not complete in the hands of others. From this perspective, their work is magical, as it has become clear that it occurs through the influences of souls and extraordinary phenomena, whether as a miracle, a blessing, or magic. This is why the words of all the philosophers on it are riddles, and only those who have delved into the depths of the science of magic and observed the actions of the soul in the world of nature can grasp its truth. The matters of extraordinary phenomena are not limited, nor does anyone aim to attain them, and God is all aware of what they do. Most of what drives people to seek this craft and impersonate it is, as we said, their inability to find natural means of livelihood, and their desire to obtain it through unnatural means, such as agriculture, trade, and crafts. The incapable find it difficult to seek it through these means, and wish to acquire a large amount of wealth at once through unnatural means, such as alchemy and others. Most of those concerned with this are the poor from urban areas, even among the philosophers who speak against it and assert its impossibility. For Ibn Sina, who claimed its impossibility, was among the ministers and was wealthy and affluent, while Al-Farabi, who claimed its possibility, was among the poor who lacked even the slightest means of livelihood and its causes. This is a clear accusation in the eyes of those who are inclined to its paths and impersonation. And God is the provider, the mighty, the strong. There is no Lord but Him. Chapter 34. On the fact that the abundance of writings in sciences hinders acquisition. Know that one of the harms to people in acquiring knowledge and reaching its goals is the abundance of writings and the differences in terminologies in teachings and the various methods, followed by the demand for the learner and student to memorize all of that. At that point, the position of acquisition is granted to him, and the learner needs to memorize all or most of it and pay attention to its methods. A lifetime is not sufficient for what has been written in a single discipline if one dedicates oneself to it, leading to shortcomings and inevitably falling short of the rank of acquisition. This is exemplified in the field of jurisprudence in the Maliki school, with the written texts, for instance, and what has been written on them from jurisprudential explanations such as the books of Ibn Yunus, Al-Alchemy, Ibn Bashir, the notes, the introductions, the clarification, and the acquisition of Al-Atibi, as well as the book of Ibn al-Hajib and what has been written on it. Then, one needs to distinguish the Qayrawani method from the Cordoban, Baghdadi, and Egyptian methods, and the methods of those who came after them, and to encompass all of that. At that point, the position of issuing fatwas is granted to him, and all of it is repetitive with the same meaning. The learner is required to memorize all of them and distinguish between them, while a lifetime passes in one of them. If teachers limited the learners to the doctrinal issues only, the matter would be much easier, and education would be simple and accessible. But it is a disease that does not diminish due to the established habits, making it like a nature that cannot be transferred or transformed. The science of Arabic is also exemplified by the book of Sibawayh, and all that has been written on it, and the methods of the Basrians, Kufi, Baghdadi, and Andalusian scholars after them, and the methods of the early and later scholars like Ibn al-Hajib and Ibn Malik, and all that has been written in that regard. How can the learner be demanded to study all of this while a lifetime passes without achieving it? No one hopes to reach the ultimate goal, except in rare instances, like what has reached us in Morocco at this time, from the writings of a man from the field of Arabic language, from Egypt, known as Ibn Hashim, whose words indicate that he has attained a mastery of that discipline that has only been achieved by Sibawayh, Ibn Jinni, and their peers, due to his great mastery and what he has encompassed of the principles of that art and its branches and his good handling of it. This is on the condition that virtue is not limited to the early scholars, especially with what we have presented regarding the multitude of distractions due to the diversity of schools, methods, and writings, but the grace of God is bestowed upon whom He wills. This is a rarity among the rarest of existences. Otherwise, it appears that the learner, even if he spends his entire life on all of this, will not suffice to acquire knowledge of Arabic, for example, which is merely a tool and a means. How then can one achieve the intended goal, which is the fruit? But God guides whom He wills. Chapter 35. On the purposes that should be relied upon in authorship and the cancellation of others. Know that human sciences are the treasury of the human soul, as God has placed in it the perception that benefits it through the acquired thought, which is achieved first by the conception of truths, and then by affirming or denying their inherent attributes, either directly or indirectly, until the mind deduces its demands that it seeks to affirm or deny. Once a scientific image is established in the consciousness, it must be articulated to others, either in the form of teaching or in the form of discussion, refining thoughts in their correctness. This articulation is only possible through expression, which is the speech composed of the verbal terms created by God in the organ of the tongue, composed of letters, and it is the manner of sounds articulated by the muscles of the uvula and tongue, so that the inner thoughts of speakers can be clarified to one another in their communications. This is the first rank in expressing what is in the consciousness, and although most of it and its noblest are sciences, it encompasses everything that is included in the consciousness, whether news or creation in general. After this first rank of expression, there is a second rank that cannot convey what is in the consciousness for someone whose person is concealed or absent, or for someone who comes later and has not encountered or met him. This expression is confined to writing, which is the marks made by hand that indicate their shapes and forms in a humble manner on the verbal terms, letter by letter and word by word. Thus, the expression in it is based on what is in the consciousness through logical speech, and for this reason, it is in the second rank as one, and this expression is called. It indicates what is in the consciousness of sciences and knowledge, and it is the noblest of them. The people of the arts are keen to deposit what they acquire in their consciousness in the depths of papers through this writing, so that the benefit of it may reach the absent and the later ones, and these are the authors. The compositions among human worlds and nations are many, and they are transmitted through generations and eras, differing according to the differences in laws, sects, and news about nations and states. As for philosophical sciences, there is no difference in them, as they come on a single path, according to what is required by the intellectual nature, in conceiving existence as they are, whether corporeal, spiritual, celestial, elemental, abstract, or material. These sciences do not differ, and the difference occurs in religious sciences due to the differences in sects, or historical sciences due to the differences in external news. Then writing differs according to human conventions in its forms and shapes, and this is called pen and script. Among them is the Himyarite script, known as the Musnad, which is the writing of the Himyarites and the ancient people of Yemen, and it differs from the writing of the later Arabs of Muda, just as it differs from their language, and all of them are Arabic. However, the mastery of these in language and expression is different from the mastery of those. Each of them has general laws derived from their expressions, which are not the laws of others. And perhaps those who do not know the mastery of expression may err in this. Among them is the Syriac script, which is the writing of the Nabateans and Chaldeans. Some ignorant people may claim that it is the natural script due to its antiquity, as they were the earliest nations, and this is an illusion and a common misconception. Because all voluntary actions are not natural, but rather they continue with the old and the practice until they become a firm mastery, which the observer mistakenly assumes to be natural, as is the opinion of many simpletons regarding the Arabic language, who say the Arabs spoke naturally and articulated naturally. This is an illusion. Among them is the Hebrew script, which is the writing of the descendants of Eber, son of Shala, from the children of Israel and others. Among them is the Latin script, the script of the Latins from the Romans, and they also have a language specific to them. Each nation has a convention in writing attributed to it and specific to it, such as the Turks, Franks, Indians, and others. The focus has been on the first three scripts. As for the Syriac, due to its antiquity as mentioned, and as for the Arabic and Hebrew, it is because the Quran and the Torah were revealed in their languages. These two scripts were expressions for their recitations, so the focus was initially on their verses, and laws were established for the consistency of expression in that language in its style, to understand the legislative laws from that divine speech. As for the Latin, the Romans, who are the people of that language, when they adopted Christianity, which is all from the Torah, as mentioned at the beginning of the book, they translated the Torah and the writings of the Israeli prophets into their language to extract the rulings in the easiest ways. Their concern for their language and writing became more pronounced than others. As for the other scripts, they did not receive attention, but rather each nation has its own according to its convention. Then people limited the purposes of authorship that should be relied upon and the cancellation of others, counting them as 7. The first is to derive knowledge about its subject and to divide its chapters and sections and to follow its issues, or to derive issues and discussions that are presented to the knowledgeable scholar, and he strives to connect it with others, so that the benefit may be widespread, and he deposits that in a book in the manuscript, hoping that the later ones may benefit from it, as occurred in the fundamentals of jurisprudence. Al-Shafi'i first spoke about the verbal legal evidences and summarized them. Then the Hanafis came and derived the issues of analogy and encompassed them, benefiting from that until now. The second is to review the words of the ancients and their compositions, finding them obscure to the minds, and God opens for him understanding of them. So he strives to clarify that for others who may find it obscure, so that the benefit reaches its rightful owner. This is the method of expression for the books of reason and transmission, and it is a noble section. The third is for the later one to discover a mistake or error in the words of the ancients, who are renowned for their virtue and have a reputation for benefiting, and he verifies that with clear evidence that leaves no room for doubt, striving to convey that to those who come after him, as it has become difficult to erase and remove it due to the spread of compositions in the horizons and eras, and the fame of the author, and the trust of people in his knowledge, so he deposits that in a book to clarify that. The fourth is for a single art to have issues or sections that are lacking according to the division of its subject, so the one who is aware of that aims to complete what is lacking from those issues, to perfect the art with all its issues and sections, leaving no room for deficiency in it. The fifth is for the issues of knowledge to be unarranged in their chapters and not organized, so the one who is aware of that aims to arrange and refine them, placing each issue in its chapter, as occurred in the Mudawwana from the narration of Sahnun from Ibn al-Qasim, and in the Atbiyah from the narration of Al-Atbi from the companions of Malik, as many issues from the chapters of jurisprudence have occurred in other chapters, and Ibn Abi Zayd refined the Mudawwana, while the Atbiyah remained unrefined. We find in every chapter issues from others. They relied on the Mudawwana and what Ibn Abi Zayd did in it, and Al-Baradi after him. The sixth is for the issues of knowledge to be scattered in their chapters from other sciences, so some virtuous individuals become aware of the subject of that art and all its issues, and they do that, revealing an art that organizes it among the sciences that humans adopt with their thoughts, as occurred in the science of rhetoric. For indeed, Abd al-Kahir al-Jurjani and Abu Yusuf al-Sakaki found its issues established in the books of grammar, and al-Jahiz collected many issues from it in the book of rhetoric and elucidation, making people aware of the subject of that science and its distinction from other sciences. So they wrote their famous compositions in that, and it became foundational for the art of rhetoric, and the later ones learned it, surpassing all the ancients in it. The seventh is for something from the compositions that are the foundations of the arts to be lengthy and elaborate, so the aim of the compositions is to summarize that, with brevity and conciseness and the removal of repetition, if it occurs, while being cautious not to omit what is necessary, so as not to undermine the original purpose of the author. These are the collective purposes that should be relied upon in authorship and observed. As for anything else, it is an unnecessary act and a deviation from the path that must be followed in the eyes of the rational, such as claiming what has been previously authored by others and attributing it to oneself with some deception, by altering the words and presenting the later and vice versa, or omitting what is needed in the art, or introducing what is unnecessary, or replacing the correct with the incorrect, or presenting what has no benefit. This is the nature of ignorance and audacity. And thus Aristotle said, when he enumerated these purposes and reached the last of them, and anything else is a section or its evil, meaning thereby ignorance and audacity. We seek refuge in God from acting in what is not appropriate for a rational person to pursue, and God guides to the path that is most upright. Chapter 36. On the fact that the abundance of abbreviations composed in the sciences is detrimental to education. Many of the later scholars have resorted to abbreviating the methods and approaches in the sciences, becoming enamored with them and recording a summarized program in each science that includes a compilation of its issues and their proofs in a concise manner, often cramming a few words with many meanings from that art. This has led to a detriment in eloquence and difficulty in understanding. They sometimes resort to the lengthy foundational books in the arts for interpretation and clarification, summarizing them for ease of memorization, as Ibn al-Hajib did in Jurisprudence, Ibn Malik in Arabic, and Al-Kunji in Logic, among others. This is a corruption in education and a disruption in acquisition, because it confuses the beginner by presenting the ultimate goals of knowledge to him when he is not yet prepared to accept them, which is a form of poor teaching, as will be discussed later. Moreover, it imposes a significant burden on the learner by requiring them to track the difficult terms of the abbreviations, which are laden with meanings, making it hard to extract the issues from among them. The terms of the summaries are often difficult and complex, hindering a good understanding from being achieved in a reasonable time. Furthermore, the mastery gained from education in those summaries, if completed correctly and not followed by any defect, is a limited mastery compared to the skills acquired from simple, lengthy subjects due to the frequent repetition and references that are beneficial for achieving complete mastery. If one relies solely on repetition, the mastery will be limited due to its scarcity, as is the case with these summarized subjects. They aim to facilitate memorization for the learners, but instead burden them with difficulties that hinder the acquisition of useful skills and their establishment. And whom God guides, none can mislead, and whom he misleads, none can guide. And God, the exalted and almighty, knows best. Chapter 37. On the right approach to teaching sciences and the way to benefit from it. Know that imparting knowledge to learners is only beneficial if it is done gradually, little by little, starting with fundamental issues from each branch of the art, which are the foundations of that branch. It is explained to them in a general manner, taking into account the strength of their intellect and their readiness to accept what is presented to them until they reach the end of the art, at which point they acquire a partial and weak mastery of that knowledge. Its ultimate goal is to prepare them to understand the art and acquire its issues. Then they return to the art a second time, elevating their instruction from that level to a higher one, completing the explanation and clarification, moving beyond generalities and addressing the disagreements present until they reach the end of the art, thus refining their mastery. Then they return, having strengthened their understanding, leaving no difficult, significant, or closed issue without clarifying it and unlocking its complexities, so they emerge from the art having fully grasped it. This is the beneficial method of teaching, which, as you have seen, is achieved through 3 repetitions. Some may achieve this in less time, depending on their innate abilities and what is accessible to them. We have witnessed many teachers in our time who are ignorant of the methods of teaching and benefiting, presenting learners with complex issues from the science at the beginning of their education and demanding that they engage their minds in solving them, believing this to be training in education and correctness, while burdening them with the responsibility of understanding and acquiring it, mixing for them the goals of the arts with their fundamentals before they are ready to comprehend them. Acceptance of knowledge and readiness to understand develop gradually, and the learner initially struggles to understand in general, except in the least, and in a manner of approximation and generalization with good examples. Then their readiness continues to develop gradually through exposure to the issues of that art and their repetition, transitioning from approximation to comprehensive understanding, until mastery is completed in readiness and acquisition, and they encompass the issues of the art. If the goals are presented to them at the beginning, while they are still unable to understand and grasp them, and far from being prepared for them, their minds will be distant from it, and this will be perceived as the difficulty of knowledge itself, leading them to become lazy and turn away from accepting it, continuing to neglect it. This is due to poor teaching. The teacher should not overwhelm the learner beyond understanding the book they are focused on according to their capacity and their readiness for learning, whether they are beginners or advanced, and should not mix the issues of the book with others until they comprehend it from beginning to end, achieving its objectives and acquiring a mastery that allows them to apply it elsewhere. Because when a learner acquires some mastery in a field of knowledge, they become prepared to accept what remains and gain enthusiasm in seeking more and advancing to higher levels until they grasp the goals of knowledge. If the matter is mixed for them, they will struggle to understand, become fatigued, their thoughts will become obscured, and they will despair of acquiring knowledge and education. And God guides whom he wills. Likewise, you should not prolong the learner's engagement in a single art by dispersing sessions and breaking them apart, as this leads to forgetfulness and the disconnection of issues within the art, making it difficult to achieve mastery through separation. If the beginnings and ends of knowledge are present in thought, away from forgetfulness, mastery becomes easier to achieve and more firmly connected, as mastery is obtained through the continuity and repetition of action. If the action is forgotten, the mastery arising from it is also forgotten, and God teaches you what you did not know. Among the beautiful methods and necessary approaches in teaching is not to mix two sciences together for the learner, as they will rarely succeed in grasping either due to the division of their attention and their diversion from each to understand the other, causing both to become obscure and difficult, leading to disappointment from both. If the mind is focused solely on teaching what is relevant, it is more likely to achieve it, and God, the exalted and almighty, is the guide to the truth. Know, O learner, that I present you with a benefit in your learning. If you accept it and hold it with the hand of skill, you will attain a great treasure and a noble resource. I offer you an introduction to assist you in understanding it. Human thought is a specific nature created by God, just as He created all His other creations, and it is the experience of movement of the soul in the middle part of the brain. Sometimes it serves as a starting point for human actions in an orderly manner, and sometimes it serves as a starting point for knowledge that has not yet been attained by directing attention to the desired. It may visualize its extremes, seeking to negate or affirm it, and the middle that connects them becomes apparent faster than the blink of an eye if it is singular, or it transitions to acquiring another if it is multiple, leading to the attainment of its desired goal. This is the nature of this intellectual faculty that distinguishes humans from other animals. Then, logical skill is the manner of action of this theoretical intellectual nature, describing it to learn its correctness from its errors. Although correctness is inherent to it, errors may occur at least from misrepresenting the extremes in their forms due to confusion in the arrangement of propositions and their order for outcomes. Logic is thus necessary to escape the pitfalls of this corruption when it arises. Therefore, logic is an artificial matter that corresponds to the intellectual nature and aligns with the form of its action, and because it is an artificial matter, it is often unnecessary. That is why you find many of the great thinkers in creation achieving their goals in sciences without the skill of logic, especially with sincere intentions and seeking the mercy of God, for that is of the greatest significance. They navigate through the intellectual nature in its correctness, leading naturally to the attainment of the middle and knowledge of the desired as God created it. Then, beyond this artificial matter, which is logic, there is another prerequisite for learning, which is the knowledge of words and their indications of mental meanings, derived from the verbal expressions in writing and the spoken language in discourse. Therefore, O learner, you must surpass all these veils to think about your desired goal. First, the indication of written expressions on spoken words, which is the lightest, then the indication of spoken words on the desired meanings, and then the rules for arranging meanings for inference in their known forms in the art of logic. Then those meanings, abstracted in thought, are required to capture the desired through the intellectual nature by seeking the mercy and gifts of God. Not everyone can quickly surpass these stages or easily cut through these veils in learning. Rather, the mind may become stuck in the veils of words through discussions or stumble in the shared evidence due to the turmoil of debate and doubts, hindering the attainment of the desired. Few manage to escape from that confusion, except for those whom God has guided. If you are afflicted with such a situation and experience confusion in your understanding or disturbance from doubts in your mind, cast that aside and remove the veils of words and the obstacles of doubts, and leave the artificial matter altogether, returning to the expanse of natural thought upon which you were created. Free your gaze in it and empty your mind to dive into your goal, placing it where the great thinkers before you placed it, seeking the opening from God as He opened upon them from their minds through His mercy and taught them what they did not know. If you do this, the lights of divine opening will shine upon you, leading you to your desired goal, and you will attain the middle that God has made a consequence of this thought and its contemplation, as we have said. Then return it to the forms of evidence and their images, pouring it into them and fulfilling its rights from the artificial law, then clothe it in the forms of words and present it to the world of discourse and conversation, firmly tied and soundly constructed. However, if you remain stuck at the discussion and doubt in the artificial evidence and scrutinizing its correctness from its errors, these are artificial matters that are situational and have multiple aspects that resemble each other due to their formulation and terminology. The aspect of truth will not become clear, as the aspect of truth is only clarified when it is natural. Thus, what has been obtained from doubt and uncertainty will persist, and the veils will be drawn over the desired, hindering the observer from attaining it. This is the case for most observers and later thinkers, especially those who have previously struggled with their language, which has hindered their minds, and those who have faced turmoil with logical law, becoming attached to it, believing it to be the means to grasp the truth naturally, thus falling into confusion between the doubts of evidence and their uncertainties, and they can hardly escape from it. The means to grasp the truth naturally is, as we have said, natural thought, when it is stripped of all illusions, and the observer exposes themselves to the mercy of God. As for logic, it merely describes the action of this thought and often corresponds to it. Consider this and seek the mercy of God whenever you find yourself lacking in understanding the issues. His lights will shine upon you with inspiration towards the truth, and God is the guide to his mercy, and knowledge is only from God. Chapter 38. Regarding the fact that divine sciences do not allow for expansive views or branching of issues, know that the sciences recognized among the people of civilization are of two types. Sciences that are sought for their own sake, such as religious sciences, including interpretation, Hadith, Jurisprudence, and Theology, as well as natural and divine sciences from philosophy. And sciences that are merely tools for these sciences, such as Arabic and arithmetic, and others for the religious sciences, like logic for philosophy. These may also serve as tools for theology and the principles of jurisprudence according to the later scholars. As for the sciences that are objectives, there is no harm in expanding the discussion about them, branching out issues, and exploring evidence and views, as this enhances the student's mastery and clarifies their intended meanings. However, for the sciences that are tools for others, such as Arabic and logic and similar subjects, one should only consider them as tools for that other science. There should be no extensive discussion or branching of issues in them, as that would divert them from their intended purpose, which is to serve as tools and nothing more. The more one strays from that, the more one deviates from the objective, and engaging in them becomes futile, especially given the difficulty of mastering them due to their length and numerous branches. This may hinder the acquisition of the sciences that are sought for their own sake, as the means are lengthy, while the matter is more important, and life is too short to acquire everything in this manner. Thus, engaging in these tool sciences becomes a waste of time and a distraction from what is truly beneficial. This is similar to what the later scholars did in the fields of grammar, logic, and the principles of jurisprudence, as they expanded the scope of discussion in these areas and increased the branching and arguments, which took them away from being mere tools and turned them into objectives. Consequently, there may arise views and issues in them that are unnecessary for the sciences that are sought, and they are of a trivial nature. They are also harmful to learners in general, as learners are more concerned with the sciences that are objectives than with their means. If they spend their lives acquiring the means, when will they attain the objectives? Therefore, it is essential for teachers of these tool sciences not to overindulge in their matters or to increase their issues, and to alert the learner to their purpose and keep them focused on it. If a learner's ambition then drives them to delve into something deeper, and they feel capable and sufficient in it, let them pursue whatever they wish, whether difficult or easy, for everyone is facilitated for what they were created for. Chapter 39. On the education of children and the differing methods of Islamic regions in its approaches. Know that teaching children the Quran is a hallmark of the religion, which the people of the faith have adhered to in all their regions, due to the deep-rooted faith and beliefs that arise in the hearts from the verses of the Quran and some texts of Hadith. The Quran has become the foundation of education upon which subsequent skills are built. The reason for this is that early education is more firmly established and serves as a basis for what follows, as the first impressions on the hearts are like the foundation for skills. The state of those who are built upon this foundation depends on its quality and methods. Their methods of teaching the Quran to children differ based on what skills arise from that education. As for the people of the Maghreb, their approach with children is to limit education to the Quran only, and during their studies, they focus on its script and issues, and the differences among the carriers of the Quran, without mixing it with anything else in their teaching sessions, whether it be Hadith, Jurisprudence, poetry, or Arabic speech, until the child becomes proficient in it, or stops short of it, which often results in a general cessation of knowledge. This is the method of the people of the cities in the Maghreb, and those who follow them from the Berber villages, continuing until they surpass the age of maturity into youth. Similarly, for adults who return to studying the Quran after a period of their lives, they are therefore more steadfast in the script of the Quran and its memorization than others. As for the people of Andalusia, their method is to teach the Quran and writing as it is, and this is what they observe in education. However, since the Quran is the foundation of that and the source of religion and sciences, they make it a cornerstone in education. They do not limit themselves to it alone, but mix in their teaching of children the recitation of poetry in most cases, writing, and adherence to the rules of Arabic, memorization, and improving handwriting. Their focus in education is not solely on the Quran, but their attention to handwriting is greater than all else until the child reaches the age of maturity into youth, having gained some proficiency in Arabic and poetry and knowledge of them, excelling in handwriting and writing, and generally clinging to the pursuit of knowledge if there were a chain for teaching sciences. However, they cease from that due to the lack of a chain of education in their regions, and they only acquire what they gained from that initial education. This is sufficient for those whom God guides and is a preparation if a teacher is found. As for the people of Africa, they mix in their teaching of children the Quran with Hadith in most cases, and the study of the laws of sciences and the teaching of some of its issues, but their attention to the Quran and their urging of children to it and their understanding of its various recitations and readings is greater than anything else, and their attention to handwriting follows that. In general, their method of teaching the Quran is closer to that of the people of Andalusia, because their methods chain is connected to the scholars of Andalusia, who migrated when the Christians overran eastern Andalusia and settled in Tunisia, from whom their children later learned. As for the people of the East, they also mix in education as we are informed, and I do not know what their focus is. What is conveyed to us is that their focus is on studying the Quran and the books of knowledge and their laws during youth, and they do not mix in teaching handwriting, but teaching handwriting has its own rules and teachers separately, as other crafts are learned, and they do not practice it in the schools of children. When they write for them on tablets, it is in a handwriting that falls short of excellence, and whoever wants to learn handwriting does so according to what becomes available to him later in terms of enthusiasm for seeking it and pursuing it from those skilled in it. As for the people of Africa and the Maghreb, their limitation to the Quran has resulted in a deficiency in the mastery of the tongue in general, as the Quran does not typically lead to mastery because people are diverted from producing something like it. Thus they are diverted from using its methods and emulating them. They do not have mastery in anything other than its methods, so the possessor does not gain mastery in the Arabic language, and their share is rigidity in expressions and a lack of fluency in speech. The people of Africa might be lighter in this regard than the people of the Maghreb, because they mix in their teaching of the Quran with expressions of sciences in their laws, as we mentioned, allowing them some ability to express and parallel examples with examples, but their mastery in that is limited compared to eloquence, as will be discussed in its chapter. As for the people of Andalusia, their varied education and the abundance of poetry recitation and writing and the study of Arabic from an early age have granted them a mastery that made them more knowledgeable in the Arabic language. They fell short in other sciences due to their distance from studying the Quran and Hadith, which are the foundation and basis of sciences. Therefore, they were people of fortune and excellent manners, or deficient, depending on what the secondary education is after the education of the child. Indeed, the judge Abu Bakr ibn al-Arabi, in his travel book, adopted a strange approach to education and reiterated that he prioritized teaching Arabic and poetry over other sciences, as is the method of the people of Andalusia. He said, "Because poetry is the record of the Arabs, and it calls for its precedence, and teaching Arabic in education is necessary to prevent the corruption of the language, then he transitions from it to arithmetic to practice it until he sees the laws, then he moves on to studying the Quran, for this introduction will make it easier for you. Then he said, "O the negligence of the people of our land in taking the child with the book of God in its commands, reading what he does not understand, and engaging in matters that are not as important to him." Then he said he should look into the foundations of religion, then the foundations of jurisprudence, then debate, then Hadith and its sciences, and he forbade mixing two sciences in education unless the learner is capable of that with good understanding and enthusiasm. This is what the judge Abu Bakr, may God have mercy on him, indicated, and it is indeed a good method, but customs do not support it, as they are more dominant in circumstances, and the reason for what customs have specified in prioritizing the study of the Quran is to seek blessings and reward, and out of fear of what may befall the child in the madness of youth from afflictions and interruptions from knowledge, causing him to miss the Quran, because as long as he is in childhood, he is subject to authority. When he surpasses maturity and is released from the bonds of oppression, the winds of youth may sweep him away, throwing him into the abyss of idleness, so they take advantage of the time of childhood and the bonds of authority to acquire the Quran so that he does not go empty of it. If certainty were established regarding his continuity in seeking knowledge and accepting education, the method mentioned by the judge would be the most appropriate for the people of the Maghreb and the East. But God decrees what he wills. There is no one to overturn his decree. Chapter 40. Regarding the fact that harshness towards learners is harmful to them, as the sharpening of the edge through education is detrimental to the learner, especially in the case of younger children, because it leads to a poor disposition. Those who are raised through oppression and coercion, whether they are learners, slaves, or servants, are overwhelmed by oppression and restricted in their ability to express themselves, which diminishes their energy and leads them to laziness, prompting them to lie and be deceitful, pretending to be what they are not out of fear of being subjected to oppression. This teaches them cunning and deception, becoming habitual and ingrained in their character, corrupting their sense of humanity in terms of social interaction and practice, as well as their ability to defend themselves and their homes. They become dependent on others in this regard, and their souls become lazy in acquiring virtues and good character, retracting from their ultimate goals and the extent of their humanity, falling back to the lowest of the low. This has happened to every nation that has fallen under the grip of oppression and has suffered from coercion, as seen in anyone who has authority over them. The governing disposition that should support them does not accompany them. This can be observed through examination, such as in the case of the Jews, and the bad character that has resulted from this, to the extent that they are described negatively in every context. The term haraj, in its commonly understood meaning, refers to deceit and scheming, which stems from what we have mentioned. Therefore, it is necessary for the teacher with his student and the parent with his child not to be overly harsh in discipline. Muhammad ibn Abi Zayd stated in his book on the rules for teachers and learners, "A teacher of children should not exceed 3 lashes when they are in need of punishment." From the words of Umar, may God be pleased with him, "Whoever is not disciplined by the law, God will not discipline him." This is to protect souls from the humiliation of discipline, knowing that the measure set by the law for this is more effective, as it is more knowledgeable of their interests. One of the best methods of education was that which Al-Rashid advanced to the teacher of his son. Al-Khalaf al-Ahmar said, "Al-Rashid sent for me regarding the education of his son, Muhammad al-Amin, saying, 'O Ahmar, the commander of the faithful has entrusted you with the essence of his soul and the fruit of his heart. So keep your hand upon him extended, and his obedience to you is obligatory. Be to him as the commander of the faithful has placed you. Teach him the Quran, inform him of the news, recite poetry to him, teach him the traditions, and make him aware of the contexts of speech and its beginnings. Prevent him from laughing except at appropriate times, and have him show respect to the elders of Banu Hashim when they enter upon him, and elevate the gatherings of the leaders when they attend his assembly. Do not let an hour pass without seizing a benefit to impart to him without causing him distress that would dull his mind. Do not be lenient with him to the point that he becomes accustomed to idleness. Guide him as much as you can with kindness and gentleness. If he resists both, then be firm and stern. Chapter 41. On the journey in pursuit of knowledge and meeting the scholars as an additional perfection in learning. The reason for this is that humans acquire their knowledge, morals, and the doctrines and virtues they adopt, sometimes through learning and teaching, and sometimes through imitation and direct reception. However, the attainment of faculties through direct engagement and reception is more firmly established and deeply rooted. The more numerous the scholars, the greater the acquisition and deepening of these faculties. The terminologies in teaching sciences are also mixed for the learner, to the extent that many of them may think it is part of the knowledge itself. This can only be overcome by direct engagement due to the differing methods among the teachers. Meeting the people of knowledge and the multiplicity of scholars benefits the learner by distinguishing the terminologies through observing the differences in their methods, thus stripping the knowledge of these terminologies and understanding that they are various methods of teaching and pathways that elevate one's abilities to firmness and stability in the subject, correcting and distinguishing their knowledge from others while strengthening their faculties through direct engagement and frequent reception from multiple and diverse scholars. This is for those whom God has made the paths of knowledge and guidance easy. The journey is essential in the pursuit of knowledge to acquire benefits and perfection through meeting scholars and engaging with individuals. And God guides whom He wills to a straight path. Chapter 42. Regarding the fact that scholars among humans are further removed from politics and its doctrines, the reason for this is that they are accustomed to intellectual contemplation and diving into meanings, extracting them from the tangible and abstracting them in the mind, forming general universal matters to be judged by the principles of sciences, not by specific material, person, generation, nation, or class of people. They then apply that universal to external realities. They also compare matters to their similarities and counterparts based on what they are used to from legal reasoning. Thus, their judgments and perspectives remain entirely in the mind and only conform to reality after completing research and contemplation. They do not generally conform, but rather what exists externally is separated from what is in the mind, such as legal rulings, which are branches of what is preserved from the evidence of the Book and the Sunnah, seeking conformity with what exists externally, unlike perspectives in rational sciences, which require their correctness to conform to what is external. They are accustomed in all their perspectives to mental matters and intellectual views, knowing nothing else. Politics requires its practitioner to consider what is external and the conditions that accompany it, as it is subtle. There may be aspects that prevent it from being likened to a similarity or example, and contradict the universality they attempt to apply to it. No aspect of civilization can be compared to another, even if they resemble each other in one matter. They may differ in others. Therefore, scholars, due to their habit of generalizing judgments and comparing matters to one another, when they contemplate politics, they pour that into the mold of their perspectives and types of reasoning, often falling into error, and they are not safe from it. This also applies to the intelligent and astute among the people of civilization, as they tend to delve into meanings and comparisons like jurists, leading them to error. The average person, with a sound nature and moderate intelligence, due to the limitations of their thought and lack of habituation to such matters, restricts each material to its ruling and each type of condition and person to what is specific to it, not extending the ruling through comparison or generalization, and does not stray far from tangible materials in their thoughts, much like a swimmer who does not stray from the shore when faced with waves. The poet said, "So do not venture too far when you swim, for safety lies on the shore." Thus, they are secure from contemplating their politics and have a straight perspective in dealing with their fellow beings, leading to a good livelihood and the avoidance of its calamities and harms through the correctness of their perspective. And above every knowledgeable person is the all-knowing. From this, it becomes clear that the art of logic is not free from error due to the abundance of abstraction within it and its distance from the tangible as it contemplates secondary intelligibles. There may be materials within it that contradict those judgments and oppose them when considering certain application. As for contemplating primary intelligibles, which are closely abstracted, it is not the same, as they are imaginary, and the forms of tangible things are preserving and indicative of the truth of their applicability. And God, the exalted and most high, knows best, and to him belongs success. Chapter 43. Regarding the fact that the majority of the bearers of knowledge in Islam are non-Arabs. The reality is that the majority of the bearers of knowledge in the Islamic community are non-Arabs, whether in religious sciences or rational sciences, except in rare cases. Even if an Arab is among them by lineage, he is non-Arab in his language, upbringing, and mentorship, despite the fact that the religion is Arabic and its lawgiver is Arab. The reason for this is that in the early days of the religion, there was neither knowledge nor craft due to the conditions of simplicity and nomadism. The rulings of the Sharia, which are the commands and prohibitions of God, were transmitted by men in their hearts, and they knew their sources from the book and the Sunnah as received from the lawgiver and his companions. At that time, the people were Arabs who did not know the matter of education, authorship, or documentation, nor were they inclined towards it, nor did they feel the need for it. This continued during the time of the companions and the followers, and they were called those specialized in carrying that knowledge. They transmitted it to the readers, meaning those who read the book and were not illiterate, as illiteracy was a common trait among the companions since they were Arabs. Thus, the bearers of the Quran at that time were referred to as readers in reference to this. They were readers of the Book of God and the Sunnah transmitted from God because they did not know the legal rulings except from it and from the Hadith, which in most of its sources is an explanation and clarification of it. The Prophet, peace be upon him, said, "I have left among you two things. You will not go astray as long as you hold fast to them, the Book of God and my Sunnah." As the transmission moved away from the time of the Rashidun state, there arose a need to establish Quranic interpretations and to document Hadith for fear of their loss. Then there was a need to know the chains of narration and to evaluate the transmitters to distinguish between the authentic and the less so. Subsequently, the extraction of rulings from the book and the Sunnah increased, and with that, the language deteriorated, necessitating the establishment of grammatical rules. All religious sciences became skills in deductions, extractions, theorizing, and analogies, and they required other sciences as means for them, such as knowledge of the laws of Arabic and the laws of deduction and analogy, and defending faith-based beliefs with evidence due to the prevalence of innovations and heresies. Thus, all these sciences became fields of knowledge requiring education, and they were included among the crafts. We had previously stated that crafts are associated with urban life, and that the Arabs were the farthest from them, so the sciences became urban, and the Arabs distanced themselves from them and from their markets. The urban people at that time were the non-Arabs, or those similar to them among the freedmen, and the people of the cities, who were then followers of the non-Arabs in civilization and its crafts, because they were more adept at it due to the established civilization among them since the time of the Persians. The masters of the craft of grammar, such as Sibawayh, the Persian, and Al-Zajjaj, were all non-Arabs by lineage. They were raised in the Arabic language, acquiring it through upbringing and mingling with the Arabs, and they established it as rules and an art for those who came after them. Likewise, the bearers of Hadith, who preserved it from the people of Islam, were mostly non-Arabs or Arabized in language and upbringing due to the expansion of the field in Iraq. All scholars of the principles of jurisprudence were non-Arabs, as was known, as well as the bearers of theological knowledge and most of the interpreters. Only the non-Arabs preserved and documented knowledge. The truth of the Prophet's saying, "If knowledge were to be suspended in the heavens, a people from Persia would attain it," became evident. As for the Arabs who experienced this civilization and its markets and emerged from nomadism, they were preoccupied with leadership in the Abbasid state and what they were compelled to do in terms of governance, which distracted them from pursuing knowledge and contemplating it. They were the people of the state and its protectors, and the ones in charge of its governance, along with their sense of pride that prevented them from pursuing knowledge at that time, as it had become part of the crafts. Leaders have always been reluctant to engage in crafts and professions, and what leads to them, delegating that to those who undertook it from the non-Arabs and the mixed bloods. They continue to see it as their right to engage in it, as it is their religion and their sciences, and they did not hold the bearers of knowledge in contempt. until the matter completely shifted from the Arabs and became the domain of the non-Arabs. The religious sciences became strange in relation to the people of power due to their distance from their lineage, and they belittled their bearers, seeing them as distant from them, preoccupied with what does not benefit or serve them in governance and politics, as we mentioned in the transmission of religious ranks. This is the reason we have established that the bearers of the Sharia, or the majority of them, are non-Arabs. As for rational sciences, they did not emerge in the community until after the bearers of knowledge and their authors distinguished themselves. All knowledge became a craft, specialized among the non-Arabs, while the Arabs abandoned it and turned away from pursuing it, so it was only carried by the Arabized non-Arabs, as we mentioned earlier. This continued in the Islamic cities as long as civilization was in the non-Arabs and their lands of Iraq, Khorasan, and beyond the river. When those cities were destroyed, and the civilization that is the secret of God in acquiring knowledge and crafts disappeared from them, knowledge completely left the non-Arabs due to the nomadism that encompassed them, and knowledge became confined to the cities that were flourishing with civilization. Today, there is no place more flourishing in civilization than Egypt. It is the mother of the world, the abode of Islam, and the fountain of knowledge and crafts. Some civilization remained in the lands beyond the river due to the civilization of the state there, so they have a share of knowledge and crafts that cannot be denied. This was indicated by the words of some of their scholars from works that have reached us in these lands, such as Sa'd al-Din al-Taftazani. As for other non-Arabs, we have not seen any significant contributions from them after Imam Ibn al-Khatib and Nasir al-Din al-Tusi that can be relied upon for their accuracy. Consider this and reflect upon it. It is indeed astonishing in the conditions of creation. And God creates what He wills. He has no partner in sovereignty, and to Him belongs all praise, and He is capable of all things. And sufficient for us is God, and He is the best disposer of affairs, and all praise is due to God. Chapter 44. Regarding the fact that if foreignness precedes the tongue, it limits its owner in acquiring knowledge from the people of the Arabic language. The reason for this is that the discussions of all sciences are essentially about mental and imaginative meanings among the religious sciences, most of which are concerned with words and their content derived from the rulings received from the book and the Sunnah and their languages that convey them, all of which are in the realm of imagination, and among the intellectual sciences, which are in the mind. Languages are merely interpreters of what is in the minds regarding those meanings, conveyed from one to another through verbal communication, debate, and teaching, and through practicing research in sciences to acquire their faculties through prolonged training in that. Words and languages are intermediaries and veils between the minds, and connections and conclusions between meanings. It is essential in acquiring those minds' meanings to have their words to understand their linguistic implications and the quality of the faculty for the observer in it. Otherwise, it would be difficult to capture them beyond what is in their mental discussions from the complexities. If his faculty in those implications is firmly established, such that meanings readily come to his mind from those words through their usage, as is natural and innate, that veil is generally removed between meanings and understanding or diminished, and only the struggle with what is in the meanings of the discussions remains. This is all if the teachings are received through direct instruction and verbal expression. However, if the learner needs to study and refer to the book and engage with the written forms from the records on the issues of sciences, there is another veil between the script and its forms in the book, and between the words expressed in imagination, because the forms of the book have a specific indication on the expressed words. If that indication is not known, understanding the expression becomes difficult, and if it is known with a limited faculty, its understanding is also limited, and an additional veil is added for the observer and the learner between him and his goal of acquiring the faculties of sciences, which is more challenging than the first veil. If his faculty in verbal and written indications is strong, the veils between him and the meanings are lifted, and he only struggles to understand its discussions. This is the nature of meanings with words and writing concerning every language. Learners, therefore, in their youth, are more firmly established in their faculties. Then, when the Islamic nation expanded its dominion and incorporated nations within it, and studied the sciences of the ancients through its prophethood and its book, and was characterized by illiteracy and insignia. The kingdom and dignity were taken, and the nations were subjected to them through civilization and refinement, and they turned their religious sciences into a craft, after they had been mere transmission, thus developing faculties within them, and the records and compositions multiplied, and they sought the sciences of nations, translating them into their sciences, and pouring them into the mold of their perspectives, stripping them from those foreign languages to their tongue, and enhancing them in their understanding, while those records that reached them in foreign languages became forgotten and abandoned and scattered dust. All sciences became in the Arabic language, and their records were inscribed in their script, and those engaged in sciences needed to know the verbal and written indications in their language rather than in other tongues, due to the decline in their study and care for them. It has been established that language is a faculty of the tongue, and likewise, writing is a craft of the hand. If the faculty of foreignness precedes in the tongue, it becomes deficient in the Arabic language, for the reason we presented, that if a faculty precedes in a craft in a place, it is rare for its owner to excel in another craft, which is evident. If he is deficient in the Arabic language and its verbal and written indications, it becomes difficult for him to understand meanings from it as mentioned. Unless the previous faculty of foreignness was not firmly established when he transitioned to Arabic, like the younger children of foreigners who grow up with Arabs before their foreignness becomes established. Thus, the Arabic language would seem as if it were prior to them, and they would not have any deficiency in understanding meanings from Arabic. The same applies to those who learned foreign writing before Arabic. This is why we find many scholars of foreigners in their lessons and teaching sessions prefer to read interpretations from books rather than reciting them aloud, thereby alleviating some of the burdens of veils to make it easier for them to grasp meanings. A person with mastery in expression and writing is self-sufficient in that, with complete mastery, and if he has understanding of sayings from writing, and meanings from sayings like innate nature, the veils between him and the meanings are lifted. Sometimes, diligence in teaching and practicing the language, and practicing writing, may lead to the establishment of the faculty, as we find in many scholars of foreigners, although it is rare. If compared to their counterparts among Arab scholars and their peers, the Arabs have a longer reach and a stronger faculty, due to the lethargy of the foreigner from the previous foreignness that necessarily affects deficiency. And this does not contradict the fact that most scholars of Islam are foreigners, because the foreigners referred to there are those of foreign descent, due to the circulation of civilization among them, which we established as a reason for adopting crafts and faculties, including sciences. As for the foreignness of the language, it is not from that, and is what is meant here. Nor does it contradict what the Greeks had in their sciences of deep-rootedness, for they learned it from their previous language, and their commonly recognized script among them. The foreigner who learns knowledge in the Islamic nation acquires knowledge without the tongue that he previously had, and without the script that he knows his faculty in. Therefore, this becomes a veil for him, as we mentioned. This is general among all types of foreign language speakers, including Persians, Romans, Turks, Berbers, and Franks, and all others who are not of the Arabic tongue. In that are signs for those who reflect. Chapter 45. In the sciences of the Arabic tongue, its pillars are four: language, grammar, rhetoric, and literature. Knowledge of these is essential for the people of Sharia, as the source of all legal rulings is in the Book and the Sunnah, which are in the Arabic language. The narrators from the companions and the followers were Arabs, and the explanation of its complexities comes from their languages. Therefore, it is necessary to know the sciences related to this tongue for anyone who seeks knowledge of Sharia. The importance of these sciences varies according to their levels in fulfilling the intended meaning of speech, as will be clarified in discussing each one. What is concluded is that the most important among them is grammar, as it clarifies the foundations of intentions through indication, distinguishing the subject from the object and the subject from the predicate. Without it, the essence of conveying meaning would be lost. Linguistics should have precedence, were it not for the fact that most of its structures remain unchanged in their subjects, unlike the inflection that indicates the relationship between the subject and the predicate, which has changed significantly and no longer retains its trace. Therefore, grammar is more important than linguistics, as ignorance of it leads to a complete breakdown in understanding, which is not the case with linguistics. And God, the Most High, knows best, and may He grant success. The science of grammar. Know that language, in common understanding, is the expression of the speaker about their intent. That expression is a linguistic act arising from the intention to convey meaning, so it must become a settled skill in the organ that performs it, which is the tongue, and it varies in every nation according to their conventions. The skill that the Arabs possess in this regard is the best and clearest in expressing intentions, as it indicates many meanings beyond the words themselves. For example, the movements that distinguish the subject from the object, and the genitive, meaning the added noun, and the letters that lead the actions, that is, the movements, to the entities, without the need for other specific words. This is found only in the Arabic language. As for other languages, every meaning or state requires specific words to indicate it, which is why we find the speech of non-Arabs in their conversations longer than what you would estimate in Arabic. This is the meaning of his saying, "Peace be upon him. I was given the concise speech, and my speech was shortened." Thus, letters in their language, and movements and forms, have significance in indicating the intended meaning, without the need for a crafted art from which they benefit. It is merely a skill in their tongues that one learns from another, just as our children learn our languages today. When Islam came and they left the Hijaz to seek the kingship that was in the hands of nations and states, and mingled with the masses, that skill changed due to what was heard from the deviations of those who were Arabized. Hearing is the father of linguistic skills, so it became corrupted by what was introduced to it that contradicted it, due to its inclination towards habitual hearing. The scholars among them feared that this skill would be completely corrupted, and that a long time would pass without it, leading to the Quran and Hadith becoming closed off from understanding. Therefore, they derived from the patterns of their speech laws for that skill, similar to general principles and rules, to which they could apply all types of speech and associate similarities with similarities, such as that the subject is in the nominative case, the object is in the accusative case, and the subject is in the nominative case. Then they noticed that the indication changes with the change of the movements of these words, so they agreed to call it i'rab, grammatical inflection, and named the cause of that change a factor and similar terms. All of these became specific terminologies for them, so they recorded them in books and made it a craft specific to them. They agreed to call it the science of grammar. The first to write about it was Abu al-Aswad al-Du'ali from the Banu Kinana, and it is said that it was at the suggestion of Ali, may God be pleased with him, because he saw the change in the skill and advised him to preserve it, so he was alarmed to regulate it with the present laws derived from observation. Then people wrote about it after him, until it reached Al-Khalil ibn Ahmad al-Farahidi during the time of Al-Rashid, when people were most in need of it due to the loss of that skill among the Arabs. He refined the craft and completed its chapters. Sibawayh took it from him and completed its branches, increasing its evidence and examples, and wrote his famous book, which became a reference for everything written about it afterward. Then Abu Ali al-Farisi and Abu al-Qasim al-Zajjaj wrote concise books for learners, following the Imam in his book. The discussion in this craft became lengthy, and disagreements arose among its scholars in Kufa and Basra, the two ancient cities of the Arabs. The evidence and arguments among them multiplied, and the methods of teaching varied, leading to significant differences in the grammatical analysis of many verses of the Quran, due to their differing views on those rules, which prolonged the matter for learners. Later scholars came with their own methodologies in summarization, shortening much of that length while encompassing all that was transmitted, as Ibn Malik did in his book Al-Tahsil and similar works, or limiting themselves to the basics for learners, as Al-Zamakhshari did in Al-Mufassal and Ibn al-Hajib in his introduction. They sometimes organized it in verse form, like Ibn Malik in his 2 long poems and Ibn Mati in the 1,000-verse poem. In summary, the writings in this field are more than can be counted or encompassed, and the methods of teaching in it are diverse. The approach of the early scholars differs from that of the later ones. The Kufans, Basrans, Baghdadis, and Andalusians also have different methods. This craft was on the verge of decline due to the observed deficiency in all sciences and crafts with the decline of civilization. A compilation reached us from Morocco in these times, attributed to Jamal al-Din ibn Hisham, one of its scholars, in which he summarized the rules of grammatical inflection in general and detail. He discussed letters, vocabulary, and sentences, omitting what was repetitive in most of its chapters, and named it Al-Mughni fi al-Irab, the enricher in grammatical inflection. He pointed out all the nuances of the grammatical analysis of the Quran and organized them into chapters, sections, and rules that encompassed them all. We found ourselves in possession of a vast knowledge that attests to his high status in this craft and his abundant expertise in it, as if he were following the path of the people of Mosul, who followed the footsteps of Ibn Jinni and adhered to the terminology of his teaching, producing something remarkable that indicates the strength of his skill and knowledge. And God increases in creation what he wills. Linguistics is the science that explains linguistic subjects. When the mastery of the Arabic tongue deteriorated in the movements known among grammarians as inflection, rules were derived to preserve it, as we mentioned. This deterioration continued due to the mingling with non-Arabs, leading to a corruption of the meanings of words, as much of the Arabic language was used in contexts that were not appropriate for it, swayed by the jargon of Arabized foreigners with their terminologies that contradicted pure Arabic. Thus, it became necessary to preserve linguistic subjects through writing and documentation to prevent loss and the resulting ignorance of the Quran and Hadith. Many scholars of language endeavored in this and compiled books on the subject. The pioneer in this field was Al-Khalil ibn Ahmad al-Farahidi, who authored the book Al-Ain, in which he categorized all combinations of foreign letters into dual, triad, quadrilateral, and pentagonal forms, which is the limit of combinations in the Arabic tongue. He managed to categorize this in various ways, noting that the total number of dual words arises from all numbers sequentially from 1 to 27, which is one less than the total letters of the foreign alphabet. This is because each letter can be combined with each of the 27 letters, resulting in 27 dual words. The second letter is then combined with the remaining 26, and so forth. The 27th letter is combined with the 28th, resulting in a total that follows the sequence from 1 to 27, which is summed up using the known method in arithmetic, adding the first and last numbers and multiplying the sum by half the count. This is then doubled for the sake of reversing the dual, as the order of letters is significant in combinations, resulting in the total of duals. Triads are derived from the number of duals by summing from 1 to 26 sequentially, as each dual increases by one letter to form a triad. Thus, duals are treated as a single letter combined with each of the remaining letters, which are 26 after the dual, summed from 1 to 26 sequentially, and multiplied by the total number of duals. The result is then multiplied by 6, yielding the total combinations of triads from foreign letters. The same applies to quadrilaterals and pentagons. He categorized these combinations in this manner and organized his chapters according to the foreign letters in the commonly accepted order, relying on the articulation points, starting with the throat letters, followed by the palate letters, then the molars, then the lips, and finally the vowels, which are the airy letters. He began with the throat letter Ain, because it is the shortest, hence he named his book Al-Ain, as the ancients often named their works after the first word or term they contained. He then distinguished between the unused and the used, noting that the unused in quadrilaterals and pentagons was more due to the Arabs' infrequent use of them because of their heaviness, and the duals were similarly less common due to their limited usage, while the triads were more prevalent, leading to more established forms. Al-Khalil encompassed all of this in Al-Ain, absorbing it thoroughly. Then came Abu Bakr al-Zubaydi, who wrote for Hisham al-Muayyad in Andalusia in the 4th century, summarizing it while maintaining comprehensiveness, omitting all unused terms and many examples of the used, and condensing it for easier memorization. Al-Jahiz from the East authored Al-Siha, in the commonly accepted order of foreign letters, starting with the Hamza and organizing the translation by the last letter of the word, as people often refer to the ends of words, creating a section for that. He then presented the letters at the beginning of the word in the order of foreign letters and translated them by sections until the end. He limited the language following Al-Khalil's categorization. Then, Ibn Sida from the Andalusians, in the state of Ali ibn Mujahid, authored Al-Muhkam, following that approach of comprehensiveness and in a manner similar to Al-Ain. He added discussions on word derivations and forms, resulting in one of the finest compilations. Muhammad ibn Abi al-Hussein, a companion of al-Mustansir from the Hafsid dynasty in Tunisia, summarized it and rearranged it according to the order of al-Siha, considering the ends of words and building translations upon them, making them like twins from the same womb and offspring of the same father. Among the scholars of language are al-Munjid, Ibn Durayd's al-Jamhara, and Ibn al-Ambari's al-Zahir. These are the foundational texts of linguistics as we know them. There are also other summaries specific to certain types of words and covering some or all sections. However, the method of categorization in them is obscure, while the categorization in those is clear from the combinations, as you have seen. Among the books also established in linguistics is al-Zamakhshari's book on metaphor, titled Asas al-Balagha, in which he explained everything that the Arabs have used metaphorically in terms of words and meanings, and it is a valuable book for understanding. When the Arabs would use a term generally and then apply other specific terms for particular matters, it necessitated a nuanced understanding of language, as the term white was generally applied to anything white, but specific terms arose for white horses, ashhab, for humans, ajar, and for sheep, amla, leading to the term white being misused in these contexts, deviating from the Arabic tongue. Al-Thalibi specialized in this area and dedicated a book to it titled Fiqh al-Lugha, emphasizing that a linguist must not distort the usage of Arabic from its proper contexts. Thus, knowing the original meaning is not sufficient for categorization unless it is supported by the usage of the Arabs. Most in need of this are writers in both poetry and prose, to avoid excessive errors in linguistic subjects in their vocabulary and structures, which is more severe than errors in inflection and more egregious. Similarly, some later scholars authored works on shared terms and took it upon themselves to categorize them. Even if they did not reach completeness in that, they covered most of it. As for the existing summaries in this specific field, which are focused on commonly used language for easier memorization for students, there are many, such as the terms of Ibn al-Sakait and al-Fasih by Tha'alab, among others. Some are less comprehensive than others, due to differing views on what is most important for students to memorize. And God is the Creator, the All-Knowing. There is no Lord but Him. Section. Know that the transmission by which language is established is merely the transmission from the Arabs that they used these words for these meanings. Do not say they coined them, for that is difficult and far-fetched, and no one has known of it. Likewise, languages cannot be established by analogy for what we do not know its usage, as is known for the usage of water of grapes, considering the common intoxication. For the testimony of analogy in the realm of comparison can only be understood through the law that indicates the validity of the analogy from its origin. We have no equivalent in language except through reason, which is sound, and this is the view of the majority of scholars. Although some, like Al-Qadi and Ibn Sari, lean towards analogy in it, the argument against it is stronger. Do not assume that establishing language in the realm of verbal definitions is valid, for the definition pertains to meanings, clarifying that the meaning of the unknown, hidden word, is the same as that of the clear, well-known one, and language establishes that the word is such, for such a meaning, and the difference is very clear. The science of rhetoric is a recent addition to the faith after the science of Arabic and language, and it is one of the linguistic sciences because it is related to words and what they convey. It aims to indicate meanings as the matters that the speaker intends to convey to the listener through his speech are either the conceptualization of singularities that are subject and predicate and lead to one another, indicated by the singularities of names, verbs and letters, or distinguishing predicates from subjects and times, indicated by changes in movements from grammatical inflection and the structures of words. All of these are the craft of grammar. Remaining are the matters surrounding occurrences that require indication, such as the states of the interlocutors or the actors, and what the state of the action necessitates, which needs to be indicated because it is part of complete communication. If the speaker achieves this, he has reached the utmost in conveying his message. If it does not include any of these, it is not of the nature of Arabic speech, for their speech is vast, and for every situation, there is a specific expression that is unique to it, after the perfection of grammatical inflection and clarity. Do you not see that their saying Zayd came to me differs from saying came to me Zayd, because the former emphasizes the coming before the person to whom it is attributed, while the latter emphasizes the person before the coming. Likewise, expressing parts of the sentence in a manner suitable for the context, whether it be a relative, ambiguous, or definite term. Similarly, affirming the attribution in the sentence, such as saying Zayd is standing, that Zayd is standing, and indeed Zayd is standing, all differ in meaning, even if they are equal in terms of grammatical inflection. The first, devoid of emphasis, conveys a neutral mind. The second, emphasized by that, conveys hesitation, and the third conveys denial. Thus, they are different. Likewise, you might say, a man came to me, and then say in its place, a man came to me, if you intended to emphasize his significance, indicating that he is a man unmatched by others. Then, the attributive sentence can be informative, which has an external reality that corresponds to it, or it can be performative, which has no external reality, such as requests and their types. The conjunction may be omitted between two sentences if the second has a grammatical position, thus sharing the status of a singular dependent noun, an adjective, or an affirmation without conjunction, or conjunction may be necessary if the second has no grammatical position. The context may require elaboration or brevity, leading to the formulation of speech accordingly. The expression may indicate something without intending its literal meaning, but rather its necessary implication, as when you say, Zayd is a lion, you do not mean the literal lion, but rather his bravery, which you attribute to Zayd, and this is called a metaphor. You may also intend by a compound expression to indicate its necessary implication, as when you say, Zayd has much ash, intending what follows from it in terms of generosity and hospitality, since the abundance of ash arises from both. All of these are additional indications beyond the meanings of the words, whether singular or compound, and they are merely forms and states of occurrences that have been designated for indication through forms and states in words, each according to what its context necessitates. This science, called rhetoric, encompasses the study of these indications that pertain to forms, states, and contexts, and it is divided into three categories. The first category examines these forms and states that correspond with the words to all the requirements of the situation and is called the science of eloquence. The second category examines the indication of the necessary verbal implications and their implications, which are metaphor and metonymy, as we have mentioned, and is called the science of rhetoric. They also added a third category, which is the consideration of embellishing speech and improving it through a type of ornamentation, either through parallelism or alliteration, creating similarity between its words, or through embellishment that interrupts, or through ambiguity about the intended meaning, by suggesting a hidden meaning due to the shared wording between them, and similar matters, which they call the science of embellishment. The three categories are collectively referred to by modern scholars as rhetoric, which is the name of the second category, as the ancients were the first to discuss it, and then the issues of the art followed one after another, with writings by Jafar ibn Yahya, Al-Jahiz, Qudama, and others, which were not comprehensive. The issues of the art continued to be refined gradually until Al-Sakaki distilled its essence and refined its topics, organizing its chapters in the manner we mentioned earlier, and authored his book titled The Key in Grammar, Morphology, and Rhetoric, making this art part of some of its components. Later scholars took from his book and summarized the main principles for the current era, as Al-Sakaki did in his book The Clarification, Ibn Malik in The Lamp, and Jalal al-Din al-Qazwini in The Elucidation, which is smaller in size than The Elucidation, and its attention in this era among the people of the East in explanation and teaching is greater than others. In summary, the people of the East are more proficient in this art than those of the West, and the reason, and God knows best, is that it is a complement to linguistic sciences, and the arts of perfection exist in abundance in prosperous civilizations. The East is more prosperous than the West, as we mentioned, or we may say due to the attention of non-Arabs, who are the majority in the East, such as al-Zamakhshari's interpretation, which is entirely based on this art and is its origin. The people of the West have specifically specialized in the category of embellishment, making it part of the literary sciences of poetry, assigning titles to it, counting its chapters, and categorizing its types. They claim to have enumerated them from the Arabic language, driven by their passion for embellishing words, while the art of eloquence and rhetoric is more complex and difficult to grasp due to the intricacies of their perspectives and the obscurity of their meanings, leading them to shy away from them. Among those who authored works on embellishment from Africa is Ibn Rashid, and his book The Essentials is well known. Many from Africa and Andalusia followed his approach. Know that the fruit of this art lies in understanding the miraculous nature of the Quran, for its miracle lies in the fulfillment of its indications of all the requirements of the situations, both stated and understood, which is the highest level of perfection, along with the speech concerning the selection of words and the quality of their arrangement and composition. This is the miracle that minds fall short of grasping, and only those with a taste for the Arabic language and mastery of it can perceive its miracle to the extent of their taste. This is why the perceptions of the Arabs who heard it from its source are at a higher level in this regard, as they are the knights of speech and its experts, and their taste is more abundant and accurate. The interpreters are in most need of this art, and many of the interpretations of the ancients overlooked it until Al-Zamakhshari appeared, authoring his book on interpretation and examining the verses of the Quran with the principles of this art, revealing some of its miraculous aspects, thus distinguishing this section from all interpretations, were it not for the fact that it supports the beliefs of the people of innovation when they derive them from the Quran through rhetorical means. For this reason, many of the people of the Sunnah avoid it, despite its abundant rhetorical content. Whoever firmly establishes the beliefs of the Sunnah and participates in this art to some extent, so that he can respond to it in the manner of its speech or knows it to be an innovation, he will turn away from it, and it will not harm his belief. It is necessary for him to examine this book to gain some understanding of the miraculous nature while remaining safe from innovations and whims, and God is the guide for whom he wills to the straight path. The science of literature has no specific place to examine the affirmation or denial of its attributes. Rather, the aim of it, according to the people of language, is its fruit, which is proficiency in the arts of poetry and prose, following the styles and manners of the Arabs. They gather for this purpose from the speech of the Arabs what might yield a word, including high-quality poetry, equally balanced prose, and scattered issues of language and grammar throughout, from which the observer can generally deduce most of the rules of Arabic, along with mentioning some of the days of the Arabs to understand what occurs in their poetry. Likewise, it includes important mentions of famous lineages and general news. The goal of all this is that nothing from the speech of the Arabs and their styles and rhetorical methods remains hidden from the observer when he reviews it, for mastery cannot be achieved through mere memorization without understanding, thus necessitating the presentation of everything that is essential for comprehension. Then, when they want to define this art, they say, literature is the preservation of the poetry and news of the Arabs, and taking from every science a portion, referring to the sciences of language or religious sciences only in terms of their texts, which are the Quran and Hadith. There is no entry for other sciences into the speech of the Arabs, except for what later scholars have pursued regarding the art of rhetoric in their poetry and their use of scientific terminologies, which then required the practitioner of this art to know the terminologies of the sciences to be able to understand them. We have heard from our teachers in educational gatherings that the foundations and pillars of this art are four main texts: Adab al-Khatib by Ibn Qutaybah, Al-Kamil by Al-Mubarrad, Al-Bayan wal-Tabin by Al-Jahiz, and Al-Nawadir by Abu Ali al-Qali al-Baghdadi. Anything beyond these four is subsidiary to them and branches from them. There are many writings by modern scholars on this subject. Singing was initially part of this art, as it is a derivative of poetry, since singing is merely its melody. The scholars and distinguished individuals of the Abbasid state devoted themselves to it, eager to acquire the styles and arts of poetry, and it was not considered a defect in justice and nobility. Al-Qadi Abu al-Faraj al-Isbahani authored his book on songs, in which he compiled the news, poetry, lineages, days, and state of the Arabs. He based it on the songs in the 100 melodies chosen by the singers for Al-Rashid, and he comprehensively covered that. Indeed, it is the anthology of the Arabs and a collection of the scattered virtues that have preceded them in every art of poetry, history, singing, and other matters, and no book in this regard is comparable to it, as far as we know, and it is the ultimate goal that the literati aspire to and stand at, and how can one attain it? Now we will return to a thorough investigation of the general topics we have discussed regarding the sciences of language, and God is the guide to the right path. Chapter 46. On language as an artificial faculty. Know that all languages are faculties similar to an art, as they are faculties of the tongue for expressing meanings and their quality and conception according to the completeness or deficiency of the faculty. This is not in regard to vocabulary, but rather in regard to structures. When the complete faculty is achieved in the arrangement of individual words to express the intended meanings and to consider the composition that aligns speech with the requirements of the situation, the speaker then reaches the goal of conveying his intent to the listener, and this is the meaning of eloquence. Faculties are only acquired through the repetition of actions, as the action occurs first, and a quality is then acquired by the self, which is repeated until it becomes a state. The meaning of a state is that it is a quality that is not firmly established, and then with increased repetition, it becomes a faculty, meaning a firmly established quality. When the speaker from the Arabs had the faculty of the Arabic language present in them, he would hear the speech of his contemporaries and their styles in their communications and how they express their intentions, just as a child hears the use of vocabulary in its meanings and learns it first, then hears the structures afterward and learns them as well. Their hearing of this continues to renew at every moment and from every speaker, and its use is repeated until it establishes that faculty and quality firmly, making him like one of them. Thus, tongues and languages have passed from generation to generation, and the non-Arabs and children have learned them. This is the meaning of what the common people say, that language is natural for the Arabs, meaning the first faculty that was taken from them and not acquired from others. However, when this faculty deteriorated due to their mingling with non-Arabs, the reason for its corruption was that the emerging generation began to hear ways of expressing intentions that were different from the ways that the Arabs had, distinguishing their intent due to the multitude of non-Arabs mingling with the Arabs. And they also heard the ways of the Arabs, so the matter became mixed for them, and they took from both, thus creating a new faculty that was deficient compared to the first. This is the meaning of the corruption of the Arabic tongue. For this reason, the language of Quraysh was the most eloquent and clear of the Arabic languages due to their distance from the lands of non-Arabs in all directions. Then those who surrounded them from Thaqif, Hudayl, Khuza'a, Banu Kinana, Ghatafan, Banu Asad, and Banu Tamim. As for those who were farther from them, such as Rabi'a, Lachm, Judham, Ghassan, Iyad, Quda'a, and the Arabs of Yemen, who were adjacent to the nations of Persia, Rome, and Abyssinia, their language was not fully developed due to mingling with non-Arabs. According to their distance from Quraysh, the validity and corruption of their languages were judged by the people of Arabic linguistics. And God, the Exalted and Almighty, knows best, and to Him belongs success. Chapter 47. Regarding the fact that the Arabic language of this era is independent and distinct from the language of Egypt and Himyar, we find it in the clarity of intentions and the fulfillment of indications on the norms of the Mudar tongue. The only thing lost from it is the indication of movements on the specification of the subject from the object, which they compensated for through precedence and postponement, and by contextual clues that indicate the specifics of intentions. However, the clarity and eloquence in the Mudar tongue are greater and more established, as the words themselves indicate the meanings precisely. The conditions that necessitate the situation, referred to as the context of the situation, require indications. Every meaning must be surrounded by specific conditions, and those conditions must be considered in conveying the intended purpose, as they are its attributes. These conditions in all languages are most often indicated by words specific to them by convention. In the Arabic tongue, however, they are indicated by conditions and methods in the arrangements of words and their composition through precedence, postponement, omission, or grammatical movements. They may also be indicated by non-independent letters. Therefore, the levels of speech in the Arabic tongue vary according to the variation in indications of those methods, as we have previously mentioned, making Arabic speech more concise and with fewer words and expressions than all other languages. This is the meaning of the saying of the Prophet, peace be upon him. I was given the concise words, and my speech was shortened. Consider this in light of what is narrated about Isa ibn Umar, who was told by some grammarians, I find repetition in the speech of the Arabs, such as Zayd is standing, and indeed Zayd is standing, and indeed Zayd is surely standing, and the meaning is the same. He replied, the meanings are different. The first is to inform the empty-minded of Zayd's standing. The second is for someone who heard it and hesitated about it, and the third is for someone who is known for insisting on denying it. Thus, the indication varies with the variation of conditions. This eloquence and clarity have always been the hallmark of the Arabs and their method to this day. Do not pay attention to the ramblings of the grammarians, the people of the limited craft of grammar, whose understanding is deficient regarding the truth, as they claim that eloquence has vanished in this era and that the Arabic tongue has deteriorated, based on the corruption that has occurred in the endings of words due to the study of its laws. This is a statement that has been instilled by sectarianism in their nature and has been cast into their hearts due to their shortcomings. Otherwise, we find today many Arabic words that remain in their original contexts, and the expression of intentions and cooperation in it, with varying clarity, exists in their speech to this day, and the styles and arts of the tongue, both in poetry and prose, are present in their communications, and the understanding of the eloquent speaker in their gatherings and assemblies, and the brilliant poet in the styles of their language. The correct taste and sound nature bear witness to this. The only thing lost from the documented conditions of the tongue is the grammatical movements at the ends of words, which have adhered to the Muda tongue in a single well-known method, which is grammar. This is part of the rules of the tongue. The attention given to the Muda tongue arose because of the corruption that occurred due to their mingling with non-Arabs when they took over the kingdoms of Iraq, Syria, Egypt, and the Maghreb, and its form changed from what it was initially, becoming another language. The Quran was revealed in it, and the prophetic Hadith was transmitted in its language, and they are the foundation of religion and creed. So there was a fear of forgetting them, and the minds closing off from them, due to the loss of the tongue in which they were revealed, necessitating the documentation of its rules, the establishment of its standards, and the derivation of its laws. It became a science with chapters, sections, introductions, and issues, which its people named the science of grammar and the craft of Arabic, thus becoming a preserved art and a written science, a means to understand the Book of God and the Sunnah of his Messenger, peace be upon him, adequately. Perhaps if we were to pay attention to this Arabic tongue of this era and establish its rules, we could compensate for the grammatical movements in their indications with other matters inherent in it that would serve as its specific laws. Perhaps they would be in its endings in a manner different from the original method in the Muda language, as languages and their characteristics are not arbitrary. The Muda tongue and the Himyari tongue were in this state, and many of the topics of the Himyari tongue and the variations of its words changed among the Muda. The existing evidence contradicts those who, due to their limitations, claim that they are one language and seek to apply the Himyari language to the standards and laws of the Muda language, as some claim in deriving the term keel in the Himyari tongue from saying, and many similar claims which are not correct. The Himyari language is another language distinct from the Muda language in many of its structures, variations, and grammatical movements, just as the Arabic language of our time is distinct from the Muda language. However, the attention to the Muda tongue is due to the Sharia, as we said, which led to derivation and induction, and we do not have at this time anything that compels us to such a thing or calls us to it. Among what has occurred in the language of this Arab generation of this era, where they were from different regions, is their manner of pronouncing the kaf. They do not pronounce it from the articulation point of the kaf, as known among the people of the cities, as mentioned in the Arabic books, which is from the farthest part of the tongue and above it from the upper palate. They also do not pronounce it from the articulation point of the kaf, even though it is lower than the position of the qaf, and what follows it from the upper palate. Rather, they come with it in a position between the kaf and the qaf, which is present among the entire generation, whether they are from the west or the east, until it became a distinguishing mark for them among nations and generations, unique to them, with no one else sharing it. So much so that anyone who wishes to get close and affiliate with the generation and enter it mimics them in pronouncing it. They believe that this is how the clear Arab is distinguished from the foreigner in Arabness and urbanity, by pronouncing this kaf. This shows that it is the Muda language itself, as most of this remaining generation and their leaders, both East and West, are from the descendants of Mansur ibn Ikrimah, ibn Khasifa, ibn Qais ibn Ilan, from Sulaym ibn Mansur, and from Banu Amir ibn Sa'sa'a, ibn Muawiyah, ibn Bakr, ibn Hawazin, ibn Mansur. They are, to this day, the most populous nation in the inhabited world, and the majority of them are from the descendants of Muda, and the rest of the generation with them are from Banu Kaylan, in pronouncing this kaf as well. This language was not invented by this generation. Rather, it has been inherited among them successively, indicating that it is the language of the early Muda, and perhaps it is the language of the Prophet, peace be upon him, itself, as the scholars of the Al-Bayt have claimed, asserting that whoever reads in the opening of the book, guide us to the straight path, without the kaf of this generation, has made a mistake and invalidated his prayer. I do not know where this came from, for the language of the people of the cities has also not been newly created. Rather, they have transmitted it from their ancestors, and most of them are from Muda, since they settled in the cities after the conquest. The people of the generation have also not newly created it, but they are further removed from mingling with non-Arabs than the people of the cities. This supports what exists of the language among them as being from the language of their ancestors. This is with the agreement of all the people of the generation, both East and West, in pronouncing it, and it is the characteristic that distinguishes the Arab from the mixed and urban. It appears that this qaf, pronounced by the Arab Bedouin generation, is from the articulation point of the qaf among their early language speakers, and that the articulation point of the qaf is broad, with its beginning from the upper palate and its end near the kaf. Thus, pronouncing it from the upper palate is the language of the people of the cities, while pronouncing it from near the kaf is the language of this Bedouin generation. This refutes what the Al-Bayt have said about the invalidation of prayer by omitting it in the opening of the book, as all the scholars of the cities disagree with that. It is unlikely that they would have neglected it. The explanation is, as we have said. Yes, we say that the more likely and preferable is what is pronounced by the Bedouin generation, as its continuity among them, as we have mentioned, is evidence that it is the language of the first generation of their ancestors, and that it is the language of the Prophet, peace be upon him. This is further supported by their assimilation of it into the kaf, due to the proximity of the articulation points. If it were as pronounced by the people of the cities from the origin of the palate, it would not be close in articulation to the kaf, and it would not be assimilated. Moreover, the people of Arabic have mentioned this kaf close to the kaf, which is pronounced by the Bedouin Arab generation of this era, and they have made it intermediate between the articulation points of the kaf and the kaf, considering it an independent letter, which is unlikely. It appears that it is from the last articulation of the qaf, due to its broadness, as we have said. Furthermore, they explicitly express their disdain and aversion to it, as if it has not been established among them that it is the language of the first generation. In what we have mentioned about the continuity of their pronunciation, as they have inherited it from their ancestors generation after generation, and that it is their specific emblem, is evidence that it is the language of that first generation and the language of the Prophet, peace be upon him, as previously stated. Some may claim that this kaf, pronounced by the people of the cities, is not from this letter, and that it has come from their mingling with non-Arabs, and that they pronounce it likewise, so it is not from the language of the Arabs. However, the more reasonable conclusion, as we have stated, is that they are one letter with a broad articulation. Understand that, and God is the guide and the clear. Chapter 48. Regarding the language of the people of cities and towns as a language distinct from the language of Muda. Know that the custom of communication in cities and among the people of towns is not the ancient language of Muda, nor the language of the current generation, but rather it is another language that stands on its own, far removed from the language of Muda and from the language of this current Arab generation that we are familiar with, and it is even further from the language of Muda. The fact that it is a language in its own right is evident from the differences within it that are considered mistakes by the standards of the scholars of grammar. Moreover, it varies according to the different cities in their terminologies. The language of the people of the East is somewhat different from that of the people of the West, as is the case with the people of Andalusia in relation to both of them, and each of them is able to convey their intentions and express what is in their hearts through their language. This is the essence of tongue and language. The lack of grammatical inflection does not harm them, as we have mentioned in the language of the Arabs of this era. As for it being further from the original tongue than the language of this generation, it is because the distance from the tongue is due to mingling with foreign languages. The more one mingles with foreigners, the further their language becomes from that original tongue, because mastery is acquired through education, as we have said. This mastery is a mixture of the original mastery that was for the Arabs and the second mastery that belongs to the foreigners. To the extent that they hear from foreigners and grow accustomed to it, they drift away from the original mastery. Consider this in the regions of Africa, the West, Andalusia, and the East. As for Africa and the West, the Arabs there mingled with the Berbers, who are foreigners, due to their abundant presence among them, and Muda and the current generation hardly ever lacked them. So foreign influence prevailed over the Arabic tongue that they had, resulting in a mixed language. The foreign influence is predominant there, as we have mentioned, so it is further from the original tongue. Similarly, in the East, when the Arabs dominated the nations of Persia and the Turks, they mingled with them, and their languages circulated among the laborers and the captives, who became servants and wet nurses, and their language deteriorated due to the corruption of mastery until it transformed into another language. The same applies to the people of Andalusia, with the foreigners from the Franks and others. Thus, all the people of the cities from these regions have a language that is specific to them, differing from the language of Muda, and also differing from one another, as we will mention, as if it were another language due to the firm establishment of its mastery in their generations. And God creates what He wills and decrees. The 49th chapter. On teaching the language of Muda. Know that the mastery of the Muda language in this era has diminished and deteriorated, and the language of all the people of this generation is different from the language of Muda, in which the Quran was revealed. Rather, it is another language mixed with foreign elements, as we have mentioned. However, since languages are skills, as previously stated, learning them is possible like other skills. The way to teach those who seek this skill and wish to acquire it is to engage themselves in memorizing their ancient speech that follows their styles from the Quran, Hadith, the words of the predecessors, and the dialogues of the great Arabs in their rhymes and poetry, as well as the words of the moderns in all their arts, until they reach a level of familiarity with their speech, both structured and unstructured, akin to someone who grew up among them and was taught to express their intentions. Then, they can express what is in their minds according to their phrases and the arrangement of their words, based on what they have absorbed and memorized from their styles and the order of their expressions. This mastery will develop through this memorization and usage, becoming more solid and powerful with their abundance. Additionally, one needs a sound disposition and a good understanding of the nuances of the Arabs and their styles in constructions, while considering the application between them and the requirements of situations. Taste witnesses this, and it arises from the relationship between this mastery and a sound disposition, as we will mention. The quality of the crafted speech, whether in verse or prose, depends on the amount memorized and the frequency of use. Whoever acquires these skills has attained the language of Muda and is a discerning critic of its eloquence, and thus, this is how learning it should be. And God guides whom He wills by His grace and generosity. Chapter 50. Regarding the fact that the mastery of this tongue is not the craft of Arabic and is independent of it in education, the reason for this is that the craft of Arabic is merely the knowledge of the laws and specific measures of this mastery. It is knowledge of a method, not the method itself. Thus, it is not the mastery itself, but rather akin to someone who knows a craft theoretically without being able to practice it. For example, a person knowledgeable in sewing may not be skilled in expressing some of its types. Sewing is to insert the thread into the needle's eye, then pierce it into the fabric at the gathered point, and pull it out from the other side by a certain amount, then return it to where it started, and pull it out in front of its first exit at a distance between the two holes, and continue this until the end of the work, giving the appearance of stitching, securing, and opening, along with all types of sewing and its tasks. If asked to do this by hand, he would not be able to execute anything. Similarly, if a carpenter were asked about the details of cutting wood, he would say, "It is to place the saw on the head of the wood and hold one end while another holds the other end, and you alternate between you and the serrated edges cut what passes over them back and forth until reaching the end of the wood." Yet, if asked to perform this task, or any part of it, he would not be able to do it. Thus, knowledge of the laws of grammar is similar to this mastery itself. Knowledge of the laws of grammar is merely knowledge of how to work, not the work itself. Therefore, we find many experts in grammar and skilled in the craft of Arabic, well versed in those laws, when asked to write 2 lines to a brother or a loved one, or to complain about an injustice, or to express a purpose, they err in correctness and make many mistakes, failing to compose the speech and express the intended meaning according to the styles of the Arabic tongue. Likewise, we find many who excel in this mastery and are adept in both poetry and prose, yet they do not know how to distinguish the subject from the object, nor the nominative from the genitive, nor anything from the laws of the craft of Arabic. From this, it is learned that mastery is different from the craft of Arabic, and that it is generally independent of it. We may find some skilled in the craft of grammar who are aware of the state of this mastery, but this is rare and coincidental, and most often occurs among those who are familiar with Sibawayh's book. For he did not limit himself to the laws of grammar only, but filled his book with examples from the Arabs and evidence from their poetry and expressions, so there was a good portion of teaching this mastery in it. You find the one who dedicates himself to it and acquires it has obtained a line of the speech of the Arabs and has integrated it into his memory in its places and joints of his needs. He becomes aware of the mastery and thus completes its education, making him more effective in benefiting from it. Among those who are familiar with Sibawayh's book, some may overlook this and acquire knowledge of the tongue as a craft without attaining mastery. As for those who are familiar with the books of later scholars, which lack this, except for the grammatical laws stripped of the poetry and speech of the Arabs, they rarely perceive this mastery or pay attention to its importance, finding themselves believing they have attained a rank in the Arabic tongue while they are the farthest from it. The scholars of the craft of Arabic in Andalusia and their teachers are closer to acquiring and teaching this mastery than others, as they rely on the evidence of the Arabs and their examples and delve into many structures in their teaching sessions, allowing beginners to acquire much of the mastery during education. Thus their souls become inclined to acquire and accept it. As for others from the Maghreb, Africa, and others, they have treated the craft of Arabic as a science, focusing on research and disregarding the understanding of the speech of the Arabs, except when they interpret a witness or favor a doctrine based on mental necessity, not based on the structures and compositions of the tongue. Thus, the craft of Arabic has become as if it were among the laws of logical reasoning or dialectics, distancing itself from the aspects of the tongue and its mastery, and this has led its bearers in the cities and regions to be far from mastery in general, as if they do not consider the speech of the Arabs. This is only due to their deviation from researching the evidence of the tongue and its structures and distinguishing its styles, and their neglect of practice in this for the learner, which is the best way to benefit mastery in the tongue. Those laws are merely means for education, but they have applied them in a way contrary to their intended purpose, turning them into pure knowledge and distancing themselves from their fruits. It is learned from what we have established in this chapter that acquiring the mastery of the Arabic tongue is only through the abundance of memorization of the speech of the Arabs, until the model they wove their structures upon is imprinted in his imagination, allowing him to weave upon it, and thus be in the position of one who grew up with them and mingled with their expressions in their speech, until he attained the settled mastery in expressing the intended meanings in the manner of their speech. And God is the knower of all matters, and God knows the unseen.
Chapter 51.
On the interpretation of taste in the terminology of the people of rhetoric, and the clarification of its meaning, and the explanation that it does not occur for non-Arabs. Know that the term taste is used by those concerned with the arts of rhetoric, and its meaning is the attainment of the faculty of eloquence in speech, the interpretation of eloquence has been discussed, and it is the correspondence of speech to meaning in all its aspects, with specific characteristics that apply to structures in conveying that. The speaker in the Arabic language, who is eloquent in it, strives to adopt the beneficial form of expression according to the styles of the Arabs and their modes of communication, and organizes speech in that manner to the best of his ability. If his performances are connected with the speech of the Arabs, he acquires the faculty of structuring speech in that manner, and the matter of composition becomes easy for him, as he hardly deviates from the eloquence that belongs to the Arabs. If he hears a structure that does not conform to that style, he finds it strange and rejects it with the slightest thought, or even without thought, except for what he has gained from acquiring this faculty. When faculties become established and rooted in their places, they appear as if they are a natural instinct for that place. Therefore, many ignorant people, who do not understand the nature of faculties, believe that the correctness of the Arabs in their language, in terms of grammar and eloquence, is a natural matter. They say that the Arabs spoke naturally, but this is not the case. Rather, it is a linguistic faculty in structuring speech that has become established and rooted, appearing at first glance as if it were instinct and nature. This faculty, as previously mentioned, is only acquired through practicing the speech of the Arabs and repeating it audibly, and by being attentive to the specific characteristics of its structures. It is not acquired through knowledge of the scientific rules in this regard, which have been derived by the experts in the field of linguistics. These rules only provide knowledge of that language and do not lead to the actual acquisition of the faculty in its place, as has been previously stated. Once this is established, the faculty of eloquence in speech guides the eloquent speaker to the existence of structure and the beauty of composition that corresponds to the structures of the Arabs in their language and the organization of their speech. If a person with this faculty attempts to deviate from these specific paths and structures, he will not be able to do so, nor will his tongue agree with it, because he is not accustomed to it, and his established faculty will not guide him to it. When speech is presented to him that deviates from the style of the Arabs and their eloquence in structuring their speech, he will turn away from it and find it strange, knowing that it is not from the speech of the Arabs whose speech he has practiced. He may even be unable to argue against it, as the experts in grammatical and rhetorical rules do, as that is an inference based on the rules derived from observation. This is an experiential matter that is acquired through practicing the speech of the Arabs until one becomes like one of them. An example of this is if we assume a boy from among them grows up and is raised in their generation. He will learn their language and master the rules of grammar and eloquence in it until he fully grasps it. This is not a matter of legal knowledge. Rather, it is the result of acquiring this faculty in his speech and pronunciation. Similarly, this faculty can be acquired by those after that generation by memorizing their speech, poetry, and speeches, and by consistently engaging with them until they acquire the faculty and become like one who grew up in their generation and was raised among their people. The rules are separate from this, and the term taste has been borrowed for this faculty when it becomes established and rooted, which is a term that the experts in the field of rhetoric and taste have agreed upon, and it is originally used to denote the perception of flavors. However, since the place of this faculty in speech is similar to the place of perceiving flavors, its name has been borrowed for it. Moreover, it is an experiential matter of the tongue, just as flavors are tangible to it, hence it is called taste. If this is made clear to you, you will understand that the non-Arabs who enter the Arabic language, who are compelled to speak it due to their interaction with its people, such as the Persians, Romans, Turks in the East, and Berbers in the West, do not acquire this taste due to their limited share in this faculty that we have established, because their abilities are limited after a certain age, and another faculty has preceded it in their speech, which is their own languages, compelling them to pay attention to what the people of Egypt exchange among themselves in conversation, both simple and complex, due to their necessity for it. This faculty has diminished for the people of the cities, and they have distanced themselves from it, as previously mentioned. They only possess another faculty that is not the required linguistic faculty. Those who understand the rules of that faculty from the written laws in books do not acquire the faculty itself. They have only grasped its rules as you have understood. This faculty is only acquired through practice, habituation, and repetition of the speech of the Arabs. If you hear that Sibawayh, Al-Farisi, Al-Zamakhshari, and others like them, who are masters of speech, were non-Arabs while possessing this faculty, know that those people you hear about were only non-Arabs by lineage. As for their upbringing and development, it was among the people of this faculty from the Arabs and those who learned it from them, and they thus attained a level of speech that has no equal, as if they were among the first Arabs who grew up in their generations until they grasped the essence of the language and became part of it. Although they were non-Arabs by lineage, they were not non-Arabs in language and speech because they grasped the religion in its prime and the language in its youth, and the traces of the faculty did not fade away from the people of the cities. They then devoted themselves to practicing and studying the speech of the Arabs until they mastered it. Today, a single non-Arab who mingles with the people of the Arabic language in the cities will first find that desired faculty of the Arabic language to be absent. He will find his own faculty to be another one that contradicts the faculty of the Arabic language. If we assume that he engages in practicing the speech of the Arabs and their poetry through study and memorization, he may acquire it, but it is rare enough that it will not escape your notice as established. Many who look into these rhetorical laws may claim that they have acquired this taste through them, but this is a mistake or a misrepresentation. Rather, they have acquired the faculty, if they have, through those rhetorical laws, and it is not related to the faculty of expression at all. And God guides whom He wills to a straight path. Chapter 52. Regarding the fact that the people of the cities, in general, are deficient in acquiring this linguistic faculty that is obtained through education, and those among them who are further from the Arabic language find it more difficult and arduous to attain it. The reason for this is that the learner is often hindered by acquiring a faculty that contradicts the desired faculty due to the urban dialect that has been influenced by foreignness, which has caused their language to descend from its original mastery to another faculty, which is the language of the urban dwellers of this era. Therefore, we find teachers competing in teaching the language to children. The grammarians believe that this competition is due to their craft, but this is not the case. Rather, it is through the cultivation of this faculty by mingling with the language and speech of the Arabs. Indeed, the craft of grammar is closer to this mingling, and the more a language of the people of the cities is rooted in foreignness and distanced from the language of Muda, the more it hinders its speaker from learning the Muda language and acquiring its faculty due to the established contradiction at that time. Consider this in the case of the people of the cities. The people of Africa and the Maghreb, being more deeply rooted in foreignness and further from the original language, had a complete deficiency in acquiring its mastery through education. Ibn al-Rafiq reported that a certain writer from Kairouan wrote to a friend, "O my brother, may you never be deprived of his presence. Abu Sa'id informed me that you mentioned you would be with those who come, but we were hindered today, and we could not go out." As for the people of the House of the Dogs regarding the matter of the letter, they have falsely denied this. There is not a single letter of this. My letter to you, and I long for you, if God wills. Thus, their mastery of the Muda language was similar to what we mentioned. Likewise, their poetry was far from mastery and fell short of the standard, and it has remained so until this time. Therefore, there were no famous poets in Africa except Ibn Rashid and Ibn Sharaf. Most of the poets there were newcomers, and their level in eloquence has remained tilted towards deficiency until now. The people of Andalusia were closer to acquiring this faculty due to their extensive engagement and their abundance of linguistic memorization, both in verse and prose. Among them was Ibn Hayyan, the historian, the leader of the people of the craft in this faculty, and the standard-bearer for them in it, as well as Ibn Abdrabih, al-Saktuli, and their like from the poets of the kingdoms of the factions, as the seas of language and literature flourished among them, and this was passed down for hundreds of years until the dispersion and expulsion during the dominance of Christianity. They were preoccupied with learning that, and the decline of civilization led to the decline of all crafts, so their mastery diminished until it reached its lowest point. Among the last of them were Salih ibn Sharif and Malik ibn Marhal, from the students of the Seville class in Ceuta, and the book of the state of the Banu al-Ahmar at its beginning. Andalusia cast out its finest offspring of those masters through expulsion to the border, from the border of Seville to Ceuta, and from eastern Andalusia to Africa. They did not last long until they perished, and their chain of education in this craft was cut off due to the difficulty of acceptance of the border for it, and its difficulty for them due to the crookedness of their tongues and their deep-rootedness in Berber foreignness, which contradicts what we have said. Then the mastery returned to Andalusia as it was, and it flourished with Ibn Bashir, Ibn Jabir, Ibn al-Jiyab, and their class. Then Ibrahim al-Sahili al-Turahi and his class followed them, and after them came Ibn al-Khatib, who perished in this era, a martyr due to the scheming of his enemies. He had a mastery of the language that was unmatched, and his student followed in his footsteps. In summary, the status of this mastery in Andalusia is greater, and its education is easier and simpler due to their current state, as we have mentioned regarding their engagement with the sciences of language, and their preservation of them, and the sciences of literature, and the chain of their education. And because the people of the foreign language, whose mastery is corrupted, are merely newcomers to them. Their foreignness is not the origin of the language of the people of Andalusia and the Berbers in this border. They are its people, and their language is its language except in the cities only. They are immersed in the sea of their foreignness and their Berber dialect, making it difficult for them to acquire the linguistic mastery through education, unlike the people of Andalusia. Consider this in the case of the people of the East during the Umayyad and Abbasid states. Their situation was similar to that of the people of Andalusia in the completeness of this mastery and its proficiency, due to their distance from the foreigners and their mingling with them, except in rare cases. The matter of this mastery during that era was more upright, and the prominent poets and writers were more numerous due to the abundance of Arabs and their children in the East. Look at what the Book of Songs contains of their poetry and prose, for that book is the book of the Arabs and their diwan, and it contains their language, their news, their days, their Arab religion, their biography, the effects of their caliphs and kings, their poetry, their songs, and all their meanings. There is no book that encompasses their conditions better than it. The matter of this mastery remained firmly established in the East during both states, and it may have been more eloquent among them than others who were in the pre-Islamic era, as we will mention later. Until the matter of the Arabs faded, their language became obscure, their speech deteriorated, their influence and state came to an end, and the matter fell to the foreigners, and the kings were in their hands, and they dominated. This was during the state of the Daylamites and the Seljuks. They mingled with the people of the cities and increased their numbers, so the earth was filled with their languages. Foreignness took over the people of the cities and the urban centers, until they distanced themselves from the Arabic language and its mastery, and those who learned it among them fell short of acquiring it. Thus, we find their language in this era in the fields of poetry and prose, even though they are abundant in it. And God creates what He wills and chooses, and God the Almighty knows best, and with Him is success. There is no Lord but Him.
Chapter 53.
On the division of speech into poetry and prose. Know that the language of the Arabs and their speech is divided into two types: poetry, which is measured and rhymed speech, and prose, which is unmeasured speech. Each of these two types encompasses various forms and styles of speech. As for poetry, it includes praise, satire, and elegy. As for prose, it includes parallelism, which is presented in segments, with each two words adhering to a single rhyme called a seiji, rhymed prose, and the murassal, which is speech that is released freely without being divided into parts, flowing without being constrained by rhyme or anything else. It is used in speeches, prayers, and in encouraging or frightening the public. The Quran, although it is prose, is outside of these two descriptions and is not called murassal or saj at all. Rather, it consists of verses that end at points where the taste indicates the conclusion of the speech. Then the speech is repeated in the following verse and is reiterated without adhering to a specific letter that would make it saj or a rhyme. This is the meaning of His saying, Allah has revealed the best speech, a book consistent in its verses, which causes the skin of those who fear their Lord to shiver. He also said, we have detailed the verses. The last verses among them are called fawasil, dividers, as they are neither saj, nor do they adhere to what is required in saj, nor are they rhymes. The term al-mathani, the repeated, is applied to all verses of the Quran in general for the reasons mentioned, and it is specifically associated with the opening of the book, Al-Fatiha, due to its predominance in it, like the star for the Pleiades, and for this reason it is called the seven repeated. Consider this alongside what the interpreters have said regarding the reason for calling it Al-Mathani, which confirms the truth of what we have said. Know that each of these forms has styles that are specific to it among its people, and are not suitable for the other form nor used in it, such as the nasib, the prelude, specific to poetry, and praise and prayer specific to speeches and addresses, and similar examples. The later generations have employed the styles and measures of poetry and prose due to the abundance of saj and adherence to rhyme, placing the nasib before the intended purposes. This prose, when examined, falls under the category of poetry and its art, differing only in measure. The later writers have continued in this manner and have used it in royal addresses, limiting the use of all prose to this art they have accepted, mixing styles within it, neglecting the murassal and forgetting it, especially the people of the East. The royal addresses of this era among the negligent writers have followed this style we have indicated, which is incorrect from the perspective of eloquence, as it does not consider the application of speech to the requirements of the situation of the speaker and the addressed. This rhymed prose has led the later generations to incorporate poetic styles into it. Thus it is necessary to keep royal addresses free from it, as the styles of poetry contradict the seriousness required and mix seriousness with frivolity, excessive description, the use of metaphors, and numerous comparisons and allusions where there is no necessity for that in the address. Adhering to rhyme is also a form of frivolity and embellishment, and the majesty of kings and rulers, and addressing the public on behalf of kings with encouragement and intimidation contradicts and opposes that. What is praiseworthy in royal addresses is the tarsil, flowing speech, which is the release of speech without rhyming except in rare instances, where the speech is released by the speaker without effort, then giving the speech its due in matching it to the requirements of the situation. For the contexts are different, and each context has a style that is specific to it, whether it be elaboration, brevity, omission, affirmation, explicitness, indication, or metaphor. As for conducting royal addresses in this manner, which follows the styles of poetry, it is blameworthy, and what has led the people of this era to this is the dominance of foreign influences on their tongues and their inability to give speech its due in matching it to the requirements of the situation. Thus they have failed in unmeasured speech due to its distance in eloquence and the expansiveness of its topics. They have become enamored with this rhymed style, fabricating it to compensate for what they lack in applying speech to the intended purpose and the requirements of the situation. They embellish it with a degree of adornment through rhymes and beautiful titles, neglecting everything else. Most of those who have adopted this art and excelled in it in all its aspects are the writers and poets of the East in this era, to the extent that they neglect grammatical rules in words and inflections when they enter into a classification or matching that cannot coexist with them, favoring that type of classification. They abandon grammatical correctness and ruin the structure of the word in hopes of achieving classification. Thus, what we have presented to you confirms the validity of what we have mentioned, and God is the granter of success to the truth by His grace and generosity, and God knows best. Chapter 54. Regarding the fact that proficiency in both poetry and prose can only be achieved by a few, the reason for this is that, as we have explained, it is a skill of the tongue. If another skill precedes it, it limits the ability in that area from achieving the full subsequent skill. This is because the complete mastery of skills and their attainment for those with natural dispositions is easier and more straightforward. If another skill precedes it, it competes with it in the receptive material and hinders quick acceptance, leading to conflict and making it impossible to achieve mastery in that skill. This is universally true for all acquired skills. We have previously demonstrated this in a similar manner. Consider the same in languages, as they are skills of the tongue and are akin to crafts. Observe how someone who has been exposed to a foreign language is always deficient in the Arabic language. A non-Arab who has previously learned Persian will never fully master the Arabic tongue and will remain deficient in it, even if they learn and teach it. The same applies to Berbers and Romans. It is rare to find a European who has mastered the Arabic tongue. This is solely because their tongues have been previously influenced by another language, so that when a student of these languages seeks knowledge among Arabic speakers, they come up short in their understanding and acquisition, and they owe this to their language background. We have previously mentioned that languages are similar to crafts, and that crafts and their skills do not overlap. If someone has achieved proficiency in one craft, it is rare for them to excel in another, or to reach the highest level in it. And God created you and what you do. Chapter 55. On the craft of poetry and the way to learn it. This art is one of the forms of the speech of the Arabs, known to them as poetry, and it exists in all languages. However, we are currently discussing the poetry of the Arabs. If it is possible to find in it the aims of speakers of other tongues, then each language has its own rules of eloquence. In the Arabic tongue, it is of a strange nature and rare direction, as it consists of words arranged in equal parts, each part having the same weight and a unified final letter. Each two parts of these segments is called a couplet, and the final letter where they agree is called the rhyme and the verse. The entire composition is referred to as a poem. Each couplet stands alone in its structure, as if it were a complete statement independent of what precedes or follows it. When isolated, it is complete in its category, whether in praise, love, or lamentation, and the poet strives to give that couplet a meaning that stands on its own. Then, in the next couplet, he begins another statement similarly, transitioning from one theme to another, ensuring that the first theme and its meanings lead to the second theme, avoiding any discord in the speech. For instance, he may transition from love to praise, from describing the wilderness and ruins to describing the mounts or horses, or from describing the praise to describing his people and soldiers, and from expressing grief and consolation in lamentation to emotional responses and similar themes. He must also ensure that the entire poem maintains a consistent weight, being cautious not to allow the natural flow to deviate from one weight to another that is similar, as this may go unnoticed by many people due to the similarity. These weights have conditions and rules encompassed in the science of prosody. Not every weight that is consistent in nature has been used by the Arabs in this art. Rather, there are specific weights that those in the craft call meters. They have confined them to 15 meters, meaning they found no other natural weights for the Arabs. Know that the art of poetry, among forms of speech, was esteemed by the Arabs. They made it the repository of their sciences and histories, a witness to their correctness and errors, and a foundation to which they refer in many of their sciences and judgments. Its mastery was firmly established among them, like all other skills. Linguistic skills are acquired through practice and training in their speech, until a resemblance is achieved in that skill. Poetry, among the forms of speech, is difficult to master for those who wish to acquire its skill through practice, as each couplet is a complete statement in its aim and can stand alone without the others, requiring a certain finesse in that skill until the poetic speech fits into the forms known to it in that direction of Arabic poetry and stands independently. Then he brings another couplet similarly, and then another, completing the forms that fulfill his aim. He must also create a connection between the couplets in a sequence according to the different themes present in the poem. Due to the difficulty of its nature and the strangeness of its art, it serves as a test for minds in refining its styles and sharpening thoughts in fitting speech into its forms. It is not enough to have a general mastery of Arabic speech. Rather, it requires particular finesse and effort in adhering to the styles that the Arabs have uniquely employed and used. Let us mention here the approach to style among those in this craft and what they intend by their expressions. Know that it is an expression for the model in which structures are woven or the mold in which they are cast. It does not refer to speech in terms of conveying the original meaning, which is the function of grammar, nor in terms of conveying the complete meaning from the properties of structures, which is the function of eloquence and clarity, nor in terms of weight as the Arabs have used it, which is the function of prosody. These three sciences are outside this poetic craft, and it only refers to a mental image of the organized structures as a whole, considering their application to a specific structure. That image is derived by the mind from the specific structures and their entities, forming it in imagination like a mold or model, then selecting the correct structures according to the Arab's grammar and clarity, arranging them as a builder does in a mold or a weaver does on a loom, until the mold expands with the structures that fulfill the aim of the speech and fits the correct image according to the mastery of the Arabic tongue in it. For every art of speech has styles that are specific to it and exist in various forms. For example, the inquiry about ruins in poetry may be through addressing the ruins, as in the line, "O dwelling of Maya in the highlands," or by calling upon companions to stop and inquire, as in, "Stop, let us ask the dwelling that its people have left," or by lamenting the companions over the ruin, as in, "Stop, let us weep for the memory of a beloved and a home," or by questioning about the answer from an unspecified addressee, as in, "Did you not ask, and the signs inform you?" And similarly, the greeting of the ruins may be through a command to an unspecified addressee to greet them, as in, "Hail to the dwellings beside the gossamer," or by praying for them to receive rain, as in, "May their ruins be watered by the fierce storm," or by asking for rain for them from the lightning, as in, "O lightning, rise to a home in the storm," or like expressing grief in sorrow by calling for weeping, as in, "So let the calamity be lamented, and let the matter be severe, for there is no excuse for an eye that has not shed its tears," or by expressing the enormity of the event, as in, "Did you see those who were carried on the gallows? Did you see how the light of the gathering dimmed?" Or by recording the calamity of loss, as in, "The grass has no protector, nor shepherd, for death has taken away the long spear and the arm," or by denying those who do not grieve for him among the inanimate, as in the words of the outsider, "O tree of the river, why are you green as if you did not grieve for Ibn Tarif?" Or by preparing his group for rest from the weight of his burden, as in, "Rabia ibn Nizar cast down the spears, and death has taken your brave group." And many such examples exist in all forms of speech and their methods. The structures in it are organized by sentences and non-sentences, both declarative and interrogative, nominal and verbal, agreeing, separated and connected, as is the nature of structures in Arabic speech in the position of each word relative to the others. It informs you of what you can gain by practicing the poetry of the Arabs from the abstract overall mold in the mind of the specific structures that this mold applies to all of them. For the author of speech is like a builder or a weaver, and the mental image that applies is like the mold in which it is built, or the model on which it is woven. If it deviates from the mold in its construction, or from the model in its weaving, it becomes flawed. Do not say that knowing the laws of eloquence is sufficient for this, for we say that the laws of eloquence are merely scientific rules that allow the use of structures in their specific forms by analogy. It is a correct scientific analogy, just as the analogy of grammatical laws is. The styles we are establishing here are not based on analogy at all. Rather, they are forms that become ingrained in the soul from following the structures in Arabic poetry, flowing naturally until their image is firmly established, allowing one to work by their example and emulate them in every structure of poetry, as we have previously stated in general speech. The scientific laws of Arabic and eloquence do not benefit from being taught in any way. Not everything that is valid in the analogy of Arabic speech and its scientific laws has been used by them. What is used among them are known forms that those who memorize their speech can identify, and their image falls under those scientific laws. If one examines Arabic poetry in this manner, and with these mental styles that become like molds, it is an examination of what is used from their structures, not what is required by analogy. This is why we said that the acquisition of these molds in the mind is merely the memorization of the poetry and speech of the Arabs. These molds, as they exist in verse, also exist in prose, for the Arabs have used their speech in both forms, presenting it in detail in both types. In poetry, it is through measured segments and defined rhymes, with the speech being independent in each two segments, while in prose, they often consider the balance and similarity between segments, and they may restrict it with assonance. They may also allow it to flow freely, and each of these is known in the Arabic tongue. What is used among them is what the author of speech builds upon in his composition, and it is known only by those who have memorized their speech until it becomes abstract in their minds from the specific molds into a general mold that they follow in composition, just as a builder follows a mold and a weaver follows a model. This is why the composition of speech is distinct from the perspective of grammar, eloquence, and prosody. Indeed, observing the laws of these sciences is a condition that cannot be fulfilled without them. If all these qualities are present in the speech, it is characterized by a subtle observation of these molds that they call styles. It is only benefited by memorizing the speech of the Arabs in both verse and prose. Now that we have established the meaning of style, let us mention a definition or description of poetry that clarifies its essence despite the difficulty of this presentation. We have not found it defined by any of the ancients in what we have seen. The definition given by prosodists, that it is measured and rhymed speech, is not a definition for the poetry we are discussing, nor is it a description of it. Their craft only considers poetry in terms of the agreement of its verses in the number of movements and pauses in succession, and the similarity of the prosody of the verses to their type. This is a consideration of weight renewed from the words and their meanings. Thus, it is appropriate for them to have that as a definition, while we here consider poetry in terms of its grammar and eloquence, weight, and specific molds. Therefore, their definition does not suit us, and we must provide a definition that gives us its essence from this perspective. We say, poetry is eloquent speech built on metaphor and descriptions, composed of parts that agree in weight and rhyme, each part being independent in its aim and purpose from what precedes and follows, adhering to the specific styles of the Arabs. Thus, our statement eloquent speech is a genus, and our statement built on metaphor and descriptions is a distinguishing feature from that which lacks these, for it is generally not poetry. Our statement composed of parts that agree in weight and rhyme distinguishes it from prose, which is not poetry in the eyes of all. Our statement, each part being independent in its aim and purpose from what precedes and follows, clarifies the truth. For poetry cannot have its verses except in this manner, and nothing else is distinguished by it. Our statement, adhering to the specific styles of the Arabs, distinguishes it from the poetry of non-Arabs, as poetry exists for the Arabs and others. Those who believe it does not exist for others do not need that, and may say instead, adhering to the specific styles. Now that we have completed the discussion on the essence of poetry, let us return to the discussion on how to create it. Know that the creation of poetry and the mastery of its craft have conditions, the first of which is memorization from its kind, that is, from the poetry of the Arabs, so that a skill is developed in the soul that weaves according to its model, selecting the preserved from the pure, rich in styles. This preserved selection is at least sufficient to include the poetry of a poet from the prominent Islamic poets, such as Ibn Rabi'a, Kathir, Durruma, Jarir, Abu Nuwas, Habib, Al-Bukhturi, Al-Radi, and Abu Firas. Most of it is the poetry collected in the Book of Songs, as it includes the poetry of all the Islamic class and the selected poetry from the pre-Islamic era. Whoever is devoid of memorization will find their composition lacking and poor, and it will not possess the charm and sweetness except through abundant memorization. Thus, one who has little memorization or none will not have poetry. Rather, it is a fallen composition. It is preferable to avoid poetry for one who lacks memorization. Then, after being filled with memorization and sharpening the mind to weave according to the model, one should turn to composition, and through frequent practice, their skill will be solidified and established. It may be said that one of its conditions is to forget that memorized material so that its apparent literal traces are erased, as they arise from using it exactly. If one forgets it and has adapted to it, the style will be engraved in them, as if it were a model to be woven upon with similar words out of necessity. Then, it is essential for them to have solitude and a pleasant environment, surrounded by water and flowers, as well as sounds to illuminate the mind by gathering and energizing it with delights of joy. Moreover, it is a condition that they be in a state of readiness and energy, as this is the most conducive to the mind to produce something similar to that model in their memorization. They say that the best times for this are the early hours after waking from sleep, when the stomach is empty and the mind is active during these states of readiness. They may also say that one of its inspirations is love and ecstasy, as mentioned by Ibn Rashid in his book Al-Umda, which is the book that uniquely addresses this craft and gives it its due, and no one has written anything like it before or after him. They say that if it becomes difficult after all this, one should leave it for another time and not force oneself upon it. The construction of the couplet should be based on the rhyme from the very beginning of its formulation and weaving, and the speech should be built upon it until the end. For if one neglects to construct the couplet based on the rhyme, it will be difficult to place it in its proper position. Perhaps it may come out awkward and restless, and if the mind allows for the couplet, and it does not fit with what is at hand, one should leave it for a more suitable place. For each couplet is independent in itself, and only the connection remains. So one may choose as they wish and review their poetry after completing it through refinement and critique, and not be stingy with it if it does not reach perfection. For a person is enamored with their poetry, as it is the growth of their thought and the invention of their creativity, and they should not use anything in it except the most eloquent of structures and the purest of linguistic necessities, so they should avoid them, as they lower the speech from the level of eloquence. The masters of language have prohibited the use of necessity, as one is in a wide space to avoid it and turn to the optimal method of mastery. They should also avoid complex structures as much as possible, aiming for those whose meanings race ahead of their words to be understood. Likewise, an abundance of meanings in a single couplet complicates understanding. The chosen ones are those whose words align with their meanings or exceed them. If the meanings are many, it becomes filler, and the mind is used to delve into them, preventing the taste from fully grasping its eloquence. Poetry cannot be easy unless its meanings race ahead of its words to the mind. This is why our elders, may God have mercy on them, criticized the poetry of Abu Bakr ibn Khafaja, a poet from eastern Andalusia, for the abundance of his meanings and their crowding in a single couplet, just as they criticized the poetry of Al-Mutanabbi and Al-Ma'ari for not adhering to the Arabic styles, as previously mentioned. Thus, their poetry was merely arranged speech that fell short of the level of poetry, and the judge of that is taste. The poet should also avoid harsh words and those that are simplistic, as well as the common and trivial expressions that are overused, as they lower the speech from the level of eloquence. Likewise, trivial meanings due to their fame lower the speech from eloquence, making it trivial and approaching a lack of benefit, such as saying, "The fire is hot and the sky is above us." The closer it gets to the level of lack of benefit, the further it is from the rank of eloquence, as they are two extremes. This is why poetry in divine and prophetic themes is often of little excellence, and only the prominent poets excel in it, and rarely does it reach 1/10 of the total, as its meanings are circulated among the public, making them trivial for that reason. If poetry becomes difficult after all this, one should wrestle with it and return to it, for the mind is like an udder that yields with inquiry and dries up with neglect and abandonment. In summary, this craft and its learning are thoroughly covered in Ibn Rashid's book Al-Umda, and we have mentioned what we have attended to the best of our ability. Whoever wishes to fully grasp it should refer to that book, for it contains the essence of that. People have composed verses regarding this poetic craft, and one of the best things said about it, which I believe is by Ibn Rashid, is, "May God curse the craft of poetry. What from the ignorance of the ignorant have we encountered? They prefer the strange over what is easy for the listeners to understand, and they see the impossible as a correct meaning, and the lowly speech as something precious. They are ignorant of its correctness, and they do not realize their ignorance. They are blamed by those other than us, and in truth, they are excused by us. Indeed, poetry is what fits in the arrangement, and even if it has various attributes, some of it resembles some, and the chests of the listeners are its foundations. Every meaning that comes to you from it is as you wish, and it cannot be otherwise. It has reached the point of clarity to the observer, so that the words are like faces, and the meanings have settled in them like eyes. In pursuit of the goal, according to wishes, it adorns itself with the beauty of the reciters. So when you praise a noble man in poetry, you aim for the paths of the desirous. You made the love easy and close, and you made the praise truthful and clear. You avoided what is offensive to the ear, even if its wording is measured. And when you present it with invective, you criticize it with the methods of the observant. You made the explicit statement a remedy, and you made the insinuation a hidden ailment. And when you weep for the homes and their people, you bring forth the hidden tears of sorrow. Then if you are reproaching, you come with a promise and a warning, and with clarity between the two. You left what you reproached with caution, safe, noble, and humble. And the best poetry is what approaches the arrangement, even if it is clear and evident. If it is said that people are greedy, and if it is said that the miraculous is beyond the miraculous. And from that too is the saying of some, and he is Al-Nashi. Poetry is what I have measured by the quarter of its beginnings, and I have tightened its foundations with refinement. I have seen in its length the branches of its fractures, and I have opened its eyes with brevity. I have gathered between its near and far, and I have gathered between its gathered and its flowing. And if I praised a noble, generous man, I fulfilled his rights with gratitude. I have purified him with scrutiny and made him worthy, and I have specified him with what is precious and valuable. So it becomes substantial in the course of its types, and it becomes easy in the agreement of its arts. And if I weep for the homes and their people, I have brought forth the water of their hidden affairs. And if I wanted to allude to suspicion, I have made clear between its appearances and its depths. So I made the listener mix his doubts with certainty and assumptions. And your sin turns into a reproach against the one who commits it, demanding by his oath.
Chapter 56.
On the craft of poetry and prose, being in words, not in meanings. Know that the craft of speech, whether in poetry or prose, is indeed in the words, not in the meanings. The meanings are merely subordinate to it, and are the essence. The craftsman who seeks the skill of speech in poetry and prose is actually seeking it in the words by memorizing examples from the speech of the Arabs to increase its usage and flow on his tongue until he establishes the skill in the tongue of Muda and frees himself from the foreignness he was raised with in his nature, imposing himself like a child raised in the Arabian highlands, learning their language as a child learns it, until he becomes as if he is one of them in their speech. This is because we have established that the tongue has a skill among the skills of articulation, which one seeks to acquire by repeating it on the tongue until it becomes a characteristic of the skills. What is in the tongue and articulation is indeed the words, while the meanings reside in the minds. Furthermore, meanings exist within each individual and are at the disposal of every thought, as one wishes and pleases. Thus there is no need to exert effort in crafting them. The crafting of speech to express them is what requires skill, as we have said, and it is akin to the molds for the meanings. Just as the vessels used to scoop water from the sea include vessels of gold, silver, shell, glass and pottery, while the water itself is one in essence. The quality of the vessels filled with water differs based on their material, not the water itself. Similarly, the quality and eloquence of language in usage differ based on the levels of speech in its composition, considering its application to the intended purposes. The meanings are one in essence, and the ignorant one in composing speech and its methods according to the skill of the tongue, when attempting to express his intent, is like a person who wishes to rise but cannot due to a lack of ability. And God teaches you what you did not know. Chapter 57. Regarding the fact that acquiring this faculty requires extensive memorization and its quality depends on the quality of what is memorized. We have previously established that extensive memorization is essential for anyone who seeks to learn the Arabic language. The quality of the faculty obtained by the memorizer is proportional to the quality and quantity of what is memorized. Those who memorize the poetry of the early Islamic Arabs, such as the poetry of Habib, Al-Atabi, Ibn al-Mu'taz, Ibn Hani, Al-Sharif al-Razi, the letters of Ibn al-Mukaffa, Sahal ibn Harun, Ibn al-Zayyat, al-Badi, and al-Sabi, will have a superior and higher-ranking faculty in eloquence compared to those who memorize the poetry of Ibn Sahal from the later poets, or Ibn al-Nabih, or Tarasul al-Baisani, or al-Imad al-Asbahani, due to the lower status of these latter poets. This is evident to the discerning critic with a refined taste. The quality of usage thereafter is determined by the quality of what is memorized or heard, followed by the proficiency of the faculty. As the memorized material rises in its class of speech, the resulting faculty also elevates, for nature is shaped by its model, and the powers of the faculty grow through nourishment. Although the soul is inherently one in type, it varies among humans in strength and weakness in perceptions. Its differences arise from the varying perceptions, faculties and influences that shape it from the outside. Thus, its existence is completed, and it transitions from potentiality to actuality, with its form and faculties developing gradually, as we have mentioned. The poetic faculty arises from memorizing poetry, the writing faculty from memorizing rhymes and prose, the scientific faculty from engaging with sciences, perceptions, inquiries, and reflections, the jurisprudential faculty from engaging with jurisprudence, analyzing issues, deriving branches from principles, and the divine mystical faculty from worship, remembrance, and the suspension of the external senses through solitude and separation from people as much as possible until one attains the faculty of returning to their inner sense and spirit, becoming divine, and similarly for the others. The soul has a specific quality in each of these that shapes it, and according to the quality on which the faculty was developed, whether good or poor, that faculty will be in itself. The high-ranking eloquence faculty in its genre is only attained by memorizing the high-quality speech in its class. This is why jurists and scholars are all deficient in eloquence, and this is only due to what has been previously memorized and filled with scientific laws and jurisprudential expressions that deviate from the style of eloquence and are lower in rank. For expressions derived from laws and sciences have no share in eloquence. If that memorized material precedes thought and becomes abundant, and the soul is colored by it, the resulting faculty will be severely deficient, and its expressions will deviate from the styles of the Arabs in their speech. Thus, we find the poetry of jurists, grammarians, theologians, and others who have not filled themselves with the pure, free speech of the Arabs. Our esteemed companion Abu al-Qasim ibn Ridwan, the scribe of the Mark in the Marinid state, told me, "One day I mentioned our companion Abu al-Abbas ibn Shu'aib, the scribe of Sultan Abu al-Hassan, who was prominent in his knowledge of the language in his time. I recited to him the opening of a poem by Ibn al-Nahwi without attributing it to him, which is, 'I did not leave when I stood by the ruins. What is the difference between its new and its old?' He immediately said, 'This is the poetry of a jurist.' I asked him, 'How do you know that?' He replied, 'From his saying, what is the difference? As it is one of the expressions of jurists, and not from the styles of the speech of the Arabs.' I said to him, 'May God have mercy on you. It is Ibn al-Nahwi.' As for the writers and poets, they are not like that due to their selection in what they memorize, and their mingling with the speech of the Arabs, and their styles in prose, choosing the good from the speech. One day, I discussed with our companion Abu Aind Allah ibn al-Khatib, the minister of the kings in Andalusia, from the Banu al-Ahmar, who was a leading figure in poetry and writing. I said to him, 'I find it difficult to compose poetry whenever I attempt it, despite my insight into it and my memorization of the good speech from the Quran, Hadith, and various forms of the speech of the Arabs, even though my memorization is limited. I have come, and God knows the truth of the matter, from what I have memorized of scientific poetry and compositional laws. I have memorized the 2 poems of Al-Shatibi, the Greater and the Lesser, in readings in writing, and I have committed them to memory and studied Ibn al-Hajib's book on jurisprudence and principles, and Al-Kunj's summary in logic, and some of the book of facilitation, and many educational laws in the councils, so my memorization has been filled with that, and it has scratched the face of the faculty that I prepared for with the good memorization of the Quran, Hadith, and the speech of the Arabs, causing my intellect to falter in reaching its potential." He looked at me for a moment, admiringly, and then said, "By God, you are right. And who but you would say this?" From this chapter, and what has been established in it, another secret emerges, which is the reason why the speech of the Islamic Arabs is of a higher rank in eloquence and its tastes than the speech of the pre-Islamic Arabs in their prose and poetry. We find the poetry of Hassan ibn Thabit, Umar ibn Abi Rabia, Al-Hutayya, Jarir, Al-Farazdak, Nasib, Ghaylan al-Rumani, Al-Ahwas, and Bashar, and then the speech of the early Arabs during the Umayyad state and the early Abbasid state in their sermons, prose and dialogues with kings, is of a higher rank in eloquence than the poetry of Al-Nabiga, Antara, Ibn Khaldun, Zuhair, Al-Aqil ibn Abda, and Tarfa ibn al-Abd, and from the speech of the pre-Islamic Arabs in their prose and dialogues. The sound nature and correct taste are witnesses to this for the discerning critic of eloquence. The reason for this is that those who embraced Islam heard the high class of speech in the Quran and Hadith, which humanity has failed to produce anything like, as it penetrated their hearts and their souls grew on its styles. Thus their natures elevated, and their faculties in eloquence advanced beyond those who came before them from the pre-Islamic people who did not hear this class nor grow up on it. So their speech in their poetry and prose was better in eloquence and purer in tone than those, and more structured in form and more balanced in expression due to what they benefited from the high-class speech. Reflecting on this will testify to you by your taste if you are among those with taste and insight in eloquence. One day, I asked our Sheikh al-Sharif Abu al-Qasim, the judge of Granada in our time, who was a master of this craft, having learned in tutor from a group of its scholars, and he excelled in the science of language and came to surpass its limits. I asked him one day why the Islamic Arabs are of a higher rank in eloquence than the pre-Islamic Arabs. He would not have denied this by his taste, so he remained silent for a long time, and then said to me, "By God, I do not know." I said, "I present to you something that has appeared to me regarding this, and perhaps it is the reason." I mentioned to him what I have written, and he remained silent, admiringly, and then said to me, "O jurist, this is a statement worthy of being written in gold." After that, he favored my locality and listened in teaching sessions to my words and testified to my intelligence in the sciences, for God created man and taught him eloquence.
Chapter 58. On the explanation of natural and artificial speech, and how the quality of artificial speech may be good or lacking.
Know that speech, which is expression and discourse, derives its essence and spirit from conveying meaning. If it is neglected, it is like dead matter that holds no significance. The perfection of conveying meaning is eloquence, as you have learned from its definition among the masters of rhetoric, for they say it is the correspondence of speech to the requirements of the situation. Understanding the conditions and rules that allow verbal structures to correspond to the requirements of the situation is the art of eloquence. These conditions and rules for structures in correspondence have been derived from the Arabic language and have become like laws. The structures, by their nature, convey the relationship between the subject and the predicate, under conditions and rules that are the main laws of Arabic. The states of these structures, such as precedence and postponement, definiteness and indefiniteness, concealment and revelation, restriction and release, and others, convey the judgments surrounding the relationship and the interlocutors during discourse, under conditions and rules that are laws for an art they call the science of meanings, which is one of the branches of eloquence. Thus, the laws of Arabic are included in the laws of the science of meanings because their conveyance of the relationship is part of their conveyance of the surrounding states through the relationship. If any of these structures falls short of conveying the requirements of the situation due to a flaw in the rules of grammar or the rules of meanings, it is deficient in correspondence to the requirements of the situation and is akin to the neglected, which is considered dead. Following this conveyance of the requirements of the situation is the art of transitioning the structure between meanings through various types of indications, as the structure indicates a meaning by its nature and then shifts the mind to its necessary or related implications or similarities, resulting in metaphor, either through metaphor or metonymy as established in its place. And this transition provides pleasure to thought, as it does in conveyance, and even more so. For in all of them, there is a grasp of the indicated from its indication. Grasping is one of the causes of pleasure, as you know. Furthermore, these transitions also have conditions and rules like laws, which they have turned into an art and called it rhetoric. It is akin to the science of meanings, which conveys the requirements of the situation because it pertains to the meanings of structures and their implications. The laws of the science of meanings pertain to the states of the structures themselves in terms of indication. The word and the meaning are closely intertwined, as you have learned. Therefore, if the science of meanings and the science of rhetoric are parts of eloquence, and through them comes the perfection of conveyance, one who lacks them is deficient in eloquence and is likened by eloquent speakers to the sounds of mute animals, and is more deserving of not being considered Arabic, for the Arab is one who corresponds in his conveyance to the requirements of the situation. Thus, eloquence is the essence of Arabic speech, its nature, spirit, and character. Then know that when they say natural speech, they mean speech whose nature and character are complete in conveying its intended meaning, for it is expression and discourse, not merely intended for utterance. Rather, the speaker aims to fully convey to the listener what is in his mind and to indicate it with certainty. Following the structures of speech in this inherent character are forms of embellishment and adornment, after the perfection of conveyance, as if they give it the luster of eloquence through the refinement of rhymes, balancing between the carrying of speech and dividing it into various categories of rules, and using ambiguous words to conceal hidden meanings, and the correspondence between opposites to achieve harmony between words and meanings. This results in speech having a luster and pleasure in the ears, sweetness and beauty, all of which are additional to the conveyance. This craft is present in miraculous speech in various contexts, such as by the night when it covers, and by the day when it appears, and like, as for he who gives and fears, and believes in the best, to the end of the division in the verse. Likewise, as for he who transgresses, and prefers the worldly life, to the end of the verse. And also, they think they are doing well. There are many similar examples. This is after the perfection of conveyance in the essence of these structures before this embellishment occurs within them. The same applies to the speech of the pre-Islamic era, but it occurred naturally without intention or design. It is said that it appeared in the poetry of Zuhair. As for the Muslims, it occurred for them both naturally and intentionally, and they produced wonders from it. The first to perfect its method was Habib ibn Aws, al-Bukhturi, and Muslim ibn al-Walid, for they were passionate about the craft and produced astonishing works. It is said that the first to delve into it was Shaz ibn Bard and Ibn Harmala, and they were the last to be cited for their poetry in the Arabic tongue. Then came Amr ibn Kulthum, al-Atabi, Mansur al-Namiri, Muslim ibn al-Walid, and Abu Nuwas. Following in their footsteps were Habib and al-Bukhturi. Then Ibn al-Muqtaz appeared, sealing the beginning and the craft altogether. Let us mention an example of natural speech devoid of craft, such as the saying of Qais ibn Durai, "And I go out from between the houses, perhaps I may speak of you to my soul in secret alone," and the saying of Kuthayya, "And I, in my longing for Izzah, after I have abandoned what was between us, and I have left you, like the shadow of the cloud, all of it has diminished." So consider this natural speech, devoid of craft, in the rules of its composition and the culture of its structure. If craft were to come into it after this origin, it would enhance its beauty. As for the artificial, it has been abundant since Bashar, then Habib, and their contemporaries, then Ibn al-Muqtaz, the seal of the craft, who influenced the later generations in their field and patterned their works after them. The types of this craft have multiplied among its practitioners, and their terminologies have varied in their titles. Many of them consider it to be included in eloquence, as it does not fall under conveyance, and that it provides embellishment and luster. As for the earlier masters of rhetoric, they consider it outside of eloquence. Therefore, they mention it in literary arts that have no subject. This is the opinion of Ibn Rachiq in his book Al-Umda and the Literati of Al-Andalus. They mentioned conditions for using this craft, including that it should occur without effort or concern for what is intended from it. As for naturalness, there is no discussion about it, for if it is free from effort, the speech is free from the defect of distaste, because its effort and labor lead to neglect of the original structures of speech, thus impairing the conveyance from its essence and completely undermining eloquence. Only those embellishments remain in the speech, and this is what predominates today among the people of the era. The connoisseurs of eloquence mock those who are burdened with these arts, considering it a deficiency compared to others. I heard our teacher, Sheikh Abu al-Barakat al-Balfiki, who was knowledgeable in language and talent, say in his taste that one of the most delightful things I could propose to myself is to witness one day someone who adopts the arts of this rhetoric in his poetry or prose, and he is punished with the severest punishment, and it is proclaimed against him, warning his student not to engage in this craft, lest they become burdened by it and forget eloquence. Then, among the conditions for its use among them is moderation, that it should be in 2 or 3 verses of poetry, sufficient for the adornment and lustre of poetry. Excessive use of it is a defect, as stated by Ibn Rachik and others. Our teacher Abu al-Qasim al-Sharif al-Sabti, a master of the Arabic tongue in Al-Andalus in his time, said, "These rhetorical arts, if they occur to a poet or a writer, it is inappropriate to overuse them, for they are embellishments and adornments of speech, akin to beauty marks on the face, which look good in 1 or 2, but become unattractive when numerous." In proportion to the structured speech, it is the unstructured speech in the pre-Islamic and Islamic eras. Initially, it was considered a free flow, balancing between its sentences and structures, with its balance evident in its pauses, without adhering to rhyme or concern for craft. Until Ibrahim ibn Hilal al-Sabi, the scribe of the Banu Buya, emerged, engaging in craft and refinement, producing wonders. People criticized him for his effort in royal addresses. What drove him was the foreignness and distance from the authority of the caliphate that would have supported the market of eloquence. Then the craft spread after him in the prose of the later generations, and the era of free flow was forgotten, and the royal and brotherly addresses and the Arabic ones became similar to the common ones. The pasture mixed with the neglected. All of this indicates that artificially crafted speech, through effort and obligation, is inferior to natural speech, due to the lack of concern for the essence of eloquence, and the judge in this matter is taste. And God created you and taught you what you did not know.
Chapter 59.
On the elevation of the people of rank above the appropriation of poetry. Know that poetry was a treasury for the Arabs, containing their sciences, news, and wisdom. The leaders of the Arabs were competitors in it, and they would gather at the souk of Ukaz to recite it, each one presenting his verses to the prominent figures and the knowledgeable to distinguish their quality. They even reached the point of hanging their poems on the corners of the sacred house, the place of their pilgrimage, and the house of their father Ibrahim, as did Imru al-Qais ibn Hujr, the Nabiga al-Dubyani, Zuhair ibn Abi Sulma, Antara ibn Shaddad, Tarafa ibn al-Abd, al-Asha, and others from the 7 suspended odes. Only those who had the ability to do so among their people and their kin could hang their poetry there, as was said regarding the reason for calling them the suspended odes. Then the Arabs turned away from that at the beginning of Islam, due to their preoccupation with matters of religion, prophecy, and revelation, and what astonished them from the style and structure of the Quran, so they became silent about poetry and prose for a time. Then this settled, and guidance from the faith became familiar. Revelation did not come down prohibiting poetry or forbidding it, and the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, heard it and rewarded it, so they returned to their former practice. During that time, Umar ibn Abi Rabi'a, a prominent figure of Quraysh, had high statuses in poetry and was often presenting his verses to Ibn Abbas, who would stop to listen, admiring them. Then came the era of the great kings and the esteemed state, and the Arabs approached them with their poetry, praising them. The caliphs would reward them with the greatest prizes based on the quality of their poetry and their status among their people, and they were keen to seek their poetry to learn about history, news, language, and the nobility of speech. The Arabs would demand their children memorize it. This continued during the days of the Umayyads and the early period of the Abbasid state. Look at what the author of The Necklace transmitted regarding the conversation of Al-Rashid with Al-Asma'i about poetry and poets. You will find what Al-Rashid knew about it, his deep understanding, and his care for its appropriation, as well as his discernment of good and bad speech and the abundance of what he memorized. Then came a generation after them whose language was not their own due to foreignness and their inadequacy in the language. They only learned it as a craft and then praised the foreign princes with their poetry, seeking their favor, not for any other purpose, as did Habib, Al-Bukhturi, Al-Mutanabi, Ibn Hani, and those after them, and so on. Thus, the purpose of poetry became mostly about deceit and begging for the loss of the benefits that it once had for the earlier generations, as we mentioned earlier. Because of this, the people of ambition and rank among the later generations distanced themselves from it, and the situation changed, making its practice a disgrace in leadership and a reproach for those in high positions. And God is the turner of night and day. Chapter 60. On the poetry of the Arabs and the people of the cities of this era. Editor's note. This is another chapter that we felt that the majority of poems might be lost in translation or sound hard to understand in English due to extensive use of specific metaphors or play on words that would only make sense in the Arabic language. That being said, we opted in to include it as the stories surrounding these poems might be interesting for the listeners. Please excuse the raw poetry translation as you listen in. Know that poetry is not exclusive to the Arabic tongue. It exists in every language, whether Arabic or foreign. There were poets among the Persians and also in Greece, and Aristotle mentioned among them the poet Homer in his book on logic and praised him. There were also advanced poets in Himyar. When the language of Mudar deteriorated and their grammar, which had been documented with its rules and laws of inflection, became corrupted, the languages that mixed with it also deteriorated. This led the Arabs themselves to adopt a language that contradicted the language of their ancestors from Mudar in terms of inflection and many linguistic topics and word formation. Similarly, the urban dwellers of the cities developed another language that differed from the tongue of Mudar in inflection and most of the structures and forms, and it also differed from the language of the generation of Arabs in this era. The language varied among itself according to the conventions of the people of different regions. The people of the East and their cities have a language different from that of the people of the West and their cities, and the language of the people of Andalusia also differs from both. Since poetry naturally exists among the people of every tongue, as the metrics are uniformly based on the number of vowels and consonants, which are inherent in human nature, poetry was not abandoned due to the loss of one language, namely the language of Mudar, who were renowned for their eloquence and prowess in the field, as is well known among people. Rather, every generation and every group of Arabs, whether they are assimilated or urban dwellers, engage in poetry that aligns with their own speech patterns and the structure of their language. As for the Arabs of this generation, who have deviated from the language of their ancestors from Mudar, they present poetry in all its forms, as it was in the time of their Arab predecessors, producing lengthy works that encompass the themes of poetry and its purposes, such as love, praise, lamentation, and satire, and they often transition from one genre to another in their discourse. They might begin their poems with the name of the poet and then attribute it afterward. The people of the cities in the West call these poems Al-Asma'iyat, in reference to Al-Asma'i, the narrator of Arab poetry, while the people of the East refer to this type of poetry as Bedouin and Harani and Kaisi. They may sometimes introduce simple melodies that do not follow the rules of musical composition, and they sing them, calling this singing Harani, in reference to Haran, which is on the borders of Iraq and the Levant, and is one of the homes of the Bedouin Arabs to this day. They have another form that is widely circulated in their compositions, which they present in a structure of 4 parts, where the last part differs from the first 3 in its rhyme, and they adhere to the 4th rhyme in each line until the end of the poem, resembling the Maktua and Mukamis that were introduced by later generations of the newly emerged poets. These Arabs possess exceptional eloquence in this poetry, and among them are the masters and the later poets, as well as many who have adopted the sciences of this era, especially the science of language. The owner of this knowledge finds these forms distasteful when he hears them and rejects their structure when recited, believing that his taste has turned away from them due to their oddity and the lack of inflection in them. This is due to the loss of mastery in their language. If he were to acquire mastery from their masters, his nature and taste would testify to its eloquence, provided he is free from defects in his instincts and perceptions. Otherwise, inflection has no place in eloquence. Rather, eloquence is the correspondence of speech to the intended meaning and the requirements of the situation, whether the nominative indicates the subject and the accusative indicates the object, or vice versa. This is indicated by the contextual clues in their language. The indication is based on what is agreed upon by the masters of the language. If a convention is known in the language and the correctness of the indication is established, and if that indication corresponds to the intended meaning and the requirements of the situation, then eloquence is validated and the rules of grammarians are not considered in that regard. The styles and arts of poetry are present in their poetry, except for the inflectional movements at the ends of words, as most of their words are left uninflected. They distinguish between the subject and the object, and between the subject and the predicate, through contextual clues, not through inflectional movements. Among their poetry is that of Sharif ibn Hashim, who laments the girl, the daughter of Sarhan, and mentions her departure with her people to the west. Sharif ibn Hashim said, "O you who see my heart burning, she complained of her sighs to the news. Wherever she saw my heart returning, a Bedouin boy twists a vine. And what is the complaint of the soul from what has befallen her? Enemies and wanderers have taken her away. God knows her secret. If the people of Amir have taken her away, and Hind has forsaken her, and she returned as a cow in the hands of a washer. On like the thorns of the tile they tied her. They pulled her with two, and the struggle between them was on the thorns of the thorny plant, and the remnants were her chains, and the tears of the eyes were flowing for her, like the spinning of the swan that turns her. The star hastened to her in fear, and her softness increased, coming together from her tears, pouring from the depths, from the side of the rock, eyes and the lightning of the storm in her abundance. This wealth until the battle of the raid came from Baghdad, until it became poor. And the herald called for departure, and they tightened her. And the naked one was raised on her borrowed one, and the dark one tightened for her, Diab ibn Ghanem, on the hands of the past, a close one to her. And Hassan ibn Sarhan said to them, "Drive the herds, if I am the guardian of her." And he runs, and in his hand is a spear. With forgiveness and with the right hand, he does not find in her a change. Ziyan deceived me from the flow of the river, and he would not have been pleased with the beauty of Himyar and her. He deceived me, and he is supposedly my friend and companion, and I have nothing from my cup that he turns. And he returned, saying to them, Bilal ibn Hashim, the sea of the thirsty lands is not good for her. It is forbidden for me the door of Baghdad and its land, and no return to her from her call. My soul turns away from the lands of Ibn Hashim, in the sun, or around the bones of the heat. And the fires of the maidens were kindled, and they took refuge with Jirjan, singing her captive. And from their words in lamenting the prince of Zanata, Abu Sa'd al-Yafri, who fought them in Africa and the land of the Zab, and their lament for him in a mocking manner, the girl of the neighborhood says, Sada, and she was moved by the cries of the early travelers. O you who ask about the grave of the Zanati, take the description from me, do not be foolish. You see him rising over the valley of Ran, and above him from the ties of the Isawi, he built a tall one. I see the light of the street shining from the valley is eastward, and the reed is a guide. O my heart aches for the Zanati, he was a descendant of the noble steeds, a slain youth of the battle, Diab ibn Ghanem. His wounds flow like the mouths of the auction. O the one who has passed away, the Zanati, do not depart unless you wish to leave. Alas, we have traveled 30 times and 10, and 6 in the day is little. And from their words on the tongue of Sharif ibn Hashim, he mentions a reproach that occurred between him and Mahdi ibn Muqarrab. Mahdi the tyrant appeared and said to me, Thank what we have for you, O Ridash. Thank what remains of the bond between us, and we are a strange tribe wearing garments. We have become accustomed to what has been decreed for us, as I encountered the taste of the curdled milk. Thank what remains to Yazid, reproach him, and from the age of his land he lived. If the thorn plant pollinates in your land, here the Arabs have not increased for them in herds. And from their words in mentioning their journey to the west and their defeat by Zanata, and what a beautiful thing was lost to me in Sharif ibn Hashim, and what men were lost to me before her beauty. I was with him in the glory of our house. I was brought by the argument that did not abandon me. I returned as if I were drinking from the wine, for it is what is capable of tilting her. Or like the white-haired ones, her heart is suspected, and she is bewildered about her tribe. The time of misfortune has come to her, until she is bewildered, and she is among the Arabs, oblivious to her guest. Thus, I am from what has befallen me from the battle, complaining with a heart that has become barren. And I commanded my people to depart, and they hastened. And the strong ones of the camels were loaded. We sat for 7 days imprisoned in our camp, and the Bedouins do not raise a column to rest. We remain on the edges of the hills. We equalize the running above the dust and reach her. And from the poetry of Yaltan ibn Muzaffar ibn Yahya, from the Zawada, one of the branches of Riyah and the leaders among them, he says, while imprisoned in Mahdiya, in the prison of Prince Abu Zakaria ibn Abu Hafs, the first kings of Africa from the Almohads, he says, "And in the whisper of the night after a weakness, it is forbidden for the eyelids of my eyes to sleep. O you who have a heart allied with longing and sorrow, and the spirit of my passion has long been in its sickness, a Hijazi, Bedouin, Arab, and hostile, and she has a distant goal. She is fond of the Bedouins and does not like the villages, except for the tents of the wild ones that bring her tents. She has desires and longings for every reign, and she is in love with her and with her true love. And her pasture is the grass of the lands of the living. It comes from the depths of the cells, her giants. She longs for the eye from what has been gathered upon her, from the clouds of the banners, her turbans. And what did she cry with the water? And what did the eyes of the clouds cry sweetly for her? Like a virgin bride, her garments appeared upon her, and from the light of the flowers, her fragrance. A wilderness and a vastness and a favor, and a pasture except for what is in the pastures of her ostriches. And her drink is from the milk of the sheep, and from the meat of the wild ones, her food. She has abandoned the doors and the place that makes the youth grey, from what he endures of the crowd. May God water this valley, green with life, and may he live long, what has rotted from its dust. So I rewarded her with affection from me, and I wish I had obtained the days that have passed in her ruins. The nights of the arches of youth in my arms, if I stood, I would not be favoured by the hands of her arrows. And my horse is numerous under my saddle, a saddle of youth, and in my hand is its bridle. And how many a nightingale has kept me awake, and I have not seen among the creation one more beautiful than her smile. And how many others of the young maidens, adorned with beautiful eyes, are radiant and fragrant. And I clapped my hands in longing for her, and I did not forget her, her necklace. And the fire of longing blazed in my chest, and it blazed, not extinguished by the water of its flames. O you who promised me this promise, until when? My life has perished in the darkness of my home. But I saw the sun eclipse for an hour, and it fainted. Then the clouds began to gather. Banners and flags of happiness approached us. By the help of God, they fluttered. I see in the wilderness with my eyes the tents of my tribe, and my spear on my shoulder, and my march before her, pulling the noble camels from above the sun. The most beloved of God's lands to me is Hisham. To a house in the Jafar area, for the one who resides there, what is pleasant to me is her residence. And we meet the leaders of Hilal ibn Amir, who remove the rust and the malice from me, their peace. With them, examples are set in the east and the west. If they fight a people, they quickly defeat them. And whoever is in their protection, a greeting for eternity, what a song will not sing for us, their peace. So leave this and do not grieve for what has passed, for this world, as long as it lasts, is not permanent for anyone. And from the poetry of the later poets among them is the saying of Khalid ibn Hamza ibn Umar, the Sheikh of the Qub, from the sons of Abu Layl, who reproaches their sons, the children of Mahalal, and their poet Shibl ibn Maskiana ibn Mahalal responds to him with verses of pride over them. He says, "And this is the saying of the afflicted one who grew up. The calamities of the valleys endure their hardships. He rests with the guide of the afflicted one when he walks." A variety of recitations of the verses of her torment. Confusing, chosen from her reciters, challenged by the complete and the woven. She is woven from a critic in her folds. The valleys are her dwelling and her path. And I have stirred in my memory for her, O people of generosity, the calamities of Shibl, and this is her response. O Shibl, you have grown from what you have been given, and he has gone to soothe the wounded ones with her. She boasted and did not fall short, and you are not lacking, except for what you said in her crowd, what has been criticized, for your saying about the mother of the strong Ibn Hamza and the protector of her, a warrior in her arms. Do you not know that he stood up after he faced the bullets of Bani Yahya and the clashing of her mounts? A comet from the people of authority, O Shibal, is extraordinary. And have you seen anyone who has gone to war and burned with it? She has been ignited after being extinguished, and she has been ignited, brave, not fearing her. And she has been ignited after the two extinguishings. Have you not heard of Fes, to the house of desire, to be followed? And it has become, and she is afraid of the length of the spears. As he was seeking this, he avoided the men of Bani Kab, who are to be feared by her in the reproach. O you who have been reproached, I am richer, for I have sung with the necklace of praise and its theft. I and we defend it with every sharp sword. We snatch the enemies from their necks. If the kings have wronged us with the brides, with the edges of the spears, they have been stained, and there is no need for the sharpness and the dullness, like the tongues of the snakes, they have been stripped. O sons of our uncle, we do not accept humiliation, while the captives and the mounts are their riders. And she knows that death will befall her, without a doubt, and the world is quickly overturned. And from them in the wise proverbs, your request for what is forbidden from you is foolishness, and your rejection of those who have rejected you is correct. If you see people closing their doors to you, the appearance of the mounts opens the door for God. And from the saying of Shibal, he mentions the lineage of the Kub to Barjam. For the old and the young from the sons of Barjam, all of creation complains of their oppression. And from the saying of Khalid, he reproaches his brothers for supporting the Sheikh of the Almohads, Abu Muhammad ibn Tafrakin, who monopolizes the Sultanate in Tunisia on the Sultanate of Abu Ishaq, the son of Sultan Abu Yahya, and that was in the near past of our time. He says, without ignorance, the youth of generosity, Khalid, a saying of a speaker, and a correct saying of a scholar, with a mind and not a fool, and not in what he says, a departure. He has spoken to us with a sharp tongue, not for a need, nor a foolishness that leads to blame. And I was with her, my heart, and she is a good companion. Sad thoughts, and the sad one is afflicted. I have spoken openly about her desires, from the affairs that have occurred from men in the tribe, relatives of Bani Kab, the closest of kin to our blood. From them, an old man and a young man, a friendship was established at the opening of the homeland. For some of them, a friendship of affection and expansion. And some of them have turned away from their adversary, as they know my saying is correct. And some of them are feared by some of us. We have been terrified, and in the realm of the conscience a book. And some of them have come to us wounded. Their thoughts have allowed them to the guest, and they have feared. And some of them are looking at us with a glance. We have purified them, until we have not seen them. He has returned, ending what he has foolishly done repeatedly. And in some of the times, he fears. And some of them are complaining of the wicked ones. A powerful one has closed the door of the roofs, broken it off from him, and it has been required from him, a source of the master of the Balki and Diab. And we are on the edge of the distance, seeking elevation for them. What we have lowered for the wicked is a veil, and we have taken the protection of the homeland in Tarshish, after we have spent on it a long time and necks. And the kings have been raised, what was outside the rules of the governor. For him, a spear to restrain the noble ones of our tribe, Bani Kab. They have been honored by the enemy, and we have been honored by them. From every alliance in the enmity, and we have stood for them. From every bond of connection, until the one who was not in them has returned, by the will of my Lord and his blessings upon him, a tribute. And they rode the captured women from their people, and they wore from the types of silk, garments, and they drove the mounts, and they did not forget, for him a multitude that does not exceed the limits of the garments. And they gained from the types of spoils, great treasures, for the moments of time they are afflicted. And they returned like the Baramakis before this, and if it were not for the crescent in the time of Diab. And they were for us a shield for every task, until the fire of the enemy appeared. And they left the house in the darkness, and they did not fear blame, nor the house of the honorable reproach. They clothed the modesty with the garment of the beast to cover it, and if they knew, they would wear the ugly garments. Thus, among them is Hannas, what the news has turned. My patience has been lost if his mind has gone. He thinks thoughts that we are not worthy of. He wishes he had in generosity the hills. He has strayed, and whoever has come to him in his bad thoughts, with the evidence of the ugly thoughts. So by my tribe, if the youth of Abu Muhammad, he is for thousands without account. And the wicked have departed from him, and they think, by his spirit, what lives by the spirit of the clouds. They ran, seeking under the clouds, the laws they encountered. All that they could obtain was mirage. And if he had given what was not known to the opinion, he would not have been in the lack of his giving, correct? And if we do not seek comfort from him, and he is afflicted by the arrows of the calamities. And if Tarshish does not expand its width, he walks in fear of the Zab. And if he is from it, soon the joints of the goats. He has the tents and the domes. And about the captivating eyes, the white beauties, they were raised behind veils and behind curtains. He is proud if they are lost, and he pours if they pour, with the beauty of the laws and the sound of the harp. He misleads him from the right hand, and perhaps he will challenge until he seems to be young with them. He has seized them, and he has obeyed the commands and the pleasures of the food, and the good drink is forbidden for the son of Tafrakin. What has passed from the affection except what has been replaced by the spears? And if he had a sound mind and sharpness, he would drown in the sea of the drowning crow. And as for the Bedouins, they have no need for the great ones, until the men remain like a door, and they protect the market from us, the spears, and they are described by the spears and the arrows, and the youth of the seeker of the wind of our kingdom. He does not spend the night without a sound from his teeth. O you who eat bread, seeking its condiment, you have erred, you have spent in the poisonous waters. And from the poetry of Ali ibn Umar ibn Ibrahim, one of the leaders of Bani Amer of this era, one of the branches of Zagba, he reproaches his cousins who aspire to his leadership. A pen like pearls in the hand of a craftsman, if there is a system in the silk of the silk. He has permitted from it the reasons for what has passed, and God willed, and the women have become generous. Tomorrow, the lamb of the tribe will be 2, and her staff has been shaken, and we have not been judged by it. But my conscience, when it became clear to them, has become weary on the thorns of the thorns. And if it were like the thorns of the Tihama, the calamities, and the flames of the burning, and if the heart were in the hand of a grasping one, he would have come to them with the saw of the flock. When I said, he has risen from the pain of separation, he called out for the farewell and the silence. O the lands that were once inhabited by Amer, by Yahya and his family, and the Qatin, a moment. And the beautiful ones approached the mistakes in the playgrounds, in the darkness of the night, among them are awake and asleep. And yes, the beholders see their gathering. For us, what has appeared from the burning, and the beautiful ones call for their flock, and to release from the drink of the wild and the ostriches. And today, there is nothing in it, except the owls around it, mourning over its ruins and tents. We stood there for a long time, asking it, with a generous eye and tears like rain. And nothing has been right for me except the wildness of my heart, and my sickness from the reasons if I knew the illusions. And after this, I went to Mansur Abu Ali, and after the greeting, peace. And say to him, O Abu al-Wafa, your opinion has entered. You have entered the dark seas of the deep. The waves cannot be measured by the return. It has only streams on the surface and hills. And you have not measured it with a measure that guides you, and the deep seas do not guide you. And they have suffered from their destruction in their arrival, from the people who lack minds, the lowly. O the tribe that rode misguidance, and they have no stability, nor a world for them to last. Alas, if you could see how they are like mirages, they have no permanence. The spears seek in the lookout for elevation, places that are not for them to stay. And by the prophet and the house and its high pillars, and whoever visits it in every age and year, for the nights in it, if they are prolonged, they taste from the bitterness of the bitter wine. And if they remain, the deserts will be filled with every return, a musician and a sword. And every distance is like a dam for him, crossing over from the sons of the noble ones, a youth. And every red one bites his lip. He remains wrestling in the reins of the bridle. And the barren land has carried us for a while, and we have been born from every narrowness, a burning. With the heroes and the white steeds, and with the spears it has a time, and the gardens of the moons are crowded. Do you deny me? And I am the leader of its troops, and in the age of my spear, a sign for wars. And we are like the teeth of the Mafi in your camp, until they are held accountable for the debts of love. When was the day of drought, O Abu Ali? When the seekers of revenge are in front of them. Thus, Abu Hamu, to ease, send him, and leave the noble steeds to roam. And let the men not see the oppression of their neighbor, and let them not gather in the calamity of the enemy. The Muwashshah and Zajal of Al-Andalus, and as for the people of Al-Andalus, when poetry became abundant in their region, and its aspects and arts were refined, reaching the peak of embellishment, the later generations among them invented a genre they called the Muwashshah, which they organized into stanzas and branches, increasing the variety of its different elements. They refer to the multiple parts as a single verse, and adhere to the rhymes of those branches and their weights consecutively until the end of the piece, which often concludes with 7 verses. Each verse contains branches numbered according to the themes and styles, and they attribute and praise within them, as is done in poems. They excelled in this to the utmost, and it was well received by both the elite and the general public, due to its accessibility and straightforwardness. The inventor of this form in the island of Al-Andalus was Muqaddim ibn Ma'afir al-Firiri, a poet of Prince Abdullah ibn Muhammad al-Murawani. Abu Abdullah Ahmad ibn Abdu took it from him, the author of the book The Necklace, but neither of them gained mention among the later generations, and their muwashshahs fell into obscurity. The first to excel in this field was Ibadah al-Qazzaz, the poet of Al-Mu'tasim ibn Samadi, the lord of Al-Mariya. Al-A'lam al-Batalyusi mentioned that he heard Abu Bakr ibn Zuhair say, "All the muwashshah poets are dependent on Ibadah al-Qazzaz for what he achieved in his saying, a full moon, the sun of the morning, a pure branch, the musk of the sun, how it has brightened and how it has blossomed. No doubt, from a glance, they have fallen in love." It is claimed that no muwashshah preceded him among his contemporaries, who lived during the time of the factions. Several scholars mentioned that the people of this art in Al-Andalus recall that a group of muwashshah poets gathered in a council in Seville, and each of them composed a muwashshah and refined it. The blind poet Al-Talitali advanced to recite, and when he began his famous muwashshah with the line, "Laughing from pearls, travelling from a necklace that time has tightened," Ibn Baqi turned away from his muwashshah, and the others followed suit. Al-A'lam al-Batalyusi mentioned that he heard Ibn Zuhair say, "I have never envied a muwashshah poet for a saying except Ibn Baqi, when he said, 'Do you not see Ahmad? In his high glory, the west cannot reach his rise. So show us something like him, O East.'" Among the muwashshah poets of their time was Abu Bakr al-Abyad. Also in their era was the sage Abu Bakr ibn Bajjah, the author of the well-known melodies. One of the famous anecdotes is that he attended the council of his patron Ibn Tifluwit, the lord of Saragossa, and recited to some of his singers his muwashshah that begins, "Draw the tale, whichever way you draw, thank you for your gratitude." The praised one was delighted by this when he concluded with the line, "May God bind the banner of victory for the noble Prince Abu Bakr." When this melody struck, Ibn Tifluwit exclaimed, "Oh, how delightful!" and tore his clothes, saying, "How beautiful your beginning and ending are." He swore by the strongest oaths that Ibn Bajjah would not walk to his house except on gold. The sage feared a bad outcome, so he cleverly placed gold in his sandal and walked on it. Abu al-Khattab ibn Zuhair mentioned that in the council of Abu Bakr ibn Zuhair, the name of Abu Bakr al-Abiyad, the previously mentioned Muwashsha poet, was mentioned, and some of those present choked on it. He said, "How can one choke on someone who says, 'What is the drink of wine on the gardens of the flowers, if it were not for the Muwashsha?' If he were to be in the morning or in the evening, he would say, 'What is the reason for the veils that struck my cheek? And for the north wind that blew, what a branch of moderation embraced my coldness, which has destroyed hearts.' He walks to us, uncertain, O moment of returning, and O for the shyness of the moon, cool the burning of a sick heart, do not deviate from my promise." And still in every situation he hopes for reunion, while he is in rejection. After these, in the early days of the Almohad state, Muhammad ibn Abu al-Fadl ibn Sharaf became famous. Al-Hasan ibn Duwayda said, "I saw Hatim ibn Sa'id with this opening. The sun approached the moon, and the companion and the son of Bahrud, who has, O night of reunion and happiness, by God, return. And Ibn Mu'ahal, who has, what is the feast in a robe and a crown, and the fragrance and the perfume? The feast is only in meeting with the beloved." Abu Ishaq al-Ruwaini said that Ibn Sa'id heard Abu al-Hasan Sahal ibn Malik say, "He entered upon Ibn Zuhayr, who had aged and was wearing the attire of the desert, as he lived in the fortress of Suta, so he did not recognize him. He sat where the council ended. The conversation flowed, and he recited a muwashsha for himself, in which he said, 'The coal of the night flows from the pupil of dawn upon the morning, and the wrist of the river in green garments from the meadows.' Ibn Zuhair stirred and said, 'You say this?' He replied, 'Test me.' He asked, 'And who are you?' He recognized him and said, 'Rise, for by God, I did not recognize you.' Ibn Sa'id said, 'And the previous champion who reached these was Abu Bakr ibn Zuhair, whose muwashshahs have spread east and west.' He said, 'I heard Abu al-Hasan Sahal ibn Malik say.' Ibn Zuhair was asked, 'If you were to say what is the most beautiful and elevated thing that has come to you in the muwashshah, what would you say?' He said, 'I would say, what is the intoxication of the lover that does not awaken? Oh, how intoxicated he is without wine. What is the sorrowful one who longs for his homeland? Will our days be restored by the breeze? Or will we benefit from the fragrant breeze, the musk of our home? Or can the beautiful place be revived? Will it bring us back? A garden shaded by a tree, adorned with beautiful branches, and the water flows, and a swimmer and a drowned one, from the harvest of basil.' Ibn Hayyun became famous after him, who has the well-known Zajjal saying, 'His arrow surpasses every moment, with whatever you wish from hand and eye,' and he recites in the poem, 'I was created beautiful, I taught the archer, so do not let the hour pass without fighting, and work with the two-eyed one, my possessions, as my hands do with the arrows.' He became famous along with him in Granada, the horseman. Ibn Sa'id said, 'When Ibn Zuhair heard his saying, "For God, what was a joyful day by the river of Homs on those meadows," then we turned to the mouth of the gulf, shaking in his tavern the musk of the conclusion from the gold that adorned the pure wine, and the evening's garment embraced the hand of darkness. Ibn Zuhair said, "Where were we from this garment?" And he was with him in his town, Matarif. Ibn Sa'id's father informed him that this Matarif entered upon Ibn al-Faras, and he stood for him and honored him, saying, "Do not be foolish." Ibn al-Faras replied, "How can I not stand for one who says, 'Hearts are wounded by glances that strike, so how can one remain without longing?'" After this, Ibn Khazmun in Murcia. Ibn al-Rais mentioned that Yahya al-Khazraji entered upon him in his council and recited a muwashsha for himself, and Ibn Khazmun said to him, "A muwashsha cannot be a muwashsha until it is free from affectation." He asked, "On what basis?" He replied, "On the basis of my saying, 'O you who have departed, is there a way to reunion from you? Or do you see my heart, the sick one, free from your passion?'" And Abu al-Hasan Sahal ibn Malik in Granada. Ibn Sa'id said, "My father admired his saying, The morning flood in the east has returned to the sea and the entire horizon, and the lamenting leaves have fallen. Do you think they feared drowning? So the sorcerers wept over the leaves. Abu al-Hasan ibn al-Fadl became famous in Seville during that time. Ibn Sa'id said about his father, "I heard Sahal ibn Malik say, 'O son of al-Fadl, you have a preference over the Muwashsha poets with your saying, alas for a time that has passed, an evening when love has ended and has passed, and I have been singled out by grief, not by pleasure, and I have spent the night on the embers of anger, embracing with thought those ruins, and kissing with imagination those images.'" He said, "I heard Abu Bakr ibn al-Sabuni reciting the Muwashshas of the master Abu al-Hasan al-Dabbaj more than once, and I have not heard him say, 'For God, your skill is great,' except in his saying, 'I swear by love for the one with a heart, what does the longing night have from dawn? The morning has frozen. It does not drive away what the night has, as I think tomorrow will be. O night, you are eternal, or the eagle's wings have been captured, and the stars of the sky do not move." Among the beauties of Ibn al-Sabuni's Muwashshas is his saying, "What is the state of a lovesick one? And the doctor is working with his beloved by avoiding him. Then sleep has imitated the beloved. My eyes have been deprived of sleep, but I did not weep, except for the loss of the imagination. And this reunion today has deceived me as it pleased, and the reunion has pleased me. So I am not to blame for the one who turned me away in the guise of truth, nor for the impossible." Ibn al-Khalaf al-Jazairi became famous for his well-known Muwashsha. "The hand of the morning has struck the spark of lights in the flowers." Ibn Khuraz al-Bajai has a Muwashsha. "The mouth of time agrees with you, smiling at you." Among the beauties of the Muwashshas of the later poets is Ibn Sahl's Muwashsha, a poet from Seville and Ceuta afterward. Among his verses is, "Did the gazelle of the sanctuary know that the heart of a lovesick one has been protected from the broom, so he is in fire and fluttering like the wind that played with the flame? And he has woven in his style our friend, the minister Abu Abdullah ibn al-Khatib, the poet of Al-Andalus and Morocco of his time. And he has been mentioned before, saying, 'The rain has favored you when the rain has poured. O time of reunion in Al-Andalus! Your connection was nothing but a dream in sleep, or a theft of the thief, as time leads the scattered wishes, moving the steps according to what it draws, a chorus among individuals and groups, like the call of the crowds at the season. And the spring has adorned the garden with brilliance, so the flowers smile in it, and the water of the sky flows.' How does Malik narrate from Anas? So he clothed him with a beautiful garment that dazzles him with the most splendid attire on nights that concealed the secret of love in the darkness. Had it not been for the sons of the stars, the cup would have swayed in it, and the straight path of the journey would have been the best of the traces, and what is in it of the unseen, except that it passed like a glance when sleep was sweet to us, or as the dawn attacked the attack of the guards. The stars fell upon us, or perhaps the eyes of the Narcissus affected us. What is there for a person who has been freed, so the garden may have been allowed to plunder the flowers, and the water may converse with the pebbles, and every friend has been left alone with his brother, seeing the rose jealous of the thorn, dressing itself with its anger, and you see the myrtle, wise, stealing tears with the ears of a horse. O dwellers of the valley of Al-Gaza, in my heart is a dwelling that you are in. It has become narrow for my longing for you. The vast space does not care about its east or west. So restore the bond of friendship that has passed, save your captives from their distress, and fear God. Revive a love that fades away, a soul in a soul. The heart is imprisoned by your generosity. Do you accept the destruction of the prison? And in my heart is a closeness to you with the tales of wishes, and he is far away, a moon that has risen from the west, the misery of the one who is in love with him, and he is happy. The good and the sinner are equal in their love, between promise and threat, the sorcerer of the eye, sweet in the lips, roamed in the soul. The arrow was aimed and struck when he shot with my heart a spear of the predator. If he is a neighbor, and hope has failed, and the heart of the lovesick melts with longing, he is the beloved of the soul, the first. There are no sins for the beloved in love. His matter is a matter of compliance in the ribs that have been shaped, and hearts have ruled by so they have both ruled. He did not watch over the weak souls. He gives justice to the oppressed from the oppressor, and he rewards the good among them and the evil. What is wrong with my heart whenever the breeze blows? A new holiday of longing. It was written in the tablet, "Indeed, my punishment is severe, bringing worry and sorrow to him. So he is in anguish in a great effort, a burning in my ribs that has ignited. It is a fire in the dry kindling. It has left nothing of my soul except blood. Like the dawn after the darkness, be peaceful, O soul, in the judgment of fate, and consider the time with its return and repentance, and leave the memory of a time that has passed between reproach that has passed and reproach, and turn the speech to the Lord of approval, the inspirer of success in the great book, the ultimate and the belonging, the lion of the saddles and the moon of the council. Victory descends upon him, as revelation descends upon the Holy Spirit." As for the people of the East, the affectation is evident in what they have suffered from the Muwashshahs. Among the best that has come to them in this regard is the Muwashshah of Ibn Sana al-Malik, which became famous in the East and the West, and it begins, "My beloved, lift the veil of light from the Virgin, so that the musk may be seen on the camphor in the jinn." Her bracelet bends the table. When the art of Tawshi became popular among the people of Andalusia, and the public embraced it due to its smoothness, eloquence, and ornamentation, the common folk of the cities began to imitate it. They composed in their urban dialect without adhering to grammatical rules. They invented a genre they called zajal, and they committed to its structure in their own ways for that time, producing peculiarities and allowing for rhetorical expression according to their vernacular. The first to innovate in this zajal style was Abu Bakr ibn Quzman. Although it had been composed before him in Andalusia, its beauty did not manifest, nor did its meanings become clear and its elegance famous until his time. He was of the era of the masked poets and was the undisputed leader of the Zajal poets. Ibn Sa'id said, "I have seen his Zajals recorded in Baghdad more than I have seen them in the cities of the Maghreb." He also mentioned that he heard Abu al-Hasan ibn Jahdar al-Ishbili, the leading Zajal poet of our time, say, "No one among the masters of this art has experienced what Ibn Quzman, the master of the craft, experienced. He went out to a garden with some of his companions, and they sat under a trellis in front of them, a statue of a lion made of marble pouring water from its mouth onto tiered stone slabs. He said, and a trellis has stood on a shop like a porch, and a lion has swallowed a snake of thick legs and opened its mouth like a human in a state of separation." Then he went on to the slabs and raised a cry. Ibn Quzman, although he was from Cordoba, often frequented Seville and its river. One day, a group of notable figures in this art gathered. They had boarded a boat on the river for leisure, accompanied by a beautiful young boy from the elite of the town. They were gathered in a fishing boat, and they composed verses describing the situation. It began with Isa al-Balidi saying, "My heart hopes for salvation, and yet it has escaped, and love has embraced me with its passion. You see him, poor thing, in his place, closing off. And thus is the matter of great calamities. The coal-eyed ones become wild when they are absent, and those coal-eyed ones have become pale." Then Abu Amr ibn al-Zahir al-Ishbili said, "Love has entangled me in its net. You see what has caused him to suffer and be tormented with love. He stands in various colors playing, and many have died from this play." Then Abu al-Hasan al-Makri al-Dani said, "A beautiful day delights me with its descriptions. Drinks and beautiful ones have surrounded me, and the poor say from above its willows, and the Bori has another tale." Then Abu Bakr ibn Martin said, "Do you want to hear a tale about the valley of the pure and the Bori and the fisherman? We are not the fish that he catches. The hearts of people are in his nets." Then Abu Bakr ibn Quzman said, "When he rolls up his sleeves to throw, you see the Bori aiming for that target, and his intention is not to fall into it unless he is met with a kiss." In their time, the black sun of Andalusia shone, and he had merits in Zajal, including his saying, "I was once a lover, and I feared the love, and this passion has returned me to a difficult matter until you see the radiant cheek end in wine. O seeker of alchemy, in my eyes it looks at silver and returns gold." After them came a circle, whose predecessor was Madgilis, who experienced wonders in this style, from which his famous Zajjal says, "And a drizzle falls, and the sun's rays strike, and you see one shining and the other going, and the plants drink and get drunk, and the branches dance and rejoice, and they want to come to us, then feel shy and flee." Among the merits of his Zajjals is his saying, "The light has appeared, and the stars are confused, so rise with us and shake off laziness. I drank a mixture of the sweetest of drinks, which is sweeter to me than honey. O you who blame me, as you say, may God reward you for what you say. It is said that sins beget, and that they corrupt minds. For the land of Hijaz, I am a Moroccan. Guide me in whatever you lead me in this excess. Go for pilgrimage and visitation, and leave me in drinking, for there is no one who can measure it, nor can he intend it. Action is more significant than intention." After these, in Seville, came Ibn Jahda, who excelled among the Zajjal poets in opening the door to Majorca, with Zajjal that began with, "Whoever opposes monotheism with the sword is obliterated. I am innocent of anyone who opposes the truth." Ibn Said said, "I met him and met his student, the famous Zajjal poet, whose beginning is, 'I wish I could see my beloved. I would twist the ears of the gazelle and steal the mouth of the little one.'" Then came after them Abu al-Hasan, Sahl ibn Malik, the Imam of literature, and then after him, in these times, our minister Abu Abdullah ibn al-Khatib, the Imam of prose and poetry in the Islamic community, without dispute. Among his merits in this style is, "Mix the cups and renew what wealth creates, unless it is squandered." And from his words in the Sufi style, he leans towards the Shushtari among them. Between rising and setting, the gazelles have mixed, and those who have passed have gone, and those who have not have remained. Among his merits is also his saying in that meaning, "Distance from you, O my son, is the greatest of my calamities, and when I was close to you, you caused my boat to capsize." In the era of Minister Ibn al-Khatib in Andalusia, Muhammad ibn Abdul Azim from the Wadi Ash, who was an imam in this style, had a Zajjal that he opposed Madgilis in saying, "The light has appeared, and the stars are confused," with his saying, "Let the revelry begin, O people of the revelers, since the sun has risen in Aries. Renew every day your revelry, and do not let it be a drunkenness that makes you lose your senses." In the garden on the greenery of that plant, and the solution of Baghdad and crossing the Nile, is better for me than those regions, and its capacity is better than 40 miles. If the wind passes over it and comes, it does not meet the dust of a marker, nor in the measure that one can see. And how can there be no place for patches, except that we let the bees roam in it? And this Zajjal style of this time is the art of the common people in Andalusia in poetry. They composed in such a way that they could even compose in all 15 meters, but in their colloquial language, and they call it Zajjal poetry, like the saying of their poet, "Time has made me love your eyes and years, and you have no compassion, nor a heart that softens until you see my heart for your sake, how it returned, the craft of the mint among the blacksmiths. Tears drip and the fire blazes, and the hammers from the left and from the right. God created the Christians for conquest, and you conquer the hearts of lovers." Among the distinguished in this style at the beginning of this century was the poet Abu Abdullah al-Lushi, who has a poem in which he praises Sultan Ibn al-Ahmar. "The morning has dawned. Rise, my companion. Let us drink and laugh after we have enjoyed. The dawn has revealed a blush in the twilight of night. Rise, my heart, to see its pure white silver, but the blush is gold. They have fallen silent at the light of the eyes. From its light they gain. It is the day, O my friend, for sustenance. The life of the rich in it is by God. How delightful it is. And the night is also for kisses and embraces on the bed of union, turning. Time has been generous after it was stingy, and it has escaped from his hands like a scorpion. As Muro drank, what has passed drinks between them and eats well." The watchman said, "O poets, what is this in drinking and love? We will give birth, and my reproachers are amazed at this news." I said, "O people, What are you amazed at? We love the beautiful, except for the delicate nature. Why do you deny God or right? Does beauty not profit, except for a poet who is an eloquent scholar, who reveals his beauty and leaves his garments? As for the cup, it is forbidden. Yes, it is forbidden for one who does not know how to drink, and for one who can calculate it and cannot express it. It is brought forth. And the people of reason and thought and revelry have their sins forgiven. For this, if they sin, a beautiful gazelle extinguishes the ember, and my heart in the ember of anger ignites. A beautiful gazelle looks at the hearts of lions, and with imagination before sight, they go. Then he revives them if he smiles. They laugh and rejoice after they mourn. And a meme, like a ring and a pure mouth, the orator of the people for kisses speaks. A jewel and coral, what a necklace, oh so-and-so, has the poet arranged and not pierced. And a green drinker wants from his resemblance to musk. They have criticized him. He lets down his charm like the wing of a raven. The nights of my journey from him are strange. On a body white like milk, no shepherd has ever milked. And the wife of Hind, I did not know before her, the rooster of the plough. I saw what I did not see under the skirts of her waist, a delicate waist that hides if you seek it. It is more delicate than my religion in what you say. Your reproach is true. I do not lie. What religion remains for me with you, and what mind follows you? Who is this that steals? You bear heavy burdens like the watchman when he looks at the lover, and when he watches, if he does not breathe, he will be removed from the side, and the light seeks. It becomes to you the place when you come, and when you disappear, you return in my eyes. Your merits are like the qualities of a prince, or the sand of who counts. The pillars of cities, and the eloquent of Arabs, from the eloquence of his words, draw near with the burden of knowledge, and the work, and with the beauty of poetry, what I write. In the chests with the spear I do not stab, and in the necks with the sword I do not strike. From the sky he is envious in 4 qualities. Who counts my heart or calculates it? The sun is its light, and the moon is its shadow. The rain is its generosity, and the stars are its positions. He rides the steed of generosity and releases the reins of the rich and the soldiers when they ride. From what you have taken off, he wears every day with the goodness of it. The daughters of highness are fragrant. His grace appears on everyone who comes to him, a seeker and a visitor. He has never disappointed. The truth has appeared, and it was in a veil. The falsehood cannot be hidden after it is veiled. And he has built in secret the corner of piety after the time was ruined. You fear when you meet him as you hope for him, for with the grace of his face he does not abandon. He meets wars laughing while they are frowning. He is nothing in this world that overcomes. If he draws his sword between the responses, then nothing can benefit those who strike. And he is called the Chosen One, and God has chosen him for sovereignty and selected him. You see him the Caliph of the Commander of the Faithful, leading his armies and adorning his procession. For the one in authority, heads bow, yes, and in kissing his hands, they desire. In his house, the cycles of time rise in glory and do not set, and in highness and honor they distance themselves, and in humility and shyness they draw near. And may God keep them as long as the heavens turn, and its sun shines, and its star shines. And what does this poem benefit in meters? O sun, veil, what has it set? Then the people of the cities in the Maghreb invented another form of poetry, in double meters of mawasha, composed in their urban language as well. And the first to introduce it among them was a man from Andalusia, who settled in Fes, known as Ibn Umayyah. He composed a piece in the style of Muwasha, and did not deviate from the rules of grammar, except a little. Its opening is, I am by the riverbank, the morning of the doves on the branch in the garden near the dawn. The magic erases the ink of darkness, and the dew flows from the lips of the flowers. The gardens flowed, and the dew in them parted. Many jewels in the necks of the neighbors, with the water wheels flow like snakes circling the fruits on the branches, anklets on every leg, and all turned in the garden like bracelets. The dew tears the pockets of the sleeves, and the breeze of musk carries the winds of the morning. and the breeze drags its tail over them and spreads, and the doves fly between the leaves in the reed, their feathers soaked with the dew's drops, mourning like that strange lover who has wrapped himself in a new robe, but with a red hue, and his leg is adorned. He organizes the behavior of the jewel and adorns it. He sat among the branches like a lovesick one, resting his wings and twisting in his wing, and began to complain of what is in his heart from love. He pressed his beak to his chest and cried out, "I said, O dove, my eyes have been deprived of sleep. I see you still weeping with flowing tears." He said to me, "I have wept until the tears have cleared for me. Without tears, I will remain all my life weeping for a chick that flew away and could not return. I have become accustomed to weeping and sorrow since the time of Noah. Such is loyalty, and such is the bridal. Look at the eyelids that have become like wounds, and you are the one who wept. Who among you has completed a year, saying, 'This weeping and wailing has afflicted me'?" I said, "O dove, if you had plunged into the sea of suffering, you would weep and lament for me with a torrential tear. And if what is in your heart were what is in my heart, it would not be under you the branches of the trees. Today, we endure separation. How many stars until there is no way to gather them? You see the eyes, and from what has clothed my body, the thinness and sickness have concealed my thinness from the eyes of the watchers. If death came to us, it would die in place, and whoever dies after, O people, has rested." He said to me, "If you sleep, let the leaves of the gardens be afraid for him. The souls are for the heart, and they are stained with my tears, and that whiteness is the collar of the covenant around my neck for the day of calling. As for the tip of my beak, its news has spread to the edges of the town, and the body has become ashes." The people of Fez admired it and became fond of it, and they composed in its style. They abandoned the grammar that was not their concern, and it became widely heard among them, and many of them indulged in it, and diversified it into types such as double, quasi, and playful, and the names varied according to their doubling and their observations in it. Among the double is what Ibn Shuja said in their sections, and he is from Taza. "Wealth is the adornment of the world and the pride of souls. It beautifies faces that are not beautiful. So, whoever has much money, let him speak and rise to a high rank. He is magnified by the abundance of his wealth, even if he is small, and the noble of the people is diminished when he becomes poor. Who can open my chest, and who has changed? And it was about to burst, if it were not for the return to fate, until he seeks refuge from someone who is great among his people, to someone who has no origin with him, nor does he have a chance. Therefore, one should grieve for the one who is in decline, and dress him in a garment of pure linen, which has become the tails before the heads. And the river benefits from the water, the weakness of people in this, and the corruption of this time. They do not know on whom to increase this reproach. So and so becomes the son of so-and-so. And if you saw how the answer is returned, we lived in peace, until we saw the breaths of the sultans in the skins of dogs. The great souls are very weak, and they are in one direction, and glory is in another direction. They see them, and people see them as goats, and the faces of the town, and the head of the chief. And among their sayings is what Ibn Shuja said in some of his doubles. Tired of following this time, neglect, O so-and-so, do not let beauty play in you. There is no one among them who is beautiful, except that he has betrayed. A few are those who are held back, and they hold back on you. They rush to the lovers and refuse, and they insist on tearing the hearts of men. And if they continue from their time, they will cut off, and if they have sworn, they will betray in every case. It was beautiful what you loved, and my heart has become with it, and I have made from my cheek a place for his shoes, and I have prepared a place in the middle of my heart. And I said to my heart, honor whoever settles in you, and ease what befalls you from humiliation. There must be a great fear of love that befalls you. You have judged me, and I have accepted it, O Prince. If he could see my state, if they saw, he would return like a pearl around the face of the stream, and he would sneeze in the state of his neck. And I learned from a moment before the conscience, and he understands what he wants before they mention it, and he occupies the desired place. Whether it is in spring or in the nights, he shows you and walks in the market, even if he is in Isfahan. And whatever he says, he needs to come to you until he reaches the end of it. And among them was Ali ibn al-Mu'adin in Tlemcen, and in these recent times, among their prominent figures was a man from the outskirts of Meknes, known as the blind man. He excelled in the methods of this art. Among the best of what he has preserved is his saying in the journey of Sultan Abu al-Hassan and the Merinids to Africa, describing their defeat in Kairouan. He comforts them about it and reassures them with what happened to others after he criticized them for their invasions of Africa in a playful manner from the arts of this style. He says in its opening, and it is one of the most brilliant methods of eloquence in poetry, with the purpose in the beginning of speech and its opening, and it is called the brilliance of the introduction. Glory be to the owner of the thoughts of men and their reigns at all times and moments. If we strike him, it is a great victory for us, and if we disobey him, he punishes with all humiliation. Until he says in the question about the armies of the Maghreb after the escape, be a pasture, say little, and do not be a shepherd, for the shepherd is responsible for his flock. And I begin with the prayer upon the caller to Islam and the complete Sunni satisfaction. About the rightly guided caliphs and their followers, and mention after them if you like, and say, the pilgrims traversed the desert and desired to graze the land with the inhabitants. The army of Fez, the radiant light, where Sultan Buazaim marched. The pilgrims by the Prophet, whom you visited and severed the ties of the wilderness from the army of the West when the afflicted asked you in Black Africa. And who was providing you with gifts while leaving the wilderness of Hijaz in abundance? Say to the dam, you encountered the island, and the journey falters after it lightens, and the wind blows in the dust. What more could their gazelle have increased? Glory be to him. If there were between Tunisia in the west and the lands of the west a wall of Alexander built from its east to its west, either made of iron or of brass, the birds must respond to the news, or the wind will bring them a single piece of news. How difficult it is from matters, and how strange. If you were to read every day in the Diwan, it would flow with blood, and stones would shatter, and ruin would fall, and the gazelles would fear. Use your discerning mind and think for me with your thoughts collectively, if you know of a dove and not a dancer about the Sultan for a month, and before it's 7, appearing at the overseer of the retribution, and signs spread on the heights. Except for a people who are naked, for they are unknown, with no place and no possibility. They do not know how to portray a fracture, and how they entered the city of Kairouan. O my lord Abu al-Hassan, we knocked on the door of the case of our journey to Tunisia. So we were on the palm fronds and the Zab. What do you have in the Arabs of Africa? What has reached you about the age of the boy of the speech, the Farouk, the conqueror of the villages, the king of the Levant and Hijaz, and the crown of Khosrow, and the conquest from Africa? And it was said, I would have given birth if I disliked the memory. And it was conveyed in it the dispersion of the brothers. This Farouk is the one who has returned the helpers, and he declared in Africa with this declaration, and the fever remained until the time of Uthman, and Ibn al-Zubayr opened it for correction for those whose spoils entered the Diwan. Uthman died, and the wind turned against us, and the people split into 3 matters, and what is left is for silence to be a title. If this is in the duration of the Barara, what do we do in the last times? And the people of the city in their gatherings and in history, as if we were and we were, are mentioned in its authenticity in verses of Shak and Sati and Ibn Marana. If the Merin were to take care of their banners, they would be serious, and Tunisia has fallen from its structure. We have mentioned what the master of ministers, Isa ibn al-Hasan al-Rafi'i, said, I saw, and I know this, but when fate comes, the eyes are blinded. And he tells you, what has befallen the Merin from the presence of Fes to the Arabs of Diab. The Lord wanted the death of Ibn Yahya, the Sultan of Tunisia, and the master of the gates. Then he began to relocate the Sultan and his armies to the end of his journey and the conclusion of his matter with the Arabs of Africa. And he brought in it everything strange from the deposit. As for the people of Tunisia, they also innovated the art of the game in their urban language, except that most of it is poor, and nothing of the preserved gift is attached to it due to its badness. The Muwashahat and the Zajals in the east, and there was also a genre of poetry among the common people of Baghdad called the Mawaliya, and under it are many genres called the Kalma. And it was, and some of it is singular, and some of it is in 2 verses, and they call it the Dubayt, according to the considered differences among them in each one of them. And most of it is double from 4 branches. And the people of Cairo followed them in that, and brought in it the wonders. And they delved into it in the styles of eloquence, according to their urban language. So they came with marvels. And I saw in the Diwan of Al-Safi al-Hili, from his words, that the Mawaliya is from the sea of the Basit, and it has 4 branches and 4 rhymes, and it is called a voice and 2 verses. And it is from the inventions of the people of Wasit. And if it was, it is a single rhyme and different weights in its verses. The first part of the verse is longer than the second part, and its rhyme can only be followed by a vowel letter, and it is from the inventions of the Baghdadis. And he recited for us, with a wink of the eyebrows, a story of interpretation, and who is the one who knows, and the mother of the mute knows the language of Khorasan. Thus ended the words of Al-Safi, and one of the most amazing things that I have preserved from it is the saying of their poet. These are my fresh wounds, and the blood gushes, and my killer, O my brother, in the wilderness is frolicking. They said, and we will take revenge for you. I said, this is more disgraceful. To my wound may it heal me, would be better. And for another, I knocked on the door of the hidden. She said, who is the one knocking? I said, a lovesick one, neither a plunderer nor a thief. She smiled. A glimmer appeared to me from her mouth. I returned bewildered from the sea of my tears, drowning. And for another, my promise with her, and she does not trust me with the separation. And if I complained of love, she said, may your eyes be sacrificed for the one who sees her other than me, the boy of beauty. She reminded me of the promise. She said, you are on a religion. And for another, in describing the grass, O pure wine, which I have a promise with, it sings of wine and the wine bearer. And for another, O you who have connected with the children of love, how many times has the heart ached from separation? Oh, I have entrusted my heart to the one who is patient, and all the world is like a thorn in my eye, and your image is a burden. And for another, I called her, and my fate has wrapped me. Grant me a kiss in love, O my beloved. She said, and she has burned inside my heart. How could this cotton cover the mouth of one who is alive? And for another, I saw her smile. My tears preceded me with a gentle touch. The veil reveals a moon in its east. The darkness of the night has fallen, and the heart is in its paths. Our guide returned with the thread of dawn from its separation. And for another, O driver of the camels, urge the mounts. Stop at the home of my beloved before dawn, and shout in their neighborhood, O you who seek reward, rise to pray for a dead one, killed by separation. And for another, my eyes, which I used to care for you with, have become stars, and with the easing of the night, they have fed. And the arrows of separation have struck me and have not missed. And my solace, may God magnify your grief, has died. And for another, I fell in love at your bridge, O sailor of the harbour, a gazelle that wears the fierce black of thought. A branch, if it bends, captivates the virgin girls, and if it smiles, what does the moon have to remember? And who is the one they call the Dubayt? He swore by the Creator that he would send his shadow with the dawn. O fire of my longings, ignite for me at night, perhaps he will be guided by the fire. And know that all tastes in the knowledge of eloquence are only obtained by mingling with that language and frequenting its use and addressing it among its generations until one acquires its mastery, as we said in the Arabic language. So the Andalusian does not feel the eloquence that is in the poetry of the people of the Maghreb, nor does the Maghrebi feel the eloquence that is in the poetry of the people of Andalusia and the East, nor does the Eastern feel the eloquence that is in the poetry of Andalusia and the Maghreb, because the urban tongue and its structures are different among them, and each one of them is aware of the eloquence of his language and tastes the beauties of poetry from his own people. And in the creation of the heavens and the earth, and the diversity of your tongues and colours are signs for the worlds. And we were about to deviate from the subject, and among them was Ibn Rafi, the head of the poets of Al-Mamun, Ibn Khaldun, the owner of Toledo, praying behind him. They said, and he excelled in his beginning in his muwashahat that flew for him when he said, "The lute has trilled with the most beautiful melody, and the branches have watered the gardens of the orchards," and in his conclusion, when he said, "You walk and do not surrender. May you be the one who terrifies the battalions, Yahya ibn Dun." Then came the arena that was in the state of the veiled ones, and the wonders appeared to them, and the blind Toledo champion raced with them, then Yahya ibn Baki, and for Toledo, from the refined muwashahat, is saying, "How is the way to my patience? And in the world are sorrows, and the caravan is in the middle of the wilderness with the soft young ones has appeared." In conclusion, we have decided to hold back on the discourse in this book, which is about the nature of civilization and what occurs within it, and we have covered its issues to a sufficient extent. Perhaps those who come after us, whom God supports with sound thought and clear knowledge, will address more of its issues than we have written. It is not the task of the innovator of the art to enumerate its